I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks *. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 1036. Arknavi's Bounty. When the ark bearing Nestor back to Stormhollow landed, Leon found himself both excited and more than a little surprised when the dead man and the giants accompanying him disembarked. Nestor came striding off the ark like he owned the thing, which Leon had been expecting, but as the giants came out behind him, Leon's eyes widened further as each stepped out into the midday sun. Nestor's body remained about 9 feet tall, and the first giant behind him was about average for their people at about 15 feet. The next, however, was only 12 feet tall, the third was slightly taller, and then the fourth barely broke 10 feet. The fifth and sixth were only about 8 feet tall. The giants, it seemed, were shrinking. Other than their size, the giants were about the same as Leon remembered, with their bodies being largely made of bronze. However, with the decrease in height also came a lither and slimmer figure, and Leon couldn't help but wonder if there was a practical purpose to this, or if it was simply Nestor or the ravens skimping on bronze to save time and money. Given what he knew about both, however, he more strongly leaned toward there being some practical purpose. Nestor and the ravens both loathed budget restrictions and rarely kept cost in mind unless frequently reminded. Leon had already seen some of the proposed designs for new arcs incorporating thunder wood and storm crystal, and he couldn't help but wonder what fantasy world the ravens lived in if they thought such expensive designs could be feasibly mass-produced. Leon wasn't given much time to ponder this development before Nestor strode toward him, somehow seeming even more businesslike even though his face was barely more than a vaguely face-shaped steel plate. "I have returned," Nestor dramatically intoned as he halted before Leon. "Let us get to work now." Leon blinked in mild surprise and glanced at those waiting next to him. Marika had come out to welcome Nestor, and Alex and more than a dozen other Tempest Knights had come to welcome the newest additions to their ranks. Nestor acknowledged none of them. "Hold on," Leon said with a thin-lipped smile. "I'm eager to jump into research, too, but let's get all other business out of the way first so that we aren't interrupted." Nestor had no eyes to roll, but the way his head shook, Leon could almost see him roll his eyes anyway. "I will wait in the lab," Nestor dismissively stated as he brushed past Leon. For a moment, Leon thought about calling the dead man back and publicly castigating him for his rudeness, but all it took was a moment of silently wondering if it was worth it. He could, after all, punish Nestor for his lack of decorum later if he felt like it, and he wasn't all that interested in seeing to ceremonies, anyway. So, instead, he took a moment to welcome the giants back to Stormhollow. The giants were happy to see him, though he recognized none of them. They bowed and made a much more concrete show of their allegiance to Leon and his clan than Nestor did, and it took Leon a fair amount of time to feel like he wasn't blowing them off before handing them off to Alex for processing. He also had to almost literally hold Mari back from launching herself at the giants and inspecting them, but he was eventually able to get the ball rolling. The giants then followed Alex back to the Tempest Knights barracks while Leon and Mari made their way to Leon's private enchanting lab. Upon entering, Mari almost gasped, seeing Nestor already standing on a step ladder, examining her Ulta suit from a panel she'd left open. "You'd better not be fucking with my shit," she shrieked, her increased proficiency with the Eternan common language showcasing how long she'd spent practicing the Rumble Stone-imparted language. Nestor hardly spared her a look, though he did call over his shoulder, "You take me for my wayward kinsman. I don't touch things when I don't know what they do. And when I do touch enchantments, I always make them better." Mari ran over anyway, launching herself at the step ladder and all but tackling Nestor to get him away from the Ulta suit. Nestor wasn't thrown to the ground, but Mari was still more than successful in dragging the dead man away. "Why did you recall me here when you're just going to drag me away from the purpose of my return?" Nestor demanded to know as Mari deposited him rather unceremoniously next to a table covered in notes and other enchanting documents that Leon and, to a much greater extent, Mari had made over the past few days. Though Nestor's question had obviously been directed at Leon, Mari was the one who answered first. "'Cause ya bein' a dumb shit," Mari shouted. "That's my Ulta suit. Who the fuck said that ya can just look at it when I'm not around?" Huh, she got right up into Nestor's face, which was a feat given his much greater size advantage. Leon thought he detected a hint of wind magic aiding her in this. Nestor finally seemed a bit flustered as he leaned away from Mari, his faceplate turning in Leon's direction in what Leon took to be a silent plea for assistance. He just shrugged and said, "It's her property. Kind of rude to go poking around in it before she could give express permission." Nestor petulantly groaned. "Fine. I thought this was why we're here, at least in part, but fine. Make yourselves clearer next time you're insisting I return to Stormhollow." "As I recall, dead man," Leon stated, "you were just as excited to return here as anyone was to see you returned. Don't try and claim this as some great burdensome favor you're rendering, here." Nestor darkly glared at him, his arms folding across his chest. "But now that you are here," Leon continued, "why don't we start going over some of these designs?" He indicated the paper-covered table that Nestor was being pressed against by Mari, and Nestor's attention shifted in the indicated direction. To Mari, he asked, "Is all this the result of what we've been discussing these past few days?" "Yay," Mari exclaimed, any remaining ire she may have held for Nestor fading as they launched headfirst into their enchanting work. Mari and Nestor then began working their way through the organized chaos on the table, with Leon largely playing a backseat, simply absorbing everything they had to say about the Ulta suit. For the most part, they were mostly focusing on the locomotion enchantments and materials used in its construction, which Leon understood given the Ulta suit was of an unusual size even for Arknavy and had such a skewed weight-to-power ratio that Leon wasn't sure even the Ravens could have built one without decades of intensive study and an unlimited research budget. It was only possible thanks to centuries of institutional skill and knowledge built up by the Kingdom of the Blue Sky, which Leon now hoped to add to his kingdom's knowledge base. He paid as much attention as he could, especially when Mari finally let Nestor start poking around in the suit, though only under her supervision. However, it took almost 2 hours of intensive study, during which Nestor took tons of notes detailing where he hoped he could make improvements with his knowledge of golem crafting before they finally came to the part that Leon was most interested in. "So, this is it?" Nestor asked, he and Mari having once more stepped away from the Ulta suit and to a nearby table. This table, however, wasn't completely covered in various designs and other documents, but instead held only the black crystal that Mari wore on the back of her neck, and a relatively small number of inscribed designs relating specifically to it. "You can bet your iron ass it is," Mari proudly exclaimed. "My baby can be piloted solely using the controls in the cockpit, but no one's getting full control out of it, less they're wearing this. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings." Nestor gently extended a hand out to brush against the flat black crystal smaller than Leon's palm but halted before making contact. Leon joined them at the table, no longer content to simply watch and listen as they studied the suit and talked shop. "It's remarkable," Leon said. "Until I saw this, I'd never seen a way to interact with enchantments without either going through a control console or by projecting magic out of the body and manipulating the magic in an enchantment directly." Nestor sighed audibly as Mari positively beamed. "Neither have I," he admitted. "And I've tried before, never could get any of my prototypes working." "Well, now ya see one workin'," Mari enthusiastically said as she assumed a wide stance with her hands on her hips and a proud smile on her face. "Now that you see it," Leon said, "I have to ask, how does it compare to the way a wisp controls enchantments?" "It's remarkably different," Nestor admitted. "A delicate control scheme must be devised for a wisp to take control over even a relatively innocuous subsystem on an arc. I'd been thinking I'd have to make an even more complex one if the giants were ever to replace wisps in arcs or other vehicles, for that matter. This, however, doesn't use that kind of interface. It instead uses darkness magic to directly connect a human brain to the enchantment scheme present in the suit." "Yep. Yep," Mari confirmed as she furiously nodded. "How does that even work?" Leon asked. "I had a lot of trouble getting my head around learning how to move after learning how to transform. Still think it's fucking weird ya can do that, Lele," Mari quietly whispered as Leon thought aloud. "But," Leon continued not quite as heedless as he would have liked, "but, damn it Marika, I almost lost my train of thought." She gave him a cheeky smile as he put his thoughts back in order. "Learning to move about in my Thunderbird body was hard. How difficult is it to learn how to pilot an Ulta suit like this?" "Because it sounds quite similar in practice, if not in the details. You're basically learning how to move a new body, right? It's hard," Mari admitted, deflating slightly. "It, requires being temporarily paralyzed below the point of contact." She rubbed the back of her neck where the black crystal would be fixed when piloting the suit. "Getting better at us in the suit lets ya tune the paralysis down, and eventually turn it off completely, but it can still be hard on the ol' head sponge." She tapped her head for emphasis. "In the end, It leaves the user with the remarkable ability to pilot the suit like it's their own body, Nestor stated as he turned back toward the towering machine. The enchantments within reflect that use, too, with them spread throughout the frame in no small part like nerves. Makes it easier if the Ulta operates like a body, Mari stated. Less for the brain case to figure out if the suit's like a fleshy body, yeah. Indeed, Nestor whispered. Silence stretched for a long moment as everyone pondered those words until Leon broke that silence by asking Nestor, can this technique be integrated into any of our current projects? By the honored ancestor. No, Nestor said, sounding almost offended. His words caused an almost comical look of surprise and horror to plaster itself across Mary's face before he clarified, I'll need to understand the effects of this magic thoroughly before letting it come anywhere close to an arc. That'll take 5 years at least. Perhaps more. It shouldn't take that long, Mari argued. You're not that dumb, Nes. That's not my name, Nestor fluidly said. Our current projects are in their final stages, we can't just add a new element that we barely understand to them and expect it to function well at all. We're lucky that the advancements we've brought to the Ravens have mostly been in the materials sector, and while they've been well integrated with current arc designs, much of their benefit is being squandered on enchantments that were never designed with these materials in mind. Adapting current arcs to use Thunder Wood and Storm Crystal fully will take a lot more time. And now we're also adding this. And maybe even building new suits like this. And possibly adding your malls, Leon. And working on making void-capable arcs, and working on repairing the old clan's arcs, and trying to fix our few damaged wisps. Integrating any new enchantment technique is a tall order, boy. 5 years to get this up and running is already a miracle, and it's only because you have me here to do it. Anyone else would take longer than a decade, if they ever succeeded at all. Hey, Mari protested, I could get it done. Don't doubt it, she poked Nestor in the stomach, which for her was just below eye level. We'll see, Nestor stated. I've seen your potential in the past few days to be a truly legendary enchanter, but evaluating your skills will be a longer process. Mari stared at Nestor in disbelief before glancing at Leon. He always this arrogant? Leon sighed and silently nodded. He has at least some reason to be, but there's at least a little bit of unfounded hubris in there. No there isn't, Nestor stated like it was a fact. My attitude is completely backed up by skill. Only those stricken with jealousy or by politics would say otherwise. Leon hummed, already dismissing his statement. This isn't all that I wanted to show you, either, Nestor. I bring other notes. Yes, Nestor said, his words coming out in a breathy tone of anticipation. That anti-primal devil rune you were using, isn't it? That and then some, Leon said as he waved Nestor and Mari over to one of the few tables in the lab that remained free of other papers or materials. He conjured all the notes he'd taken in Tiranu's monastery onto the table for them to peruse, deliberately arranging them so that the rune that protected him from Planarend was detailed in the notes farthest from Nestor. As Leon hoped, Nestor immediately began studying the notes closest to him, taking in their every detail. Leon almost thought he'd toss the paper aside, or at best give it a cursory inspection before moving on to the next page, but Nestor took minutes to study that one page before picking up the next. Mari, too, stared at the notes, but she clearly saw less than Leon did, if her confused expression was anything to go by. Nestor, Leon asked as the minutes dragged on, the dead man still studying the second page so intently that Leon almost thought the man's golem body had run out of power and left him paralyzed. Leon, Nestor breathed, you found this on Arknavi? In a cave, in a monastery? Yes, Leon confirmed. What is it? Can you tell? Nestor went silent again for a long moment, his near-featureless faceplate seeming to stare holes into Leon's head. Then, in a slow and deliberate cadence, Nestor said, these enchantments appear to be experiments with space magic. Leon, wondering if he'd heard Nestor correctly, stared back at him, his eyebrows slowly rising as what Nestor just said sank in. Space magic? Leon asked. Nestor nodded. Space magic? Mari inquired, her tone much more curious than Leon's. Yes, Nestor confirmed again. The kind that can let people teleport? Leon asked. The kind that had hallways looping back on themselves back in Zaffin's prison? Yes to the first, no to the second, Nestor stated. This enchantment, if I'm reading this correctly, seems to be trying to devise another way of moving across the void than using the currently understood teleportation tunnels. A faster way, a less power-intensive way. Leon stared at Nestor with immense skepticism. You've looked at 2 pages. Don't get me wrong, Nestor, that sounds incredible, but what? Nestor ignored the question and instead began tearing through the rest of the notes Leon had taken, reaching the anti-primal devil enchantment in only a matter of minutes. Yes, 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 Nestor repeated almost madly. This is brilliant. Leon and Mari shared a look of anxiety as Nestor began laughing aloud as he held the anti-primal devil rune up to the light. This is it. This justifies everything. Nestor, Leon shouted, though his exclamation didn't seem to reach the dead man's ears. So, Leon reached out with his elementless magic and physically shook Nestor's body, finally getting his attention. Explain. Nestor excitedly chuckled before saying, this could have only been found here. In the divine graveyard. He shouted. This rune wasn't meant to protect from devilish power, but to channel it. To use it. Leon's eyes turned back to his notes, his alarm growing rapidly. Whoever was studying spatial magic was also studying devilish power, Nestor continued. Trying to use it to grant a greater degree of control over space. Leon, if we can further this research, then we'd have a mastery over the void that no other power in the universe could match. Our fleets could travel between planar clusters as easily as our honored ancestor flew through clouds. Nowhere would be beyond our reach. Leon's apprehension grew proportionally with his excitement. That sounds impressive, he said as he desperately tried to moderate his tone. But we don't have devilish power. Does this research still hold promise? Nestor waved his hand dismissively. The devilish power was used because it was abundant and exotic. We have the results right here, though it could use some refinement in certain areas. Regardless, we can still use this. Maybe it won't be quite as potent as it might be without devilish power around, but it would still make any void-worthy arcs that use these principles faster than any others that are currently built. A smile began spreading across Leon's face. You're sure, Nestor? He asked, his attempts to moderate his tone now failing. I'm sure, Leon, he said with complete unabashed enthusiasm. Come here, look at this, he demanded as he slammed the paper he was holding onto the table. He waited only long enough for Leon and Mari to crowd around him before launching into his explanation for the enchantment, with Leon and Mari even able to contribute in some areas that Nestor's hurried analysis had overlooked. By the end, Leon was grinning just as madly as Nestor had sounded. This was promising, indeed, but if he had to be honest, even 5 years to integrate these enchantment techniques into existing arcs was generous. Still, he was more than happy to wait however long it might take to figure this enchantment out and make it practical. Years, decades, centuries, it didn't matter. He considered the fastest arcs in the universe to be more than worth the wait. Chapter 1037. A quick visit. Tycho's grove had grown considerably in the months since Leon's last visit. The main grove was to the south of Stormhollow, and as Leon flew overhead in Thunderbird form, he made a mental note to help Tychos establish more groves in the vast forests to the north, in the lands of the ancestral Hearts. Thanks to the Hearts being fairly aloof to the other tribes and their relatively low population, much of their land was virgin forest, grown for thousands of years without human disturbance. It was, as far as Leon was concerned, the perfect kind of place for Tychos and its tree sprites to establish new groves of thunderwood and hesperidic apples. As Leon flew over the grove, he also took it as a prime opportunity to survey the grove's defenses. The grove he'd established in Oculara had been fairly lightly defended, with Tychos itself providing much of the more active defenses. This place, however, was much different. Given the strategic importance of both hesperidic apples and thunderwood, Leon had taken the step of having the entire forest heavily warded. Not enough to disturb the wildlife, as Tychos had been adamant in desiring relatively natural surroundings for the grove, but certainly enough for the force of 500 Tempest Knights Leon had based nearby to respond to any potential threats. Of course, the grove was so deep in Katagita that the only possible threats were possible monsters, and the jaguars further to the south did a good job keeping their lands peaceful and safe, but Leon wasn't going to rule out the possibility of theft or illegal logging. He knew that Tychos wouldn't stand for that, but he didn't want any attempts made at all, especially if he succeeded in opening the Thunder Kingdom up to more outside influence. At the very least, the presence of Heaven's Eye would do much to bring in outsiders who may have less respect for his laws and regulations. Leon glanced at the small fortress that was being built to control the forest's wards and handle the logistical duty of transporting harvested timber and amber from Thunderwood. It had been built of stone, though with as small of a footprint as possible, as Tychos wasn't that thrilled about having anything resembling a settlement on the forest's borders. The main building was a rapidly growing tower, with a logistics depot opposite it. The space between was enclosed by walls with a pair of gatehouses, and 4 watchtowers planned for each corner of the fortress. Landing at this fortress didn't even cross his mind. The workers there were busy, he didn't want to make a big deal out of his presence, and he just wanted to check in with Tico's, though he still couldn't help but give the place a quick visual inspection. Though, putting in an appearance there at some point might help with morale, he thought as he flew past high up enough that he doubted anyone saw him. The center of the grove was devoted to the Hesperidic apple trees, and it was there that Tico's made its home. It lived within what had grown into quite a large tree with all of the lesser sprites it had recruited from the island's forests. Leon didn't try to hide himself as he descended from the sky, and sure enough, as he landed, Tico's came walking out of the tree. Its leafy hair rustled, and the air filled with the scent of sweetness. "Leon!" the powerful tree sprite called out, speaking from the voice amber in its wrist. "None more welcome arrivals can be than yours." Leon smiled at the sprite as he shifted back into human form. "Tico's," he affectionately drawled. He held out his hand, and the tree sprite hesitated for only a moment before taking it. "How have things been here, my friend?" Leon warmly asked. "Much as ever," Tico's readily replied. "Thunderwood and amber is gathered, then shipped off, is. More greater news is there, too." The leaves on. The tree sprite's head rustled again, and the grove was filled with a strong, heady aroma, and Leon felt himself reacting rather libidinously to it. Tico's large, black glassy eyes narrowed with joy as it reported, "Spores have root taken, new sprites sprout will in 1 year's time. Your people are having kids," Leon stated as a smile spread across his face. "Congratulations." Tico's seemed to almost float off the ground as it shuddered with joyous emotions. It swayed a few times in celebration before calming slightly and turning its attention back to Leon. "No growth complete is without new growth. That's wonderful, I'm happy for you," Leon exclaimed, though his smile faltered slightly when the tree sprite's words sank deep enough to prick at his insecurity. He thought of his ladies back in Stormhollow, he thought of Alcander and Sophia, he thought of Red, Gaius, and Alex. His friends and companions were settling down, starting families, while a growing fear had taken root within him that he might never have kids of his own, that he might truly be the last of his clan. But while Tico's was almost literally glowing with excitement was not the time to let that insecurity show, so Leon tamped it down. "How many sprites will that make?" Leon asked. 12 now, then 15. Tico's proudly reminded him. "A most fortuitous thing," Leon said. "May their ancestors shower them with all the rain and sunlight they could ever want." Tico's rustled a bit more before calming down, the pliable bark on its face relaxing and settling into a more neutral expression. "Apologies, Leon," it said. "For reason what have you come? Is checking in on a friend not reason enough?" Leon playfully asked. Tico's rustled in amusement, sharing a laugh with him, and he added, "I've come for an update. Since I've just returned from Arknavi, I want to know where everything in my kingdom stands. I'll likely be leaving again in the near future, though hopefully for no longer than a few weeks, and I need to be sure everything's moving in the correct direction before then." "Walk, let us," Tico said as it waved toward the nearest Hesperidic apple tree. "Leaving so soon again?" it asked as they started walking. "Escorting a princess back to Evergold," Leon explained. "Then after that, might be taking up the keeper on an offer to explore my clan's old palaces. There could be quite a bit to find there, but even if there isn't, I wouldn't mind seeing another place built by my ancestors at the height of their power." He'd managed to convince his advisors to at least agree to hear out the keeper in a neutral location, so he'd be meeting with the man in Evergold. There, Leon figured, would be the best place to discuss the specifics of his offer. At the very least, he was confident that the Grand Druid would literally throw Keeper out on his ass if he tried anything in her city, and for that alone he almost wished Keeper would try something untoward. Tico's nodded. "The fallen tree feeds the sapling," it stated. They halted before the tree, and Tico's gestured toward its branches. As Leon had come to expect from Tico's tender care, the tree's branches were heavy with fruit, though of the dozens of apples growing there, most were ruby red, and only 3 were pale gold. Those 3 would brighten as they grew and ripened, the tree filling them with the power it absorbed from the environment. Leon reached out with his magic senses, expanding his awareness to include the entire grove, and then further out. Even though he was right next to the tree, it was only when he looked at the grove from such a wide point of view that he could see the currents of magic flowing through it, nourishing the land, and feeding the apple trees with the power that would consolidate within the apples. How long? Leon asked. Months. Not many, Tychos replied. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Do we know how many spares we'll have? Leon asked. Enough for retinue entire, plus 20, Tychos answered. 20 spare, Leon murmured. That should be more than enough for Helen. But, addressing Tychos again, he ordered, have all the apples sent to Helen. She's working on something special that should increase the potency of these apples. Will do, Tychos acknowledged. Leon smiled. Remarkable work, Tychos. Is there anything you need? Comes to mind, none, Tychos airily responded. Leon nodded, but as his eyes swept over the thunderwood trees, the sky darkening slightly as his and Tychos' enchantment started to call lightning upon a couple of them, a thought occurred to him. Tychos, he whispered, how much do you want a larger growth? I am referring to this correctly, right? Your clan is a growth. Tychos looked confused for a moment before its hair leaves rustled and it simply said, yes. Yes to which question? Leon asked. Both. Tychos nodded. Both. All right, your growth. Where I grew up, there are other tree sprites. The forest of black and white is a forest that hasn't seen large-scale human habitation in a long time, probably because it's infested with ice wraiths. But there are also tree sprites there. I don't know if there are any like you there, who might be in control, but I've never seen any evidence of that. If you wanted, I want them. Tychos strongly declared. They be will part of growth my. Leon grinned. Wonderful to hear. Next time I head that far north, I'll let you know. Might not be for a while, but expect it before we leave Eterna. Tychos nodded, and after a moment of silence, they proceeded with the brief tour of the grove. There wasn't much more to discuss, with Tychos giving Leon nothing but good news regarding thunderwood and amber production. However, even when the tour ended, Leon lingered there for a few hours more, enjoying the feeling of being out in the wild again, even if that wild was still cultivated by creatures intimately connected with nature. It wasn't anywhere even close to being the forest of black and white, but it was closer than most other places Leon could easily visit. When he left, he made a mental note to see if the trees that decorated the perimeter of the Elder Hall, so like those of his childhood home that he couldn't help but think that they had to be the same kinds of trees, could also be grown in the gardens in his palace. And if they couldn't, then he might move up the date of his next visit back home, if only to acquire some seeds to bring back to Stormhollow. Andromache had come to Katagita with a retinue befitting that of an heiress to an empire as powerful as that centered on Evergold. Close to 500 men and women had followed her spread across 3 imperial arcs. Those arcs had needed to be escorted through the misty veil surrounding Katagita, but since Leon was married to her sister, such had been done with little fuss. Now, Leon stood in his palace's private archyard. Silver Spear had landed on the main arcpad, while Andromache's people had largely boarded their arcs and taken off. The imperial arcs now hovered close to the palace, with 6 Thunderman arcs close by, watching them like hawks. Andromache herself waited with Leon and Cassandra, along with a dozen of her close retainers, and about 3 dozen of Leon's Tempest Knights, with Alex there to command them, and a dozen more assistants, led by Gaius. Shall we be off, then? Leon asked as the doors of Silver Spear opened at the top of the main boarding ramp. He held out his free arm to gesture for Andromache to proceed first. His other arm held in Cassandra's vice-like grip. Though his second wife was putting on a pleasant and cheery expression, Leon could feel in her grip her resentment for her older sister and discomfort in the situation. Still, he thought this would be an important thing for them all to do, and so had insisted on her joining them. I maintain that this is unnecessary for the heir to Evergold, Andromache rather pompously stated. Returning home is not so arduous a task that such an escort is required. Then don't think of it as an escort, Leon replied. Think of this as simply a man taking his wife back to her hometown to visit with friends and family for a few days. Think no more on it. Andromache gave him a terribly condescending look before turning and almost marching to Silver Spear. This is an awful idea, Cassandra murmured as she and Leon followed at a more lackadaisical pace, with Alex, the Tempest Knights, and their assistants following in turn. Gives us a good reason to go back to Evergold, Leon cheerily replied. Are you saying you'd rather stay here than head home for a while? No, Cassandra firmly stated. I'm just saying that you got home only a couple weeks ago, there's still a lot to do, and this whole thing with the Keeper can wait. And you're sure that none of your objections have anything to do with sharing an arc, even if a large one, with your sister for the few days it'll take to reach Evergold?" Leon asked with a teasing grin. Cassandra scoffed and only answered indirectly. "There are larger arcs we could have taken, the only larger ones are so new they're still being tested, and the heavy cruiser we took from the former Sunlit Emperor." Leon savored declaring Sunlit no more, though he only allowed himself a short indulgence before continuing. "It's still undergoing repairs, and with Nestor no longer in Reagan, the pace of those repairs will slow. The Ravens have to know what they're fixing if they have much hope of actually fixing it." Cassandra scowled again. After a moment, though, as they made their way up the ramp, her expression livened up, and she asked, "Have they fixed this thing's main weapon, yet?" "Let's find out," Leon replied. Upon entering the Ark, they were greeted by the Ark's XO, who was in command until Anshu returned. Leon and Cassandra ensured that Andromache was taken care of by being put up in a cabin not too close to their own, but not too far away as to be an insult, and when her sister went to see her accommodations, Cassandra repeated her question to the XO. The man born to the Tiger tribe, though lacking a bloodline, replied with a smile, and an almost mysterious, "Many repairs have been made to Silver Spear. Some require testing, however, to ensure that they're safe to use given the lack of materials we have on hand. Lord Nestor has assured us that our repairs are adequate, though." "Nestor has admitted that he's no expert in arcs," Leon remarked. "As you say, Your Majesty," the XO replied, suddenly looking slightly nervous, and realizing his mistake, Leon immediately dropped the subject. Showing any conflict in public, even friendly conflict, between members of the clan, was a poor idea. "On our return journey, we should test it," Leon stated. The XO's eyes glimmered with excitement. With much more enthusiasm, he repeated, "As you say, Your Majesty." With that, Leon and Cassandra made their way to their personal cabins while dismissing those who had accompanied them to settle in for their short journey. Once they were alone, Cassandra asked him, "So, any idea why Nestor isn't coming with us? I figured if we're going to be accepting that crusty old bastard's invitation to Sentinel Lands, then he'd be jumping to join us to see the old palaces. He told me that the Alta suit, golems, and all else are more important," Leon replied. I'm not sure, but I think now that it's an actual possibility, he's a little nervous to head back. He told me that if all works out well the first time, then he'd be more than happy to accompany me back for any revisits. I think it was just cover for his nervousness, but he told me that he doesn't want to leave Katagita unless he knows for certain that the old palaces are open to him. And this meeting with Keeper might not go as well as we hope." Cassandra snorted. "Lazy boy," Leon softly chuckled. "You know what they say, I'll sleep when I'm dead. Nestor's been dead a long time, Cassie. How is death any excuse for laziness?" Cassandra playfully demanded as he took a seat on the bed, and then she subsequently fell into his arms. Leon tickled her, eliciting a few laughs, before her mood turned again. "This won't take long, will it?" "No," Leon promised. "Absolutely not. First sign of trouble, we're leaving and coming back better prepared." "Why do you ask? I'm happy to be heading back to Evergold," she said, "but I'm going to miss the others." Leon nodded in understanding. He'd promised Elise, Maya, and Valeria that he'd be calling every night, while the rest of his advisors and ministers he'd promised to call every day, but it was a different feeling than being there with them. "I'm not super happy about being gone again so soon after getting home," he said, "so I have extra incentive to make this quick." He squeezed Cassandra a little closer. "Trust me on that." Cassandra smiled and said, "Evergold, then maybe the Sundered Lands, and then home." "Just so," Leon replied. She stretched out without leaving his arms, then in a display of athletic ability, wrapped her legs around his shoulders and swung herself around until he was on his back and she was straddling his hips. What are we going to do to fill that time, Leon?" she asked, her ruby eyes practically burning with desire. Leon's hands found their way to her hips, where after a moment, they began to wander. "Hard to say, Princess, but I think I have a few ideas." One of Leon's hands slid beneath her shirt, and she said, "I like where your mind's heading, darling." Leon laughed, then let his hands fall back to her hips. He gave her only a moment to stare at him in confusion before tossing her off of him and down onto the bed. In a moment, he'd assumed the dominant position, but barely a second had passed before her legs were around his waist. "Oh, so that's how it's going to be, then?" she asked as her smile turned challenging. "Good, we haven't sparred in too long." Leon met her head on, the thought running through his mind that if this was going to be how they spent the next few days, then he wouldn't have any complaints. Chapter 1038. Insecurity. For most of the first day flying northward, Leon, Cassandra, and Andromache spent their time handling their own business. Cassandra was stuck to a calm lotus with her mother, grandmother, and a number of different druids in Evergold, while Andromache was doing much the same only with a calm stone. Leon, meanwhile, was handling his business on his own calm lotus, having meetings with many of his ministers to ensure that his kingdom was operating smoothly and justly, as well as sitting down with Gaius to go over their goals and strategy for handling Keeper once they were in Evergold. Once they were done with that, Cassandra went to have a long relaxing bath, but Leon decided to try something else and requested a meeting with Andromache alone. Thankfully, as arrogant as she was, she didn't refuse him a meeting. "So, how was your day?" Leon asked as he took a seat in a small sitting room. The room had actually been an observation chamber, but since they weren't expecting any violence, Leon had the room repurposed into a small, intimate place to meet with people where they could sit next to a floor-to-ceiling projected window showing all the lands they were passing by. Andromache seemed not at all impressed, however, despite the beauty of the ancestral heart's forest they were flying over, and replied in a neutral tone, "Productive. The heir of an empress work is never finished." "You bring that up a lot," Leon pointed out, deciding to just jump right into the point of the meeting. "You must be proud of your empire, and your place within it." "I only point out the truth as I see it," Andromache responded. Her face might as well have been carved of stone for all the emotion she displayed. "Pride has nothing to do with it." Leon gave her a shallow, thin-lipped smile. "And yet you've reminded me and my wife of that fact more times than simply pointing out the truth would demand. Seems to me that you like pointing it out." "You would be mistaken. My position is one of great duty and sacrifice. My life is not my own, it belongs to my people." "Are your people so simple-minded that they must be reminded of your place in your empire so frequently?" Andromache's expression hardened, her ruby eyes narrowing into a deep glare that locked onto Leon. "Be careful, boy, I will not allow such slander to be spoken in my presence." "I was only asking a question," Leon replied as he made a show of how relaxed he was, leaning back in his seat, crossing his legs, and propping his head and arm up on the armrest. With a casual flex of his aura, he pressed down on Andromache's shoulders for only a moment, but he felt it was enough to make his point. As the heiress unable to respond to even a simple question, silence fell for a long, painfully drawn-out moment. Andromache seemed like she was trying to set Leon on fire with her eyes, but Leon only smugly smiled back at her. Finally, she said, "This is why we never should have signed a peace deal with you sky devils. You are all uncivilized barbarians who lack understanding of even the basest forms of polite discourse." "Not a fan of my people, then," Leon flippantly stated, his smile remaining unshaken. "I argued that we ought to have fulfilled our obligations to the Sunlit Empire," Andromache boldly stated. "I was overruled by my imperial mother and my divine grandmother. And a good thing you were, too. That decision has built a strong peace between the sacred Golden Empire and the Thunder Kingdom. No more of either of our peoples have to die fighting each other. Is that not a good thing? One should not allow a weed to grow in their garden. It should be ripped from the earth, root and stem. And I suppose you're the one to decide what is and isn't a weed, then. You believe my kingdom to be a weed in your garden. Peace between us will never last. You will be unable to contain your beastly nature. Your treatment of the Sunlit Empire is proof enough of that." Leon darkly chuckled. "I was content to leave the Sunlit Empire alone. It was the Sunlit Emperor who decided that he needed to attack my people. And he paid dearly for that mistake. And now that he's dead, my people are at peace with the Sunlit Empire. You killed their emperor and installed a puppet. Such a peace is nothing more than domination of a different sort." Leon took a moment to breathe deeply, his anger rising. He was starting to see exactly why Cassandra didn't like her sister and was starting to regret arranging this meeting to try and mediate between them. "All of this doesn't explain why you have such animosity for Cassandra," Leon stated, deciding that his time would be better spent simply moving on. He didn't have to argue with Andromache, his actions would speak louder than his words ever could, and he believed that decades and centuries of peace between her empire and his kingdom would prove that their peace was real. "My younger sister is an arrogant brat," Andromache spat. "She needs to be reminded of her place, for I cannot trust that she'll choose to remember on her own." "That's an interesting perspective," Leon said with a touch of sarcasm. "Even when we just met, I found her to be less of an arrogant brat than you are right now. Isn't that remarkable? You're a man, of course you think like that, Andromache said with a dismissive huff. One look at a beautiful woman and any reason you may have possessed flees, like a leaf on the wind. And the reason you're such a bitch to Cassie is because you think she's arrogant? Leon asked, despite thinking many much less kind things he could have said to his sister-in-law instead. I am what I am, Andromache replied. If my younger sister has a problem with that, then she can take it up with me, instead of sending a barbarian to act on her behalf. I asked to meet you of my own accord, do not try and dismiss me just because you think ill of me. Andromache scoffed and didn't reply. Leon took another deep breath and stated, I only want to mend this relationship between you two. You are family, your children and hers will be cousins. Here we are making peace and planning for a bright future, while you're burning bridges and doing all you can to ensure that nothing but conflict lies in our future. If you have a duty to your people, is it not to ensure that they can live a happy and peaceful life? Not fighting and dying far from home. Andromache's glare sharpened, but she continued to hold her tongue. It seems to me that in fostering such resentment, Leon continued, you're shirking your duty as the imperial crown princess. It also seems to me that in being so dismissive and reductive towards your sister, you're failing in your duty as an older sister. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. That girl abandoned her duty first, Andromache growled, but after the words passed her lips, she looked almost surprised for a split second before immediately looking away. What duty does she have that she failed to fulfill? Leon pressed, sensing his best opening. She's younger than you by, what is it? At least a century, and while she was growing up, you were off acting as a druid in some distant city. What do you even know about her? What duty did she forsake that has you so insecure? Andromache looked like she would have rather either leave the room or strangle Leon instead of answering his question, but after a long, tense moment, during which several expressions passed over her face while her thoughts seemed to war with each other in her mind, she said, she wants my position. She wants to be mother's heir instead of me. She seeks to supplant me, the elder child of our mother. Leon gave a look of extreme skepticism and replied almost disbelievingly, no she doesn't. The woodpecker knows nothing about the tree no matter how far it drills, Andromache venomously replied. Cassandra covets my position and must be reminded that it is not hers to take. Why else would she train so hard? And mother, too, she allowed that little bitch to marry a foreign king. If she wants to press her claim, then I'll have to deal with barbarians in. She cut herself off mid-rant before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. Leon remained silent to give her time to think, but when she opened her eyes again, she spared him nothing more than a brief harsh look before standing up and walking out of the room, leaving Leon alone with his thoughts. Or, rather less alone than he thought, as the Thunderbird made clear. Ah, sibling rivalry, his ancestor stated. Nostalgic, and for all the wrong reasons. Leon bit back a pithy retort and asked instead, have you any advice for dealing with this? That girl is insecure because her younger sister is stronger than she is. If I'm not mistaken, she's not married either. And her sister has you, my last descendant, as her husband. No more prestigious match can there be. How could she not feel insecure? Especially with such an age gap between herself and her sister. Long years between siblings lead to conflict, Zafin agreed. Keep that in mind for your own children, boy. In the elemental planes, such disputes get bloody. The fight over the position of heir is never as clean as anyone would like it to be. Cassie doesn't want her empire, Leon said. Andromache has nothing at all to fear. She has everything to fear, the Thunderbird disagreed. Law and precedent only matter so much when power is involved. It's no coincidence, little Leon, that so many heads of state are the most powerful people in that society. You're sure it's not just because they're in those positions that they're strong? Leon asked, though he didn't disagree with his ancestor. Power flows to the strong, making them stronger, Zafin explained while the Thunderbird chuckled as if Leon's question was childish. The strong have more opportunities to increase their strength, to be sure. It's a pattern that plays out in more places than just hereditary monarchies, the Thunderbird said. When you reach the nexus, you'll see it in those places that observe Khosrau's law. The most powerful person in the region becomes the strategos, despot, basilis, annex, and elemental king. Positions are only inherited when the chosen heir is strong enough to shoulder that burden. If they aren't, then someone else will take their place, and often by force. Your wife is stronger than her older sister, and is only growing stronger now that she has your Hesperidic apples to fuel her growth. That older sister would never be able to be secure in her position if her younger sister were to stay, her power always there, even if she doesn't want the throne. Leon nodded in understanding. Even if Cassie doesn't want the throne right now, that might change in the future, or someone else might try and increase their standing by advancing her claim, regardless of her desires. Exactly, the Thunderbird agreed. It's better for them all to separate. Give the elder time to have her own children and see the problems her mother faces for herself. Then she'll understand, maybe, but that hardly helps their relationship in the here and now. Who cares about their relationship? Zaffin dismissively crackled. You'll leave her behind. What matter is her opinion? I want my wife to have a good relationship with her family, Leon insisted. Is that so hard to understand, Demon? Such relationships are two-way, Zaffin pointed out. If the sister doesn't want anything to do with your Cassandra, then there's nothing you can do about it. Leon sighed, though it came out as more of a groan. He slouched deeply into his seat and said to both of his Soul Realm's passengers, I'll do what I can. If nothing comes of it, then fine, it wasn't meant to be. But that doesn't mean I'll give up when I've barely even started. He got to his feet and left the room, desire to get to Evergold increasing in his heart. The flight to Evergold was quick enough. Leon was slightly on edge as they passed over the Argonaut Sea and then Sunlit Lands, but once they reached the edge of Eterna's inner sea and began arcing along the coast, he relaxed. During the flight, he didn't try and force any reconciliation between Cassandra and Andromache and, in fact, didn't meet with the Imperial Princess again. The two sisters ignored each other's presence for the most part, and Leon counted himself lucky that their flight was as peaceful as it was given the animosity Andromache had displayed. So, he filled his time by sparing with Cassandra, calling home to the rest of his family, and handling his royal duties remotely. Marcus had already left for the Common Lands with 50 Tempest Knights serving as his retinue until a more permanent force of civil protectors could be established for his exarchs, and Leon was a bit upset that he couldn't be there in person to see the man off. Still, he had full confidence in Marcus to get the job done. Frode also got in contact with him to inform him that the Ravens were largely at their manufacturing capacity when it came to large magical platforms. That meant that their rate of Arc and Maul production had peaked. If the rate of construction were to increase at all, then they would have to get the other tribes to pitch in. Leon was almost happy to hear this news, as he'd gotten no shortage of calls from elders, including Nikolaus from the Jaguars, Tillin from the Bison, and Solomon from the Tigers, all complaining about his treatment of the Common Lands. All tribes had their hands in Arc manufacturing, of course, but Leon had largely reserved the advancements he'd brought for the Ravens, as they had shown themselves most competent in putting them to use. It would impact efficiency, to be sure, but he felt he was more than secure enough to be more open with what he could offer the tribes. Besides, even if they were allowed to build those weapons, he wasn't planning on relinquishing the monopoly he had on critical strategic resources, like Thunderwood, Amber, and now, Titanstone. The tribes could build the better weapons and platforms that he'd enabled, but they'd only become more dependent on him to do so if they accepted. Organizing all of this he left for Iron Striker, who remained skeptical of Leon's meeting with the Keeper. It had taken no small amount of arguing for Leon to get his way, and his ministers had only agreed when Leon proposed using the Sacred Golden Empire as a strong third-party mediator. They weren't happy about any of it, but they were at least more trusting of Evergold than they were of Memoria, due in no small part to Leon's marriage with Cassandra, and Cassandra's willingness to engage with them outside of official duties. She'd even fought a friendly duel with the Jaguar that Leon knew won over many who doubted her. He only wished he could have seen it as it had taken place while he was on Arknavi. Still, Leon was determined to see that palace complex, and if negotiating with Keeper was the price needed, it was one he was happy to pay. Thankfully, Keeper had agreed to his request for a meeting, and as Silver Spear approached Evergold, Leon was informed that the leader of the Sentinels had arrived only a day before he had. When Silver Spear landed amongst the branches of the city's main palace tree, it was in front of a truly massive crowd, led not only by the Empress herself but by the Grand Druid and what appeared to be the entire upper crust of Evergolden society, all celebrating the return of their princesses. When the ramp lowered, Leon, despite technically outranking her as a king, allowed Andromache to leave first, though, from the way she glared at him, he didn't think it won him any points with her. The cheer when she appeared almost felt like it shook the palace tree, but it was noticeably quieter than when Leon and Cassandra appeared a minute or so after her Andromache's attendants had exited with her, leading to a delay between her and Leon and Cassandra's exit. That's not going to do any favors to her insecurity, Leon thought, though he kept the notion from affecting his pleasant expression as he waved to the people alongside Cassandra. What followed was a long and exhausting ceremony, during which Leon, Cassandra, and Andromache were all embraced by the Empress, Grand Druid, and other high-ranking druids of the Sacred Golden Empire. It took almost half an hour for Leon to actually be welcomed inside the palace tree after stepping off of Silver Spear. And, upon entering, he felt the Grand Druid's power brush up against his mental defenses in a clear request. He allowed her in, letting her whisper directly into his mind, "Keeper's already waiting for you. I can escort you to him whenever you wish, my boy." Leon subtly nodded to her, and responded, "Give me an hour or so to rest. Then we'll get started. Besides, I'd like to have a quick chat with you about Andromache before we begin." Chapter 1039. Keeper negotiations. The apartments that Leon and Cassandra were to stay in were the same that she grew up in and were just as lavish as her rank had demanded then. They had more than a dozen rooms all to themselves, while Cassandra's guards would share their barracks with Alex and some of the Tempest Knights that accompanied them. The remaining knights would alternatively guard Silver Spear, Gaius, and Leon's other secretaries. The Grand Druid escorted them to Cassandra's old room ostensibly to join in helping them settle into Evergold for the few days they would be there, but as soon as the door closed behind them, Leon and the Grand Druid put on more serious expressions and headed to Cassandra's most private sitting room. With a great sigh, the Grand Druid slid into one of the plush seats in the small, heavily warded room. "Dear," she whispered. After a moment, she turned her red eyes toward Leon and quipped, "At the rate you're gaining power, Leon, you may never experience old age. That is something to celebrate. I may be 10th tier, but sometimes I feel like I'm one step away from the Ashen Fields." "You're not that old," Leon remarked flatteringly. "Even if you stopped gaining power, you'd still have centuries of life, right?" "Yes, though often I wish it weren't so. My bones ache, I tire far too easily, and when I wake from my ever more frequent naps, it can take half an hour for my blurry vision to sharpen. If I'm to enter the Ashen Fields anyway, then I'd rather not suffer long before reaching them." Leon almost argued, but his words caught in his throat. The Grand Druid was still strong if her aura was anything to go by, but aches and pains accumulated over a lifetime as long as hers had to be deep. Finding his voice again after a silent moment, Leon asked, "Is there nothing your healers can do to alleviate that pain?" "Not even the best healers can stave off death forever, Leon," the Grand Druid replied with a sad smile. Leon grimly smiled. "I suppose we're going to have to ensure that you get some more Hesperidic apples. Or, perhaps some ambrosia." Ambrosia. Leon quickly filled her in on what Helen and Tychos were going to collaborate on, and she looked more and more intrigued with every word. "That's something to think about, isn't it?" she said when he'd finished. "I meant it when I offered for you and the Lord Protector to join us in the Nexus," Leon replied. "I wouldn't make the offer only to let you two die of old age unless that's what you want. And, as I understand it, once a mage achieves apotheosis, their body undergoes a reverse aging process until it reaches its physical peak. Hey, that would be fun, but we're not here to talk about my wrinkly ass, are we? You told me that you wanted to talk about my other granddaughter." Leon nodded, taking note that if the Grand Druid already knew what he was going to talk about, then she didn't let it show. So, cutting straight to the chase, Leon said, "Andromache is terrified of Cassie. Whether it's conscious or not, I believe that Andromache sees Cassie less as a sister and more as a threat to her position as heir." The Grand Druid's face fell in a shallow frown as Leon continued, covering his brief conversation with Andromache while on Silver Spear. Finishing, Leon said, "I know that Cassie doesn't covet the title of Sacred Golden Empress. I doubt she would have agreed to marry me if she did. But, the fact that Andromache even suspects it might be possible is fostering nothing but resentment between them. I would like to make peace between them, if possible, but I'm not sure I can do that." "A noble goal," the Grand Druid whispered. "Such age gaps do tend to get in the way of good sibling relationships. My own brother hardly ever gave me the time of day before he died." "I'm sorry to hear that. It's all in the past, dear boy." The Grand Druid waved her hand as if she were brushing the matter aside. "I will talk to my daughter and see about having Andromache permanently returned to Evergold. I will spend more time with her and see what I can do about this. I love her, Cassie, and their brother to death, and I see that I've failed in my duty to ensure harmony between them. I've seen what siblings will do if they have no love lost between them and see each other as a threat, Leon stated. I don't think this will turn out quite so badly as I've seen it, but I'd rather my children by Cassie and Andromache's kids don't have any kind of animosity between them. The Grand Druid's frown immediately turned upward until she looked like the cat that ate the canary. Oh, are you two finally trying? Leon half smiled, half grimaced. As much as we can. It's, at our tiers and with the power in my blood, having children is going to be a difficult process. We haven't even been trying that long and it's already kind of demoralizing. The Grand Druid reached over and patted his hand on the armrest. Best not to overthink it, Leon. It'll happen in its own time, so long as you both remain as attracted to each other as you seem. Why, I was hardly restrained in my passions early in my life, and yet my daughter is an only child. Even my grandchildren number only 3, and the time between each one's birth is measured in decades. And you don't have 2 inherited bloodlines, Leon thought, though he knew that was going a bit too far, so he didn't let the thought touch his lips. Still, something must have shown on his face as the Grand Druid's hand squeezed his again, and she said, I could have some literature brought to you. To help with any deficiencies. We're adequate, thank you, Leon rushed to reply. My family's archives are vast and we're still working through them, but they've had similar issues in the past and have tens of thousands of years of techniques and tricks for getting past them. We'll be fine, I'm just being dour for no good reason, I guess. It's natural to worry, especially for a man in your position. But you two will give me great-grandchildren one day, I'm sure of it. Leon smiled and bowed his head slightly as thanks for her words. Though, he said as he straightened up again, the archives of House Rame are still tiny compared to those that must exist from the Thunderbird clan. And if the Keeper Key is good for his word, then I may be about to gain access to whatever may remain of those archives soon. Yes, the Grand Druid agreed. Keeper has been here for a few days, now, with a tiny contingent. He's rarely ever left Sentinel Land for so long, especially without any apparent purpose. But he'd been here, meditating up in the canopy waiting for you since his arrival. Has he, I don't know, let anything slip in that time? Anything I could possibly use. He's remained tight-lipped, even when speaking to me. Though I think he's going to honor his word to you, Leon. Keeper does not use deception, nor is he particularly fickle. He keeps to his ideals, and when he gives his word, he keeps it. She flashed him a teasing smile, as if daring him to comment on her choice of words. Leon, having avoided the pun earlier, ignored the obvious provocation. Well, he said, I suppose I shouldn't keep him waiting. That's terrible, what an awful pun, the Grand Druid sarcastically stated. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it, Leon shrugged. Cassie will be fine for a while, I think. She's been excited the past few days to reach out to some old friends and acquaintances. And when this thing with Keeper is done, I think we may need to speak again, or at least, the Empress and I, about potential tourism and visitation. Not on a large scale, mind you, but enough that Cassie doesn't have to come so far just to see old friends. That might be workable, the Grand Druid said with a thoughtful look. If we get an embassy down in your capital Stormhollow, was it? Then it'll be even easier. Done, Leon stated, and with that, after sharing a few more pleasantries, Leon and the Grand Druid rose from their seats and made their way into the canopy of the palace tree, stopping only to speak with Cassandra about where they were going. As he had the first time Leon had been there, he found the canopy of the palace tree to be quite a marvel. The palace tree was a gargantuan thing, and its branches extended a long way, growing thick enough that earth and stone could be brought up to fill in any gaps, allowing the canopy to turn into something of a hollow dome. Smaller branches of the palace tree shot up from this transported earth-like trees unto themselves, while countless stone paths meandered past ponds, pavilions, fields of flowers, and hedgerows artistically grown to provide plenty of private spaces within the canopy, one of which was the throne room for the sacred Golden Empress. Leon and the Grand Druid didn't head there when they emerged from the largest bough of the palace tree, but toward one of the more private pavilions, a small stone square surrounded by thick heavily warded hedges, with a pond on the far side filled with colorful fish. In the center of the pavilion was a circular stone table with 3 high-backed chairs made of what seemed to be roughly hewn wood, but Leon knew them to be quite comfortable. The Keeper, however, wasn't using any of these chairs, choosing to instead sit on a boulder by the pond, his eyes closed, legs crossed, and arms folded across his chest. Once Leon and the Grand Druid entered the pavilion, however, his completely white eyes almost immediately snapped open. "Leon Rame," he gravely stated, "you have arrived. And you waited for me," Leon replied. "I think we both might be equally surprised. I extended the invitation, I am committed to honoring it. Forgive me if that's hard to believe. Seems quite the turnaround for you, given how you've acted toward me in the past." Keeper rose from the boulder in one smooth motion, and Leon tensed for a moment before he noted that Keeper's aura remained calm and free of killing intent. "I acted out of wariness for the power contained in your blood. Whether or not you were a good man factored into it not at all, for even if you were a good man, others might desire to use your power for destructive ends. Men like the Sunlit Emperor, who you supported." Leon shot back. Keeper closed his eyes for a moment, and the Grand Druid took the moment of silence to jump in. Now, boys, we've only just arrived, let's not start tearing each other's throats out just yet. Let's have a seat and talk about the future, not the past." The Grand Druid then sat in the nearest chair, while Leon stared at Keeper for a few seconds longer before doing likewise. Keeper remained standing the longest, but a few seconds after Leon sat down, he flexed his fingers and brought his boulder rolling over to the stone table, whereupon he sat back down on it, his back ramrod straight. "Let's lay everything out neatly so that we all understand our place," the Grand Druid said once everyone had taken their seats. "I am here only as a mediator and will claim no decision-making authority over your meeting. I only wish to keep you civil, in case you two were incapable of doing so on your own." Leon grinned and bit back a retort about how many times he'd tried to kill the Keeper in contrast to how many times Keeper had tried to kill him. Keeper, meanwhile, remained just as silent but looked even more undisturbed by the Grand Druid's words than Leon was. "So, as the party who extended the invitation, Keeper of Memory, why don't you share with us the reason for reaching out?" Keeper smoothly replied. "King Leon Rame expressed interest in exploring the undisturbed palaces of his ancestors. I am willing to negotiate in good faith to allow that to happen." Leon almost couldn't believe his ears. It was one thing to read it, even if in a handwritten letter, but another thing entirely to hear the man state his invitation aloud. Still, he kept control over himself. This was why he was here at all. "And you, Leon," the Grand Druid continued, "I am also here to negotiate in good faith regarding the repatriation of my clan's property," he said. "Then let's start there," the Grand Druid said. "One has only invited the other to explore the undisturbed palaces of his ancestors, while the other speaks of repatriation of his clan's property. Let's reconcile these two." Keeper looked like he wanted to speak first, but Leon jumped in ahead of him. "Let me make this clear right now. I seek neither weapons nor any other means to cause death and destruction. The palaces themselves can remain as monuments, rubble, or spolia, whichever you prefer. But there are certain things there that I do want to take possession of if they yet remain. And all of this is on top of my desire to simply see the palaces and walk in the halls built by my ancestors. And if such weapons and destructive means were found?" Keeper pointedly asked. Leon let silence fall for a moment before replying, "Anything designed primarily as a weapon I'm fine with destroying. But weapons that are just attached to something else, like a lance on an arc, I would not allow to be destroyed. I have a use for any arcs we might find, that being to leave this plane and head to the Nexus. Your stated willingness to destroy any weapons found is admirable, Leon Rame," Keeper said with a neutral tone, giving nothing of his inner thoughts away. "Is there anything else you would want to take from the Sundered Lands? I seek the knowledge of my clan, whether that be in books or any other form. Wisp maintenance tools, equipment for refining titanstone or any other advanced material. That sort of thing. It sounds like you would like to take everything that isn't nailed down," Keeper observed. "Yes," Leon unapologetically replied. "That's exactly what I want. It's my clan, and I will take back everything I can get my hands on, save for what you find unpalatable. What if I were to find you taking anything at all to be unpalatable? I would be disappointed." Leon said no more, not giving any concessions about his desire to explore the palaces anyway. "You demand much, and offer little," Keeper said. "I am stating what I want, nothing more," Leon riposted. "What do you want, Keeper?" "I want peace on this plane, for no more blood to be shed over this conflict than already has been. We already have that peace as far as I'm concerned. I don't want to conquer this plane, I want to leave it." And that is why I extended this invitation at all. What guarantee do I have that you won't turn around and attack the mainland once you get what you want? Leon resisted the urge to roll his eyes. I have a marriage alliance with one empire and a non-aggression pact with 2 others. If the Pegasi states were to calm down and request agreements of their own, I would sign non-aggression pacts with them, too, and make efforts to open up trade. How valuable is trade if your goal is to leave this plane? So you'd rather we not trade at all, even if it's only temporary? Would you rather we just exist on Katagita and never venture beyond the misty veil? Just leave everyone else alone? Just as unapologetically as Leon had replied to him earlier, Keeper simply said, yes. Leon softly chuckled. We're not giving back the sword, at least, not while we're still here, but in any other respect, you've already gotten what you want. The Thunder Kingdom desires only friendly, or at least, non-hostile relations with the mainland, and I know that many in my kingdom would be willing to trade peacefully if given the opportunity. We want peace, Keeper. We want to be treated like any other kingdom on Eterna. You're not any other kingdom, Keeper pointed out. Your ancestors invaded Eterna and conquered it, enslaving everyone they came across. When the stakes are this high, I cannot take chances flippantly. Then what guarantee of peace would you prefer, if paper and ink are so fragile? If my word is not enough? Keeper sighed. Your word is enough, Leon Rame. I do not want to reopen old wounds. I just want peace, though I yet doubt any such peace will last. Is that what this invitation was supposed to be, then? A bribe for peace, an offering, Keeper stated. A starting point for us to begin discussions. To get to know each other better, and possibly find some common ground. The Keeper went quiet as Leon processed his statement. After a long few seconds, he said, I want all that my clan left behind. But I don't need to have it now. I would like to explore my clan's old palaces in the Sundered Lands, and if you stipulate that I can take nothing, then I will abide by that. So long, that is, as you agree to renegotiate this agreement after we've gotten to know each other better. That sounds like a wonderful compromise, the Grand Druid exclaimed. What do you say, Keeper? The Keeper contemplated the offer for a moment that stretched almost to a minute, but neither Leon nor the Grand Druid interrupted his thoughts. Our renegotiation will happen at a time of my choosing, the Keeper stated. Until then, you may take nothing. Deal, Leon said. Then you have my permission to journey to Memoria at your earliest convenience, Keeper said as he rose from his boulder and, a moment later, pulled the large stone into his soul realm. Leon almost burst out laughing at the sight of the man so concerned with the rock that he was carrying it around with him, but he supposed there might have been some hidden enchantment in the thing that made it valuable. Or maybe it's just his comfort rock, he thought with a note of derision. Send word ahead, Keeper continued. I will be in touch about how to do so. Without another word, Keeper strode right out of the pavilion, leaving Leon and the Grand Druid there alone. So, the Grand Druid asked, not what you wanted, I think, but was it enough? Leon quietly laughed and grinned. It's enough. For now, it's enough. Chapter 1040. Sundered Lands Memoria was at the same time both a surprise to Leon and exactly what he expected. It was a city that acted as the capital of a powerful empire, one of the premier powers of Eterna. That meant that Leon wouldn't have blamed anyone for thinking it would be a grand imperial capital where ostentatious displays of wealth and power would abound. A large city, and wealthy, with beautiful architecture and a vibrant culture. The truth that Leon saw as Silver Spear descended upon the city, however, was the exact opposite. There were no grand buildings that showed off the creativity of Sentinel architectural minds, there were no huge palaces or opulent forums. There were no magnificent public structures or private dwellings. Every building in the city, it seemed, was some variation of a gray box. Even square windows were optional. Nowhere could he see any gold, silver, or marble. There weren't even any buildings artistically made of wood or red brick, only gray stone boxes everywhere he could see, all of varying sizes. About the only places that caught Leon's eye, or rather, his magic senses, as he was observing the city from within his personal arc, were the strategically placed fortresses, archyards, and mustering grounds, though all of those showcased the same purely functional architecture as the rest of the city without even a single architectural flair to draw the eye. The only exception seemed to be the bright splashes of color from the few foreign embassies located close to the city's outer boundaries. The people he could see walking around weren't much better, as they were all dressed much as Keeper always was, gray or brown robes, most of them so roughly spun that they were ill-fitting. Notably, Leon mostly saw men, women were much rarer in Memoria. He hardly even saw many carriages, though what few he did spot were at least both wheelless and horseless. Given what he knew of the keeper, he wasn't surprised to find the man's capital city exactly as dour, brutally serious, and lacking in comfort as the man himself was. But on the other hand, Memoria wasn't just unique amongst imperial capital cities, it was also unique within the Sentinels' land, too. The Sentinels were the least populous of the four empires, but even they, ruled as they were by stoic monks who seemed to favor brutally simplistic architecture, worked in their own way to build magnificently in other Sentinel cities. They were even allowed to use color in those places, though the use of gold and silver still seemed either out of fashion or outright outlawed. "Whole damn city looks uncomfortable," Leon observed distastefully as Silver Spear slowed until it hovered over an arcpad close to one of the biggest, most rectangular buildings he'd ever seen. Silver Spear had been escorted by several sentinel arcs the entire way, and the landing was no different as they slowly touched down on the arcpad, with 3 sentinel arcs following suit while another 5 watched from above. Despite this overt show of force, Leon, accompanied by Cassandra, Gaius, Alex, and their respective guard details, descended Silver Spear's ramp with confidence. An almost insultingly small group of sentinel bureaucrats or monks, priests, or whatever bespoke name Leon supposed they would be called in this Spartan empire to show how stoic they were and how much they eschewed the finer things in life met them at the bottom. The only reason neither Leon nor Cassandra were offended was because the average power level of these bureaucrats was startlingly high, at the 8th tier. There was even a pair of 9th tier mages leading them. From one of the other 3 landing sentinel arcs emerged the keeper, who descended from his arc with little fanfare. He walked over until he stood in front of the waiting group of bureaucrats and formally stated to Leon and Cassandra, "Welcome to Memoria. Rooms will be set aside for you to occupy here, if you so choose." Leon was hardly averse to spending a day or two in harder conditions, but his opinion of where to stay had to answer to another, and that other spoke while he was still racking his brain trying to think of something to compliment the city about. "We will be staying in the Evergolden Embassy," Cassandra replied. "Your offer of hospitality is appreciated." She even said it with a smile, though Leon could see it straining at the edges. "So be it," Keeper replied, looking not at all offended or surprised. "I will send someone for you tomorrow morning. We make for the Sundered Lands then." Without another word, Keeper turned around and made for the nearest entrance to the large rectangular building. Most of the waiting bureaucrats turned around and followed, though both of the 9th tier mages and several others remained. "We will escort you to the embassy," one said, explaining their lingering presence. "Very well," Leon said. And with that, they were escorted through the city on foot, to Cassandra's consternation, though Leon at least appreciated being allowed to see the city up close toward the palace tree on the city's northern edge. The entire way there, they were shadowed by the 5 arcs above and several hundred other powerful mages in adjacent streets, though they at least kept a respectful distance. Leon also noted that many of the other people on the street didn't react to any of this at all, though he also soon realized that there didn't seem to be any places of rest or relaxation in the city. There were no restaurants, no parks, and no public gathering places where the citizens of the city could linger and spend their leisure time. Everyone they saw on the streets seemed like they were going somewhere, not a single person appeared to be people just spending their day outside. As a result, Leon wondered how many of these people were private citizens and how many were connected to the Sentinel government. He was willing to bet that the ratio was skewed more in favor of the latter than the former compared to other imperial capitals. This city, Leon thought with growing dismay as they made their way through the perfectly ordered grid of gray stone boxes. "Thank the ancestors I didn't grow up here. This fucking city," Cassandra bemoaned as she collapsed on the plush bed in her and Leon's private apartment in the Evergolden Embassy. She snuggled into the blankets a bit before freezing for a moment and finishing her thought. "I hate it," Leon hummed in agreement, though he refrained from saying his real thoughts aloud. "Should have just gone home instead," Cassandra complained. "We can still do that, if you insist," Leon offered half seriously. His visit to the old Thunderbird clan palaces seemed weird without Nestor there, and a part of him understood Nestor's reluctance to come on this trip in the first place. Now that he was here, he almost didn't want to go at all, if only to preserve the mystique of the place. "No," Cassandra sighed, "let's go see it. I want to see it, too. I just don't like having to deal with Keeper to do it." "No one likes dealing with the Keeper," Leon clarified. "I think Ilian's Lord Protector likes him. A bit." "Really? Then one whole person likes the Keeper. That's literally an infinite increase. Incredible. Has someone told him yet?" Cassandra threw a pillow at Leon, who had to suppress his laughter at her outburst. He picked up the pillow and joined her on the bed, relishing the moment of calm. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. I want to go home, too, he confessed. Cassandra responded by snuggling closer and wrapping an arm around his waist. Haven't had enough time with everyone yet. If you ever have enough time with all of us, then I'm going to be upset, Cassandra cheekily replied. There's no such thing as enough of me. Leon chuckled and pulled her closer. When you're right, you're right. They lay there for a few minutes more, simply enjoying each other's company, when Cassandra broke the silence. It's going to be strange leaving this place, she whispered. I almost don't want to go. Leon nodded in understanding. Eterna has been our home for all our lives. How close are we to leaving for the Nexus? She asked. Firmly, Leon stated, I have to achieve apotheosis first. With more uncertainty, he added, we need arcs and mauls. I don't know how many. I don't think there's really a number that'll feel enough. He put some emphasis on the word, hoping to get a rise out of Cassandra. He wasn't disappointed when she poked him in the ribs. Ambrose has offered to send us to the Nexus himself. The whole kingdom, too. I'm not sure how that's going to work, though, and we're undoubtedly going to need to do some scouting first. I don't want to put much faith in the man's ability to follow through when his portal sent me so far away from where it was supposed to on Arknavi. We're not going to be teleporting somewhere overrun with devilish magic, Cassandra pointed out. No, we're not. It'll only be overrun with who knows what other kind of magic. And that close to the universe's origin spark. I think we'll be much happier if we're able to reach the Nexus of our own accord in some way, even if it's only with a few people. We'll find a good place, then have Ambrose send the rest. In a controlled manner. That'll depend on getting what you want here, Cassandra stated. Yes, it will, Leon agreed. But we can't take anything with us, this time. Next time, we'll take your metal kinsman. Leon nodded, even if I have to drag him here myself. With that, they drifted off to sleep, a rare indulgence, and one that didn't last much longer than an hour, but it was refreshing, nonetheless. The journey into the Sundered Lands was an experience that Leon wasn't soon to forget. First, they weren't allowed to take Silver Spear, but the keeper personally escorted Leon and his people out of Memoria in a large convoy of carriages. It turned out that Memoria had plenty of them. They were simply not allowed within the city itself except under rare circumstances, like moving supplies. Secondly, the Sundered Lands lived up to their name in spades. The Sentinels' lands in general were less fertile than the other three empires, but the land northeast of Memoria seemed to grow more and more barren with every passing mile. Brown plains with dry dirt as far as the eye could see, followed by hills with only the gray and palest yellow of exposed stone to break up the color palette. Leon almost started to sweat as the landscape more and more resembled that of Arknavi, though thankfully with a clear sky, and without the constant pressure of devilish magic polluting the environment. But life wasn't completely gone from this border region of the Sundered Lands, showcased by the occasional stubby tree or weed poking out of the dirt. The real desolation, Leon could see, was ahead. The real Sundered Lands, Leon soon saw with his own eyes. A desert situated in the crook of a rocky mountain range to the north and east, and by cliffs and hills to the west and south. Hot, sun-baked ground was all Leon could see in the south, while further north the desert was replaced with huge sand dunes and the thick brown clouds of a perpetual dust storm, occasionally illuminated from within by white and gold lightning. The keeper shared Leon and Cassandra's carriage on the ride over, though he'd remained silent until finally reaching the top of the hills bordering the Sundered Lands to the south. Now that they could lay their eyes on what the Sundered Lands truly were, he spoke. These lands were once fertile, according to our records. They were a land of great plenty, Cassandra agreed, appearing to take no small amount of joy in interrupting the 10th-tier mage. Fertile fields, beautiful lakes, and snow-capped mountains that no artist could ever perfectly capture. Keeper nodded. Not that some didn't try. Of all the lands of Eterna, these were once the most beautiful. And it makes sense that this is where the Thunderbird clan built their capital. Keeper had kept his eyes closed for nearly the entire trip, but with that sentence, he opened his milk-white eyes and seemed to stare directly into Leon's soul realm. In the chaos and the violence that followed your clan's downfall, Leon Rame, no land suffered more than this. For thousands of years we have tried to heal the scars left from the wars of those days, but our efforts have seen less success than even our most pessimistic keepers have hoped for. Maybe you should take up our offer of help, then, Cassandra accusingly stated as their carriage began its downward journey through the hills and into the dry southern desert. The sacred Golden Empire has offered to help restore this land's natural beauty for thousands of years. You sentinels have always refused. A naked attempt to undermine our people, Keeper said dismissively. We have no time for such political games. And so your sundered lands remain dead, Cassandra replied with some resignation. A moment of silence followed, broken when Leon wondered aloud, what could have caused this level of environmental devastation? I know some kinds of magic that might do it, but for the land to linger like this without any kind of trace, or at least, no trace that I can sense, Leon almost hated himself even silently admitting that he wished Nestor were present, if only to explain how all of this might have happened. Fortunately, Keeper seemed eager to provide an explanation. The servants of the Thunderbird clan warred with each other here, the Keeper gravely stated, judgment dripping from his voice. Arcs were shot down, men died, and the land burned. The capital activated its impressive defenses without restraint, causing even greater devastation. The land was soon poisoned by corrupt magic, and never recovered. Easy enough to fix, if time-consuming, Cassandra pointed out. For skilled enough nature mages, anyway. Keeper barely spared her a glance. After the servants of the Thunderbird clan fought themselves to exhaustion, the armies of the Brilliant 11 stormed in. Though the clan servants had done their best to kill each other, the sundered lands still saw a fresh wave of violence tear them apart. The Brilliant 11 were the victors, and the clan servants were expelled from this region. They fled south, but suffered even greater defeat when they tried to resist the Brilliant 11's army. And eventually, they were forced off the mainland, and fled to Katagita, Cassandra added. And became the 10 tribes, Leon finished. Looking out of the carriage window, he said, other than the desolation, you can hardly tell that this place was the scene of such violence. Time washes all away, Keeper said almost sadly. Even arcs, especially men, all have long been buried, never to be recovered. I would love to lead a dig here, Cassandra longingly stated. You have done good work illuminating the people who lived here before the Thunderbird clan came, Keeper said. That is more valuable than looking for the remains of invaders. They're both valuable, Cassandra snapped. They are not, Keeper disagreed, his voice finally losing a bit of his usual detachment in favor of what sounded to Leon like anger. If you believe so strongly, then why are you allowing me to access the palaces? Leon asked. Old crimes can be forgiven with time, though never forgotten, Keeper replied. In the name of peace, I allow this. Leon gave him a thin-lipped smile and didn't reply. Silence again fell for several minutes before Leon asked an obvious question. How do we know the palaces are still intact if the fighting was fierce? Far to the north was where the palaces had been built, close to the mountains on the border of the sundered lands, and deep in the sandy desert obscured by thick brown clouds. Not even Leon, with his 10th-tier senses, could see through the clouds to what lay shrouded amidst the sand. Expeditions over the years have confirmed the continued existence of the palaces, Keeper explained. It's easy to get lost within the clouds, but we've found a way. So long as we stick to the guide markers, we will have no trouble finding the works of your ancestors, Leon Rame, though we will have to spend a few days within. Leon waved his assent. However, as he examined the dust storms shrouding the northern sundered lands, he thought he could sense something strange about them, a hint of magic within that wasn't present in the rest of the desolate sundered lands. Hey, the Thunderbird quietly chuckled. I'm surprised the defenses are still active after so long. I didn't think the area had enough magic to sustain them. The storms are created by the palace, then? Leon asked. Yes, the Thunderbird confirmed. If I had to guess, the current state of the land is because the palaces are sucking up all the magic in the area to power the enchantment creating those storms. I'm actually a little surprised that anyone found their way through, though I suppose that's what happens when someone has 80,000 years of uninterrupted access. Take this as a lesson, Leon, never give your enemies such access. Not a lesson I need to learn, Leon whispered as his golden eyes took in more of the dust storm. It was an intimidating sight, but if the defenses were still active, then it stood to reason that other enchantments might be, too, though the dust storm was an obstacle meant to deter. Leon's desire to see the palaces only grew as he took in every current, eddy, and bolt of lightning within the storm. Chapter 1041. The Palace. With almost bated breath Leon stared out into the dust storms of the sundered lands. The wall of sand whipped up by the palace's defenses was thick, obscuring all view of what lay within. Even the odd lightning bolt from deep within gave no hints as to what the palaces looked like. Flashes of opulence raced through Leon's mind, visions of the great works that his ancestors might have wrought in this once beautiful land filling his mind. One moment, he envisioned a larger and grander version of Argent Palace, and in another, something similar to the Elder Hall in Stormhollow took its place. In every imagined scene, Leon conjured the image of a great monument to the power of his clan, the strength that had borne them across the void to the divine graveyard, to Eterna. Of the power that had gone to their heads, making them arrogant, and leading them to their near-total doom. He was the last of the Thunderbird clan that thought began intruding upon his imaginings of what the palace might look like, causing his mood to shift from one of excitement to something more melancholic and contemplative. Whatever he saw, it wouldn't change the fact that his clan had nearly ended thanks to Jason Carano's decision to come here. It wouldn't change the fact that he was alone in bearing the Thunderbird's power. Nestor should have come, Leon thought with no small amount of bitterness. As grating as the dead man could be, Leon would have appreciated not only his insights but also his understanding of Leon's situation. Nestor was the one, living, person who had a connection with the old clan that Leon could share his thoughts with, the one man in the whole universe who might understand the thoughts running through his head. As if sensing this melancholy, the Thunderbird subtly made her presence known in his soul realm. A single bolt of lightning illuminated his mind palace, reminding him that he wasn't as alone as he thought. She started the clan, after all, and he silently castigated himself for taking so long to think of how it might feel for her to see such a place. But he didn't bring anything up at that moment. He'd save that for when they actually reached the palace instead of just staring longingly at the dust storm protecting it. On the edge of the storm, on a huge stone outcropping sticking out of the dunes, Keeper's people had established one of several base camps that wound their way through the sundered lands, though, in truth, calling what had been established a base camp implied far more than what it was in reality. To support such an important expedition, Leon would have expected large, if simple, structures to have been built, for a village to have grown as hundreds of people were brought in to lend the expedition their expertise. The logistics alone Leon thought would have warranted such. However, the rocky outcropping was populated by only a few dozen relatively powerful mages, and no real shelter had been erected. The mages were there sitting, meditating, and training on rocks out in the sun, not caring at all about how their skin baked in the sandy desert. Not even a tent had been set up to protect equipment, probably because they set up no equipment at all. If any tools or transportation items were needed, Leon could only hope that the Sentinel mages had what they needed in their soul realms. For his part, there was no way in any hell he was going to have his people slumming it like that. This was exactly what his portable villa had been built for. So, taking up almost half of the rocky outcropping was his portable villa, all of the modules set up to house his entire entourage. None of the Sentinels occupied it, but neither had any of them asked to share his space nor seemed at all jealous of his shelter. If anything, when he started breaking out the pieces of his portable villa, they seemed to judge him harshly for it, though they at least did so silently, and so long as that continued, Leon didn't care at all about their opinions on the matter. So, when he tore himself away from watching the swirling storm, it was to his portable villa that he walked. It was almost time for them to begin, after all. Out in front of the villa, Cassandra was waiting for him with Keeper, Alex, and a 9th-tier Sentinel mage. In the center of the small group was a large rock, upon which had been placed a map of the sundered lands. Leon noted that the map was incredibly detailed, save for the area covering the northern sundered lands. Leon Rame, Keeper gravely intoned as Leon joined them. "We are ready to proceed." "So soon?" Leon asked. "Few people means few preparations," Keeper simply replied. Leon shrugged, not finding too much fault with his logic. Besides, with the restrictions Keeper had saddled him with, Leon didn't think they needed a large expedition, either. Wouldn't want so many people traipsing around in the clan's palaces, anyway, he thought rather uncharitably. So, they decided that only the 5 assembled around the map would journey into the storm. While Leon, Cassandra, and Alex were gone, the rest of the Tempest Knights would remain in the portable villa under Gaius' command. While Cassandra's small personal guard would retain its own independent command. "So," Leon said as he stared covetously at the empty space on the map, "how are we doing this?" They took the easiest approach, flying in from the south. Keeper extracted from Leon a promise to keep their first foray at the storm brief and risk-free, and Leon reluctantly accepted, so that also meant no fancy routes such as trudging through the mountains to the north or west or trying to fly above the storm. Besides, Leon figured that such simple methods had already been tried before, and yet the palaces had apparently remained empty for the past 80,000 years. Cue his surprise when, as they approached the edge of the storm, he felt a subtle hint of a familiar kind of magic brush over his body. "I've just been scanned," Leon called out, and the group halted in midair. "How?" Keeper asked. "I felt nothing," Cassandra added. "Probably something keyed into my clan," Leon responded. "True," the Thunderbird confirmed. "Nothing better than blood magic to designate friends and foes. I'm surprised that any blood has remained viable so long after extraction. Preservation is key in matters like these." The Thunderbird paused a moment, then said, "Like the defenses, it's a good sign that the blood magic wards are still working. The defenses are designed to be sturdy and withstand great stress, but these are usually less robust. Without proper maintenance, I would have expected most other wards to have fallen by now." Leon frowned deeply, now speaking aloud for the benefit of the others in his party. "It's honestly kind of suspicious. The storm isn't natural, and the scanning enchantment certainly isn't, either. That they're both still functioning so well after so much time means at least one of two things." He locked eyes with Keeper. Though the older man's eyes remained shut, he still turned his head to face Leon when being addressed. Showing that he understood where Leon was going, Keeper stated, "Either the wards are lucky enough to have weathered all of this time without degradation, this tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon." Finishing both of their spoken speculations, Cassandra said, "Or these wards are being maintained by someone or something." "Keep on your toes," Leon warned the group. "I've been to several Thunderbird clan ruins, and they've almost all been occupied. If there's something here, then it could very well be hostile." Leon gave Cassandra a meaningful look, and he knew that they were both thinking of the research lab in the protoforest. As important as that place was, Leon doubted its defenses could hold a candle to those placed upon his clan's capital on Eterna. At the first sign of trouble, Keeper said, but before he could finish the thought, the whirling sand ahead of them froze in the air, as if time had stopped. Leon's jaw almost fell open when he realized that the entire storm around the entire palace complex, dozens of miles in diameter, had done likewise. The sand in the air didn't fall, and he suspected if he were to turn around and leave, the storm would return to raging just as fiercely as it was a moment ago. "We will turn around." Leon sensed a flare of magic, and then a circular tunnel thrice as wide as he was tall opened amidst the sand, and through it, he could catch a glimpse of buildings and intense magic. For a moment, Leon had to fight the urge to wildly and joyously pass through the tunnel like a man coming home after a long day of work. However, in the end, his caution won out that, and Keeper held up his hand, urging everyone to stay where they were. "Am I seeing things?" Alex asked aloud. "This is too damn good to be true, isn't it?" "It makes sense," Cassandra pointed out, and Leon had to resist the urge to emphatically agree with her. If it scanned Leon and recognized his power, then it would open a route for him to use. But this could also be a trap. "This place has been sealed off for millennia," Alex responded. "Who would be setting a trap for us, and why?" "Who knows?" Leon shrugged and added, "I'm sure they'd have their reasons. Still, there's only one way to find out what's going on here, going through that tunnel that's been so graciously provided." With a twitch of his fingers, Keeper summoned a ball of light that floated over to the entrance of the tunnel, and there it hovered as if waiting for something. When nothing happened after several seconds, it began to slowly drift down the tunnel. When even this failed to provoke any kind of reaction, Keeper said, "We can go." Slowly, Leon grinned and flew over to the tunnel entrance. He could see a hint of what lay beyond, but he focused entirely on the tunnel itself, both out of a sense of caution he wanted to monitor the magic in the frozen storm for any signs of a trap being sprung and because he wanted to savor this and take in the palace in totality rather than just the small window of it that could be seen on the other side of the storm. He hesitated only long enough to verify that everyone else was following him. Alex and Cassandra were right at his back, with Keeper following at a slight distance, and the 9th-tier sentinel bringing up a much more distant rear before plunging into the tunnel. The frozen sand glittered in the light of the orb Keeper had sent ahead, and under Leon's magic senses, glimmered even fiercer from the amount of magic flowing around the area. If the Thunderbird was right, then the Sundered Lands were dead because the palace was using all of the magic in the environment to power the defensive storm. This close to the center of the plane meant that a lot of power was now concentrated within the storm. If the storm were turned back on, Then Leon figured even he would be injured, let alone weaker mages like Cassandra or Alex. So, he focused on almost nothing but the storm as he pressed ahead, wary of any changes in the flow of magic through the sand. His caution seemed unwarranted as the light orb reached the tunnel's exit without triggering anything, with Leon following a few seconds later. The storm had been more than a mile thick, but the relief that rushed through Leon as he emerged was quickly overpowered by awe and excitement. The palace built by Jason Karanos to serve as his capital on Eterna finally entered his view, and it was, in a word, incredible. The desert outside was dead and desolate, but on the inside of the storm was light and life in abundance. A dense warren of buildings of spectacular beauty greeted him, and despite the storm that completely surrounded the palace complex, the enormous complex was still lit by 4 massive towers standing in all cardinal directions above which hovered relatively small suns, though each sun was still about a quarter the size of the central dome. The heart of the complex was a massive dome, the roof gleaming with gold, and if Leon's eyes weren't deceiving him, etched with intricate designs that were just too faint for even his 10th-tier eyes to make out. Surrounding the dome were gardens and small forests, showing the beauty of nature both tamed and wild and the mastery of Leon's clan over both worlds. The flowers filled the spaces between the buildings with vibrant color, and through these areas snaked marble paths that looked designed more for leisure than facilitating travel. Beyond the gardens were hundreds of buildings large and small, all with either marble or travertine facades and gilded roofs. Colonnaded pavilions abounded, and 12 main thoroughfares cut through the complex, each wide enough for an army column to comfortably march upon. Beams of shimmering golden light arced above and between buildings whose purpose Leon couldn't fathom, adding their light to that of the 4 hovering micro-suns. The leaves of many of the trees closest to the buildings glowed with varying shades of color, casting the white facades into all the colors of the rainbow. In all 4 corners were arcpads, while adjacent to them were some of the largest buildings of the complex, which Leon took to be logistical and support buildings. He even saw 3 towers just like the hexagon in Oculara, with hovering buildings set between tall towers. He knew that these were essentially watchtowers used for observation and communication. The hovering building in the center of the towers could rise into the void, and from there the occupants would be able to monitor the void and ensure that patrolling arcs could stay in contact with the plane's surface. The buildings seemed to follow the pattern of being shorter when closer to the center of the palace complex and taller as they moved closer to the perimeter. The central dome was the sole exception, rising above almost all the other buildings save for the watchtowers, but even then, no other building in the palace complex rivaled it in overall size. Leon estimated that an entire tribal district in Stormhollow would fit comfortably beneath that dome, and it certainly dwarfed his palace in the city. City planning in line with what the clan has always built, the Thunderbird observed. Notice how the city is circular, and how the buildings closer to the perimeter rise above those in the center. The land itself has been reshaped to ensure that it could be built in this way. Can you guess what it's meant to evoke? Leon frowned in thought as the others following him spilled out of the tunnel and beheld the majesty of what his ancestors had built. He didn't blame their momentary speechlessness. The only buildings that existed in the empires that could rival the majesty of this palace complex had been built by his clan, too, such as the magnificent imperial palace in Ilion, which had originally been built for Penthesilea, Jason Karanos' only daughter. A nest, Leon eventually replied. Very good, Leon, the Thunderbird almost cooed in pride. The palace complex was almost bowl-shaped, and Leon almost answered as such, but the dome gave it away. In his mind it was like an egg sitting in the nest of an eagle. Get used to this sight, my boy, the Thunderbird said. This is how the clan has always built its cities. And now you get a glimpse of the power of the clan at its peak. The cities of Minnows, Tyrans, and Kypros make this palace look like a slum in comparison. That's hard to believe, Leon responded. Your belief changes nothing, Leon. You'll see when you get there. Leon grinned at the prospect. The sound of his heart beating thundered in his ears and he couldn't wait to get exploring, but he restrained himself for a moment. What are those beams of light? He asked. Transportation and foundations, the Thunderbird explained. They're made of luminite, and can not only be built upon, serving as foundations for further construction, but also traveled through. How does that work? Spatial magic, the Thunderbird explained. One walks into one end of the luminite strand and will travel through it like a teleportation tunnel, appearing at the other end, though the strands don't suck up magic power nearly as much as a permanent spatial enchantment since luminite is a physical thing. No, it isn't, Zafin growled, annoyed enough apparently by the Thunderbird's statement to join the discussion. Or, Leon supposed, he spotted an opportunity to correct the Thunderbird on something and couldn't resist speaking up. Luminite is neither physical nor non-physical. And it is also both at the same time. Luminite is physical, but it shows characteristics of being non-physical, too, the Thunderbird clarified. Leon's smile grew. Whatever the case, we need Luminite to fix some of the clan's old arcs, don't we? I remember the metal pigeon complaining about that multiple times. Yes, Zafin said. Can it be repurposed from here? Leon asked. Almost assuredly yes, the Thunderbird confirmed. Leon almost laughed out loud, but the laughter died in his throat when something caught his eye motion. Something was moving down below. Something rather distinctly human-shaped running through the streets. And then he noticed several somethings, and a moment later, many somethings came spilling from the buildings. Prepare to defend yourselves. Keeper roared as his aura spiked. The palace complex, it seemed, wasn't as deserted as it appeared on first inspection. Chapter 1042, the Palace 2 Iron Pride appeared in Leon's hand, silver-blue lightning blazing across the blade. Beside him, the rest of the party readied themselves for battle, too, and the dome of sand frozen in place lit up with arcane light. However, the hundreds of moving figures Leon could see below didn't even falter as the auras of some of the most powerful mages on the plane crashed down upon the palace. In the light of their magic, Leon could see bits of these figures glinting and gleaming, their bodies reflecting the light. With mounting curiosity, he took a moment to more closely inspect these figures, and as he took in what he saw, he felt more and more stupid. Wait! He called out as Keeper prepared a titanic burst of power. Hold on, those aren't hostiles. Keeper gave him a supremely skeptical look, but no deadly magic was fired into the streets of the old Thunderbird clan palace, thankfully. After waiting a few moments to see if any more figures would show themselves, Leon began to drift downward. In all, there were perhaps 1,000 figures in total, which hardly presented much of a threat given what they were. Each and every one of the figures was a golem. Many were shiny, their spotless bronze frames glimmering in the light of the 4 sun towers. Others were almost completely green, the dull patina marking them out as golems in desperate need of maintenance. Invariably, the golems who moved with irregular gaits were those that were heavily tarnished. Most, however, only showed mild signs of corrosion or damage, and none of the golems were armed or particularly armored. The golems moved quickly, swarming to the large forum around the nearest entrance to the palace complex's central dome, and once there, lining up into 2 formations flanking the dome's entrance. In front of each formation stood several slightly larger and more ornately decorated golems, 3 in front of the eastern formation, and 5 in front of the western. They're golems, Leon explained, not human residents of the city. We're being welcomed, not attacked. Leon, Cassandra, and Alex all retracted their auras, with Keeper and the other Sentinel Mage following suit only after exchanging a brief look between themselves, during which Leon was quite certain they were communicating silently about what to do. When Keeper finally did stand down, Leon smiled and began to descend toward the forum, eager to introduce himself to the waiting golems. Slow yourself, Leon Rame, Keeper demanded. I do not like the look of this. Leon slowed slightly but continued descending. Relax, Keeper, I haven't forgotten our deal. Keeper scowled, but followed anyway, falling in behind Cassandra and Alex. The final Sentinel Mage, however, remained hovering by the tunnel through the frozen storm. Probably keeping an eye on our exit, Leon speculated. He wasn't worried about them, however, since he wasn't intending to violate their agreement. But here was an opportunity for answers, and he wasn't going to ignore that. Leon alighted upon the marble pavers of the southern forum, his only real consideration for caution leaving him to land several hundred feet away from the formations of golems. As if to spite even that small amount of caution, the golems immediately genuflected, lowering themselves to one knee. Even those that were heavily damaged by corrosion forced themselves to bow. Taking this as proof that there was no danger, Leon strode forward, his wife and former squire flanking him while Keeper brought up a distant rear. As his group approached the golems, a large silver runic circle appeared in the air in front of Leon. It was only just large enough to fit his hand in the center, which Leon, recognizing the runic circle, did immediately. A tiny bolt of lightning arced out from the floating runes and into his hand, and a moment later, bright lights covering the central dome illuminated, casting the heart of the palace complex in bright silver and blue light. One of the more ornate golems strode forward, stopping only about 10 feet from Leon. The golem bowed at the waist, then in a mechanical voice devoid of any emotion, asked, "Welcome, Prince of the clan. Please present ID. The words were perfectly intelligible, though there were a few warbles and a high-pitched ringing sound when the golem spoke that indicated it wasn't in the best condition. Leon, grateful that he still had it, retrieved Demetrios' platinum ID card and presented it to the golem. The golem didn't even take the card, choosing instead to bow once more and say in its damaged, distorted voice, "Welcome home, Prince Demetrios." Without wasting a beat, Leon asked, "What is the status of the palace?" "Severe damage reported in all areas," the golem immediately answered. "Most palace systems inoperable due to damage are triage." Triage? Leon asked for clarification. "Many systems have been cannibalized to maintain defenses," the golem explained. Leon nodded. He glanced back at Keeper, who still stood a good distance away, his white eyes locked on Leon and the golem, not wavering at all despite the splendor of the ruined palace all around him. Leon gave Keeper a reassuring smile which the Keeper seemed to ignore completely before taking Cassandra's hand. "This is Cassandra, my wife," he said. "She is to be treated as such a position demands. Alex here is a general of the clan. And Keeper back there is a friend. Ensure that all of us are given appropriate privileges." The golem bowed once more, though not as deeply as the previous times. "Done," it said. "Good," Leon responded. "Now, let's start with a tour. A quick tour, covering the most important sections of the palace." "Where shall we begin, Your Highness?" the golem asked. Leon frowned slightly in thought, then asked, "All of these golems. What is their purpose?" "To maintain the palace," the lead golem answered. "The workforce is currently operating at only 3.2% of the recommended level." Leon's frown slightly deepened. "Are there no tools for creating new golems on site?" He knew that without a post-apotheosis mage, there would be no way to gain new wisps to animate those golems, but if golems were able to build more frames, then theoretically, they could build a new golem and simply transfer wisps from one to another. Theoretically, Leon dimly recalled from Nestor's lessons that such autonomy was generally not permitted amongst golems. "That facility has been catastrophically damaged," the lead golem reported. Leon clicked his tongue in displeasure, then ran through several priorities in his head. "What about wisp maintenance tools?" he asked. "That facility has been catastrophically damaged," the lead golem repeated. Leon silently cursed, then asked, "What about ambrosia brewing facilities?" "That facility has been catastrophically damaged," the lead golem stated a third time, and this time, Leon couldn't resist the urge to groan. "The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident." "How about we start with what isn't catastrophically damaged?" he asked. "There are no facilities that are not catastrophically damaged," the golem immediately reported. Leon sighed. "All right, then, I guess that saves a lot of time. Are there any kind of archives here that we could?" He trailed off, his eyes running upward to the frozen sandstorm surrounding the palace. He glanced over his shoulder once more at Keeper. Might as well earn some goodwill, he thought. "Disable the defenses," he ordered the lead golem. "Confirmation needed," the golem immediately replied. "There are still hostiles detected outside of the storm line, and all other defensive lines are inoperable. Do you wish to continue shutting down the storm line?" Without hesitation, Leon answered, "Yes." Gratifyingly, the golem instantly responded, "Order confirmed." It cocked its head and 36 golems peeled off from the western formation and sprinted deeper into the complex. Noting that the palace could likely use as much maintenance as it could get, Leon then ordered, "All other golems can be dismissed back to their posts. You will be the only escort we require." The lead golem again cocked its head and the hundreds of golems amassed outside of the dome's southern doors dispersed back to their stations. "Now," Leon said as the way ahead cleared, "how about that tour?" The lead golem then bowed, and under its guidance, the small group entered the dome. The entrance hall struck Leon immediately as the door opened. Entrance halls were important in setting the stage for any grand structure. They struck the first impression, presenting the builder with their best opportunity to showcase their power. And the entrance hall just beyond the doors seemed like it was originally grand indeed, though what little remained of the grandeur was lost. The hall was long and flanked by rows of silver columns etched with intricate enchantments supporting galleries above. None of these enchantments were functioning, and about half of the columns had toppled, along with most of the galleries. Mosaics had once covered the floor as reliefs and murals of projected light had once covered the walls, though nearly all had been destroyed by fire if what Leon thought were burn marks were any indication. The ceiling appeared to be dull, undecorated silver, though Leon suspected it once had a projected view of the sky upon it, just as the cradle had, though he could only speculate as there was no sign of such enchantment remaining. In short, the entrance hall was ruined. As they walked further in, Leon could see that much of the rubble from the hall's ruination had been collected into the hall's corners. Broken bits of the columns, broken statues, bits of the reliefs that had been shattered and charred black, and more besides that he couldn't identify, all piled up in a stark statement of just what had happened to his clan. What struck him the most was the head of a statue of the Thunderbird had either by chance of design been placed upon the largest heap of rubble facing the door, the marble blackened, the face cracked. Leon didn't linger, but as the lead golem led them through the largest and most important chambers in the central dome, the view rarely changed. Just about everything had been destroyed. Much had been cleaned up as much as the golems could manage, but nothing had been fixed. Something that Leon found both disappointing and relieving was when the golem brought them to the dome's main power room. There had been a part of him that was worried they'd find some immortal creature locked away in the bowels of the dome, being drained of its magic to fuel the complex's defenses. His relief stemmed from finding the main power room devoid of such cruelties, though his disappointment kicked in when no other salvageable materials were found. Still, explaining to the keeper what the room was for was uncomfortable. "What is this place?" the keeper asked as they entered. Several dozen circular plinths filled the room, some with dead power-draining vines still dangling from the ceiling over them. Keeper had largely been silent during their tour, and Leon grimaced when he asked the question. He knew it was not rhetorical. Living beings were imprisoned in places like these to be drained of their magic power, Leon slowly said, not shying away from the brutality of his ancestors. "I've been led to believe that it was painful and extremely damaging to be so imprisoned, that, and more," Zafin grumbled. Leon went into a little more detail, and when he was done, Keeper's expression remained stoically neutral, though he said with undisguised disgust, "What barbarity! When you wonder why I am so hostile to you, Leon Rame, think of places like this." "I do not condone such means of power generation, Keeper," Leon stated. "Never have I suggested you did. And yet," Leon stated as he surveyed the room, "I feel compelled to make it clear, regardless of what you have or have not insinuated. I agree. Such means are barbaric, and will not be used by my kingdom." He turned to face Keeper. "For what it's worth, you have my word on that." Keeper didn't react, leaving Leon to only hope that his words found purchase in the old man's mind. After that, he looked for any possible magic power batteries, but the golem informed him that they had all been looted. "The people of Eterna reclaimed their power," Keeper whispered. "Good for them," Leon said, a little more bitter about that than he was of the lack of prisoners. He could have certainly used that power. Besides, he knew that the main power crystal for the palace complex would be located in the enchantment control room, and was more likely to still retain a significant amount of power. Or so he hoped. "How's the power situation in the rest of the palace?" he asked the golem, seeking an answer to that unstated question. "Sufficient to continue powering the defenses," the golem replied. "Power requirements are low due to damage to palace-wide systems." Leon nodded gratefully and the tour continued. When the tour of the dome finished, Leon found himself disappointed, relieved, impressed, and curious. The main hall of the dome was in the center of the building, with a ceiling that extended to the top of the dome itself. There were still no enchantments aside from some lights, so much of the grandeur was lost, but the sheer size of the main hall and what little was left spoke to the power and strength that had built all of it. On the west side of the main hall was a raised dais where Jason Carano's public throne once sat. From there, he received public visitors, the golem informed Leon, and hosted the largest gatherings. The main throne room he used was much smaller and more intimate, though. All around the edge of the hall were dead, petrified tree trunks shorn of branches and leaves. There were shallow pools and artistically placed patches of dirt all around, though nothing was growing within them. Still, it was enough for Leon to get a good idea of what the hall had looked like in its heyday. Indoor gardens, Cassandra guessed when the subject was brought up. "Yes," Leon confirmed. "Thunderbird blood also brings a bit of an aversion to indoor spaces. So the most refined buildings my clan built would simulate the outdoors, and as you can see, have high ceilings or easy access to the exits. The ceiling would have an enchantment that simulated the sky, making these places feel like they didn't have roofs." Cassandra sighed in appreciation, but Keeper huffed disapprovingly. "You don't like it, Keeper?" Leon asked. "Such a waste of resources," he derided. "Such luxuries instill in men the desire for more. Finery is to be condemned, not admired." Leon scowled. "I get where you're coming from, but I disagree. Ostentatious wealth distracts from the needs of your people, Keeper argued. Those rulers that glorify themselves should instead think of ways to improve the lives of those responsible for their wealth. Your ancestors were brutal, slaving warlords. Nothing more. No amount of gold or silver or marble will ever erase that. Leon bit back a retort. He understood Keeper's argument, and given his own complex feelings regarding his clan, he didn't feel particularly up to trying to defend their actions. The Thunderbird, however, wasn't so restrained. I'm surprised at how idealistic this fool is turning out to be. Has he never considered the use of grand architecture to inspire the people? To help them forge an identity that encourages peace? To wow potential rivals at the scale of your power, to the point of preventing them from attacking you? To build grandly is to protect your people. Brightly colored animals aren't so vibrant just to attract mates, Zafin added. Many use color as a warning to potential predators. Showing wealth isn't just for the benefit of the owner of that wealth, it shows strength and power, the Thunderbird continued. Those who do not perceive that power are more liable to attack. And who wants to live in those depressing stone coffins filling his capital? I'd warrant that such bland architecture puts his people at risk of killing themselves for lack of beauty instead of reassuring them that their taxes are being well spent. Leon resisted the urge to snort in laughter as the Thunderbird kept ranting about the benefits of beauty in architecture, and in search of a distraction, he asked the lead golem, "Are there any more critical chambers to be seen here?" The golem cocked its head again, then said, "Messages left by Lord Kukuva yet require attention, Your Highness." Leon's eyebrows almost shot past his hairline. "Where and how do we see these messages?" he asked. "This way," the lead golem indicated with an outstretched hand. "The neighboring comms building yet retains the messages." "Then let's go," Leon insisted. As he recalled, Lord Kukuva was the leader of a vassal clan that had taken control of a large portion of the other vassals in the wake of Jason Carano's death. Much of the infighting between the vassals, Leon had been led to believe, had taken place between factions led by Kukuva and another clan leader named Pindar. The latter had wanted to replace Jason Carano's while the former led those who followed him to evacuate Eterna. Leon had no idea what became of them after that. He didn't even know if their evacuation plans succeeded. But if Lord Kukuva had left messages behind, then Leon desperately wanted to see them, to know more about the chaos that descended upon his clan's vassals after the downfall of his clan. Chapter 1043. The Palace 3. From the central dome, the lead golem escorted Leon's party to the comms building just on the other side of the gardens that encircle the dome. While they were outside, Leon noted that the sandstorm that had enshrouded a wide swath of the northern sundered lands had dissipated, leaving the sky clear and the air still, with hardly a hint of a breeze blowing through the palace complex's streets. While Leon thought that might have been a cause for celebration, once they stepped outside and beheld the clear sky with their own eyes, he heard Keeper sigh. "What is it?" he asked, his tone a little provocative. "Too bright for you. Would you rather sit on that boulder in the dark?" Keeper spared him a withering glare. "Judge me all you wish, Leon Rame, but it will ill serve you." Leon restrained the urge to chuckle, though he did refrain from poking the Keeper any more. He still wanted access to the palace after leaving, after all. Cassandra, however, was a little less restrained. "Are you allergic to the sun?" she impishly asked. "Does walking about in the light and splendor of a beautiful palace truly weigh so heavily upon you that you have to sigh when walking around? Is your heart not stirred at the beauty all around you?" "Beauty built by slaves is not true beauty," Keeper definitively stated. "There is beauty in the smile of a mother as she lays eyes upon a newborn child for the first time. There is beauty in the mountains as they ever reach for the heavens. There is beauty in the rivers as they wend their way through the land. There is no beauty to be had here, where bones are the foundation and blood the mortar between the stones." The lead golem then helpfully stated, "By clan regulation, this complex has used neither blood nor bones as construction material." "It was a metaphor," Keeper said dismissively. Leon smiled awkwardly as the conversation came to a temporary stop. An interpretation of what the golem just said would have that there was a specific regulation prohibiting blood and bones to be used as construction material, and he didn't want anyone asking why that might be necessary. However, he never did get a satisfactory answer to his question, so as they meandered through the winding paths through the gardens, he asked, "So why were you sighing when we left? Or are we just reading too much into an innocent thing?" Keeper loudly exhaled through his nose. "If you must know, though I do not believe that you must, I was merely struck by the need to increase patrols in this region." Other sites that once belonged to your clan are under heavy guard in the Sundered Lands, but this one was always left with a low guard detail. The storm did most of the work keeping potential looters away. Leon sagely nodded. He fully supported Keeper increasing the number of guards watching the palace. He didn't want any looters running away with stuff he wanted, after all, and he doubted Keeper or the Sentinels as a whole would care to loot this place themselves. Once that was said, silence truly descended upon the group, and the golem kept them moving into the comms building. As was to be expected, the building was a marvel of beauty, built of sparkling stone and lavishly decorated. However, the upper floors that the golem led them through took on a different, though still familiar aesthetic. Shiny gray metal covered the slanted walls in the trapezoidal halls, with white fire gently burning in their lower corners and murals of projected light extending from the upper corner to the floor. The tower was capped with a tall dome, and it was to this domed chamber that the golem brought them. Unlike the central dome, however, the enchantments here were still functional. Upon the ceiling of the domed chamber was a projection of the night sky, though many of the stars were brighter in the chamber than they were in the actual night sky, relatively speaking. Ah, the Thunderbird sighed. All the domains of my descendants. Take it in, Leon, this is what might have been yours had Jason Carranos not bitten off more than he could chew. Leon did just that, his golden eyes sweeping across the projection, taking in every detail. He estimated that about 5% of the stars had their brightness adjusted upward, and most of those stars he knew weren't actually singular stars but clusters of dozens of stars that merely looked like one due to the immense distance between them in Eterna. In all, thousands of stars were drawing attention in this way. In the center of the room was a platform that rose to hip height, and around that was a chest-high wall with attached enchantment control consoles. The golem led them right to the chest-high wall where it activated several enchantments, causing a flickering projection of light to appear on the platform behind the wall. It took a moment given the enchantments were somewhat degraded, but the projection eventually resolved itself into a life-sized image of a man. This man was about Leon's height, with amber eyes, ashy gray skin, and wild tufts of black hair covering his head. He was clearly strong with a powerful build, and about his shoulders hung a cloak of feathers, some completely silver and others gray with dense patterns of black spots. This message left by Lord Kukuva is ready to play, the golem informed the group. Play it, Leon immediately said. With only the activation of a single runic circle, Kukuva's projection began to speak in surprisingly high-pitched tones and understandable Eternan common, too. In times of disaster, my friends, we must not forget ourselves. The beasts within must be chained and corralled. We may have lost our king in his flight, but were they the only reasons we were civilized? Let us not indulge our baser instincts and instead work to return ourselves to harmony. Harmony, the Thunderbird scoffed. There was never such a thing. My clan has always had to force those beneath us to keep their bloodlust in check. What peace can there be amongst such ambitious mages as those who achieve apotheosis? The kind that is enforced by stronger mages. Leon was supremely interested in his ancestor's insight, but he found it somewhat hard to concentrate on what she said as Keeper also felt compelled to speak up. What depravities were inflicted upon this plane that those who enslaved, murdered, raped, and pillaged us felt compelled to speak out against the violence? Making some assumptions there, Leon pointed out. Unless, of course, you have some context for who Kukuva was that you'd like to share with the rest of us. He followed the Thunderbird clan, Keeper immediately replied before scowling ever so slightly and averting his gaze for a moment. He added, present company excluded, I have never heard of any benevolent member of your lineage. Leon rolled his eyes. I don't believe you, Keeper. Surely you looked into me before. I can't fathom that you don't know the history of House Rame, at least. Of the Thunderbird clan I don't think you're that far off in saying they were brutal, but House Rame ruled in the north for thousands of years, and by all accounts, did so honorably and justly. Not all accounts, Keeper retorted. I do know of your house, Leon Rame. I know of the many wars they fought to keep their power, of the blood spilled in the name of keeping the Thunder King's crown resting upon the brow of a Rame. Leon rolled his eyes. Wars must be judged in their own contexts. If they are not, then we would all hang for the sins of our ancestors. Keeper softly snorted. Morality is not so flexible in Sentinel lands. Evil is evil, regardless of the circumstances. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. What a simplistic worldview you have, then, Leon derided. Is not killing wrong? Keeper asked. The deaths of the innocent are to be condemned, no matter when or why. Killing can be done righteously, Leon argued. Such as in defense of others. Or in defense of yourself. If I made your death a condition for peace between my Thunder Kingdom and the mainland, what would you do, Keeper? Keeper scowled again and didn't answer, but Leon wasn't going to just let that go. You'd try to kill me, wouldn't you? I know that you would because you've tried to do so before. You believed that by killing me in Oculara, you would be preserving peace and prosperity in Eterna. By your logic, are you not evil? I am what I am because I have chosen to shoulder such burdens for the people of this plane, whether they want me to or not, Keeper declared. A convenient way of thinking, Leon growled. Condemn others for behavior you're just as guilty of. Though I suppose when I kill to protect my people, I'm just a murderer, aren't I? You are a king and the patriarch of a clan, Keeper simply stated. Fool, the Thunderbird squawked. It's absurd that anyone could have risen to the 10th tier with such an attitude. Leon sighed. A large part of him wanted to keep pushing Keeper on his views, but the wavering image of Kukuva did much to recapture his attention. To the lead golem, he asked, there's more, isn't there? Yes, the golem replied. Play it, then. Again, the lead golem pressed its hand against a runic circle and the image of Kukuva began to play, though it shifted slightly to show the man looking a little more haggard, have formed an alliance. 30 clans in all will join me at the arsenal, though it's less than half what I'd hoped for. If only Prince Demetrios hadn't severed contact, another voice spoke, though the projected image didn't show the speaker. What of Aleppo and Pindar? Aleppo is vacillating, I think I can bring him around. His heart was never in this invasion, to begin with. If I can provide him with transport back to Tyrans, he'll surely join me. As for Pindar, his ambitions will go no farther than this. He only has 25 clans, and his clans are smaller than those who've come to join me. What can he offer those who do not join our alliance? He'll find more support within the undecided, the other voice said. Then let them stay here. The arsenal's under my control. If he does not interfere with our plans to return home, then I don't care what he does. The sound cut out, though Kukuva's image continued to move for several seconds more before freezing again. That is all that remains of that call, the golem informed Leon. There's one more message, sent to all who remained on this plane. Play it, Leon commanded. A third time the golem bowed and activated an enchantment, and again, Kukuva's image shifted. No longer was he wearing the feather cloak, but was instead clad in full-scale armor. Leon was amused to see that the scales of the armor had been made to resemble an owl's plumage. To all who remain here, Kukuva began, know that nowhere on this accursed plane remains safe. The Honorable Lord Aleppo has met his end at the treacherous hands of the honorless Pindar. In a betrayal of our agreement, Pindar has attacked and killed a member of our alliance and exhausted our patience. I condemn him in the strongest possible fashion. He has no place in our alliance. To all whom this message reaches, on the 200th day from the death of Jason Karanos, our alliance will take our leave of this plane. No more shall we bleed for these barbarians, no longer will we continue this foolhardy mission. We make for mighty walled Tyrants. The projection froze again, leaving Leon with no small number of questions. What happened next? He demanded of the golem. Did Kukuva leave? What about Pindar? How many clans pledged themselves to each? In the moment he paused to take a breath and organize his thoughts, the golem answered, Lord Kukuva departed this plane as scheduled, taking with him 32 clans and most of the void-worthy arcs on this plane. Those he could not take with him were salvaged or scuttled. Lord Pindar demanded the subjugation of all those who were left, but in their failure to secure the arcs of Lord Kukuva, Lord Pindar's confederation broke apart. Lord Pindar himself took what few arcs he yet had and fled the plane with his clan, leaving the remaining 44 clans to fight amongst themselves. And those who called the plane home, Keeper added. The brilliant 11 freed us from their tyranny, chasing those who collared us off the mainland. Yeah, Leon whispered, more concerned with what in the hells happened to the clan vassals who left. He already knew what happened to those who remained behind, he was now their king, after all. 33 clans followed Lord Kukuva, the lead golem finally stated, answering another of Leon's questions. Lord Pindar took no clans other than his own. Stop calling him Lord Pindar, Leon growled. By my authority as the head of the Thunderbird clan, I deny him that title. The lead golem bowed. As you wish, Your Highness. Going to have to figure out this ID situation, too, Leon idly thought, not wanting to be confused for Prince Demetrios forever. Aloud, He asked, were there any further communications with either Kukuva or Pindar after they left? Or anyone who went with them? Complete systemic breakdown followed. The lead golem replied. All communication systems have failed. Doesn't look failed to me, Alex murmured with a curious frown as she looked around at all the shining lights and glowing runes in the comms room. This chamber remains intact, though all other critical infrastructure has degraded, or been scrapped or destroyed, the golem stated, and Alex nodded in understanding. Great, Leon whispered. Wonder what happened to them out there. His eyes turned upward. Ancestor, which one's tyrants? It took a moment, but the Thunderbird guided his vision to one of the larger planar clusters in the projected night sky, within which the fortress plane would be found. If Leon wanted answers to his questions, it seemed he would have to visit that plane. Unless, of course, he got lucky in the Nexus and ran into someone who was there. It had been 80,000 years since these events took place, but both Pindar and Kukuva might still be alive, despite the life expectancy of even post-apotheosis mages only averaging a few thousand years. Slowly, Leon's eyes traveled around the projected ceiling until falling back down to the golem. He sighed, knowing that there wasn't much more he could learn from this, now, and it killed him that he couldn't get all the answers he wanted. But there were other questions he had, and he supposed those were much more easily answered than pursuing topics that the golem couldn't possibly enlighten him about. Does this palace have archives? Leon asked. Yes, the lead golem answered. 7 remain intact, 5 paper and 2 glass. Leon cocked an eyebrow and turned his attention Soul Realm ward. Glass, crystals infused with darkness magic, the Thunderbird helpfully explained. They can store memories and information. Not as secure as a well-enchanted book, though. If those crystals are anything like the Rumble Stone, though, Leon responded. Do not forget our agreement, Keeper warned, his aura flickering slightly. Don't get your cock all twisted, Keeper, Leon replied, more than a little exasperated. I haven't forgotten a thing. As soon as he said that, Alex burst out laughing, and even Cassandra giggled, though she had the grace to at least look embarrassed about it. Keeper looked decidedly unamused, though he said nothing more. What are the statuses of the Luminite bands here? Leon asked, turning back to the lead golem. Non-functional, the golem replied. Their transportation capabilities are heavily degraded. Can the bands be salvaged for their Luminite? Leon asked. Easily, the golem stated. Leon grinned. Well, then, so, here's what I want you to do. There's much I need, though I am bound by covenant not to take anything just yet. So I want you to prepare materials for when I'm freed of that restriction. When? Keeper asked, sounding offended. Yes, when, Leon confirmed with a cheeky smile. I'll be proving to you, Keeper, whether you like it or not, that I'm a real peace man. A man of peace, a true lover of peace and all the peaceful ways of peace. You'll have no excuse to deny me what I want other than your own prejudices and maybe your personal dislike for me. Which I suppose is a good enough reason to deny me anything, but I hope you won't be so petty. Hells, I'd be happy to host you down in Stormhollow if you want. Keeper's face remained impassive, and after a moment, he sighed and said, I must decline your gracious invitation, Leon Rame. Suit yourself, Leon replied with a shrug. I'll just give these golems a few more orders anyway. Not like it'll matter if you don't release me from that promise, but I'd still like to make sure everything I may want has been properly prepared. I don't think either of us wants me to remain in your empire for longer than may be necessary. Keeper just lightly glared at him, the effect coming across as slightly more unsettling than it might have otherwise given the man's pure white eyes. Taking his lack of argument as tacit permission, Leon eagerly turned back to the lead golem and began issuing orders. The archives were to be gathered, the Luminite bands were to be salvaged as much as possible as was any remaining previous materials in the palace complex, though Leon wasn't too hopeful of much more on that front. Any equipment for brewing ambrosia and repairing wisps was to be assembled in whatever damaged states they may be in, and more. Leon even wanted the hundreds of remaining golems, though he was fine with leaving them at the palace for the time being. When he was finally done giving orders to essentially strip the palace bare of all remaining valuable materials, the keeper insisted that they wrap up the tour. Leon was fine with not seeing more of the remaining palace. He could see it now with his magic senses, which wasn't the same as with his own eyes, but it was still close enough. What he'd gained and might gain in the future made this trip more than worthwhile as far as he was concerned. Now, it was time to return to Katagita and settle in. He silently vowed that anything at all that might get in the way of his finally spending some quality time as king with his people, his friends, and his family would be destroyed. Chapter 1044. The path ahead. Leon's departure from Sentinel Lands came quickly. It was all too obvious that Keeper wanted him gone, and he was only too willing to oblige. Besides, while he wasn't walking away from the palace with anything physical, he was at least satisfied with what he'd learned there, especially about what happened in the wake of Jason Carano's death. He'd known for many years now that the Brilliant 11 managing to inflict a defeat on his clan's old vassals was largely because most of those vassals had abandoned Eterna to return to Thunderbird-controlled regions of the Void, but he supposed he hadn't ever really understood just how many of the vassals had left, or how many had been left behind. Many such thoughts ran through his mind as he sat in a private room on Silver Spear, watching with his magic senses as the distance between himself and Memoria grew more and more. Keeper had better come to his damn senses soon, he thought rather uncharitably. I'm no threat to him, whatever he may think. The sooner I can get what those golems are preparing, the sooner I can leave this plane and get out of his non-existent hair. He sighed, the issue of how to handle Keeper fading in his mind in favor of the remaining problems that weighed on his attention, namely, where in the hell's Anshu was, as the Indradian hadn't kept in regular contact with the Thunder Kingdom, and when he might want to get in contact with Ambrose again. He still had the Grave Warden's silver twig ready to go, just waiting for him, but he supposed any time within the next few years would be complicated given the problem of Arknavi that had to be dealt with. That, and Leon wanted to achieve apotheosis before launching any more great efforts. And that would be much easier if Keeper would let me take what I need to brew ambrosia, Leon bitterly reflected. With another, deeper sigh, he banished that complaint. He trusted Helen and Tikos to come through for him on this front, as they'd often done before. Eternity awaited him, and he was barely 40 years old. There wasn't much of a need to rush. After an impatient groan, Leon sprawled out over the soft floor of the small meditation chamber and stared at the ceiling of the dark room, then closed his eyes and cast himself deep within himself. A moment later, he opened his eyes in his soul realm, and there found the Thunderbird idly preening her feathers upon her perch while thin currents of the mists of chaos flowed into Zaffin, slowly restoring to the demon the power he'd once wielded. You'll have to do that, too, the Thunderbird quietly said to him, drawing his attention back to her. Huh, he asked out of surprise and momentary confusion. Using the mists of chaos, the Thunderbird replied as she cast a meaningful look at Zaffin. To achieve apotheosis, you must condense an origin spark. You remember the theory you must follow, don't you? I have to condense as much magic as possible, then use the mists of chaos to ignite it into the origin spark. Very good, the Thunderbird praised. Though her avian face was incapable of smiling, Leon could almost see a smile anyway given how she angled her head and warmly regarded him. He had to admit, it was nice, basking in the glow of her praise. Condense all the magic in your soul realm, not just, as much as possible. Then add some mists of chaos. Sounds easy, Leon sarcastically proclaimed. It's anything but, the Thunderbird stated. Leon nodded as he sat down on the steps in front of his throne. Let's say I manage this, he said. What comes next? The Thunderbird chuckled, then with a single flap of her wings, launched herself from her perch and down to stand in front of Leon, shifting into her human form at the same time. Already planning ahead, are you? She said with amusement. Teasingly, she continued, is not achieving apotheosis enough for you to focus on now? Leon shrugged and gave her a roguish smile. Fine, fine, she stated as she took a seat next to him. Your body has to adapt to using origin power in much the same way that it must adapt to using magic. Adapting to using magic power is the first 4 tiers of magic, though, and it doesn't take that long for a body to adapt to using origin power. Really? Leon skeptically asked. The Thunderbird smiled at him for a second before admitting, all right, that was a lie. Most who achieve apotheosis never go beyond that achievement, following the exact same pattern as all magical tiers before it. So I'll say this, you can classify the power beyond achieving apotheosis into 5 tiers, if you feel like being reductive. The first is the most obvious, simply existing as a mage who's achieved apotheosis. Given how transitioning through the magical tiers works, many call this the 11th tier. The 12th, so to speak, is when your body fully adapts to origin power, refining it into a truly immortal form. By then, so long as any part of your body remains attached to your soul realm, it will regenerate. That sounds hard to imagine, Leon said. Origin power makes unimaginable things possible, the Thunderbird said. Leon nodded. What's next? The 13th tier, if we must call it such, involves creation. Specifically, it involves using origin power to create something from nothing. Until this point, origin power is, for the most part, extra potent magic power. Once you grow strong enough to turn it into something else, to create using nothing more than that origin power, then you can consider yourself to be in the 13th tier. You sound reluctant to call these tiers, Leon observed. Out of curiosity, does that change anything about how their auras are sensed? Because as it is now, the differences between the magical tiers can be sensed if you're strong enough. Such changes can be sensed easily enough, yes, the Thunderbird stated, albeit reluctantly. This lends strength to those who wish to treat their post-apotheosis life the same as their pre-apotheosis life, but I prefer to consider it in a more esoteric way. How so? In my day, those who'd freshly achieved apotheosis were called immortal souls, and those whose bodies had adapted to origin power were immortal bodies. Those who could use creation power were creators. I prefer tiers, Leon stated. Why? The Thunderbird squawked. Easier, Leon simply stated. How's anyone to know if an immortal body is stronger than an immortal soul without prior knowledge? What if they forget? What if they're knocked on the head really hard and have to learn all this over again? But everyone knows that 12 is more than 11, not much need for clarity there. The Thunderbird scoffed. An almost disgustingly utilitarian approach. Where's your sense of wonder and grandeur, Leon? Can you even call yourself the leader of a clan as mighty as ours with such an attitude? Yes, Leon replied. It's easy. Watch this. I'm the leader of our mighty clan. Look at that, didn't even choke or anything. Your glibness does you no credit. Leon shrugged. What need does one have for credit if they can pay in cash? With a huff, the Thunderbird wondered, where did I go wrong with you? Have I coddled you too much? How can you have no taste for the poetry of life? How can you be satisfied with such mediocrity? Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. They're just names for tiers, plain and simple, Leon argued. No need to overthink things. Fine, the Thunderbird said again. So, what's the 14th and 15th tier? Leon asked. The Thunderbird glared at him without much heat in her yellow eyes, and then her hard as iron expression softened. The life-giving stage, or the 14th tier, if I must call it that, can create life using origin power. Aside from the divine beasts and primal beings, I've never known anyone powerful enough to create living, thinking beings, though. Leon cocked an eyebrow. Do wisps not count? I thought they were supposed to be autonomous, though living, beings. Autonomous, not free-willed, and certainly not living in the sense that you are alive, the Thunderbird stated. Nestor is right to be skeptical of the stone giant's supposed self-awareness as wisps are not sapient. They can be created by even the weakest post-apotheosis mage, since at that point it's more a matter of technique than power. But true life in the sense of plants and the simplest animals, at least can be created at the life-giving stage. But humans are out, most definitely. Well, creating other humans by using origin power, at least. But the primal gods created angels and the primal devils created demons. The divine beasts created beasts derivative of themselves, such as the great dragons creating lesser dragons. Leon nodded in understanding. Did you ever create any beasts? Many are the beasts I created, Leon. None outlived me. From the tone of her voice, Leon knew that asking any more would not only be fruitless, it would also be rude, so he dropped the matter. What about the 15th, the last tier? The Thunderbird frowned, deep furrows forming her light olive-skinned face. Her yellow eyes narrowed in thought, and she held that for long enough that Leon wondered if she was going to answer at all or if she were too preoccupied thinking of the old beasts she'd created and lost. But answer she eventually did. The distinguished stage is possessed of such an understanding of the universe around them that they're basically invincible to all those beneath them in power. The name stems from their near-perfect ability to perceive the universe around them. Omniscience, Leon whispered in wonder. The Thunderbird immediately clarified, no, it's not that they can perceive the universe in its totality, but more that they have gained a new way to sense the universe that gives them an unparalleled understanding of how it works. It's not unlike how a mage's magic senses alter their perceptions of the world around them, only at the distinguished stage, a mage it's the laws of the universe, not the world around them, that they perceive. That sounds mind-bending. It is. This was the limit of my strength at the time of my death. Leon cocked an eyebrow. When you were killed by Khosrau? Yes, she darkly confirmed. As for Khosrau, Leon, these 5 stages are tiers, if you must use that term, or how the mages in the Nexus define their power structure. But Khosrau did what no one thought possible and drew his soul realm out into the real world. You've told me that before, as I recall, Leon said. I don't know how that happened, but why is that such a big deal? Why would a mage want to do that at all? It allowed him greater access to the mists of chaos and their powers of creation, as well as increased his power over the universe around him. And since his soul realm had been drawn out into the physical world, it became a physical place, and much harder to destroy. Think about how easy it is to destroy the soul realm of one of your enemies, a stab to the chest and some lightning. For Khosrau's soul realm to be destroyed, it required much more significant force by angels, demons, and survivors of many beast clans to destroy. Leon nodded, filing all of that information away. It was important, he was sure, he just didn't know how or why, yet. I believe, the Thunderbird said, that drawing your soul realm out into the physical world will be a kind of 16th tier, though, in the entire history of the universe, I have only known Khosrau to accomplish it. I'd say it was a shame you killed him, Leon stated, but he asked for it by attacking you, I say. Still, to pick his brain about magic would be quite the experience, I'm sure. At the distinguished stage, the understanding of the universe grows to the point that ancient runes can be discovered. It is from these highest, most powerful mages that new ancient runes are discovered. Before them, only the primal beings had such knowledge of the runes. Even I had a hard time figuring out the runes, though. If you ever reach those heights, I would bet that you'd have an easier time distinguishing them from the chaos of the universe around you. So, if a mage at the level of an elemental king can discover new runes, then I can hardly fathom what knowledge Khosrau must have gained due to the power he wielded. Leon almost began to salivate at the thought of such runic discoveries. How many 15th tier mages would you say there are in existence? The Thunderbird snorted, already sizing up the competition. Good boy, less than 1,000 at any given time. Sometimes more often than not fewer. Right now, 20,000 years or so until the next reconstitution of the Nexus, I'd estimate a little more than average. Maybe 500 in the universe. That's a lot of mages who could be discovering ancient runes, Leon stated in awe. The Thunderbird seemed to decide that crushing his dreams was her new favorite sport, as she immediately said, most mages at that level don't care enough about enchantments to bother discovering new runes. Their mastery over the universe around them is already total enough that the effort required to distinguish new runes is hardly worth the effort. Lazy fucks, Leon bemoaned. Such is how they view life and power, she replied. She then glanced at him out of the corner of her eyes and said, practice creating wisps, Leon. Concentrate your training there for the foreseeable future. We'll have you begin training to condense an origin spark in a few years, once you've had some time to settle into your 10th tier power. We wouldn't want to rush things. Leon frowned somewhat childishly. Just kick me in the teeth, why don't you? Take it from someone who's done all this before, kid. Doing this right is better than doing it quickly. You're right, and when you're right, you're right. And I'm always right, Leon chuckled. If you say so, I do, and so it is, was, and always shall be. The Thunderbird closed her eyes and nodded with nothing less than deadly seriousness. Leon just smiled and leaned back on the steps. Neither of them spoke for a while, and he let the silence drag on before approaching the next thing he'd been wanting to ask her about. How did you like going through the palace? The Thunderbird remained quiet, though her silence didn't stretch too long this time. It was a ruin, not too different from any other. Didn't feel a thing about it? Leon asked. The Thunderbird sighed once more. I've had a long time to come to terms with the fall of my clan, little Leon. If this were Minos, things might be different. It wasn't, it was merely the case of operations that Jason Carranos established while he occupied this plane. Its ruin means as much to me as the ruins of your house's Argent Palace, more than seeing any other ruin, but it doesn't weigh upon my mind particularly heavily. With some trepidation, Leon asked, why would Minos be different? Nestor has told you of it before, hasn't he? It was the spiritual capital of the clan. It was our shining jewel, a palace plane of such beauty and wealth that all other planes were shamed in comparison. It is also the plane of my birth, the Thunderbird revealed. She shot Leon a proud, though understated smile. It's not for nothing that Minos because the center of our empire, the focus of our finest architectural minds. Golden Minos was always my home, even throughout my residence in the Nexus. The Thunderbird leaned back just as Leon was, then spread her arms to the heavens and reminisced. I hatched in a nest no different from any others, in a deep forest where no human roamed. I was the fourth of 7 nestmates. Only 3 of us survived long enough to learn to fly, and only I lived long enough to achieve sapience. I flew through that forest, breathed the cool air that blew in from a nearby mountain range, and hunted in the creeks and branches. It was the simplest time of my life, and often do I think of it and wish I were back there. The wind in my feathers, a blue moon crab's blood wet on my tongue, the mist that often enshrouded the forest cleansing my body. I gained much by choosing to live as a human, by choosing to participate in the complex society that your people have made, but I lost much, too. I agree with you on that, Leon whispered. It sounds like a wonderful childhood. I lived there for more than just my childhood. Boy, I was the queen of that forest for more than 200 years. Leon shrugged. What's that to you nowadays? A couple centuries pass by in a breath or two, doesn't it? She pinched his arm. I'm not so muddled that I lose track of centuries. Leon playfully frowned, then gave her a soft, somewhat pleading look. Is that forest still around? Or was it, last time you checked? I decreed that it would forever remain wild, free of the destructive hands of sapient beings. It was for the wild, for only me and my clan to set foot upon. Her eyes sharpened and she sternly said to Leon, set foot upon, Leon. Not disturb. You don't have to tell me that, Leon replied. I get it, I get it. The Thunderbird crossed her arms and proudly nodded. Good. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes again, this time with an impish grin. You're supposed to be training, aren't you, young man? Let me see some practice for creating wisps. I don't want you returning to the physical world until you can conjure up some good-looking eagles. Leon grinned, then sprang to his feet to begin training in earnest. He had a lot of work to do, and now that most of his immediate obligations had been met, he had a lot of time to see to that work. And the sooner he got to work, the sooner he'd be able to start properly working on achieving apotheosis and reaching the nexus. Training, ruling his kingdom, working on making children with his ladies, that sounded to him like a good use of a few decades. Now if only Anshu could get word to him so that he could stop worrying, then he'd truly be ready to settle down for a while. Chapter 1045, Rebellion in the Raj. The cold bit into his skin. Hunger gnawed in his belly despite his relative lack of need for food. His body was covered in barely healed lacerations, signs of the many varied tortures he'd endured. The steady drip, drip, drip somewhere in the cell rang in his ears, an ever-present reminder of just where he was. Imprisoned, captured, shame burned within him. He'd thrown away so much, from the privileges and positions his king had granted him to the potential friendships that he'd done nothing to foster, and also that he could attempt to avenge his family. His king had understood, he had seen it in his eyes. His king hadn't held his request to launch this expedition against him. He should have seen then that the man was a worthy king to follow, an honorable and laid-back man who wouldn't abuse his loyalty. He should have been happy in his king's service, content in the powers and privileges that had been heaped upon him. But he couldn't forget his family, all dead for the sake of one man who'd fallen in love with the wrong woman. He was the last of his line, the only one who could avenge their memory. Honor had demanded that he do something. The drip, drip, dripping hammered his eardrums like actual hammers, not letting him sleep, not letting him rest his mind. He was bound by steel chains such that he couldn't lay down or ever truly find any measure of comfort, not that his cell held much in the way of comfort. It was bare stone from floor to ceiling, lacking even so much as a tiny, barred window. He couldn't even move to relieve himself, not that he even had a bucket to relieve himself into. Most bitingly, his powers were sealed by a complex array of enchantments woven into the steel cuffs, nearly cutting off all blood circulation into his hands, and the walls that seemed to close in around him more and more with every passing second. There was no light down in his cell, buried so far below the earth that he doubted anyone would ever be able to find him. Just him, his thoughts, and the ever-present drip, drip, drip. Not for the first time, a sarcastic thought flowed through his head telling him that he ought to count himself lucky, as he was quite certain all of his allies were dead. That he was alive at all was something to be grateful for. But if this was to be the remainder of his life, then he could only hope it was a short one. The cell shook slightly, almost imperceptibly, and for a moment, he allowed himself to feel some smidgen of hope. But as his cell settled down again, he sighed, barely holding back the despair. If he ever managed to defy all odds and escape, not that he could see how that was possible in this condition, then he would devote himself fully to those who'd placed such trust in him. He thought of his king across the sea, and the potential friends he'd scorned for reasons that now seemed so petty. As these thoughts died down, his cell shook ever so slightly once again, but as with the previous time, it settled. He wondered if this was some new torture devised to keep him from ever finding any measure of comfort. At the very least, he found his line of thought disturbed, and his thoughts turned to just how he'd wound up in this situation. The sun shone brightly, the wind rustled pleasantly, and the air was neither too cold nor too warm to be particularly uncomfortable. It was a beautiful day for spending the day outside, enjoying all of nature's bounties. Prince Tosili, sitting astride his horse, stared out across the meadow, a strong war bow in hand. 4 miles separated his men from his opponents, half a mile of beautiful green grass. He was almost ashamed that what was about to happen would ruin this place's beauty. Arrayed in front of him were dense rows of thousands of men, all armed and armored. Thousands more cavalrymen were far to the right and left, anchoring the flanks. Behind the lines of infantry were tall war elephants bearing great machines of war upon their backs. Interspersed within and in front of the infantry were archers, most wielding bows but some holding crossbows. In total, Prince Tosili had led more than 50,000 men here. His principal ally, Prince Avanti, led another 50,000. Their other, weaker allies had furnished them with enough troops to triple their forces. Of those allies, Prince Mahinda was the strongest, leading a contingent of 25,000 from Chola. Mahinda was a relative of Prince Elalan, the famous prince of Chola who had halted the Indra Raja's last attempt to conquer the free cities of the Tam. Most of their forces had been drawn from the Indra Raja's eastern states, those nobles who opposed the Raja's current Raja. Their grievances were many sisters and daughters given away without their consent as wives and concubines to more centrally based nobles, harsh taxes, and a curbing of their rights were the most common reasons, though Mahinda was supporting them for the promise of a more permanent peace between Chola and the Raj. Assembled against them was a force that at least equaled, if not surpassed, their own. It had taken them 6 months after their most powerful and distant ally had arrived before they announced their rebellion, during which they had assembled as much military power as they could without drawing too much scrutiny. After their denouncement of the Raja, it had taken them another 6 months to assemble the rest of their forces, meet up with the rest of their foreign allies, and begin their march westward to the capital, Kaya. Tosili had never dared to hope that he'd catch the Raja off guard. The Raja relied upon the central princes and nobles to maintain his rule, so since they were closer to Kaya, it was easier for them to muster their forces. It was never possible for Tosili's forces to outnumber the Raja's, though Tosili had had a vain hope that his most personally powerful ally would come with aid from the powerful king of the Sky Devils. Unfortunately, Anshu arrived alone. Still, he'd arrived with the power of an 8th-tier mage, a staggering level of power that on its own had convinced a great many lesser nobles to join their side. Of those forces opposing them, only the Raja himself was 8th tier. War drums across the meadow began to beat their deadly rhythm, and the ground shook in response as hundreds of thousands of men began a slow march forward. Riding up from Tosili's right came his top general, his pure white armor shining in the sun. "My prince," Arjun called out, "the enemy is charging." "I noticed," Tosili responded. "Let's give them a warm welcome." Their battlefield hadn't so much been chosen as it had been forced upon them. More than 500,000 men had been assembled here, a force that could drink rivers dry and laid waste to all farms they marched across. The logistical challenge of supplying such an army on the march meant that they could only march through the most populated regions. Marching too far away from places they could resupply meant that they'd starve. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. This meadow was the only place that was both large and flat enough for such a titanic clash and close enough to the highways that ran through the Raj that resupply was relatively easy. There could have been no other place where such large armies could have met each other without dividing their forces. As a result, now wanting to divide his army, the Raja had encamped on the west side of the meadow and waited while his army was continually reinforced with more and more men from the Raja's western states. Tosili had arrived a week after the Raja, and after encamping on the eastern side, the two had made a habit over the past month of assembling their armies on either side of the meadow and staring each other down. Until this moment, neither had seen enough of an opening to risk a clash. Some negotiations had been attempted, but neither side had been willing to budge on their demands. Tosili's forces demanded the abdication of the Raja, while the Raja demanded their unconditional surrender. "Seems that Arka's blessing gave him the confidence to attack," Tosili remarked with a wave at the shining sun. "We'll wait for them to advance, let them get tired. When we clash, they will die tired." "He still outnumbers us," Arjun commented. "Those numbers may carry the day." Tosili grinned, though he wasn't as confident as he appeared. "Unless they can find some way to flank us, then it would take the devas themselves to descend from the heavens to grant them victory." He nodded to one of his adjutants, and after a barked order, drums began beating on his side, though at a different rhythm than those on the Rajas. His men assumed a defensive formation, readying themselves to resist the advance of the Raja. From Tosili's left came Prince Avanti. "Try not to look so glum, boys," he shouted boisterously, a lance of gleaming steel in his hand. "Today's the day that scheming bastard Ramagupta dies." Tosili smiled as Avanti rode past. His forces were on the right, and Avanti would lead his cavalrymen personally. With nothing more than a nod, Tosili sent Arjun to the left, where his cavalry were stationed. As the overall commander, Tosili would remain in the rear to better control the war elephants and the artillery they bore. That very artillery opened up when the Raja's army refused to stop, marching until they were within half a mile. Massive enchanted boulders were flung in high arcs while bolts larger than two men standing atop one another were shot from massive ballistae. The bolts exploded with fire, ice, and earth, while the boulders detonated in the air, shredding much of Ramagupta's front line. But that was the only unanswered shot that Tosili's forces got off. Ramagupta's war elephants were brought forward and answered the next few salvos shot for shot. At that point, neither side was going to back down. Thousands had been injured and maimed, and thousands more were dead. Too many of Ramagupta's men had stepped over the bodies of their comrades for the Raja to back down without losing face. The archers soon came into range of one another, and Tosili ordered the cavalry on the wings to charge. Ramagupta's cavalry answered as well, and thousands of cavalrymen barreled toward one another on either side of the massive blocks of infantry. Minutes later, the front lines of both armies met. Shields clashed, spears flashed in the sun, and bolts, arrows, and boulders soared over the fighting men. Through it all, the drums beat, though they were almost drowned out by the sounds of screaming from the injured and the wrathful. By this point, the armies were too committed to easily retreat. If they tried, they'd be cut to pieces by the pursuing enemy. Tosili knew that this was his time. He gave the order, a signal was given, and a light shone in the sky almost as brightly as the sun itself. A beam of white light lanced down into the ranks of Ramagupta's army, killing dozens in a moment, and killing dozens more as the beam swept sideways, cutting through two entire ranks of soldiers. Tosili smiled as Anshu descended from the sky, his brilliant armor having kept him hidden there every time the armies had assembled to stare each other down. Again Tosili rued that Anshu had arrived alone, for the stories he'd heard of the strength of the Sky Devil King would have guaranteed their victory had he only joined them, but it seemed that Anshu might be enough. Already, he was expertly opening gaps in the front line that even the 6th and few 7th tier mages that Tosili had on his side had been struggling to accomplish, with Ramagupta's mages there to counter them. Satisfaction bloomed in the prince's heart as he watched the Raja's line flexing and wavering under Anshu's onslaught. The battle had barely begun, but it looked like they were going to achieve an early lead that, if exploited aggressively enough, would win them the day. "Push forward," Tosili roared as he raised his curved saber, the blade glowing with highly visible arcane light. His voice traveled far, backed by his 7th tier power, even amidst the cacophony of such large-scale violence. "Victory will be ours. Push." Horns then sounded on the other side of the field, drawing Tosili's attention. Nothing new moved in the west, so for a moment, he wondered what the signal was for. Horns on the left gave him his answer. Mahinda's 25,000 hit Tosili's left flank, the betrayal striking Tosili momentarily silent. The betrayal cut deeply, and it took nearly a whole minute for Tosili to come to his senses. When he did, he realized that above the fighting armies, Anshu had been engaged by hundreds of powerful mages equipped with flight belts from Heaven's Eye. A formation of 105th and 6th tier lightning mages assembled behind Ramagupta's lines and shot bolts of golden lightning at Anshu, putting further pressure on the 8th tier mage. Tosili began barking orders, ordering the war elephants to turn their weapons upon the traitorous prince of Chola. His voice became strained as his desperation rose. It wasn't lost on him that the battle had likely been decided the moment Mahinda's army made their betrayal known, but Tosili had staked everything he had upon this rebellion. If he lost this battle, it was unlikely he'd get another chance. He had to win. As he shouted himself hoarse, directing his forces to respond to the betrayal of Chola's forces, a cavalry captain dressed in Avanti's colors came riding toward him. "My prince," he shouted as he waved his bloody spear in the air. "My prince, what news from Avanti?" one of Tosali's adjutants shouted back. "He's dead," the captain shouted. A moment later, his posture on his horse shifted as his aura suddenly spiked to the power of a 7th-tier mage. "And so are you." He hurled his spear. Tosali had no chance to dodge. The spear hit him in the neck with such force that his head was torn right off his body, a look of horrified surprise frozen on his face. His head hit the ground just as his horse reared up in panic, sending the rest of his lifeless body crashing to the ground. He didn't even see Anshu falling from the sky a moment later, overwhelmed by the horde of flying mages that Ramagupta had swarmed him with. Perhaps a blessing Tosali fell that day, Anshu bitterly thought. He didn't have to witness how spectacularly we failed. He didn't have to see the executions of his family. He didn't have to suffer here with me. Anshu flexed his fingers, desperate for any kind of relief from the tight manacles, but the movement only caused the steel to dig even deeper and more painfully into his wrists. He grimaced. His regrets were many. He regretted surviving the battle when most of his allies had not. He regretted not bringing more men with him who might have tipped the scales of power more in his side's favor. He regretted not asking for Leon's help in his endeavor. He regretted how rudely he'd treated Leon himself, and many of Leon's followers, especially Alex, Anna, and Helen. He sputtered with barely restrained sobs. He wished he was back in Kaya with his family, as they'd been almost 100 years ago. He wished he was still in Stormhollow or Oculara, training with Leon and his retinue. He wished he was behind the wheel of a ship or sitting in the command chair of an ark. He wished he was anywhere but where he was, powerless, broken, and alone, save for those moments when his captors even bothered to torture him. Most of all, he wished he could be allowed to die. Horrible though the torture was, it was marginally less painful than bearing the weight of his many mistakes. Tosali and Avanti were dead, and he'd practically abandoned Leon. It had been more than a year since he'd left Katagita. He doubted that the Thunder King was going to come to rescue him. Anshu closed his eyes, whispering his hopes that his situation might come to some kind of end soon, no matter what that end might be. The dripping water was the only answer he heard. Chapter 1046. Storm over Kaya. As the wind whipped through his feathers, Leon couldn't help diving and gliding through the fluffy white clouds in his way, each plunge leaving him soaked but joyous. He required nothing more than a quick burst of water magic to clear the water from his feathers anyway. Beside him flew Anzu and Red, though of the two, Anzu was having much more fun. Behind them flew a flock of thousands, almost entirely segregated into their 3 constituent tribes: hawks, eagles, and ravens. The former 2 were quite sizable, while the latter one was rather small, numbering only about 100. Still, the massive flight of rather large birds made for a spectacular sight, one that Leon relished as he flew through the air, leading them ever onward. Scattered about the plains below them were countless farms and small villages. These were the lands of the rock mane bisons, and the bisons used their mastery over nature magic to ensure that they remained bountiful. Even as high up as he was, Leon could feel the magic that permeated the soil, ensuring his vast kingdom would never run out of food. As his massive group flew over the plains, Leon frequently led them in dramatic dives meant to show not only his control over the group but also to ensure that the people working in the villages they passed were able to get a good look at their king. He didn't have the time to stop at every settlement they passed, but he wanted as many people as possible to see him, to have at least seen their king once even if they had never left their home. Leon took a somewhat circuitous route through the sky, passing over as many settlements as he could with his large entourage while the rest of his family went on ahead in arcs. He'd been trying to do something like this for months, but he'd only managed to get it organized 3 months after returning to Stormhollow from Memoria. He was on a grand tour of his kingdom, visiting as many population centers as he could to see and meet with his people. He'd started in the Jaguar lands as they were closest and easiest to reach from Stormhollow. From there, he'd moved south to the lands of the Hawks, and then north and west to the Eagles. From there, he wound his way northward, visiting the Lions, Hearts, and then Ravens, before turning south and east and flying through the lands of the Spiders. Of the tribes he'd visited so far, the Spiders had been the most surprising for him. The elders along his way had shown him great deference, in contrast to their relative reluctance to support him as king. However, he supposed things had changed in the couple years since his accession. This is exactly the sort of thing that this is supposed to show me, Leon had thought every time the people of the spider tribe came out to meet him, showing enormous excitement and enthusiasm. Show me the people, let me hear their thoughts and opinions from their own mouths. At every place he'd stopped, he'd met not only with the local chiefs and elders but with the common people, holding public audiences where people with grievances could come and speak with him to seek redress for those grievances. Some of the people had told him about abuses of power by the chiefs and tribal magistrates, many of which Leon had verified and punished in subsequent investigations, but for the most part, his people's concerns were relatively petty. Still, he felt good being able to easily solve so many issues for his people, such as ordering the construction of certain new roads and dams or relieving the tax burdens from the families of those killed or maimed in the course of the war with the Sunlit Empire. Now, almost a year after he'd begun his tour, Leon was flying over the lands of the Bison tribe, their capital of Reynosos sprawling out over a dozen shallow hills about 100 miles ahead of him. Bison land was flat and even, thick, loamy soil throughout most of it, but in a few places, they had deep, strong bedrock not too far from the surface. Most of their larger cities were built over this bedrock, and since they had so much flat land around them, those same cities sprawled outward. Accordingly, Bison architecture tended to be grander than the communal halls of the hawks or the countryside villas of the jaguars. They were a communal people, but that community was expressed by living in massive drum-shaped buildings, with hundreds of apartments around the edge of the building, and beautiful gardens and public gathering spaces in the center. And these apartments were large, giving a single bison nuclear family typically consisting of a father, mother, and 4 or 5 children almost as much space as a hawk's familial hall, which would have housed several dozen hawks. Leon appreciated the desire to build grandly, but he appreciated the bison tribe's love of nature even more, with the interior decor of their enormous apartments typically built to resemble the plains in which so many of the tribe worked, with large open floor plans and large windows, murals, and enchanted projections all focusing on showing the world outside the apartment. More than that, every room and hall the bison built came with multiple plants meticulously cared for by the residents, and a bison family unit would care for a tree together in the center of their living space. These trees were not large, but their leaves glowed in bright, shifting colors. One moment, they might all be glowing red, and then the next, blue. Leon learned from the elders that their people interpreted the mood of their ancestors through the changing of the leaf colors, with cooler shades denoting negative moods and warmer shades positive moods. Leon had tried to, as subtly as he could, ask how true those superstitions were. He figured that these changes in leaf color might be explainable in other ways, but he'd never gotten a satisfying answer. He supposed it was hardly impossible for the leaves to be exactly what the bison believed them to be, though, especially since he'd met the ancestral heart itself face to face when he first visited the tribe in search of their support. As he made his final approach to Reynosos, Leon noted that most of his entourage had made it before him. As with his flight, most of his tribal followers assumed their animal forms when traveling, his transformation enchantment having spread throughout the tribes like wildfire. Most of them, however, stuck to the roads that connected the lands of the 10 tribes. Those who were of higher rank, however, such as his ladies, showed off their prestige and position by either flying in arcs or riding war beasts. There was no shortage of pegasi flying above Reynosos, alongside half a dozen arcs. Most of those pegasi, however, were being flown by Tempest Knights. Of the arcs, one was Silver Spear, and another was her sister Arc, the other destroyer that Leon had taken from the Sunlit Empire, now named Bright Intent. Leading them all, and serving as Leon's new personal arc, was the heavy cruiser, named Bolt in Shadow. It was a much larger and tougher arc than the destroyers, but it was a bit slower and possessed fewer lances. On the other hand, the main weapons of the destroyers that Nestor and the Ravens had yet to get working were dwarfed by the main weapon on the heavy cruiser. Nestor had indicated to Leon that the destroyers were arcs meant more for engaging smaller arcs and providing support to ground troops. The heavy cruiser, on the other hand, he'd indicated was meant more as an arc designed to engage other arcs, so eschewed the smaller weapons of the destroyers for the larger super lance. All of that was purely Nestor's word, however, as none of these main weapons were yet operational. If they worked as Nestor indicated they ought to, though, then Leon was more than a little eager to see what the larger arcs they had might do, especially Storm Herald, the personal arc of Jason Carranos. Intel Keeper dropped his protests and allowed Leon to take the Luminite from the old palaces, and they found some substitute for Orichalcum. However, those enormous cannons were going to remain non-operational. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. It was easy enough for him to spot the enormous gathering hall and the towering tribal totem standing before it, so Leon flew in the right direction as he made his way into the city. He flew low and slow over the bison buildings, giving the people a good glimpse of him in his thunderbird form, his silver feathers glittering in the sunlight, his vibrant electric blue crest tracing a majestic trail behind him. A goodly number of bison elders, led by Tillen, had assembled in the large public square in front of the gathering hall alongside dozens of chiefs, Leon's family, and the ministers that had traveled with him for his tour. Iron Striker, the Jaguar, and Ipadameni stayed behind in Stormhollow. Aside from them, a crowd of thousands had turned out, and they roared in welcoming jubilation as Leon came in for his landing. As was his tradition, he circled the tribal totem 10 times before landing atop it, his talons clamping around the image of the thunderbird that capped the totem. After waiting there a moment, reveling in the adulation of the crowd, Leon hopped off the totem and transformed back into his human body, dressing himself in a blue silk grass tunic, matching trousers, and his treasured snow lion coat. As far as he was concerned, he needed no other significant status symbol than his power and aura, and so had refused to wear gold, silver, or jewels of any kind during the tour. The blue crest of his thunderbird form was crown enough, as far as he was concerned. Tillen welcomed him warmly, and what followed was a long, or at least, longer than Leon would have wanted, ceremony formally welcoming him to Reynosos and reaffirming the loyalty and fealty of the Rock Mane Bison tribe. Leon responded by also reaffirming that they had the protection of his clan and himself, and that they had honored places in his kingdom. Acting as silent proof of his sincerity, Lana and many other officers in his central army and the Tempest Knights that were of bison lineage were present, standing in places of honor. More glad-handing with the elders might have followed, boring Leon to tears even and placing great strain upon his capacity for sociability, except a large black bison came charging into the hall. It was a hulking creature, with long shaggy hair, an incredibly muscled body, and long, vicious horns curving forward out of its head. If it stood upright, its shoulders would have been much taller than Leon in his human form, though his thunderbird form would have still dwarfed it. Almost as soon as it charged into the gathering hall, many elders began shouting curses at it for its lack of propriety, and when the bison shifted back into its human form, that of a young man with 6th-tier strength, he looked suitably panicked. However, he came running toward Leon. "Your Majesty," he called out, "I have a message of the highest priority." From Stormhollow, Leon's Tempest Knights, led by Alcander, had formed up in front of him as the newcomer ran forward, but Lana quickly called out, "I know him. He's one of mine." Despite her vouching for the man's identity, Alcander still shouted, "Halt where you are." The man complied, looking terrified as Alcander, several dozen Tempest Knights, and the elders of his tribe glowered at him. Alcander then glanced over his shoulder at Leon, silently asking for instructions. With but a quick expression of darkness magic, Leon told Alcander what to do. The tall and well-muscled commander of the Tempest Knights then strode forward and lowered his head. With a whisper, he commanded the messenger to pass his message to him, which the messenger did. Alcander's expression was like stone, carved and unmoving, but Leon saw his posture stiffen slightly, and his aura fluctuate so minutely that only someone well acquainted with him would notice. Hardly enough time passed for a few sentences to be exchanged, but when Alcander straightened up, he gave Leon a meaningful look, then walked over to where Leon was standing. He still had to lean down to whisper the message into Leon's ear, and with every word he spoke, Leon's mood plummeted. A battle in the Indra Raj. Anshu and his allies rebelled against the Raja. The battle was lost, Anshu was captured, and his allies were dead. By the time Alcander had finished whispering the message, Leon's expression had hardly changed, but the sky above Reynosos had been filled with pitch-black storm clouds, the wind had picked up to the point of howling through the streets, and rain had begun to pour. For a brief moment, a dark look passed over Leon's face, and then with the flash of lightning and boom of thunder, he bolted from the gathering hall, his heart filled with wrath. His tour, it seemed, would be put on hold. Kaya, the capital of the Indra Raj, was a gorgeous city. Perfectly planned, it had been built in a grid layout. Its districts were dense with buildings and people in a wash in color of every hue. Just about every surface had been painted, and great statues of many armed or animal-headed gods were on every major street corner. In the center of the city lay the Raja's palace complex. Most of the buildings in the complex were constructed from pale yellow stone, and many topped with pointed domes painted red were interspersed throughout. Most of the other expensive-looking buildings in the city featured similar pointed domes, though usually painted in different colors. The temples, on the other hand, featured large mountain-like towers that tapered as they reached skyward, often connected to huge mounds at the base. In Kaya, these mounds were made mostly of marble, forming enormous domes, though further out in the countryside, these mounds were usually of earth, local stone, or baked clay. There were so many of these temples that though Kaya had been built in the plains flanking a major river junction, the city looked almost hilly and mountainous. The only thing that ruined this impression was the regularity with which these temples had sprung up, with the largest temples all being equidistant from each other, emphasizing the city's grid layout. When Leon arrived, he did not admire any of the spectacular Indradian architecture. He glared down at the city, focusing only on finding his target, the palace, and the Raja. The only 8th-tier mage in the city ought to have been easy enough to find, but he was disappointed to see that the Indradians had not been lax in warding their palaces and temples from magic senses, which made finding the man proved difficult. However, it seemed that word of his coming had been sent ahead, for the streets were empty and soldiers and war beasts were streaming into the city and setting up strong checkpoints. There were a few fortresses along the river that joined within the city, and they were manned, too. Leon even noticed the largest one had lances of some kind atop several of its towers. A keener eye showed additional lances throughout the city, though far too few to truly protect it from airborne threats. Rather, Leon was more concerned about the large crossbows and catapults on the backs of war elephants that were moving throughout the city. Those, he thought, might be capable of doing some kind of damage to him, though he'd yet to see anything that worried him. He wasn't surprised that the Indradians had prepared for his arrival. When he received the news of Anshu's capture, he'd almost blacked out from anger and only came back to his senses when he'd already shifted back to his Thunderbird form and flown several dozen miles from Reynosos. Even then, he didn't bother turning around. He flew almost straight west as fast as his wings could carry him, fast enough to reach Raimondas, the seat of the Screaming Eagles and the largest city on Katagita's west coast, in only 2 days. He stopped there to communicate with his friends, family, and ministers, but since no military assets were available to him at that exact time, he left Katagita on his own, without even a single person to follow him, though not for lack of trying on the Eagle's part, as several 8th-tier elders had tried to leave with him, but he'd quickly left them behind in his haste. His people were a bit nervous about him potentially starting another war, but when he explained his reasoning for going after Anshu, there was no argument from any of them. He wouldn't allow his people to be imprisoned. Whether or not it was justified didn't matter. Anshu was still Leon's retainer, and Leon wasn't going to let him rot in an Indradian prison. Leon had calmed down somewhat as he crossed the Veins of Vigilance, then the Pegasi States, and then the Scorched Fields, but as he passed over the Wyvern's Eyrie, the large mountain range that made up the eastern edge of the Indra Raj, his mood darkened again. As he passed over the Eyrie, a great storm gathered in his wake and rolled across the jungles and hills and plains of the Raj. His wingbeats echoed with thunder, his eyes flashed with lightning, and not a single person along his path missed his coming. Perhaps he was starting a war. He might have to explain himself to angry emperors. The keeper might use this as a pretext to keep him from taking what he wanted from Jason Carano's palace. Leon didn't care. The battle had been over for months before he'd heard of it. Anshu had been confirmed captured, but after that, he didn't know. But as he reached down toward the Raja's palace with his magic power, he knew he was about to find out. Chapter 1047. Storm over Kaya 2. Above the Raja's palace in Kaya, Leon's power warped the air and pressed down upon the palace's wards. Even though he couldn't see into the palace and examine the wards himself, just based on how his power interacted with them and how they responded to his power, he knew what they were and how they were likely designed. Several of the more fortified towers around the palace he guessed acted as locus points for the wards, where most of the actual enchantments had been inscribed. He tightened his power around those towers. The towers shook under the titanic pressure. The magic lanterns within flickered and died as lightning flashed in the sky above. One tower was crushed, another splintered at the base and fell, and a third Leon simply knocked over as he would a tower of sand with an errant wave of his hand. The wards protecting the palace weakened substantially, and Leon was confident he could brute force the rest. He took a deep breath and transformed back into his human body just as ballista bolts flew past him. He'd sensed them being launched, but the wind kicked up by his storm was so powerful that accuracy was impossible, the bolts missed him with no effort on his part to avoid them. The lance-like weapons on top of the city's towers, on the other hand, slowly turned in his direction, and he paused in his assault upon the palace. A dozen bolts of lightning fell upon one lance before it could fire, slagging the metal machine completely. His eyes swept across the city toward the next, and every elephant between the towers was struck by another bolt, flash frying the beasts and the weapons and crew they carried. The second tower fell just as magic power was poured into the lance, and the weapon exploded as it still attempted to fire even as its barrel slagged. A shot from a third tower went wide over Leon's shoulder, but it was more than close enough for him to see that it was a mass of molten stone about as powerful as a flame lance from the Bull Kingdom. Leon smiled grimly and hit that tower with 36 bolts of lightning, shattering it down to its foundation and leaving everything else as little more than ashen blackened metal. No other lance towers were in range, and Leon tried to refocus on the tower, but hundreds of mages took to the sky wearing, he realized, the latest generation of flight belts that he designed for Heaven's Eye. Feeling a little personally insulted, he drew Iron Pride, then swept it below him, and 100 mages fell, lightning bolts rendering them charred corpses. He targeted the stronger mages, and the weaker mages not hit by lightning were caught in the shockwave from the thunder, and still died or were knocked unconscious. Leon scanned the city for further distractions, but with the storm intensifying from his power, killing intent, and worsening mood, those protectors of Kaya still outside were more preoccupied with seeking shelter than contesting his actions. So, back to the palace he turned. The wards were barely operational now, as evidenced by the rainwater pouring through the halls and small streets of the palace complex, the enchantments meant to channel and redirect rain into sewers and drains having completely failed. Leon gathered his power and after a moment, let it spill forth, crashing upon the remaining protections that the palace yet maintained. And in a dramatic flash of light, the wards shattered. The sounds from within the palace, till now muffled, joined the cacophony raised by the rain, thunder, screaming city residents, and terrified animals that already filled the air. Leon was able to parse through almost all of it and heard from the large central building capped with a huge, gilded, flower bulb-shaped dome, which sparkled with every flash of lightning that illuminated the city, the cries of desperate men, though they were speaking in one of several common Indradian languages that he didn't understand. Reasoning based on how desperate they seemed to be in the splendor of the building their cries were coming from, he identified it as the place where he would find the Raja. Leon clenched his fist, his power then wrapping around the base of the gilded dome. The palace complex in its entirety shook, innumerable cracks reaching up from the palace's foundations. The screaming from within intensified as some of the smaller and more isolated halls collapsed. The dome shuddered and the palace's pale yellow stone fractured and fell away. The walls around the dome partially collapsed. Leon sensed quite a few earth mages using their power to desperately keep the building as a whole from being shaken apart, but the dome stayed right where it was, held aloft by nothing more than Leon's 10th tier power. With a dismissive snarl, Leon hurled the dome away, exposing all beneath it to the wrath of the storm above to his wrath. He didn't throw the gilded dome far, and it crashed down upon one of the larger buildings of the complex, causing the dome to almost disintegrate on contact and the other building completely crumble under the force of its landing. Leon hardly noticed, however, as the sight of 500 of the finest mages in the Indra Raj was revealed to him. With hardly a second to spare, magic began flying upward, lances of light, spikes of stone and ice, razor-sharp wind, fireballs, and even a few golden lightning bolts. One particularly interesting 7th-tier mage conjured from his arm a dozen tendrils of darkness that reached upward to swat at Leon's hovering form. But Leon paid little heed to any of it. Save for the attacks from the few lightning mages in the Raja's court, he struck them with bolts of silver-blue lightning, sending them crumpling to the floor as little more than vaguely human-shaped piles of ash. Instead, he focused almost entirely on the sole 8th-tier mage of the bunch. The Raja. He was dressed in a gorgeous coat of pale yellow silk and clean white brocade that was accumulating dust stains from the collapsing palace. The coat was trimmed with gold, and woven into the brocade with gold thread were flowers and plants important to the Raj spices, Leon presumed. In the center of every golden flower in the brocade were glittering gemstones of every color. Upon the man's head was an elaborate crown that covered almost his entire head, though it left his face open. Shaped almost like a helmet, the golden crown was decorated with circular and floral patterns, and much like his brocade, gemstones had been snugly embedded into the center of every one of the crown's flower patterns. The Raja himself cut a less impressive figure. He wasn't ugly, but his features were softer than Leon had been expecting. He was clean-shaven, with olive-toned skin that was only a little paler than most of the others in the chamber, and a rather thin and slight build. His eyes, however, burned with defiance as he did his best to overpower the wind of Leon's storm and attack with blades of compressed air to no avail. Leon zeroed in on his target, and his titanic power crashed down upon the entire group. Hundreds of mages were forced to their knees and their attempts to stop him fizzled out under the pressure of his power. Leon then wrapped a few threads of power around the Raja and effortlessly lifted him into the air. He shot upward, dragging the Raja behind him, and plunged into the black storm clouds above. The Raja was buffeted by wind, blinded by lightning, deafened by thunder, and soaked by rain and the clouds themselves. But thousands of feet above, when he and Leon pierced through the final layer of storm clouds to hover in bright sunlight, he recovered quickly. "What is this?" he had the wherewithal to demand in Eternan Common as he vainly struggled against Leon's power restraining and holding him above the sea of black clouds below them. Leon hovered closer, letting his power compress his captive from all sides, and his killing intent destroyed all willingness of the man to resist him. It worked as the Raja's attempts to free himself went from spirited to merely token, and his expression fell from defiant to barely concealed terror. "Let's have a chat," Leon whispered dangerously as he leaned in closer. He traced the man's chin with a finger until he hooked his fingertip beneath the Raja's crown. He hardly needed much strength to pull the crown right off the Raja, despite the snug fit, and let it fall into the clouds lapping at their feet. "The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement." He smiled inwardly as the Raja stared back at him, his attempts to restrain his terror failing as the symbolism of what Leon had just done hit him. "Do you know who I am?" Leon asked as the clouds below rippled from a fresh wave of lightning and thunder. The Raja mutely nodded, his eyes drifting from Leon for only just long enough to glance below. Leon smiled. He hadn't been expecting that response, but he was fine with not having to introduce himself. "Anshu Bodhi Rahulani," Leon whispered. "Where is he?" The cuffs dug deeper into Anshu's wrists, but he didn't care. The cell hadn't stopped shaking, and it had gone on for long enough that whatever was happening was not something he ought to dismiss. Something was going on, and some small part of him dared to hope that it might benefit him in some way. He couldn't do much more than tug at his chains, however, as the powerful enchantments of his cell kept him powerless. More than that, his torturers had made sure that the wounds he sustained before and after the battle he'd lost hadn't healed properly, so pain burned within him no matter what he did. But he ignored that as his cell shook once more, dust raining upon him from the ceiling. If he held his breath and strained his ears, then he could hear the faintest sounds of something outside, but it was indistinct. Shouting, maybe, he wondered. His heart beat faster as yet another tremor shook his cell, and any question about what was happening outside of his cell was put to rest. It was definitely screaming, and the cause was getting closer. Loud bangs could be heard, muffled by distance and the prison itself. There was something familiar in those bangs, in those peals of thunder, but he clamped down on the part of him that connected those dots. "Why would he come for me?" Anshu reasoned. "I abandoned him. I lost. What use would Leon have for a worthless smuggler?" His cell shook again, and this time, came with a clap of thunder loud enough to shake off the dust accumulating on his shoulders. "He doesn't need me to command Silver Spear," Anshu continued reasoning with himself. "He has thousands of men more worthy than me for that." He was alone. Such was the fate for those who lost. The Raja would keep him alive only as long as he wished, and then Anshu would be expelled from the land of the living. It was a terrible thing, to live at the whim of his greatest enemy, but Anshu had accepted it. And he certainly wasn't going to believe that anything was going to free him, for if he was wrong, it would crush him. He would give in fully to despair and seek any way he might be able to deny the Raja a satisfying execution. Ending his life on his own terms would be his one last act of defiance, and it wouldn't accomplish anything at all. The cell shook again, thunder echoed off the walls, the stench of ozone reached Anshu's nose, and the screaming outside stopped. His cell door normally fit flush with the wall, ensuring he couldn't see through any cracks. No light was allowed to reach him in his cell. The tremors, however, had been strong enough to lightly crack the walls and damage the door enough that a thin sliver of light crept in past the hinges. That light shone for only a moment before someone stepped in front of it, blocking it from entering Anshu's cell. While he did his best to control himself, Anshu still felt terrible disappointment. For a moment, he'd seen light, and then surely a guard or someone had stepped in front of it to keep him feeling hope. And then the door was torn away from the wall as if by the hand of some wrathful giant, revealing a male figure framed by a halo of light standing in the doorway. Anshu couldn't see any of his features, but in the figure's hand was a longsword sparkling with silver-blue lightning. His jaw dropped and tears erupted from his eyes. Any resistance he had to believing what was happening vanished. Leon had come. The Thunder King had come. Anshu smiled, then collapsed into himself. For so long he had forced himself to stay as strong as could be, to deny his torturers the delight of having him scream, to maintain his defiance even at the cost of longer time spent under the knife or upon the rack. All it took was one glimpse of Leon, however, and all his hope returned. He relaxed, and all that he'd been subjected to hit him at once. Any energy his body had left was expended, and he closed his eyes, consigning himself to the land of dreams. Upon a stone mountain overlooking the southern coast of Eterna, Leon waited. The environment was beautiful, with enormous mountains that seemed to sprout from the ground like pillars before tapering slightly at the top. It was clear from whence the Indradians had been inspired to build their temples. Surrounding the mountains were storm-battered jungles and sunbaked beaches. Cutting through the thick trees was a dense river system upon which many powerful cities had been built. These cities, separated from each other by the thick jungles, were the free cities of the Tam to the south of the Indra Raj. Maya's father came from one of these cities, Leon silently noted. Chola, wasn't it? Maybe I'll bring her here if she cares enough to visit. Leon wasn't waiting near any of those cities, however. Instead, he'd found a nice quiet mountain to wait upon and then posted up on a soft, mossy boulder. Not too far away hovered the Raja, looking quite worse for wear. After seeing how roughly Anshu had been treated, Leon hadn't been too gentle in dragging the Raja along with them, though he didn't otherwise treat the man poorly. That would be for Anshu to do, Leon reasoned. As for Anshu, he rested not too far away in a patch of soft grass, covered in powerful healing spells that knit together his rent skin and mended shattered bone. His aura was weak and seemed damaged enough that Leon worried Anshu had fallen back to the 7th tier, but there wouldn't be a way to confirm that until the Indradian awoke. And so, Leon waited. He kept the Raja with them, keeping him silent with an ancient rune and immobilized with his power. 3 days passed before Anshu woke up. When Anshu finally returned to the waking world, he calmly stirred for a moment before springing to his feet, his eyes wild, his terribly weak aura roiling and churning as he tried to summon his power. After only a moment, though, he fell to his knees, all energy in his body expended by that one brief movement. Only then did he turn his eyes and register Leon and the Raja there. Leon, he whispered, his voice hoarse and gravelly. Drink this, Leon ordered, throwing Anshu one of Helen's most potent healing potions. And then this, he added as he threw his retainer a potion to restore some of his power. Anshu was weak, but he managed to catch the bottles, open them, and drink. He sipped at first, but he soon drained the bottles with a few massive gulps. Only once every last drop had passed his lips did he refocus on Leon and the Raja. Some life returned to his body, though hardly bringing him back to full strength. You saved me, he said, sounding amazed even through his still weak voice. You're one of my people, Leon stated simply. Until I decide otherwise, you are under my protection. The simple statement had Anshu nearly in tears again, and only the sheer revolting notion of weeping not only in front of his king but also in front of his most hated enemy kept his eyes dry. Thank you, he rasped, the meaning he packed into both words no lesser for his lack of vigor. No need, Leon replied, waving as if to brush aside Anshu's gratitude. This is only to be expected. I allowed you to leave, after all. What kind of king would I be if I allowed my people to be treated so terribly, despite your actions? Anshu breathed deeply, relishing the clean air and sunlight, but he had no idea what to say. How much Leon had risked coming after him and attacking the Raj was not lost on him, and the fact that the Raja was right there only made things much more complicated, diplomatically. Listen, Anshu, Leon said. I'm sure you have much going through your head right now. Lots to process, but that can be done on the flight back to Katagita. Right now, know this, I don't care about the repercussions. The Raja is right here. Do whatever you wish, and then we'll return home. With a wave of his hand, Leon summoned the weapons and armor that he'd made for Anshu. He'd been enraged when he found all of it in the hands of the 7th tier mage watching over the prison. That particular man had met a violent and painful end, and Leon reclaimed the gear. Anshu reached out and weakly grasped the hilt of his blade. He glared at the Raja and forced himself to his feet. His legs were unsteady, but he stalked over with all the strength he could muster. The Raja, unable to speak, faced Anshu with a frustrating amount of dignity, raising his head as high as he could manage as restrained as he was. Anshu wasn't sure what to do even as he approached the Raja. He looked the man in the eye, the man who had executed all of Anshu's family, all because one of Anshu's family members slept with the Raja's daughter. He'd longed for this moment for decades, but now that it was here, now that he had to follow through, he hesitated. So much to consider, and he'd only just woken up. Had his rebellion succeeded, his homeland would have been fine. He'd worked closely with the Prince of Tosili to ensure that there would be a smooth transition of power should they win. But they didn't, and all those plans were worthless. He didn't want to see his homeland reduced to ruin by killing their Raja without a plan. And yet, neither could he allow the Raja to escape unpunished, and the only fitting punishment for what Anshu had suffered was death. Worse, Anshu considered how it might reflect upon Leon in the international and especially the imperial community should the Raja's life end now. Anshu, though, was a decisive man, and he didn't spend too long considering the pros and cons of the situation. He looked the Raja in the eye and made his choice. Chapter 1048. Secured position. Blood dripped from Anshu's sword to pool at his feet. The Indradian was facing away from Leon, but Leon could see his shoulders heave with every breath and hear his every labored inhalation. The results of his choice were right in front of him, but Anshu hardly seemed interested in looking at them. Instead, he seemed keener on processing his choice, on thinking over all that had happened that led him to where he was right then. Leon was perfectly fine giving him all the time he needed to think. He certainly needed a few seconds after Anshu swung his blade before handling the aftermath. Eventually, after almost an hour of silence, Anshu signaled his desire to talk with a simple, "Thank you, Leon." He then collapsed to his knees. The sun was setting, dyeing the endless ocean a beautiful garnet red, and it was there that the Indradian's eyes now seemed drawn rather than the crimson blood staining the mountaintop. "Anything for one of mine," Leon replied. He let a few more seconds pass before voicing his burning question, "Why?" Anshu continued staring at the sea for what seemed like an age. "What does it matter? It's done, isn't it? Is it?" Leon asked, casting his gaze to the north, peering beyond the mountains to the Indra Raj. He could still see a figure flying desperately to get away from them, though the injuries sustained meant that keeping a fast pace was beyond his capabilities. "Do you think there will be no repercussions for this? That the Raja will let this go?" "I'm finished with it," Anshu whispered as he glanced down at the bloody hands of the Raja, still lying where they'd fallen after Anshu had severed them. 3 cuts he'd made, 2 to separate the Raja's hands, and 1 more between the legs, to unman him. After that, Anshu stepped away, and after seeing that he didn't want to kill the Raja, Leon gave the screaming, bleeding monarch several powerful healing spells and then practically kicked him off the mountain. The Raja would live, but unless he found some rare herbs. Despite the power of the Raj, he certainly didn't have ready access to Thunderman or Imperial healing magic to regenerate what he'd lost. He would be considerably less the monarch that he was before Leon's attack on Kaya. "So long as he doesn't come after me, I won't come after him," Anshu croaked, his voice sounding like it had been squeezed through all the gravel of the border mountains to pass his lips. "If he did, he would die," Leon declared. "That, I think, has been made clear," Anshu replied. "If not in so many words." Leon frowned. "You still didn't answer my question." "I don't want to answer it." Leon waited, but Anshu didn't seem intent on finishing his thought. "You know that my father was murdered," Leon stated. "It's come up enough times before. Have you paid enough attention to my affairs to know who the assassination was coordinated by?" Anshu turned from the sea slightly, glancing at Leon out of the corner of his eye. "Justin Isonos," he whispered. "The very same," Leon confirmed. "Before I recruited you to my retinue, did you know that I once had an opportunity to kill the man without anyone ever finding out about it? I could have taken his head right then and there where I'd found him. But I didn't." Leon fixed Anshu in his golden gaze. He was pathetic, then. Broken. And though I was still making peace with the idea, I knew then that I liked Valeria much more than just as a friend. It would have gained me nothing to have killed Justin then, and cost me much. How could I have ever looked Valeria in the eye again after killing her father? I know that pain, and wanted to spare her. I think, well, I don't know, but I think my father would have understood. Justin was more directly involved in the murders of my grandfather and uncle, too, so Leon sighed. I suppose it's better to look to the future, and not the past. Revenge doesn't bring anyone back, and only serves to momentarily satisfy. Anna certainly didn't seem satisfied when her parents' killer met his deserved end. He went silent for some time before Anshu spoke up again. Long did I fantasize about what I would do when I finally confronted him, the Indradian confessed. A dramatic showdown in his throne room, perhaps. A one-on-one duel, like in all the stories. Like a hero come to life, facing down the great evil that destroyed all he held dear. Or maybe we would meet in battle, and I would enact some clever strategy to capture him and drag him off for long tortures and a grand execution. Or maybe I would sneak into his palace and slit his throat in his sleep. Maybe I would have woken him up first, if he were asleep, and enjoyed the look of terror on his face. Maybe. In the end, I did none of those things. I rallied support and our armies met in battle, but he remained in the back while I was swarmed by his mages. 300 I cut down, but in the end, what did I achieve? In the end, I was captured, not him, and it was me who was put under the knife. Anshu took a long, deep breath. He glanced over at the Raja's hands and, with a tiny expression of power, disintegrated them with a blast of light magic. As you said, Leon, we must look ahead, not behind. How can we live if we only ever look back? Is that why you spared him? Leon asked. It didn't feel right, Anshu explained. Just seeing him there, hovering before me, like swine on a platter. What glory is there in killing a man like that? Would that help my family rest? Anshu paused a moment before turning his eyes back to Leon. Honor demanded that I kill him for his transgressions against my family. Honor also demands that I serve my king as faithfully as I can, and to not make needless trouble for him. Dropping to his knees, Anshu laid his curved blade on the ground before Leon. You came, for me, though I did not deserve it. You pulled me from the hell I strode into. I had a foot in Yamaloka, but you tore me from the claws of Yama's servants. Leon Rame, I have not served you well in these past 2 decades. I have ever been distracted when I should have seen what I had. You have shown me kindness and generosity that the Raja never did, and I squandered all of it to honor the dead, who no longer care about honor. For that, you have my eternal gratitude, and my eternal service. Anshu bowed to Leon, his hands and forehead touching the ground. Thusly prostrated, Anshu began speaking again before Leon could tell him to rise. To kill the Raja now would have done you a disservice, your majesty. You have saved me, and I cannot make trouble for you. If I cared that much about trouble, I wouldn't have torn apart half of Kaya, Leon replied. Get up, Anshu, I appreciate this, but you should know how much I tolerate this level of formality. Slowly, Anshu rose, though he remained on his knees. A bit of the mountain's dirt stuck to his forehead and hands, but he didn't clean himself. Your majesty, he said, how can I repay this? You have saved my life, and though I could not bring myself to take it, you also gave me my revenge. If you would have me, I will serve you till the end of time. I only need to be told what to do. Leon smiled and rose from where he sat upon the boulder. Idiot keeper, he had Lily thought. A boulder's a shit chair. He strode over to Anshu and laid a hand on the man's shoulder. You are one of my people, Leon stated. So long as you serve with honor and morality, then I readily accept your fealty. Stolen story, please report. Anshu bowed again, and before Leon could stop him, kissed Leon's foot. Leon fought valiantly to stop himself from cringing, but that was a battle he lost. His face twisted in a tight grimace, but he said nothing. When Anshu straightened up again, Leon was a bit more forceful with getting him to his feet. Good, Leon said. Now that that's done, why don't we head home? I'm sure the empires are going to want to talk at some point after all this, and I'd rather do so from the comfort of my palace. I apologize again, Your Majesty, Anshu stated. Had I not? Enough with that. Leon loudly interrupted. I allowed you to go. And all the primal gods and devils acting in concert couldn't stop me from coming after one of my people. So stop thinking that this was all your fault. I made my decision, and I'm sticking with it. Now let's put this whole damn thing to bed and go home. Without waiting for a response, Leon all but hauled Anshu into the air, and the 8th tier mage, weak though he was from months of torture, had recovered enough from the healing spells and potion to take flight under his own power a moment later. Together, Leon and his retainer turned east and took off at great speed. Leon was pleased with how all of this turned out, but all the talk of revenge put thoughts in his head that soured his mood on the way home. He thought of Justin, whom he'd spared, and he thought of Lord Cameron, or rather, he thought of the concept of Lord Cameron, as he knew barely more than nothing at all about the man. There was still a man out there whom Leon could blame for the downfall of House Rame, Justin's former lord, the man who'd held his leash, and who yet held Valeria's mother as his ward. Lord Cameron awaited him in the Nexus, and now that Anshu was heading back to Katagita, there was no longer any pressing business that would get in Leon's way. He could now fully focus on achieving apotheosis and preparing to face Lord Cameron in person. Leon and Anshu's return to Katagita garnered great fanfare. Some people were a bit dismayed at Leon simply flying off to attack the Indra Raj. The idea of peace hadn't yet cemented itself in the minds of his people that many people were all that upset that he'd single-handedly trashed the palace of a foreign monarch. In effect, Leon had shown the strength of the Thunder Kingdom by humiliating a weaker kingdom, and his people loved it. It had been a glorious victory, and the glory wasn't his alone, it also belonged to his people, for a king's glory was his kingdom's, too. When he made it back to Raymonda's, the Screaming Eagles celebrated his return with a 3-day festival, which he and his family were more than willing to participate in, even though Elise and Valeria were a bit upset at his handling of the situation. Cassandra faked being upset, but Leon could tell that she thought the whole thing was hilarious, while Maya didn't seem to care at all about how he'd gone about things and was only upset that she'd been left behind. When she expressed that, though she hadn't used so many words, Leon had silently promised himself to take her to see Chola at least once before leaving Eterna. Anshu was more of a mind to avoid the festival, but since rescuing him was the whole point for Leon raiding the Indra Raj, he was dragged out into the public eye, too. He didn't revel in the attention, but Leon could tell that he had some fun, too. Reactions from beyond his kingdom were far more mixed, however. The Indra Raj had joined their voices with the Pegasi states in demanding that something be done about Leon's kingdom, and the added international support turned a few more imperial ears, but the desire for peace and the desire to achieve apotheosis on Anastasios and the Grand Druid's part, Leon was sure played no small part in maintaining the status quo. Still, the Lord Protector, Grand Druid, Keeper, and Archaean, who yet remained in charge of the Sunlit Empire despite facing some challenges to his authority, met with Leon on the sword a month after his return. Many fingers were wagged and much emphasis was placed on no one wanting Leon to fly off the handle like that again, but in the end, no more was done. Not that there was much they could have done aside from going to war, since the Thunder Kingdom wasn't yet that open to outsiders, despite Heaven's Eye increasing their presence in Stormhollow, though that was mostly through hiring locals rather than bringing in outside talent. The only thing they could have done aside from going to war was to prevent Leon from accessing his clan's palaces again, and Keeper seemed intent on doing just that. However, Leon met with him privately to assure him that he only did what he did to rescue Anshu, that he didn't want to go on murdering and conquering his way through Eterna, and that whatever Keeper decided to do, the fact that he rescued his retainer made it all worth it. Keeper didn't respond positively, but neither did he respond negatively, and Leon took that as enough of a win to relax. He was working on achieving immortality, after all, and that meant that he had plenty of time to wait. And if Keeper still denied him what he wanted, then there was always the possibility of finding other sources for needed tools, materials, and knowledge, or if he was feeling particularly impatient, simply taking what he wanted from the Sentinels after getting strong enough to do so. He was still committed to not antagonizing Keeper over much, though, and he didn't want to kill anyone to take stuff from the palace that he didn't need, so he ruled out any planned raids on the palaces unless something drastic changed. Once all of that was taken care of, Leon returned to his tour of his kingdom, picking up where he'd left off in Bison territory. From there, he toured the Tiger lands, and then the Bears. Given that these tribes were those that sided against him when he was made king, for the most part, he spent as much time as he could stand, and then some, interacting with the elders, chiefs, and people of these tribes. From there, he went to the common lands to check in on Marcus's work. Given how sparsely populated it was, Marcus hadn't had much trouble establishing a more centralized bureaucracy given the year and change he had, though yields of refined titanstone hadn't yet increased simply due to the need to build more refineries to handle the material. In all, Leon left the common lands happy with the progress being made and soon returned to Stormhollow. He still had his kingly duties, but he didn't have any more pressing business that required his attention. As a result, he was able to devote more time to training in his family. He and his ladies were still having trouble having children, despite Elise, Maya, and Cassandra's enthusiasm for the process, and nothing they did seemed to have much effect. Leon always took responsibility for it, though, and did his best to shield his ladies from any criticism, whether it came from themselves or anyone else. Fortunately, there were precious few in his court who dared to criticize any of them where he might hear them. The next few months saw his retainers having more luck, however, as Alcander and Sophia had their first child, a healthy baby boy. Alex and Gaius were more public with their relationship. Anna and Irene got married, and Leon thought he may have imagined it, but he could have sworn that after being turned down by the Jaguar, Red was spending more time around Anshu than she used to, and the Indradian didn't seem to mind the company. On the power front, Leon had sent the next few batches of Hesperidic apples to Helen, and after some experimentation, she managed to make what the Thunderbird described as particularly low-grade ambrosia. The substance was as golden as sunlight and gave off a scent of apples and warm wind blowing over a grassy field. However, it also had the consistency of syrup, and was far too concentrated to be ingested properly without being watered down first. Still, even this lowest-grade ambrosia was more potent than regular Hesperidic apples, and with greater and greater yields from Ticos, Leon knew that he could look forward to his Thunder Kingdom growing in strength quite rapidly over the next few years. Almost as if he were heralding in this new age of power, Zafin finally ascended to the 10th tier. His body's flames turned bright yellow, and his yellow eyes brightened to a yellow-white. Valentina, too, made some progress in her study of blood magic, and her breakthroughs were used to make the next bloodline awakening ceremony that Leon participated in the safest in Katagita's history. 2,317 teens took part, and only 14 died from the physical stresses of awakening their blood. The giants were also getting more and more situated as more and more of their number were extracted from Reiko's body and put into increasingly diverse golem frames. Enough had finally done so that Leon and the Ravens even set aside a large valley in the mountains for them to settle in. Reiko's had tried to protest, but Leon insisted that the giants build themselves a home. Giants were far more susceptible to the ravages of time than wisps, after all, and Leon wanted them to not only maintain a steady population but to grow in number. If they were to do the same job as wisps, then he'd need as many giants as could be born. In short, Leon's kingdom, family, and friends were thriving. Leon himself could finally sit back and relax, knowing that he'd finally found himself in a stable situation that he could learn, love, and grow within for as long as he needed. But every night, at the stroke of midnight, he took off into the sky in either his human or Thunderbird form, depending on which mood struck him, and gazed upward. There, the stars twinkled invitingly, and after some time with Nestor, the Thunderbird, and the navigation wisp they possessed, he could even pick out certain stars in the sky that were entire planar clusters. These clusters were regions that fell under his clan's banner in times long past, and if he had his way, they would again find themselves beneath the aegis of the Thunderbird clan. But no star ever attracted his attention quite like the one that burned brightly in the exact center of the sky, so luminescent that not even the light of the moon could obscure it. The Nexus. A safe and secure position he found himself in, but the Nexus awaited him. He couldn't allow himself to get complacent. Every night, he looked up at what awaited him far away from Eterna and reminded himself that this was not the end, that his journey continued out there, amidst the stars that burned so brightly in the darkness of the void. And he was eager to reach them. Chapter 1049. Princess of Dragons. From the main pavilion of the palace, the patriarch kept an eye on his clan. The wind blowing in from the mountains was gentle, though cold, and carried with it the roaring of his dragonkin. Down in the valley, lining the mountains, were palaces that stretched for countless miles, crawling up the cliffs that formed the valley walls. The valley floor, meanwhile, was left wild, allowed to grow as it would. The palaces along the valley walls were connected by dozens of glittering bands of golden luminite. Arcs hovered overhead, though at a distance great enough to not interfere with observation of the false sky in the Nexus. The pavilion itself was simple, though made from the richest materials. The floor was glittering obsidian while the pillars and roof were both made from ebony. Both materials came from volcanoes located not too far away and bore with them tremendous capacity for fire magic. Were it anyone else standing on the floor of the pavilion, they would be incinerated in a heartbeat. From there, the patriarch could see the comings and goings of the whole valley, from the closest to the most distant, dozens of miles away. His clan wasn't that large in the grand scheme of things, but their power was unquestionable. Behind him stood his palace, which dwarfed all those in the valley. It stretched up the mountains in tiers, each one grander and more majestic than the last. Crowning the palace were statues of dragons carved from onyx, their eyes glittering with perfectly cut and polished topaz. Though the patriarch enjoyed seeing the splendor of his clan with his own eyes, from the way that black fire constantly burned in the valley to the line of arcs waiting to land in the one place outsiders were allowed to dirty with their presence, he didn't have as much time as he would have preferred this day. Once he'd allowed himself to indulge as much as he had time for, he turned and strode purposefully back into the main palace. The patriarch himself was a tall and broad man, with incredibly defined musculature. He was classically handsome, though with long black hair tamed only by several bands made from dragon turtle sinew that held it in as tight of a ponytail as his hair permitted. His eyes gleamed bright gold, while the olive skin of his face bore several large black scales stretching from his orbitals to his temples. He was dressed as all those in his position ought to be, in loose charcoal-colored robes woven from mountain flax grown on in the shadow of Memnon's wrath, the largest, most powerful, and most violent volcano his clan controlled. The power that volcano exuded inundated the flax, making for an unparalleled material for both leisure and practical clothing. Embroidered in deep black upon every available surface of his robes were black dragons, with yellow diamonds for eyes. As he walked, the patriarch was joined by the several dozen members of his clan's most elite force who were assigned to his bodyguard detail. They'd been waiting just off the pavilion in the light of the universe's origin spark at the heart of the Nexus. With this guard detail, the patriarch entered the first of many great halls. The ceiling was 200 feet tall, borne by statues carved in the likeness of dragons. Hundreds of people scurried about through the hall as they ran from one place in the palace to another, while hundreds more waited for something. Those left waiting could be easily distinguished by the escort of powerful clan guards who followed them around. Not that the guards were needed, the patriarch figured. Only the most trusted of their friends and allies, and neither were particularly numerous, were allowed so far into his clan's home. Still, he hardly gave them so much as a glance despite attracting the attention of every person in the hall upon his entrance. The people were only shocked back into motion when the roar of a dragon echoed throughout the hall. The patriarch, recognizing the roar, halted a moment. A large black dragon came flying in through one of the hall's massive windows. He was enormous, with one pair of wings, 4 limbs, and a vicious snout filled with many, many teeth. His scales glistened in the bright lights of the hall for only a moment before his body bent and shrank. A few seconds later, a man had replaced the dragon, tall and swarthy, with a more aggressive, angular look about him. He wore only a sash made of mountain flax that eschewed the stylistic trappings the patriarchs possessed, leaving most of his legs and his entire well-built upper body bare. The man took a moment to get his bearings before hurrying toward the patriarch. Despite his dramatic arrival, the patriarch's guards didn't move an inch to interpose themselves between the dragon and their charge. The reason why became apparent a moment later when the patriarch held out his hand, and the approaching dragon in human form strongly took it. The two men embraced each other with as much warmth as either was willing to display in public. "What news?" the patriarch asked. "Sylvain has arrived," the dragon informed him. "Bennu of the Flaming Wind has arrived, too." The patriarch's expression darkened, and it was hardly that bright to begin with. "They can wait," he said. "Bennu, I understand," the dragon said, "but why Sylvain?" Despite being questioned, the patriarch felt no anger. "Do you remember what day it is, old friend? What is the one reason why I would leave our kin in the Great White Dragon clan waiting?" The dragon's expression was thoughtful for long seconds before realization dawned. He said nothing more, but a tentative glance upward showed that he fully understood. With a bow, he said, "I will convey your regrets for delaying your meeting, and your wish for them to get comfortable." "Do that," the patriarch ordered. The dragon almost turned around before the patriarch added, "Let Bennu wait a while longer, but delay not in wishing Sylvain well." The dragon bowed again and departed. With that, the patriarch subtly took a deep breath and continued his walk through the great hall. He had to control himself. The closer he got to his destination, he'd plunged headfirst into countless battles, spilled no small amount of blood, and acquired power that a bare handful in the universe ever tasted. He'd not achieved all that he had by hiding his thoughts and feelings from his people, but the last thing he wanted them to see was his growing anger as he moved through the halls and terraces of his palace toward the apartments assigned to house his family. The closer he came to his destination, the less he noticed those around him, and even less did he allow himself to be distracted from his task by admiring the work of generations of the finest artisans and architects in the Nexus. Neither gold nor onyx nor obsidian caught his eye by the time he reached the highest reaches of the palace. The halls here were small, though no less grand than those below. They were simply residential rather than administrative, and so required less space. As he entered this residential part of his palace, he noticed a young man sparring with several of the guards. Black fire whirled around his fists as he fought San's weapon, keeping the guards at bay. The patriarch paused a moment to admire the man's form, and after several exchanges, the sparring men noticed his presence and stopped to pay their respects. As the young man bowed, the patriarch praised, "You've improved greatly, Riker. Your father would be beside himself with joy if he could see you now." "You honor me, uncle," Riker said. His bow deepened, but the patriarch could see the smile on his face. "Where is Fane?" the patriarch inquired. Riker glanced around a moment, then said, "I'm unsure, uncle. Playing with his toys would be my guess." Is that disdain I hear?" Riker grimaced. As if sullenly reciting a lecture he'd received many times, he said, "No, patriarch, enchanting is a useful art without which we would not have what we do." "It's honorable work," the patriarch stated. "Just because your cousin indulges in it instead of training in the martial arts doesn't mean it is not." "Of course, my lord." The patriarch nodded, then addressed the three powerful guards Riker was sparring with. "Spare him no hits, no one grows without pain." The three guards bowed and acknowledged his order. As the patriarch walked away, he could hear the sounds of their spar intensifying, and a slight smile played at his lips. That smile died only a moment later as he saw the hall at the end of the boulevard running through the residential apartments. It was fairly small and unassuming, but the guard detail outside of it was greater even than what the patriarch had assigned to watch over the clan's main treasury. Even stranger was that all of the guards were women, and each one possessed power beyond what even the most common amongst the clan would ever attain. The leader of the guard detail bowed for all of her sisters in arms, who remained motionless at their posts. "My lord," she whispered, her voice resonating through the black dragon scale helmet she wore. "Any visitors?" the patriarch asked, as he'd done every time he'd come all the way here to visit his only remaining immediate family. "None," the woman responded. The patriarch nodded, then entered the hall. His guards respectfully formed up outside, where they would wait for his return. As soon as the door closed, leaving the patriarch alone in the atrium, the glittering obsidian walls flashed with runes. Unlike those that might have changed the walls' appearance, these had more violent purposes. The patriarch found himself standing amid a veritable firestorm, with jets of white-hot fire washing over his body from every angle. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. With a snap of his fingers, the runes were shattered, the fire was cut off, and he was left standing there, not a hair out of place and not a single stitch of his clothing singed. He strode forward, but when his hand brushed the handle for the door leading further inside, the door promptly exploded. The blast wave and door fragments, however, bent away from the patriarch as if there was an invisible barrier protecting him, affecting as much as the fire had. Many more traps awaited him as he pressed further in, but all to the same effect. By the time he reached his daughter's favorite leisure room, he looked like he'd just come back from a pleasant stroll through the perfect gardens outside the palace instead of navigating a death trap designed to kill even the strongest mages. Without knocking, he entered the living room. It had an open floor plan, with a great deal of space flanking the sofas and armchairs. A huge table sat upon a rug made from the fur of a stellar lion that the patriarch had hunted himself, while from the mezzanine above hung black drapes made from the silk of a species of spider famous for their soft silk and incredibly potent venom. Once through the drapes, the patriarch found his daughter standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows that made up almost the entire far wall. She didn't acknowledge his presence. "Serana," he called out, his voice sterner than even when dealing with strangers appearing in his court. His daughter ignored him. "After all this time, this is still how you greet me?" He growled in anger. Serana venomously responded, "When you deserve a warmer greeting, I will give one." Black fire burned around the patriarch's fingers for a moment before he seized back control over himself. Setting traps was just one of his daughter's ways of being obstinate. If she'd wanted to do more than simply irritate, then she could've. He took a deep breath and asked, "You are the one who broke clan rules and traditions, dear girl. Do not blame me for your punishment. I'll blame you for whatever I damn well please," Serana responded as she turned and glared at him, her golden eyes flashing with fury, her silky black hair sparkling in the light of the origin spark. "You have kept me away from my family for nearly a century. I told you I would never forgive you for that. Do you think my resolve has lessened? I had hoped you would see the error of your ways, the patriarch stated. Dragons do not lie with their lessers. They do not have children with the savage men of the plains. Dragons have children with whosoever catches their fancy, Sarana riposted. The dam keeping the patriarch's anger from his face burst, and he surged forward menacingly. However, he halted after only a few steps, and his face fell in sorrow. Your mother would burn with shame if she could hear you. Sarana averted her eyes, betraying some guilt. However, a moment later, her golden eyes turned back to the patriarch. I think she'd be more ashamed at having a coward for a husband than my choosing my own husband. The patriarch's hot anger was replaced with colder fury. Watch yourself, girl. Clan tradition would have had you scourged for your transgressions. It was only your mother's word that granted you house arrest instead of public punishment. My mother was the kindest and most caring woman the universe has ever seen, Sarana whispered before her eyes narrowed accusingly. And instead of avenging her death, you ignore our enemies gathering their forces on our doorstep. Were the losses we suffered 80 years ago not enough to show you the errors of complacency? A cold scowl crossed the patriarch's face. You have added another century of house arrest with those words. Add as much time as you'd like, it won't change a fucking thing, Sarana spat. Watch your tongue, girl. I did not raise a salt-mouthed whore. Yet you treat me as one anyway. How much will Bennu offer for my hand? How much does he have to in order for you to accept? How else should I treat you? The woman who gave herself to such low stock. Bennu of the Flaming Wind would make a much more palatable match than some nobody from the divine graveyard, all but forbidden to leave. Though I'd prefer you to take a different consort, one closer to the family. The heir of a vassal clan, perhaps. You say I'm not a whore, yet you're trying to sell me like one, are you? Shopping around to see who will pay the best price. The patriarch blazed with fury, but with Herculean effort, he controlled himself. He remained quiet for a long moment, and visibly calmed down. I do not wish to keep you here, my daughter. I love you, and miss having you around. The clan is duller without you there. If you want me around, then the solution is simple, let me go. You have that power, father. The patriarch scowled. Renounce that husband of yours, and his bastard you birthed. Pretend that you are still untouched by the hands of man, and you will be let free. Then I will stay here until the end of time. If that is your wish, then so be it. At least you won't be pestering me to head out on any more adventures. The patriarch turned and left, his anger cooling more quickly once he'd left his daughter's hall. Why can't she understand? He wondered. Our power cannot be spread so wantonly. If someone knows she gave herself to such an unworthy man, then all will clamor for dragon's blood. Those we spurned will be offended again, and those worthless maggots will never leave us alone. Similar thoughts flitted through the patriarch's head as he began walking toward his own hall. Sylvain had waited for some time, he could wait a little longer. The patriarch of the Great Black Dragon clan didn't want to meet with the patriarch of the Great White Dragon clan so filled with rage. After her father left, Sarana breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart hammered in her chest, and she almost fell to her knees. If her father had discovered him, then her guest would at the very least be castrated and hang for 1,000 days. You can come out now, Fane, she whispered. From behind one of the deepest, blackest drapes in the room emerged her cousin, and a man whom she'd held a great deal of resentment toward for a long time. His face was pale as a sheet, nearly matching her own almost unnaturally pale features. Unlike her, however, he'd been allowed outside over the many decades since leaving Eterna. You and the patriarch, Fane whispered, terror dripping from every word. Drop it, Fane, she said. He didn't see you. You can change your pants later. Fane gave her an insulted look, but she noted that he'd almost immediately stopped shaking like a leaf once her insult reached his ears. However, she felt she still needed to establish herself over her younger cousin, and stalked toward him, her fingers blazing with black fire. Fane backed up, but after his back hit the wall, Sarana punched right next to his head. Cracked spider webbed through the obsidian and ruined some of the mural enchantments, and fire singed some of Fane's hair, but Sarana didn't care. You, oh, me, she said slowly. If you hadn't stolen me away, I could have defended my family. I could have brought them with us. If you had, Fane hesitantly began, then the patriarch would have had them killed. So you're saying you should be thanked for leaving them behind? Sarana blazed. That I should bow and scrape to you for separating me from my husband. From my son. No, Fane quickly metaphorically backpedaled as Serana leaned forward until they were almost nose to nose. Then straighten your tongue, she demanded. All I'm saying is that, maybe, we should look for silver linings for my mistake, he sputtered. I'm sorry, Serana, I really am. I was injured and didn't exactly know the situation back then. If I had, I would have waited. Would you have? Serana asked. Or would you have bowed to Riker and let him make the decision? I would have done what you wanted, he insisted. Serana finally backed up a few steps, releasing him from her mountainous aura. He visibly sagged with relief. You can make it up to me, she said as lightly as she might have commented on the weather. How? Fane asked, struggling not to sound like a drowning man clutching at a lifeline. It's really easy, actually, Serana said. Easier than sneaking in here, I'm sure. Fane looked like he wanted to be anywhere but where he was, and he audibly forced himself to ask, what do you want me to do? I want you to return to Eterna, Serana stated. She conjured a slate of obsidian from her soul realm decorated with topaz and rubies. Such slates were often used for communications and proof of identity in the Great Dragon clans. Find my husband and give him this. Find my son, too. After a moment of silence that seemed to stretch for hours, Fane nervously asked, Is that all? For now, she stated. You can leave now, if you please. I want this taken care of as soon as possible. What if, Fane refused to meet her eyes, but she understood what he was asking. Don't finish that question, Serana commanded him, her golden eyes blazing with anger. Don't you dare. They could be dead. The same enemies who'd attacked their home on Eterna could have hunted them down. They may have been killed only moments after she'd been forced away by Fane and Riker. But this was a possibility that she refused to face. Her husband was alive, her son was alive, she couldn't believe otherwise. Seconds passed as Serana forced away the dark thoughts, until Fane said with as much confidence as he could muster, After this, we'll be even. Serana spun around, fury again marring her beautiful features. We will be far from even, Fane. But, at least you will have won back some goodwill. Fane flinched, then fumbled around with a black crystal with a dark blue core. Without waiting for her to say anything more, he activated the magic in the crystal, and a sphere of darkness surrounded him. When the sphere dissipated, Fane was gone, teleported back to his chambers only a couple miles away. Once she was alone, Serana slumped against the window, the glass completely opaque from the outside but affording her an enviable view of the world she'd once so longed to explore. Now, however, she could only think of Artorias and the baby she'd had with him. Where are you right now, Art? She wondered. Did you find someone else? Did she raise my Leon? Do you think about me anymore? Do you even remember me? Her thoughts turned to Leon, her and Artoria's little miracle born from two parents with inherited bloodlines. She wondered what he might look like, what power he might have inherited in the bloodline awakening ceremony that Artorias would have held, what kind of man he would be now. The idea that he would be immortal or a weak mage nearing the end of his life already was simply unfathomable. Her heart hurt as her arms folded across her stomach. The memories always came with extra pain on the anniversary of her forced return, the only day of the year when her father was guaranteed to pay a visit. She'd returned to find a clan at war, taken by surprise by the same powerful foe that had attacked her and Artoria's home on Eterna. They'd won in the end, but only at great cost. Even then, her father always seemed keener on punishing her harmless indulgence, her joyous love, rather than chasing down the remnants of their foe. Her mother had been killed in the fighting, and yet her father couldn't see past his own pride. That had been 80 years ago, to the day. Almost a century since the last time she'd held her son in her arms had been. The last time she'd felt her husband's lips on hers, the last time she'd heard his laugh, the last time he'd held her and whispered her name. All that time, and she'd never been let free of her haul. All that time and she'd had nothing to do but reflect upon the events that led her to this situation. No one to speak at length with, to distract her from thoughts of the family she'd been ripped away from. Artorias, on the other hand, may have lived a whole life without her, the memories of those brief few years they'd spent together fading in the light of that life, perhaps with a new love there to drown her out even faster. She clenched her teeth as she imagined incinerating some faceless woman who dared to sink her fangs into her husband, but she knew such imaginings were pointless. She was getting mad at nothing at all, but she simply couldn't help herself from imagining the worst when wondering what her husband and son might be doing. Tears flowed freely down her face as despair began to take hold. She didn't have much faith in Fane to do what she demanded. Getting word to him through a sympathetic maid had been hard enough given the punishment that awaited her if her father learned of the maid's indiscretion, and she didn't think she'd get another chance to ever see her son and husband again. The mere thought threatened to crush her. But she held onto a tiny scrap of hope. She'd see Artorias again, she knew it. And while baby Leon might not be a baby anymore, she hoped she'd get to see what kind of man Artorias had raised him to be. Chapter 1050. Decades. The ore shivered as magic entered it. It shook, and dust fell from it as it might from an old rug being beaten and cleaned. This dust was all of the impurities that lay in the metal, much of it metal itself that glinted in the artificial lights that illuminated the spectacularly well-appointed workshop. Leon smiled in satisfaction. He could sense the iron was pure. With a wave of his hand, the iron was merged into a single ingot. With another wave, an ingot of specially crafted bronze the color of pale gold appeared. The two ingots were about the same size, with the bronze being slightly larger. A third wave of Leon's hand summoned a third ingot, this one much smaller than the other two. It gleamed like bright silver, but Leon treated it like the coldest ice, not touching it for fear of melting it. This final ingot was titanstone in its purest form. With a deep sigh, he readied himself for the endeavor he was about to set out upon. Decades of research and experimentation had led to this moment, and he had prepared himself as much as he possibly could. He had the plans for what he was about to make next to him, but he had labored over those plans for so long and studied them so thoroughly, that he could picture what he designed in perfect detail without even looking at them. His focus sharpened and narrowed until the metal on the table in front of him was all he could see. The others in his workshop practically vanished, and he no longer paid any attention to the attention of those within his soul realm who observed him. Leon extended a hand and used his earth magic to inspect the metals before him one last time. Though he'd never be good enough with the element to use it in battle, for this purpose, the skill he'd built up over the decades was more than sufficient. The iron was ready, as was the bronze. The titanstone he didn't even think about touching with his magic yet, but he gave it one last visual inspection, turning it with delicate tongs to not touch it with his fingers. Everything was ready. He was ready. He delayed no longer. His power sank first into the iron, and the metal sang and screeched as it seemed to liquefy and change shape. The iron formed a spherical wireframe the size of his head, with small, strategically placed holes throughout. The wire itself was hollow, to be filled later. A few measurements made while the sphere hung in the air, captured by Leon's power, confirmed that the wireframe was as perfectly spherical as Leon could make it. Next came the bronze. Like the iron, his power turned it to liquid without heat, and it moved as he willed it to. It coated the outside edge of the iron wireframe, with the outermost edge flattening, leaving the wireframe spherical on the inside, but with the bronze on the outside creating the wireframe of a 24-sided die. Every iron wire now had two bronze sides. The enchantment that Leon wanted to be inscribed was burned into his mind's eye from years of experimentation and design, and in but a moment, every bronze side of this wireframe was inscribed with thousands of tiny modern runes that would have been barely perceptible by a mortal. On every bronze corner, he added ancient runes, all of which took longer than the modern runes as he had to imagine what he wanted these runes to do with as much clarity as he could muster. Finally, he picked up the titanstone with his tongs and held it within the wireframe. Then, he lightly touched it with elementless power, and a significant portion of the magically superconductive metal immediately liquefied. The titanstone slid off the ingot like some kind of frictionless mercury, but instead of falling through the wireframe, the enchantments on the object, powered by Leon, activated, and the titanstone was pulled into the nearest holes, filling the hollow wire. Leon repeated this until all of the titanstone had entered the iron. Then, with not much more than a single thought, he closed the iron holes, leaving the iron wire filled with titanstone. With that, he was finished, and he submerged the finished piece in his magic senses, inspecting every etched rune, every angle of bronze, every iron curve. A few minute adjustments were made, and then he laid it on the table. "Ready," he whispered, sweat beading upon his forehead not from exertion, but from anxiety. More than 40 similar wireframes, some more different from this piece than others, lay upon another table. All of those had been failures, many with scorch marks and jagged edges telling stories all on their own of the experimentation that Leon had put them through. From behind Leon, Nestor, his body now a little smaller but far more agile and lifelike in its movements, strode forward. He was now made of bluish-silver metal with outer plating sculpted to resemble the masculine ideal in such detail that though he didn't go so far as to add metallic genitalia, he had still opted to wear pants and flowing robes decorated with embroidered images of raptors in flight. His face, however, still held only the barest resemblance to a human face, taking some vague shape but no more than that. The dead man gingerly picked up the wireframe and inspected it himself. He took longer than Leon had, and as he worked, Elise and Valeria took Leon's arms while Cassandra and Maya each watched Nestor like hawks. Of the four, Valeria, Cassandra, and Maya had all reached the 10th tier, while Elise was at the 9th tier, though pushing up against the edges of the 10th herself. The workshop remained silent even as Leon gave his ladies a quick smile before his golden eyes returned to the wireframe. Finally, after 10 excruciating minutes of inspection interspersed with Nestor referencing Leon's designs, Nestor reverently laid the wireframe on the table. "I have nothing to add," he whispered. "I rarely say this, Leon, but there are few enchanted items that I've seen that exceed this in the beauty of their enchantments." Leon smiled again, appreciating the compliment. "Let's hope it works then," he softly replied, the purpose of the wireframe weighing heavily upon him. "I'd hate to go to all this effort just to have it fail." The Titanstone alone had been ludicrously expensive, even though Leon had nationalized the Titanstone quarries of Katagita. The simple fact that Titanstone was in such high demand meant that taking even this small amount carried with it a heavy opportunity cost. But if it did what it was supposed to do, then the cost was nothing in comparison. Leon took a deep breath, then pulled the wireframe into his soul realm. He smiled at his ladies, asking, "Shall we try this thing out?" "By the Ashen Fields, yes," Cassandra shouted, her eyes all but glittering with excitement. He grinned as his heart beat faster at her display of enthusiasm. "I'm interested in seeing what comes of it," Maya added, the comparative serenity with which she spoke contrasted by the shivering glee that Leon could sense pouring through their connection. He sent back warmth and love. "With this, the Nexus will soon be in reach," Valeria stated. "There's nothing I'm readier for than to bathe in the stars with you, Leon." Leon shared a loving smile with her, the silent promise to find their mothers passing between them through the expression alone. Finally, Elise said, "Immortality is something I can hardly wrap my head around. But so long as our circumstances continue, then I suppose eternity spent with you will be eternity well spent." She leaned against him, one of her hands lowering from his elbow to his hand, and she intertwined her fingers with his. He squeezed her hand back and leaned over to kiss her forehead. Leon yet remained childless, and not for lack of trying. Still, he supposed that limitless time spent with Elise would be a more than acceptable alternative. "Not that we'll ever stop trying for kids," he thought as he laid his hand against her abdomen. She held his hand there, and the two shared a moment of desire not just for each other, but for what would eventually come, no matter what mountains Leon had to move. With some reluctance, Leon stepped away from Elise and Valeria and addressed the room. "No use in delaying, is there? Let's get this done." "Yeah," Cassandra exclaimed. "This time will work, I can feel it." "Let's hope so," Valeria hesitantly added. "But if it doesn't, then we'll just try again." Leon grinned. Valeria had contributed in no small part to his research, joining him more and more often in his enchanting studies now that his retinue had largely been replaced by his bureaucracy and the Tempest Knights. "If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. This time will work," Elise repeated in agreement. "How could it not when the anniversary is so close? What better gift to the kingdom can there be than for their king to achieve apotheosis?" Leon nodded, though he had to take a moment to think about what she'd said. It still baffled him how long this had lasted. 50 years he'd been king, or rather, it would be 50 years in just 2 days' time. 50 years since Iron Striker had given Leon his vote to be king, and most of his supporters had followed suit. 50 years since the war with the Sunlit Empire, now firmly united behind the recently proclaimed Emperor Archaean. 50 years since he'd gone on his adventure to Arknavi and seen with his own eyes for the second time the horrors that the Grave Wardens kept locked away. The vast majority of mages that reached the heights of power he'd attained did so late in their lives. Iron Striker had been centuries old when he'd reached the 10th tier. The former Sunlit Emperor had, perhaps, been the quickest, benefiting greatly from the wisdom and experience of his mother, and even he'd been pushing 200 years old when he'd reached the 10th tier. Leon, in contrast, hadn't even reached his 40th year. Of course, he couldn't attribute all of that to his own effort, as he'd relied in no small part on his inherited bloodline to reach so high, but his had still been a meteoric rise never before seen on Eterna. That he lingered at the 10th tier unable to achieve apotheosis was hardly that surprising in a normal sense, but it had left him feeling somewhat frustrated. As it turned out, condensing an origin spark was not an easy thing to accomplish, else it wouldn't follow the pattern that only a minority of mages ever ascend past their current tier. Most 10th tier mages died before achieving apotheosis. Still, with the aid and support of the Thunderbird, Zaffin, and Nestor, and resources such as ambrosia, Leon hadn't estimated needing 5 decades to achieve apotheosis. But 50 years it had been, or just about, and he'd resorted to including his enchanting and blacksmithing work in his preparations. The wireframe he had was designed to contain his condensed power, helping him to keep that power compressed until it ignited into an origin spark. The Thunderbird had initially tried to encourage him to continue trying the natural way, but after 20 years, Leon's progress had stalled. He'd still grown stronger as his soul realm had expanded, but achieving apotheosis had proven elusive. His power had simply never ignited. Leon's patience had worn thin, and while he continued his natural attempts while the Thunderbird chided him for his impatience, he also began looking into ways to boost his chances. As the stack of broken wire frames could attest, none had worked, though progress on that front had been made. He'd come so close in his last attempt that he was as certain as he would allow himself to be that this time was going to work. The wireframe he'd just finished making was as perfect as it could be, from the materials to the enchantment. These were not his only preparations, though. As he left his workshop, his wives in tow, and indeed, they were all his wives, as he'd formally married Maya and Valeria on the 5th and 10th anniversaries of his accession, respectively. He found a couple familiar faces waiting in the hallway. "Success, Leon?" Iron Striker asked. "Success," Leon easily replied. "Then let the ancestors smile upon you," his chancellor replied. Though his power had taken quite the hit following his defeat at the hands of the Sunlit Emperor, all that had been regained, and then some thanks to the infrastructure that Leon had developed. Ambrosia, it turned out, was a much better healing aid than even Hesperidic apples. The Jaguar greeted Leon, too. "The kingdom awaits your ascension, Leon," he said with a smile, his 10th tier flexing subtly with repressed excitement. "Let's hope they don't have to wait much longer," Leon smilingly quipped. "They've been waiting long enough, I think. We will wait as long as the last descendant of the most venerable desires us to," the Jaguar stated. "The tribes are behind you, all the way." Leon clapped him on the shoulder. His reign had been remarkably peaceful, with the 10 tribes working toward a unified purpose for the first time since their confederation had been born. He was sure that they could have unified under someone like the Iron Striker, if not the man himself, but he was grateful that they had chosen him instead. "All of you are next if this works," Leon said. "It would be our honor," the Jaguar said, and Iron Striker expressed a similar sentiment. From there, Leon ventured out into the adjacent courtyard. There, he found his friends and brother waiting for him. Anzu was right at the column closest to the hall, and he was practically vibrating with anticipation. He'd matured quite a bit in the decades since gaining the power to assume human form, but when he got excited, he would revert to old habits. As Anzu fell in with Leon and his wives, Leon glanced at and nodded to the others in the courtyard. Alex and Gaius were there, along with their 3 children. Alcander and Sophia were there, too, and so were their 2 children. All of these children were now adults of some power, being largely 3rd to 5th tier. Leon appreciated all of his retainers having families, encouraging them to do so even though his attempts so far had failed. His bloodlines gave him power but came at a cost, and it was a cost that his friends didn't need to symbolically bear with him. Marcus stood by with Lucianus, the paladin Roland's son, at his side. Lucianus had long since been knighted, and now possessed 7th tier strength. He'd grown into a fine warrior, one that Leon counted himself lucky to have on his side. Though he no longer served as Marcus's squire, he still followed Marcus as his patron, acting as Marcus's chief deputy out in the exarchate of the common lands. Not too far away from Marcus stood Helen. The two had remained single throughout the past 50 years, but on many occasions, Leon had caught them having short meetings that were hardly secret, but both largely denied having. There was something there, Leon was sure, but if they weren't willing to openly acknowledge it, then neither was he. Anna and Irene, meanwhile, couldn't have biological kids for obvious reasons, and yet next to them were 2 handsome young men, one with blonde hair and the other with blue. These were Nadir and Astar, the 2 wyverns that Anna had taken in so long ago, now each at the 7th tier and strong enough to assume human form. Anna and Irene had taken the two in as the children they would never have, and Leon assumed that if Layden and the Manticore ever reached a similar level, both were still only 6th tier, then they'd be taken in, as well. Penelope was the final person present. She wasn't as close to Leon as the others, but he still considered her a friend. Plus, she represented the director's continued commitment to their partnership. The director had done quite a bit during the past few decades to assure Leon that his fealty was still strong. Even though he'd ascended to the 10th tier with Leon's backing, he no longer had to worry that the empires would see him as a threat and move against Heaven's Eye, and so had resumed his magical training, augmented by no small number of bottles of ambrosia. Penelope, too, had trained hard, reaching the 9th tier. A few people were missing that might have otherwise been present, but he didn't mind. He wasn't exactly expecting all business everywhere to cease just to see if he succeeded in this latest attempt to achieve apotheosis. Tychos was managing the continued growth of its Hesperidic apple grove and the more numerous thunderwood groves being set up all over the kingdom. Emily was handling some sensitive Heaven's Eye business, and Justin was available, but Leon wasn't keen on him visiting that often. Leon didn't stop to talk, though his wives decided to mingle. Everyone would wait there in the courtyard while Leon ventured alone into a nearby training chamber. He was determined to emerge a post-apotheosis mage. Once the door shut behind him, he sighed. The weight of everyone's expectations was heavy, but his were even heavier. Besides, the 50th anniversary of his crowning was a feat that demanded he achieve such a milestone, he figured. He strode to the middle of the training chamber in only a few steps. In the center was the Luan staff, taken from the Sunlit Emperor during the campaign on the sword. The staff was in its 3 constituent parts sticking out of a round plate of dull bronze. Set into the floor, a complex array of enchantments had been inscribed upon the bronze, amplifying the staff's power. Leon sat down on a meditation pillow in front of the staff pieces and activated them. Immediately, he noticed the density of magic around his body increase, and he opened himself to it, absorbing the magic that was gathering around his body. He felt other effects, too, but he ignored those for the time being. Not even sex could distract him from what he was readying himself to do. He assumed a comfortable position and dove into his soul realm. When he opened his eyes in his mind palace, he found his soul realm's passengers waiting for him. Zafin greeted him with but a nod of his head, and the Thunderbird in her human form stood next to the table with everything Leon had prepared. After pushing himself off his throne, Leon walked over, sparing only a glance at the large ring structure he'd stored in his soul realm. The circular structure was imposing, being 5 feet thick and with an inner diameter of 50 feet. The exterior had been inscribed with modern runes, but upon 7 face blocks on the enormous ring's band, he'd inscribed ancient runes found in the writings of Leyland, one of Tyrannu's monastic brothers on Arknavy. "How's it look?" Leon asked the Thunderbird as he joined her at the table upon which his wireframe creation rested. Next to the wireframe was Iron Pride and 5 bottles of ambrosia, brewed by Helen personally using techniques learned from the palaces in the Sundered Lands while his incursion into the Indra Raj had ruffled keepers' feathers. 40 years of continuous peace were enough for him to finally relent and let Leon start taking what he wanted from the palaces. Luminite, books and other records, and golems Leon had made a priority to seize. Most of the equipment was unusable, but he grabbed what he could, and from all of those gains Helen had greatly refined her ambrosia brewing technique, to the point that Nestor and the Thunderbird both agreed that what she made was worthy of some fairly high courts in the Nexus. "As perfect as it can be, to my eyes," the Thunderbird said with a grin. "I still think you're being impatient, but if this works, then it works. I don't see much of a downside." "Really?" Leon asked. "Using some outside aid isn't going to ruin my foundation or something? Make my origin spark as fragile as glass?" The Thunderbird softly chuckled. "Something that emits the very power of creation simply can't be fragile. So instead of complaining about you wanting to find a shortcut, I'll just say this: good luck." She gave him a brief hug, then stood back, and Leon assessed what he had. 5 bottles of ambrosia, his wireframe creation, Iron Pride, and in its hilt, the Iron Needle. He was as ready as he ever was to achieve apotheosis. Chapter 1051. Divinity. Into the air above his mind palace Leon rose, his heart hammering in his chest. Apotheosis. Something he'd been working to achieve for half a century at this point, more than half his life. He'd trained so long that his soul realm had grown to a radius of 15,000 miles, half again as large as a freshly ascended 10th tier mage. He'd made many attempts to achieve apotheosis over these decades, all ending in failure. But this time he felt was going to be different. This time, with all that he'd prepared, he was going to succeed. Alongside Leon, all of his prepared materials rose, too. His 5 bottles of ambrosia, iron pride, and his wireframe sphere. Zaffin remained below, but the Thunderbird transformed out of her human form and followed him into the air. In his previous attempts, the Thunderbird had advised him to try and condense his origin spark a mile or more above his mind palace. Zaffin had agreed, though. Clear Day, whom Leon had also asked for advice, had told him he didn't think it mattered. Given their experience, Leon was more inclined to believe his ancestor and demonic partner. So, he slowed once he rose past a mile, eventually coming to a slow stop at a height where he could almost see from one end of his soul realm to the other. The only reason he couldn't completely do so was a mountain range that he'd created surrounding most of his soul realm. He kept the Thunderbird's warning about combat in the Nexus, possibly including invasions of the soul realm, in mind, and decided to use those mountains as his first major line of natural defense. When he came to a halt, he magically manipulated the wireframe into place in front of him, hovering exactly over his throne in his mind palace. Then, he channeled some of the power that surrounded him, his power that had been stored in his soul realm, into the wireframe. The spectacularly complex enchantment on the flat bronze sides of the iron wires brightly glowed, first red, then orange and yellow, until settling on white. In the center of the wireframe, an ancient rune made of magical white light appeared. This rune was one adapted from the rune that Nestor had used to steal and store Leon's power when he'd invaded his soul realm back when they'd first met. Leon couldn't help but feel some kind of satisfaction now that he was using the rune himself. With all of the enchantments on the wireframe activated, he took one last breath and looked around. He made eye contact first with Zaffin far below, who almost imperceptibly nodded in support. Leon grinned back before turning his golden eyes to the Thunderbird. She made a high-pitched cry to show her support, and buoyed by this show, Leon closed his eyes and reached out to every corner of his soul realm. Every scrap of power that lay within it was his, generated in his bones or breathed in through his lungs. All of it responded to his call, eager to do his bidding. His one final bit of preparation had him manipulating iron pride until it floated above the wireframe, the rock feathers hanging off the hilt almost brushing against the top of the piece. Just close enough so that the iron needle can act if needed, and possible, he thought. He'd used the iron needle before, but handling that much power had been beyond him in those previous attempts. He was stronger and readier now, though. With everything done and in place, his eyes still closed, he called his magic to gather. It started as a trickle, small amounts of power forming thin currents that gently flowed into the wireframe through the open faces. Once they passed the iron wire, however, the power was trapped. It was drawn further in by the ancient rune and trapped there by some of the enchantments on the wireframe's bronze parts. Leon kept his power moving slowly, wanting to test the wireframe thoroughly with small amounts of power before going in harder. Though his eyes remained closed, anything in his soul realm that he focused his attention on he could sense with perfect clarity. He could feel how the iron flexed so minutely that no mortal could perceive it, the bronze as it started to increase in temperature with his magic powering its enchantments, and the titanstone within as it flexed and liquefied, ensuring that magic power was transferred throughout the wireframe almost instantly and without any loss. He watched for any signs of failures in his enchantments. He examined every detail of the wireframe to ensure that no microfractures were forming. He monitored the flow of magic into the frame to confirm that the ancient rune was working the way he wanted it to. Everything's looking good. He increased the flow of magic into the wireframe. The currents thickened from several small trickles to many thick rivers, with Leon watching the wireframe the entire time. Power flowed in and did not flow out. Magic power was normally invisible to the naked eye, but as it gathered in the wireframe, it naturally began to get denser, to the point that a pale white cloud of power began to form within. As more power entered the wireframe, the thicker the cloud became. Leon, seeing that the wireframe continued to stand strong, increased the flow again. Magic power whirled around him so thickly that the clothes of his magic body whipped about. He heard howling in his ears as the magic raced past his head. And the cloud in the wireframe thickened. After about 10 minutes, Leon estimated that he'd managed to squeeze about 1% of all the power he'd stored in his soul realm into the wireframe. An insignificant amount in comparison to the whole of his power, but it was still a tremendous amount of magic, enough that the metal of the wireframe began to creak. Leon focused again on his creation but didn't see anything else that concerned him. His heart had almost stopped when he'd heard the metal creak, but he supposed it was just some natural flexing within the iron and bronze with so much power rushing past it. He continued with renewed caution. 1% became 2, 2 became 3, and on he went until he'd managed to force 10% of his magic power into the wireframe. He'd increased the rate of condensation, so he'd only been working for an hour at that point. He could sense his magic power swirling around within the frame as the ancient rune at the center struggled to keep up. Small sparks of silver-blue lightning floated through the now quite visible cloud that had formed within, and as they reached the edges, were drawn to the iron and the bronze. Tiny arcs of silver-blue lightning raced along the edges of the wireframe every time one of these sparks touched the wires, but they didn't seem to be having much effect. Likewise, interspersed throughout the more numerous silver-blue sparks, were darker pinpoints of deepest black. These were not sparks but rather appeared to be holes in space, points where existence ceased to be. Leon wasn't bothered by this, he'd seen both the sparks and these pinpoints before in his previous attempts. So long as his wireframe continued to work, these didn't bother him. More reassuring than his experience, however, was his ancestor silently watching on. In his early attempts, she wasn't shy about coaching him through every little thing, so if she wasn't seeing anything to be concerned by, then Leon could at least use that as a balm for his anxiety. After another hour passed, Leon had stuffed 20% of his power into the wireframe. The sparks and black points became more numerous, and the wireframe began to complain more and more loudly and frequently, fraying Leon's nerves, but he kept going. The cloud within the wireframe had grown quite thick, to the point that Leon, now watching the wireframe with his eyes open, could barely make out the other side of the wireframe. The ancient rune continued to aid his condensation, but the magic around it was so dense that it was pushing back out. It roiled and churned, eddies of power racing through the inside of the wireframe, illuminated first by the silver-blue lightning that raced along the iron wires, and then, by a tiny pinprick of white light that appeared in the very center of the ancient rune. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. As more power condensed, the brighter this pinpoint of light became. This was not an origin spark, but Leon could feel that he was on the right track. He kept forcing his magic power into the wireframe. By the end of his third hour, he was running into difficulties. A full 30% of his power had been squeezed into the wireframe, and he was having to work harder to add more. To aid him, he finally reached for one of the bottles of ambrosia and popped it open. There in his soul realm, he didn't need to drink it for the magic to burst out of the bottle and add itself to his pool. Unlike the magic power he was controlling, however, this power glowed with golden light and surrounded his magic body. His mind and body, both exhausted already, had their fatigues eased, letting him work at peak performance for longer. His fourth hour came and went, and he'd popped 2 more bottles of ambrosia. 42% of his power was packed into the wireframe, and his face had long since started contorting with exertion. It was a titanic effort to pack more and more power into a space barely larger than his head, but he soldiered on. This wasn't his first try, and he was familiar with these pressures. The pinpoint of light had become blinding, forcing him to close his eyes again. The cloud surrounding it had continued to thicken, and now those swirling currents of visible power reflected so much of that light that he could barely make out the wireframe even when he tried to vainly open his eyes and glimpse what was happening. Through all of this, the wireframe screeched and groaned, the metal desperately holding out against the outward pressure of so much condensed power. Leon was adding much of his own magic to trying to stop it, but given that it was his own power that he was trying to resist, his efforts did little to relax the metal. His enchantments, however, were all that were keeping the wireframe intact. His pile of broken wireframes had been built in no small part upon those that hadn't even made it this far. And still, he kept on going. By the 5th hour, all of his ambrosia was gone, spent in his exertions. All he could rely on to keep more than half of all the power within his soul realm contained in that small space was his own grit and the wireframe that he'd created. He was vaguely aware that his physical body had collapsed, sweat pouring out of him like it never had before. His body temperature had spiked past the point of fever, his muscles were quivering, and his bones were starting to fracture, and yet, he kept going, heedless of the damage to his body he was causing. He considered these light injuries, anyway, that could be fixed with only a few healing spells and as many minutes of rest. By the end of the 6th hour, he'd managed to pack more than he'd managed before into the wireframe, and pride swelled within him for the object he'd made. He knew he wouldn't have made it this far without it, but he wasn't sure if he would make it all the way. The pinpoint of light now drowned out all else that he could see within the wireframe. His mind palace was bathed in this white light, drowning even Zaffin's brilliant flames. The ancient rune continued to work, pulling more and more magic into the center of the pinpoint, growing it until reached the size of a bead, and then a fingernail. Leon could feel the wireframe starting to warp, and he increased the inward pressure, hoping to keep its deformation from breaking the integrity of his enchantment scheme. Leon found himself barely able to pour more power into the wireframe. He was exhausted and could barely stay in the air. Around him, the flood of power had been strangled back down into a few trickles as he devoted more and more of his efforts to keeping what he'd already condensed from exploding back outward. In his previous failed attempts, his power exploding back out hadn't done any damage, but it had been more and more violent every time. He supposed this was the main reason why the Thunderbird and Zaffin had advocated for trying this a mile above his mind palace, since with so much build-up power, he wasn't sure if he'd get out of this one unscathed if he failed again. He struggled on, doing his best to force his power into as tight of a space as he could. All of this was his power, anyway, and he wouldn't stand for it defying him again. He willed his power to condense, demanded that it do so, and raged at its rebellion. Such was how he passed the 7-hour mark, exhausted, angry, and determined. He couldn't help but wonder how much longer he'd have to do this. 3/4 of his power had been forced into the wireframe. The light was beyond blinding. It filled his entire soul realm, even bending around the many mountain ranges he'd filled his soul realm with. Ignite! He shouted in his head. Ignite, damn it! The wireframe screeched as if in response. He squeezed it like he might a sponge, hell-bent on not letting it fail. This was it, this was his best chance. If he failed here, then he was at least a year, if not more, from trying again. So many people were expecting him to walk out of his meditation chamber a god, and if he were still only a king, he didn't think he'd be able to show his face publicly for months. He had to do this here and now. But more than that, he wanted to do it here and now. Beneath his exhaustion, his body shivered with desire, the power and understanding of the universe that achieving apotheosis promised, acting like a mirage of water to a man dying of thirst as he shuffled through a desert. Power, immortality, both were right there, in his grasp. If he could just get this damn origin spark to ignite, he screamed in frustration and indignation. His power, it was his, it should be doing what he wanted it to do. And he wanted it to ignite. He reached outward, extending his hand in a futile gesture as if he was going to physically, as much as anything with his magic body could be called physical, crush his magic into the proper shape. However, though he didn't call it, iron pride bolted into his hand, its weight immediately calming him down. Warmth spread from the hilton into his hand, rushing through his wrist and up his arm, passing his shoulder and filling his body from there like his shoulder was the mouth of a spigot. Everywhere that warmth touched relaxed. As it wound its way up his neck, his frustrated scream died. When it reached his brain, he relaxed so much that his hand fell to his side, iron pride still solidly clasped between his fingers. He opened his eyes, heedless of how the light stabbed his retinas, and stared at what he'd done, at all the power he'd condensed. This was his power. He didn't need to work this hard, did he? In a moment, everything made sense. Like glasses with murky glass had been on his face all his life, and only now was he ripping them off. He couldn't put the sensation into words, he simply felt like he was seeing the world clearly for the first time. He raised his empty left hand and stared down at it, oblivious to how the screeching death throes of the wireframe had ceased. He thought of his power contained in so small a space, and then clenched his fingers, willing it to compress infinitely. The light flickered out for but a moment, just long enough for him to turn his eyes back to the wireframe. For the briefest of moments, he saw that the air in the wireframe was perfectly clear, not a single wisp of cloudy power remaining inside of it. The ancient rune in the center was gone, too. However, where the ancient rune had hovered, the tiniest bead of blackness, deeper and darker than anything he'd ever seen before, the power of the great black dragon looked positively radiant compared to this, had appeared. Light from behind this black bead bent around it, forming a bright white halo, mesmerizing in its sheer otherworldliness. And then the bead exploded. Leon was blasted back as his soul realm was filled with light. Magic erupted back into his soul realm, reaching every crack and crevice. The mists of chaos, long ago pushed thousands of miles away, roiled and rippled from the shockwave. And yet, despite the violence of this explosion, Leon's soul realm remained intact. Not a single flower nor blade of grass so much as twitched as his power flooded through his soul realm, restoring the equilibrium that had existed before he begun the condensation process. Leon hit the ground just outside of his mind palace with tremendous force, and for a moment, he thought that he'd failed. Despite the lack of damage to his soul realm, his wireframe had been so violently ripped apart that it had simply ceased to exist. However, the light that illuminated his soul realm remained, and when he pushed himself back to his feet, he looked up. He beheld the source of that light, a ball of quivering energy, glowing the brightest, cleanest, purest white, hovering right where the wireframe had been. It was almost perfectly spherical, with only the faintest of ripples marring its surface, and Leon estimated that it was about twice his height in diameter. Magic poured from this ball of light like it was the font of all magic. And mixed in that magic was something else, something as pure as the light itself. It wasn't much, barely more than a few drops compared to a raging river, but he could sense it all the same. It fell from the ball of light directly into his mind palace. Origin power. From an origin spark, energy filled him as much as magic did, and he launched himself into the air. He soared toward the light, and as he entered the path of the origin power, his magic body shuddered. Power like he'd never known before filled him, and he could feel all of the injuries his physical body had sustained heal instantly. Tiny aches that he hadn't noticed vanished, too, and though he still resembled a young man in his late 20s by mortal standards, he could feel his body altering itself, refreshing itself, aging backward. He could scarcely believe it. He'd succeeded. Chapter 1052, New Power Apotheosis. The process of becoming divine. Now that he'd achieved it, Leon could understand why it was named as it was. Power filled him like it never had before. An ocean of magic was available to him, and not just stored in his soul realm, but flooding his physical body, too. So much magic that a mortal would likely explode if they tried to contain even a fraction as much. And origin power on top of that. Origin power was pure, concentrated magic. The magic power that Leon had used and generated before this was runoff, origin power so diluted that it barely resembled what it could have been. With origin power now spilling from his origin spark, he felt invincible. Not only that, but he also felt all-powerful. He felt like anything that he envisioned he could create with a snap of his fingers. More than that, the way that magic flowed through his soul realm made a kind of sense to him that he simply couldn't describe. It was instinctual knowledge, an awareness of the world around him that he hadn't had before. Like how a bird knows how to angle its wings to propel itself through the air, Leon simply knew his magic. He closed his eyes and reveled in this sensation, in this knowledge that eluded words. However, he could only stand it for a short moment before his eyes cracked open and turned upward, landing on his origin spark. It was a beautiful sight. The orb of light hovered a mile above his mind palace, but he could sense that if he wanted it to, it would descend. So, he did just that, falling toward his mind palace with his own personal star in tow. As he approached, he had his origin spark halt about 500 feet above his throne. Then, he landed. Does it have to be so damn bright? Zafin complained almost as soon as Leon's feet touched the ground. Leon grinned, and with but a thought, the light emitted by the origin spark dimmed. However, in another way, it didn't. If he looked up at the origin spark, it was just as bright as before, but when he didn't, his soul realm was perfectly lit, as if this thing of tremendous brightness was at a much greater distance than it was. Better, demon? Leon asked with a cheeky grin. Zafin huffed. Yes, he begrudgingly replied, crossing his arms. Leon found himself distracted looking at the demon. Zafin's fire was magical, but he could see other energies within it, woven like a few disparate black threads in a weave of silver. Demonic power, he knew without having to ask. Beyond the fire itself, Leon found that he was able to see past it with a clarity that he hadn't expected. Whereas Zafin was usually a barely visible shadow within the flame, now Leon could see his obsidian body with almost perfect clarity, but he could also see the fire just as well. His eyes hurt a little bit like he was going cross-eyed the longer he stared at Zafin. Careful, the Thunderbird said as she landed and assumed human form. You might need some time to get used to all that's changed. Usually takes a few days, Zafin said as his posture relaxed. For you, I'll estimate a few months. He paused, then lowered his head slightly, a crooked smile upon his gleaming, glassy face. And well done, Leon. Leon gave his demonic partner a genuine smile before averting his eyes. Thanks, Zaffin. He was about to say something similar to the Thunderbird, but as he turned toward her, he found himself almost assaulted. She threw her arms around him, laughing like a little girl given a present. Leon. She shouted. Leon, my boy, you've done it. Couldn't contain yourself that long, could you? Zaffin grumbled. No sense of dignity or gravitas, this one. The Thunderbird spared him a glare. I'm imperious enough, demon. Shall I show you? Zaffin shrugged, but backed off, leaving Leon and his ancestor to speak with relative privacy. So, the Thunderbird said as she released Leon and took a few steps back, how do you feel? Leon took a long moment to evaluate himself before answering. He inspected his soul realm, his magic body, and his physical body. He was a little startled to see just how trashed the meditation chamber had become while he was preoccupied, but otherwise, I feel better than I ever have before. Like I'm a new man. His tone was tinged with awe, and the Thunderbird's smile grew wider with every word he said. But then, her expression froze as she took on a more didactic tone. Do you understand now why I told you that you didn't need that device? Though he didn't need to, Leon looked up and inspected the sky. Whatever remained of his wireframe was gone, reduced to nothing at all from the sheer power of his origin spark's birth. Regardless, it had performed its job magnificently. Still, I know I didn't, he said. It helped in the beginning, but it wasn't necessary. I just wasn't thinking about magic in the right way. You enchanters, always trying to study your way out of a problem. The Thunderbird knocked him on the head a few times with her knuckles. She didn't do anything real damage, but the gesture alone was enough to force Leon to shrink back slightly in embarrassment. Some things have to be felt more than they have to be known. Some things can't be fought, they have to be convinced. And some things will do what you want them to do, if you can only get it through your head that your power is not separate from you. That it's an intrinsic part of you as much as your heart or your lungs are. Tell me, over the past 50 years of attempts, what was your biggest mistake? I'll give you a hint. You only corrected yourself at the very end. Leon sighed, then with his newfound instinctual knowledge of magic, considered her question. He arrived at an answer in moments, and he felt no small amount of shame in the admission. It's as you say, I wasn't thinking and controlling my magic properly. I was fighting it, but in my assumption that it would fight back, it did. Magic isn't coerced, commanded, or controlled. I don't think about twirling my arm around to move my sword when I train or fight, and use of magic should be the same. It usually is, but I lost sight of that in creating my origin spark. It's more complicated than that, but yours is a good summary. Leon nodded in thanks. He knew that it was more complicated than that, but that mental block had been his biggest mistake, not his only mistake. Now, the Thunderbird continued, her tone turning more thoughtful as she glanced upward for a moment, let's talk about that device of yours. While you now know that you didn't need it at all, it still functioned quite interestingly, wouldn't you say? Leon grinned. I would. The magic compression it achieved was astounding. It was more than astounding, his ancestor declared, it did something I didn't think was possible. It created origin power. Leon cocked his head slightly. That was the purpose it was built for, yes. If magic is diluted origin power, and the way to condense an origin spark is by compressing magic back down, then it stands to reason that compressing magic would create origin power. Throw in plenty of filter enchantments to make sure that only magic is being compressed and none of those diluting impurities are present, and magic should revert to origin power. Right, is that not what happened? That's exactly what happened, the Thunderbird confirmed. She turned her dreadfully serious eyes back to Leon. Many have tried to do what you accomplished. As far as I know, all have failed. Leon's eyebrows shot upward, but he took a moment to contemplate what she said. Certainly, none of his other attempts to use the wireframe had ever gone so far, and none had ever created that pinpoint of light that heralded the creation of his origin spark before. Now that origin power was steadily entering his soul realm and physical body from the origin spark, he could say with some certainty that that bead of light had been origin power, condensed within the wireframe. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. So origin power isn't created from anything other than living beings? Leon asked. Of course not, the Thunderbird replied. Think about it, Leon, the same is true of magic power, too. All magic in the world is generated either from a living being, then enters the environment from the being's aura or from the dissipation of some expression of that power, or When the origin spark at the center of the universe, the one at the heart of the nexus, emits origin power, that origin power will almost always dissipate. It turns into the magic power that inundates the nexus, and when the nexus destroys itself every 100,000 years, all of that power is flung out into the universe, or carried away by those who travel to and from it in relatively small quantities. Most of it follows the fragments of the nexus that fall outward and become new planes, but all of that power that doesn't do that radiates even further outward until it reaches the elemental planes of the demons. Leon nodded along, absorbing every word. When she paused, he asked, "Is there no way to capture that origin power emitted from that universal origin spark?" The Thunderbird chuckled. "In my day, we called it the primal origin spark." Leon made a face and nodded. "Of course you did. I'm guessing there were a lot of things named primal, this and primal, that, weren't there?" "Idiot," Zaffin scoffed from his pavilion. "It wasn't known as the primal age when we were in it," the Thunderbird chided. "That moniker only came later, after Khosrau led humanity to overthrow the primal gods and devils, and then declared his law." "Okay, then, fine. Primal origin spark it is. Don't get sullen, my boy." The Thunderbird laid a hand on his cheek, and though in their human forms, she was shorter than he was, he felt like a small child being scolded by his mother. "You've achieved something great today. This is a time for celebration." Leon grinned, but before he launched himself back into the waking world, he turned back to what they had been discussing. Was there no way to capture that origin power from the primal origin spark? "It is captured, or at least, back in my day, it was. I'm not sure if it still is. It's a precious resource, used to power the greatest and more devastating weapons, enchantments, and other marvels of magical engineering all over the plains. But there's only so much of it to go around. If you can't get a hold of it, then you have to have a post-apotheosis mage handy to power whatever requires origin power, and those don't come cheaply or in large quantities. Consequently, many have tried to create origin power outside of these two sources, the primal origin spark or a post-apotheosis mage. Perhaps some have succeeded, but I never heard of any. Doesn't seem like many had access to work done by an old monk studying devilish magic," Leon mused aloud. "Who were you, Leyland? What kind of mage were you, to realize runes like those?" He wished he could have spoken to Tiranu's monastic brother, but unfortunately, the man had long been a resident of Death's kingdom by now. He sighed in dejection. His best tutor in the arts of enchanting was Nestor, but Nestor, though highly skilled with a diverse knowledge base, only knew so much. Even he hadn't cottoned onto the possibilities of the wireframe Leon had created, even as Leon used him for reference alongside the notes he'd taken from Leyland's work. Nestor had only noticed the possibilities that such magic had for transportation. If Leon could create more wireframes and replicate what he'd done in his soul realm back in the physical world, then he might have a monopoly on a new, extremely potent power source. There was a huge problem he saw, however. That was a lot of magic absorbed to condense even a little bit of origin power. It was, the Thunderbird agreed. But origin power is worth it. When you're more familiar with it, you'll see. I'm not arguing that, I'm more concerned about how much magic I'll need to generate to condense that much origin power. Creating origin power in that way won't be subtle. No, I suppose it won't be. The Thunderbird frowned. It warrants study, but, perhaps wait no using such techniques until you're more established in the Nexus. Zaffin piped up, or just find a way to make it subtle. "It can be done, I'll look into it later," he said, his eyes drawn back to his throne. "Right now, I think maybe I've let this carry on too long. Looks like the meditation chamber was trashed, so I doubt my ascension has gone unnoticed." "Go to them," the Thunderbird replied with a smile. "Celebrate as you will, preferably by making more attempts to continue the bloodline." Leon grimaced, hiding his insecurity behind a too thin smile. "Still working on that." Without another word, he strode to his throne, shared one last celebratory look with both the Thunderbird and Zaffin, and then took a seat. A moment later, he opened his physical eyes and found that he was lying in a small crater. The floor of his meditation chamber had been torn asunder, the enchantments that had powered the Lumen Staff ripped to bits. Fortunately, the Lumen Staff was made of sterner stuff and had survived intact, though its plating had been scuffed. The walls and ceiling, meanwhile, were burned in differing ways. The lower half of the walls and the ceiling directly above Leon had been completely scorched black as if Leon had been burning. The upper half of the walls, meanwhile, were now decorated with dozens of lightning pattern burns that he found rather pleasing to the eye, if not to the nose. The meditation chamber stank of ozone and burned material. The door was still intact, thankfully, and Leon could hear everyone outside vigorously debating whether or not they should enter. He put all those arguments to bed when he pushed himself to his feet and threw open the door, emerging into the center of what seemed to be the prelude to a battle. Most of his friends and family were standing in front of him, their backs to the door. They were blocking the second group from accessing his meditation chamber, largely consisting of his ministers and most of the Tempest Knights. In contrast to this rule, however, the Jaguar stood with his family and retainers, while Maya stood next to Iron Striker, her aura flexing more than anyone else's. Leon could feel her panic and concern and knew that he'd exited the chamber at just the right time to stop her from barreling everyone over and rushing inside to see what had become of him. Instead, everyone had a mere second to notice that he'd opened the door before she barreled through all of them and threw herself at him. "Leon!" she screamed into his mind. Her arms wrapped around his neck, taking him by surprise. He had barely a moment to savor the feel of his river nymph lover in his arms before she was practically crawling all over him, peeling and poking at his tattered clothing to evaluate any damage to his body. A moment later, Elise, Valeria, and Cassandra joined her as everyone else waited with bated breath. Iron Striker, the Jaguar, and the other 10th tier mages around, however, stared at Leon with nothing less than reverent awe. I'm fine," Leon said as he took Maya's hands and stopped her inspection. She pulled her hands from his and took his face in her hands. She stared at him with severity. "You scared me," she said. "You scared all of us." Leon furnished her with a warm, calming smile, then expanded the subject of his expression to include the rest of his family, then his friends. "No need to be afraid," he whispered, taking her hands into his again. "I succeeded. I achieved apotheosis." Though his declaration came quietly and without much fanfare, the celebratory shouting that followed from all those in the courtyard more than made up for it. The entire palace shook as the auras of nearly all of those present practically exploded with jubilation. "Our king!" the Jaguar roared. "Our god! Let it be known!" Iron Striker shouted, joining his voice to the Jaguars. The 10 tribes followed divinity once again. The shouting from the others was no less grandiose, not that Leon could blame them. However, he put it out of his mind as he made eye contact with those most important to him. Elise's emerald eyes were watering, likely from concern, relief, and excitement. Her lips were moving, but it seemed she was having trouble finding the words. Cassandra simply looked odd, and she seemed to be drinking in Leon's aura with a look of avariciousness and anticipation. With Ambrosia, this power was in her future, too, not that she couldn't enjoy having a husband with that power. Beforehand, Maya was still concerned, but now that Leon had confirmed his status, she relaxed into his embrace and trembled in his arms as the energy in the courtyard seemed to double with every passing second. Valeria's response, however, surprised Leon the most. A knowing look graced her heart-shaped face, and she asked in a soft, though still more than audible voice, "How did that creation of yours work out?" Leon smiled. "Fantastically, though not as I originally expected." "The darkness runes?" she asked, referring to Leyland's work that Leon had heavily borrowed from. Leon nodded, his eyes flitting to the edge of the courtyard where a stunned Nestor stood, seemingly unsure of what to do with himself. Given his faceplate had no way to express emotion, Leon couldn't tell exactly what he was feeling, but his stance seemed a cross between uncertainty and a deep desire to run to Leon and talk his ear off. Given how he was slowly edging his way through the peristyle in Leon's general direction, Leon felt like he knew which emotion was winning out. The dead man wanted to talk, but he was reluctant to show that want before everyone present. "We'll have to talk about it later," Leon said. Before anything more could be said, he felt magic senses crashing into his palace from just about everyone on Katagita, and some originating from outside of it. All of them were scattered by his palace's wards, though he could sense the wards struggling to keep up. It seemed his ascension had not gone unnoticed. "What happened out here?" he asked. "I was a little busy, so I couldn't see for myself." "Lots of lightning and clouds," Elise explained, her composure rapidly returning now that Leon had revealed himself and his achievement. "Lots of wind. Power spiraled upward from your meditation room like a beacon. I think everyone will know about your ascension before the day is done." Leon felt more magic senses from outside of Katagita fall upon the palace. Their origins were mostly from the empires, but a couple weren't. "Those who matter most already know," he stated. "I'll have to meet with them, I suppose. I'll handle the rest," Elise said as she took Leon's arm, which didn't have a 10th-tier river nymph clutching it. She pressed her lips to Leon's cheek, then whispered in a voice as warm and sweet as honey, "Congratulations, Leon." Leon grinned and put thoughts of all the meetings he'd have to have in the future aside. For the moment, he only had to worry about how hard everyone was going to celebrate, and given his life so far and what he knew and suspected lay ahead of him, celebrations were hardly something he needed to worry about. "And this one is from the ambassador from Beloran," Gaius said, indicating a long, thin box on the table in front of Leon. It came with a special note for whoever was presenting it to you to note that it was made by the Master Bogdan. Leon resisted the urge to roll his eyes. In 50 years, he'd received a few gifts from Beloran, and with his name and habits becoming more well-known, half of those gifts had been weapons made by Bogdan, the king of Beloran's personal smith. Though the weapons given had been made of exquisite materials, Leon had not been impressed by the quality of Bogdan's work. "Let's see it, then," Leon said with resignation. He leaned forward and opened the box, revealing a splendid sheath made of high-quality black leather, embroidered with blue lightning bolts, and with bands of silver encircling it. Embedded in the silver were dozens of tiny sapphires. Sticking out of the sheath was the golden hilt of a curved saber, with the guard shaped to resemble two eagles' heads and the golden pommel carved in the likeness of a bird's talons. Leon lifted the weapon and drew it from its sheath, his expert eye wandering over the curved blade. It was sharp enough, though not to Leon's standard, and possessed a plethora of enchantments. Unfortunately, none were strong enough to catch Leon's attention for long. With a sigh, he sheathed the weapon and set it back in its box. It would be a gaudy, if useful weapon for a mage of the 6th or 7th tier, but it was too weak to catch his attention for longer than a second or two. "Put it in the vaults," Leon said. "Maybe we can sell it, if the need ever arises." Elise, sitting directly to his right, asked, "That bad?" "Even from here, it looked like cheap garbage," Cassandra responded from her seat on Leon's left. "You have the right of it," Leon stated. "Good materials, shoddy workmanship. We can't all have the best smith in heaven's eye as a friend, love," Elise reminded him. "I'm already grading on a curve, and that thing still barely passes," Leon argued. Elise smiled thinly, then said to Gaius, "Be sure to thank Vladislav for us. I'll have a gift of our own sent to him in response. He favors strong drink, as most do who hail from Beloran," Cassandra suggested. "Something from Helen, then." Leon nodded absent-mindedly. They'd been sitting there for a couple hours waiting through an ocean of gifts sent from all over the plane by powerful magnates hoping to curry favor with Eterna's most powerful mage. Stormhollow already hosted embassies from most mainland states, with the Indra Raj being the only major player who hadn't sent an ambassador to Katagita. It had taken decades to get this far, with the Pegasi states eventually calming down after about 30 years had passed without Sky Devil raiding along their shores. The Pegasi states numbered nearly 100 in total, and all but a handful had sent embassies. Now, in addition to the traditional districts held by each of the 10 tribes, another district had been built to accommodate so many foreign guests. The district had only grown when the free cities of the Tam added dozens more embassies to the district, and then the kingdoms further up the western coast did the same. The states of the Menominee Valley sent ambassadors, too, but they were larger and less numerous than those of the Tam or the Pegasi states. Even the Forest Watchers, who had occupied the southeastern corner of Eterna for thousands of years and had been resisting Sky Devil incursions for all of their recorded history, sent a few representatives to Leon's court. Of all the embassies in his capital city, however, those from Ilion, Evergold, and the Bull Kingdom were the largest and most glorious. Thunderhaven had sent an embassy, but given the shaky state of Archaon's rule, he hadn't been able to send a large staff along with his ambassador, and Memoria had sent only a single monk who lived upon a low mountain without even a lean-to for shelter. And, of course, after Leon achieved apotheosis, word had reached every person in Stormhollow by the end of the day, and through the ambassadors, had spread throughout the plain. During the celebrations that subsequently engulfed the capital, the ambassadors had almost tripped over each other carrying gifts to Leon's palace. He expected many more in the coming months as Heaven's Eye delivered more personalized gifts from each of the ambassadors' homelands, and he was considering letting other people open them on his behalf so that he wouldn't have to bother. Already, just these short-notice gifts were stacked high in the room, nearly all of them just as ostentatious as the saber from Beloran. Sensing his impatience, Elise laid a hand on his arm. "There isn't much left, Leon. If you want me to handle this, I'll gladly do so." Leon smiled at his wife. He didn't want to foist duties off on her, but he knew that she was much fonder of this sort of thing than he was. Besides, he could sense that Asia and Christina were already on their way from the Bull Kingdom's embassy, and he was more than willing to give the old friends some time to reminisce. He gave her a grateful look, then rose from his seat. "I'll get the rest of the palace ready," Cassandra declared as she, too, stood up. "We should make sure that everything is as it should be when our guests arrive." Elise agreed. It was fairly short notice, but Anastasios and the Grand Druid were due to arrive in only a couple days. They were rocketing to Katagita as fast as they possibly could in the wake of Leon's ascension. He was honestly a little surprised that Keeper wasn't doing the same, and he understood why Archaon was prioritizing remaining in the Sunlit Empire rather than leaving despite what Leon had accomplished. Leon knew he could trust his ladies to handle these matters, so he left Gaius with Elise to help her get through the large pile of gifts that had yet to be opened. He departed the room with a small escort of Tempest Knights. He had another guest who arrived while he was dealing with the gifts to see to. His feet took him back to the courtyard adjacent to his lab in the Lewin chamber, the training chamber in which he'd achieved apotheosis. He noticed that even though only a couple days had passed since then, and the city was still only just getting started with the 2-week-long celebration that Leon had announced, the chamber had been completely repaired. His lab was his destination, however, and only a moment later, he'd arrived. Immediately upon entering, he took quick stock of everyone in the room. First was Valeria, sitting in a corner poring over something she was working on. Second and third were Nestor and Mari, both of whom were quietly chatting about some new golem designs that Mari had helped create. In the 50 years since her arrival on the plane, Leon had furnished Mari with enough ambrosia to fuel her ascension to the 8th tier. It seemed more than fitting compensation for all that she was doing for his kingdom. A considerable amount of the progress made over the past half-century had been a result of Mari bringing with her the traditions and techniques of Arknavi and working with the Ravens to marry them with those of Eterna. She usually split her time between Reagan and Stormhollow, but after Leon's ascension, he'd hastily recalled her. Despite the blistering speed she'd have needed to reach Stormhollow in less than 2 days, she looked none the worse for wear. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Heya, Lele. Mari energetically called out as soon as the door closed behind Leon, separating them from the potentially judgmental Tempest Knights on Leon's guard detail. Heya to you, too, Leon replied. He gave her a quick wave and an apologetic look before walking toward Valeria. Whatever she was examining with such ardor had so captured her attention that she apparently hadn't noticed his arrival. Given the extra duties that his retainers had taken on over the years, his retinue had largely ceased to be. Valeria had been in charge of his retinue, which in turn meant that she didn't have much to do once the retinue had effectively dissolved. Many options for how to spend her time remained open to her, and Leon had encouraged her to do whatever her heart desired. His delight was boundless when she told him that she wanted to focus more on training and studying enchantments. He already had Elise and Cassandra to handle official queenly duties, and far better than Valeria could at least, so Valeria had told him. As a result, Leon enjoyed having her present in his lab more often than not, which led to her contributing in no small part to the design of his wireframe device. He strode over and wrapped his arms around her waist. She jumped, startled, and when she glanced over her shoulder and came almost nose to nose with him, he grinned and pressed his lips against her cheek. Hey there, he breathed into her ear. What are you working on? She smiled and leaned back into his embrace. You can tell already, can't you? Leon gave her work a quick once-over, identifying it immediately as an important and heavily enchanted item that was crucial to most of their latest designs for vehicle and weapon platforms. Using Mary's imparted knowledge, the Ravens had started making brain enchantment interfaces using darkness magic, much like what Mari had in her Ulta suit. The Ravens had initially taken to calling them Arknavi interfaces, but Mari, thinking that wasn't poetic enough, had renamed the interfaces to Cloud Glass. Circular slates of this Cloud Glass were placed in arcs and various mall models that, when someone's head rested against it, allowed them to interface with the enchantments in the vehicle directly, moving it like they moved their own body. It required a great deal of training to use, but those who'd mastered using Cloud Glass easily outperformed those who hadn't. When Leon looked at what Valeria was studying, however, several glaring flaws immediately stuck out to him. He inhaled, preparing to say something, but Valeria held a finger up to his lips. Stop right there, I know what you see and I see them, too, she said. Leon let that die, but he still couldn't help but wonder what she was doing with a flawed design. I'm fixing it, she explained as if reading his mind. She pulled out a few more sheets of paper to lay across the design, and Leon could see that the edits were perfect. Still, he silently questioned why she was trying to fix a broken design when they had other, more powerful designs already in use. Again, she spoke without him needing to ask. This one still has potential. Plus, we have that new block of Ulta suits that the Eagles are making, and I think that I can make them better if I can get this to work right. Leon smiled and leaned in further, resting his chin on her shoulder as his eyes scanned the stacks of paper in front of his wife. Most of it was reference material, but a goodly portion of it was her work, inscribed by hand. Subtly, his head turned to their right, where an inscribing mirror was hanging on the wall. The mirror would display any enchantment upon it, and let a mage edit it as they pleased. It was a far more efficient way to work than using paper as Valeria was doing. For a third time, Valeria spoke before his question could pass his lips. I don't like using those. Writing all of it out is slower, yes, but I think better doing it this way. Leon smiled again and turned back toward her. She paused and glanced back at him. Do you want me to stop? She asked, sounding a little unsure for the first time during this exchange. Leon simply replied, Christina and Asia are on their way. Thought you might like to greet them. Valeria's eyes went wide and she sprang up from her seat and out of Leon's arms. Right. She loudly said as she made for the door. She paused before leaving and called back over her shoulder, I'll be back in, later. Don't touch my work. Leon smiled and waved, though Valeria didn't see it as she'd already shot out the door. Hey Mari, Leon said. How's it going? Pretty damn good, Lele, she beamed. She'd long ago mastered Eterna's common tongue, speaking it with all the confidence of a native. Some of those old ravens still hate having to listen to little old me, but hidden 8th tier got those gray feathers to pay attention. Good, Leon replied. Progress, bein' made, she reported. Got some more official-like reports comin' to you in the next couple of days. Leon smiled gratefully. Wonderful. Have you been in contact with Clear Day, recently? The Tau had been spending a lot of time helping the giants settle into their new bodies and prepare for other, less human bodies, otherwise Leon thought he might have been able to foist a lot of his diplomatic responsibilities off on him. Clear was supposed to be in charge of his diplomatic corps, after all. Not really, Mari replied. He and Reikos have been real chummy lately. Don't know what they're doing, but I think it has to do with us and the giants as wisps. You'd have to ask him, I've got nothing more for ya. That's fine, he said. No matter, I'd rather talk about my wireframe. Nestor interjected, have you tried creating wisps yet? Not yet, Leon admitted. You should work on that instead. Our lack of wisps has long been a problem that I've struggled with. Make more. Demanding. I'd rather we talk about my wireframe. We'll get to the wisps later. Besides, we have giants, don't we? The giants can fill in for wisps, but the wireframe is unique. Still callin' it that, huh? Mari asked with a teasing look. Do you have something better? Leon sharply, though amiably, asked. She hummed in thought. How about star condenser? No, too much of a mouthful, it has to be descriptive, but hit the tongue like the finest brandy. I dunno, let me think on it. Your efforts would be better spent on actual work instead of thinking of silly names, Nestor chided. Fuck ya too, Nesty, Mari pleasantly responded. Nestor visibly shuddered, but he didn't argue with her over the nickname. He'd long ago learned that was a losing battle. So, whatcha thinking about, Lele? Mari asked. I'm thinking about the failure of the wireframe device, he said. Failure? Mari asked, startled. Even Nestor cocked his head and stared at Leon, confusion visible in his body language. Yes, failure. I managed to achieve apotheosis, but the wireframe wasn't needed. I suppose it did help, but now that I can look back on it, I can see that it wouldn't have ever condensed an origin spark entirely on its own. Still, that doesn't mean that it's useless. Far from it, I'd say, and I want the two of you to listen to this and tell me if I'm wrong to say it. Leon began explaining what had happened with the wireframe in his soul realm, and how it had managed to condense some origin power even if it hadn't successfully condensed an origin spark on its own. Before he'd even finished, Nestor started scribbling everything he was saying down as quickly as he could and continued even after Leon had finished. Mari, meanwhile, simply stared at Leon, slack-jawed. Origin power, she squeaked. We could use these things to make origin power. Maybe, Leon said. Let's talk about it. I think the theory is sound, now we just need to actualize it. Leon retrieved the designs from his soul realm and laid them out. He bent over the table to begin going through it, but Mary's face had scrunched up in thought as she stared at nothing in particular rather than the designs. Now that I think about it, she wondered aloud, would condensate origin power just by itself be possible? Like, couldn't I just, I dunno, do it right now? She held out her hand and began channeling her magic. Before she got too far, however, Nestor interrupted. No, the air is too impure. You won't just be concentrating magic power, you'll be concentrating a lot of other garbage, too. The filters on the device were some of the most robust that have ever been designed, that's why the device worked as well as it did. You're not just going to create origin power without an origin spark. The dead man paused and made eye contact with Leon. Or so I thought. He began to furiously scribble again, but this time consulted Leon's designs every few lines. What about in soul realms, then? Mari asked. In a soul realm, aren't we able to just control everything, perfectly? That's just making an origin spark, Nestor said exasperatedly. Right, Mari said, looking a little embarrassed. So, then, origin power turns into magic power, right? Does any of the magic power in the environment or whatever turn back into origin power? If it does, then I haven't heard of it happening, Nestor stated. Marika, please focus. The potential to create origin power outside of a post-apotheosis mage is huge. Let's focus on that. Mari frowned and poked Nestor in the side, but all it did was make a loud ringing sound. She leaned over the table before suddenly jerking back, a grin on her face. How about we call it a RAIM device? Ya know, give ya a little bit of fame, right Lele? That's unnecessary, Leon said as he shook his head. Ya gotta learn to sell yourself more, Lele, Mari grumbled. Leon just shrugged. Together the three of them pored over his designs, working on the theory for what they wanted to accomplish. By the time they were done, Leon was confident that if they could turn the theory into practice, then the possibilities were endless. Unfortunately, as the king, his duties called him away after only a few hours. A messenger had arrived that simply couldn't be ignored. Ambrose was waiting for him. Leon, my friend, it's been too long. Ambrose sprang from his chair the moment Leon entered the room where he'd been waiting and rushed over, pulling a surprised Leon into a brotherly hug. Ah, Ambrose, Leon murmured awkwardly. It had been 50 years, more than half his lifetime, since the last time he'd seen the man, and he wasn't familiar enough with the man for such an embrace. Ambrose, however, ignored his discomfort for a few seconds longer. How have you been, Leon? I couldn't help but notice that you've achieved apotheosis. And so soon. Finally, the aged immortal released Leon, and the Thunder King was relieved to see that the door had fully closed behind him, preventing anyone else from witnessing that exchange. I have. You say, soon, but I say, finally. Ambrose held up a finger and clicked his tongue in disagreement. 50 years is nothing to you, now, young man. When you get to be my age, that amount of time can pass in the blink of an eye. A blink of an eye. I'm not that old, yet, but let's set all of that aside for now. How have you been doing over these short decades? Leon bitterly grinned at how flippantly Ambrose referred to the passage of time. Those 50 years had been a long time for him, and though he'd not gone out on any world-changing or life-defining adventures in those years, they had still been important years. But he schooled his expression and answered as pleasantly as he could. Quite well, Ambrose. I have ruled a prosperous kingdom, I am surrounded by my family and friends, and I have achieved that which I have been looking forward to for so long. Wonderful. All ought to be jealous of such a life. But, where you plan on going, there are many others just like you, aren't there? Leon's eyes narrowed as a sly smile wound its way to his face. And where would I be going, exactly, Ambrose? The Nexus. Don't play with me now, Leon, not when I have awaited your visit in vain. Why haven't you used that twig, might I ask? It was never the right time. It's a one-use item, so I should be damned ready for the Nexus when I use it. Nonsense. If you ever need more, I shall give you more. You are always welcome in my tower. Always. Welcome. You're too generous. I believe I have not been generous enough, actually. Not generous enough. An excited grin made its way onto Ambrose's face. Tell me, Leon, have you tried to fly beyond the boundary of Eterna, yet? Now that you've acquired origin power, You are capable of flying out into the void unencumbered. Funny you should ask that because I have not. I've never even tried flying to the boundary. What a shame, what a shame. Come, fly with me. Without waiting for a response, Ambrose snapped his fingers and the wall opened into an adjacent hallway. A second finger snap had the wall of the hallway open onto a courtyard. Leon could only stare in dejection at the ease with which Ambrose circumvented his defensive wards. His power had entered the stone like the wards hadn't been there, moving the stone as easily as Leon might manipulate a single bolt of lightning, or a mortal might toss a pebble. Such is how post-apotheosis mages operate, I suppose. Leon followed Ambrose out through the holes in the walls he'd made, waving his Tempest Knights back as he did. He told the guard commander that he'd return shortly before joining Ambrose in the courtyard. With one last forlorn look at his bypassed defenses, Leon thought, going to have to figure something out to deal with origin power. Now, let's fly. Ambrose declared before freezing and following Leon's eyes. Oh, wait. A third time Ambrose snapped his fingers, and all of the stones he'd moved returned to their original positions. In but a moment, Leon's palace was completely fixed, not a stone out of place. With his new senses, Leon could even tell that all of his wards were intact, too. It was like Ambrose had never made those holes at all. Now let's fly, Ambrose repeated more definitively and shot into the sky. Leon sighed, and with some reluctance, followed the grave warden into the great blue yonder. They moved at a fantastic speed, but for mages of their power, it was more than manageable. From only a few dozen feet above, Ambrose called out, "Have you ever contemplated entering the void without the aid of an arc before, Leon?" "Have you?" "Yes, but I'll admit that I've never considered what the void actually does to a person, so flying through it has always been more fantasy than informed speculation." "Just do as I tell you, then. Follow me." Ambrose accelerated and Leon was forced to follow suit. Miles and miles they rose into the sky, the air thinning and cooling rapidly. Fortunately, Leon had no need to fear the lack of air or the temperature of high altitude. Eventually, Ambrose began to decelerate, coming to a halt at a point where the air was practically non-existent. Without air for sound to move through, Ambrose reached out to Leon with darkness magic, and Leon hesitated only a moment before allowing Ambrose to touch his mind. "We're almost at the barrier," Ambrose explained, unconcerned apparently by Leon's hesitation. "The point where Eterna ends and the void begins. Can you sense it? Can you?" Leon reached out with his magic senses, feeling how not just the air had grown thinner but the air, too. About a quarter mile above them, however, was a wall, of sorts, invisible to the naked eye but giving off enough of an aura that it could be easily sensed. This wall wasn't that powerful. Leon thought he could have made something of comparable power with his enchanting skills before he'd left the Bull Kingdom, if not comparable in scale but spanned the entire sky. All of Eterna lay beneath this weak wall of magic. "Yes, I can. I built it. Most planes have no need of such barriers, but those of the Divine Graveyard are special, you know. They're special. Such means are needed to ensure a closed system, that no magic escapes the plane. Will it give us any trouble? Or, I suppose since it's your barrier, would it give anyone else not accompanied by you, trouble?" "No, it's not that kind of barrier. Such a barrier would be impractical and ineffective. This one is just to keep any possible hint of godly power from escaping." That's it. But for us right now, it serves to separate us from the void. Once we pass it, we will no longer be on Eterna." Leon gravely nodded, but the grave warden treated the matter with considerably less gravity. After explaining what his barrier was, he paused for only a moment before flashing Leon a delighted smile and rocketing upward once again. Had there been more air around, Leon might have sighed. Instead, he rolled his eyes and followed. "If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation." The barrier was no more hindrance to him than the film of a soap bubble. He felt nothing as he passed through the thin barrier, and left Eterna behind. As soon as he did, however, he immediately felt strange. For the first time in his life, there was nothing around him, and that meant that his body heat didn't dissipate away. He didn't mind the heat, though he could tell that weaker mages, let alone mortals, would die upon leaving the barrier. In fact, in contrast to his trapped body heat, he could feel his magic bleeding away from him at a noticeable rate. That concerned him far more greatly than anything else, as the rate magic bled away from him while he was on Eterna was negligible, essentially just what magic he emitted as his aura. He panicked slightly as magic power leached out of his body and radiated out into the void, and he began to falter above the barrier. The grip he had on himself with his magic, the mechanism by which he flew, was loosening as his magic was pulled out into the void rather than staying by him. It felt disturbingly similar to how Planerend had prevented flight on Arknavi. Leon tried to control his magic, but the more he tried to use it, the more radiated away. As Ambrose gave him an encouraging look, Leon gritted his teeth and forced himself to stop and take a moment to think. He had a few minutes before he fell back below the barrier, at least. If only a post-apotheosis can survive out in the void, then that means that origin power is needed. Can I use origin power instead of magic power in a similar way? Or will it be ripped away just as my magic power was? Leon grimaced and internally shrugged. Though his supplies of origin power were far more limited than magic power, he still had enough to wrap around himself and fly, if he had to, and it seemed he had to. So, with some nervousness, this was his first real test of using origin power, and on top of that, he could sense both the Thunderbird and Zaffin watching. He called upon his origin power. It came to him easily, just as his magic did, but as it flowed through his body, he could feel the heat that was building within him alleviating. As his origin power began to coat his skin, his magic stopped leaking out that way. Most reassuring of all, his origin power was not ripped away from him to radiate into the empty void as his magic was, and remained sticking to his body, entirely under his control. "Looks like you're getting the hang of it," Ambrose proudly stated. "You'll figure out better techniques later, I'm sure, but for now, let's rise a little higher." A little higher, taking a much lazier pace, Ambrose drifted further upward, and Leon followed suit. They only stopped when they had reached the halfway point between Eterna and its sun. When Ambrose finally stopped, he turned around to gaze upon his plane and indicated for Leon to do the same. When he complied, Leon was struck completely speechless. Even the occasional furtive glance he'd taken behind him couldn't compare. Sensing the entirety of Eterna with his magic senses was one thing, but seeing it with his own eyes from such a vantage point was another. All of the plain could be seen, from the rough sea at the center of the plain to the tall mountains that ringed it. The endless ocean was decidedly less so, lapping at the shores of the continent of Eterna just as it did those border mountains separating the ocean from the void. In the north, he could see the Bull Kingdom. Though he'd only spent a few years there, they were years that would stick with him until his dying days. To the north lay the Northern Vales, his childhood home. At his level of power, he could even see the clearing of purple grass where he'd once lived. Only a few burned beams remained of the compound he'd lived in with Artorias, but in the spot where the obelisk had once been, and upon which Leon had built Artoria's cairn, he could see the golden foliage of a young heartwood tree. His gaze moved south, touching everywhere he'd ever stopped, every place he'd visited or called home. The memories of those places flooded through him, bringing with them such a wave of nostalgia that he could hardly stand to look for long. But he remained strong, taking in the sight. It was indescribably beautiful. He wasn't sure how long he floated in the void staring down at Eterna, and when he turned back to Ambrose, the attitude of the smiling grave warden gave him no clues. It seemed that he was patient enough to simply let Leon have this moment. Only when they made eye contact did Ambrose speak again. "Quite the experience, isn't it? To see an entire plain from above. Everywhere you've ever lived and loved, spread all before you like a map on a table. But more than that, though my kingdom may look small on a map, I can still see how large it is from up here. It's just, I can feel the scale. The weight of it, the people, they are all down there. I can see them all." Ambrose nodded and let another moment of silence linger. "Have you considered when you're going to leave?" he eventually asked. "Still working on that," Leon answered. "I figured I'll go first to scout the Nexus with some trusted friends and followers. Then, once we find a good place to settle, will we return for everyone else?" "No need for that, no need. I have taken the liberty of doing that beforehand." Leon's golden eyes turned to Ambrose in mild confusion. "How? You don't leave the divine graveyard, right? My apprentice is out in the universe searching for any sign of Planerend. And if word of a freed primal devil travels, then it will inevitably travel to the Nexus. So, he occasionally stops by to check in with those powers who make the Nexus their home. It was a simple matter to ask him to take a few days and look for possible spots for you to set up. I have a list of possible sites. Take it, take it." Ambrose took out a crystal the size of Leon's index finger and handed it to him. Leon took it but didn't use it just yet. Instead, he turned back to Eterna, gazing upon the plane that had been his home for so long. He would likely think of the plane as his home for as long as he lived. Would you object to me returning, on occasion? Ambrose silently laughed. Of course not. We are friends, are we not? We are friends. A small smile spread across Leon's face. Yes, friends. I suppose we are. With Ambrose, Leon remained in the void for a while longer. When Leon tired of simply staring at Eterna, Ambrose goaded him into traveling through the void as fast as he could. With origin power and without air resistance to get in his way, Leon found that he could travel much faster through the void than he could outside of it, so much so that if he ever wanted to return to the Bull Kingdom, it would undoubtedly be faster to travel through the void rather than making a straight journey. By the time Leon started to tire, his relatively small reserve of origin power taxed hard from flying so far and so quickly, he'd found that he could push himself so fast that he could go from Stormhollow to the Bull Kingdom's capital in less than an hour. Not fast enough to easily travel between planes, though, Leon speculated. There was a reason arcs were used even by post-apotheosis mages, after all. Come, let us return, Ambrose stated. It's been some time. Leon nodded. The sun, burning so brightly that even he had to squint slightly to look upon it, had moved even farther and faster than he had, telling him that he'd been gone for a few hours. So, he and Ambrose began making their way back to Stormhollow. Their return journey didn't take long, and upon their return, Ambrose asked to stop several thousand feet above the palace. Leon, he said, don't be a stranger. We have much I'd like to talk about, and not just about your sojourn into the Nexus. My Eterna is your home, or such is how I'd like you to think of it. You are always welcome, in my hall or on my plane. He laid a hand on Leon's shoulder and smiled, his plain features alight with fondness and friendliness. Nothing demands that your departure be permanent. Nothing demands either that all of your people must follow you, or all at once. This is their home, too, and that must be kept in mind. But we can talk about that later. For now, I believe an old friend is waiting for you. Leon followed Ambrose's gaze and laid eyes upon Clear Day. The Tao was in his aged human form, sitting on a terrace quietly sipping tea. His red eyes were narrowed with delight, but they did flicker upward every now and then, and when he noticed that he'd been noticed, he raised his cup to them. Known Clear for long, have you? Leon asked. Clear, ah, the name he must be going by, now. Yes, I've known him a long time. In the long span of time that Eterna has existed, a grand total of 7 people have achieved apotheosis upon it. Clear was the 5th. You are now the 8th. What happened to all the others? Of those 7, only Clear and my apprentice remain with the living. 1 died when your clan invaded the plane. 2 more died in the Nexus when it was learned they were from the Divine Graveyard. Remind me to talk about that later. The remaining 2 died when they sought to invade my tower without my leave. Brutal. It wasn't. I made short, clean work of it. Leon softly snorted. He briefly looked northward, noting that Anastasios and the Grand Druid were now past Raven territory and speeding ever closer. I should get back to work. But thanks for this, Ambrose. This has been an experience I didn't know I needed. Ambrose nodded again. Any time, Leon, any time. Analyze what's on that crystal I gave you, and get back to me. Think about what you want for the future, and where Eterna might fall into those plans, then get back to me. Get back to me. With that, Ambrose gave him a needlessly formal and ceremonial bow, then vanished. I will, Leon said to empty air. I will. Chapter 1055. Perspective, Clear Day, Leon said in greeting as he joined the Tao on the terrace. King Leon, Clear politely responded. After a moment, he rose from his seat and gave Leon a deep, respectful bow. You've achieved apotheosis. I have. Congratulations. Clear spoke with all the passion as if he were commenting on the weather, and Leon almost laughed at the absurdity of such a momentous occasion being treated so flippantly. However, instead of laughing, Leon took the opportunity to examine Clear's aura. It was calm, almost seamlessly blending into the magic power all around them. More interestingly was an almost ethereal quality to it, as if all other mages' auras were acrid smoke while his was the purest of clouds. However, that didn't detract from the colossal power that Leon could sense within the aura, a sure sign of origin power, he assumed. He wondered how his look to Clear's eyes. Took some doing, Leon said after making his quick examination. Got there in the end, though. Your strategy worked. Yes and no, Leon quickly filled Clear in on all that happened and had been discussed already regarding his ascension. I see, Clear thoughtfully whispered, his red eyes turning out to the Antari Sea. Your explanation makes a lot more sense than what I had thought of the process. Well, letting nature take its course wasn't an option for me. Indeed, Clear sighed and turned his eyes back to Leon. Sometimes I forget that those around me are human. I am not like you, and achieving apotheosis would naturally be different for me. Leon nodded in understanding. It was the traditional dichotomy of man and beast. A man was weak at birth, but through training and perseverance, could gain great magical power. A beast didn't have to work their power, gaining it as they aged. So, the beast started from a more powerful position, but humans who trained hard enough and had access to enough resources would eventually pass them. Or, as Leon had heard it speculated, magic came naturally to beasts, but it was an unnatural adaptation for mankind. How is the world now that you see it through divine eyes? Clear inquired. The same, yet different. So much more can be sensed, and I feel like I could change whatever I lay my eyes on. Clear grinned and tapped the stone railing. A perfect life-size replica of his Tao form, which could have been mistaken for a dove to an untrained eye, grew from the stone as if a skilled earth mage had created a new statue to rest upon the railing. However, Leon could sense that Clear hadn't used any earth magic, nor had he pulled from the existing stone. Instead, he'd created the replica using nothing more than origin power. Clear withdrew his hand, his smile a little more strained now. I understand that feeling. At our level, our abilities to create using origin power are limited, but hardly non-existent. With eyes glittering with excitement and potential, Leon laid his hand on a decorative pillar holding up the terrace's roof. He called upon his origin power, manipulating it like he would his magic. With an image in his mind, he willed his origin power to take that shape with the same material as the pillar. A moment later, a grotesque statue no larger than his head had grown from the pillar like a terrible tumor, that if looked at from the right angle, resembled in general shape a bird in flight. Shit, Leon murmured. Around the malformed statue were marks on the pillar that showed he'd used a lot more stone that had already been there than he'd been intending to. Less than half of the grotesquerie his origin power had formed was from origin power itself. The rest was stone pulled from the pillar. It takes some practice, Clear said. The roof groaned above them, the wooden rafters having been shaken by Leon's attempt to create as Clear had done. I'd urge you not to be so hasty, however, we wouldn't want a section of your lovely palace to collapse after a peak of creativity on your part, would we? Feeling almost like a naughty child being lectured to, Leon frowned, but he couldn't deny Clear's point. He took a seat in a slight huff and indicated with a look that Clear ought to join him. The Tao was only too happy to comply. I'll practice more on my own, but for now, I wanted to ask you about your perspective. Clear gave him a searching look. My perspective on what? On apotheosis. You achieved it long before I did. Surely you must have thought about it before. Clear frowned deeply. I'm not sure I can say. I achieved apotheosis so long ago that I can hardly remember what I was before. But I will say that I must remind myself that I am hardly immortal, simply ageless. Though I possess the power to destroy whole kingdoms and devastate this plane, I will often remember the fate of Juntalio, a good friend of mine from a long, long time ago. He was a powerful mage, so much so that he was the hegemon of his time, much as you are now. Clear's expression darkened. He was assassinated before he could achieve apotheosis. Clear's dark red eyes turned to Leon, and Leon almost shivered at the sheer weight of his gaze. How do you think he met his end? Leon frowned in thought. A jealous political opponent, he asked. Someone whose power was threatened by Juntalio. A safe bet. The powerful rarely enjoy having others rule over them. The ambitious might scheme against those they believe are vulnerable, or whose demise might benefit them in some way. The Tao sighed and propped his head up in his hand. Such was not Juntalio's fate. Instead, he was killed by some guard. Some young man with no recognizable name. Some kid who thought himself deserving of more. When Juntalio disagreed, denying this young man a promotion he sought, the man was so aggrieved that he broke into my old friend's meditation chamber while Juntalio was busy in his soul realm. He stabbed my vulnerable friend in the heart. Leon gravely nodded. The heart was a mage's most vulnerable place as it was where they were connected to their soul realm. Juntalio was so severely injured that he died 3 days later, Clear explained. The assassin was tortured for the rest of his short life, and his name stricken from all records. He possessed only 4th-tier power. No one's truly immortal, Leon mused aloud. No one, Clear agreed. Those of us who achieve apotheosis can be worshipped as gods and gain powers that few others can imagine. But even a mortal could kill us in the right situation. This is what I think of apotheosis. We now possess godlike power that can affect the world around us in ways we can hardly imagine. But we must always battle against our own hubris, the arrogant belief that because we've achieved this level of power we can do anything to anyone for any reason. It means we must be even more vigilant against the vices that take men like the former sunlit emperor. Leon wryly grinned. Do you think I'm going to need such reminders? He only joked, but Clear fixed him in a deadly serious gaze. We all need those reminders from time to time. All traces of levity vanished from Leon's demeanor. Consider me reminded, then. Clear nodded in acceptance. Silence stretched between them for several seconds before Leon spoke again. How was Reiko's? The giants are experimenting with other golem bodies, aren't they? Love what you're reading. Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. There are new mall variants that have incorporated storm crystals. If the giants can fulfill the function of wisps, we will know soon. But, on a more personal level, I will say that they were eager to begin their tests, and those I witnessed were promising. No deleterious effects on those who joined the tests. None that were immediately apparent. The golems that young Marika and Nestor designed aren't too dissimilar to the malls. I'd actually say that they're far more complex than those weapons you created, Leon, and that the giants might find these new malls easier to control than a golem frame. Leon frowned and nodded in appreciation. That's good to hear. Hells, if the giants can adapt to the malls, then they could theoretically pilot almost any manufactured form, couldn't they? Theoretically. Leon's lips turned upward in an almost greedy smile. That creates quite a few design opportunities, doesn't it? Clear shrugged. You're the enchanter, and you're already many times the engineer that I could ever be. You tell me. With a laugh, Leon explained his thoughts. I'm thinking about arcs piloted entirely by the giants. Maybe have some golems in there for manual labor, but if the crew of an arc doesn't have to have physical space within it to operate, think bedrooms and bathrooms and bridges and the like, then we might be able to free up arc design in ways I can hardly begin to fathom. Remove all the creature comforts, all the living space, from an arc, and you can have more room for power crystals, for weapons, for whatever else you may want to fit inside of that arc. And that's not even touching on the possibilities of specializing the giants based on what form they may take. A giant in a mall could reasonably be expected to also be able to pilot an arc that might otherwise have a crew of 3, right? I mean, Leon cut himself off and gave Clear an almost embarrassed grin. I don't want to get too into the weeds right now, but like I said, if the giants pull this off, then the opportunities are almost endless. I'll take your word for it. However, couldn't some of what you are considering be done with wisps, too? It was Leon's turn to shrug, and he didn't let the chance go to waste. The golems and wisps that I've interacted with so far would lead me to think that yes, they could fulfill some of these roles, but wisps are inherently limited things. Leon paused and looked questioningly at Clear. Have you never created a wisp yourself? Never have I had any formal education on matters of magic, Clear said, seemingly attempting to justify what he was about to say. Given his tone, Leon already knew what that answer was going to be. How could I try and create something that I don't know exists? Alas, such innovation has always been beyond me. I rarely dwell on powers that are not my own. I suppose that's understandable. Though he conceded that much, Leon was still disappointed. I quite enjoy these kinds of talks, Clear responded, his tone lightening considerably. He smiled at Leon and continued, as with delusions of invincibility, sometimes I must remind myself that the limit of magic lies far beyond what I am personally capable of. You're capable of more than most, Leon pointed out. Entering and influencing dreams is a power that many would kill to have. It makes complete sense that you would spend your time specializing in your unique gifts. Is there anyone who criticizes me for specializing in lightning magic? Clear lightly chuckled. Some, I'm sure. Specialization is all well and good, but a mage ought to have at least some passing familiarity with all kinds of magic. Excitement grew within Leon, and he grinned at the Tau. Origin power ought to help on that front, no? Indeed, it does, Clear agreed. Indeed, it does. Again, silence stretched between them while Leon worked up the nerve to ask the Tau something else. Perhaps sensing this, Clear asked, is there something else you wish to ask about, Leon? Leon scowled for just a moment, then asked, have you ever asked Ambrose about all of this? The grave warden, though he is my friend, Clear answered, we rarely interact. He'll frequently sleep for centuries at a time, and when we do speak, our next talk may only come some decades later. Still, we have spoken on a great many topics, enough for me to know that Ambrose is a man who greatly prefers talking about people rather than magic. He desires stories, to listen to all that I've seen happen, and to talk in turn about what he's seen. I have never considered asking him about the particulars of magic. As I've said before, the powers I have been most interested in are those unique to myself. Leon reflected on all of his interactions with Ambrose, and couldn't help but think that Clear might be showing some wisdom. Ambrose hardly seemed like a man who would enjoy in-depth discussions about the intricacies of how magic worked, and what a mage would have to do to take further steps along their magical journey. Still, he doubted that Ambrose had simply stumbled into his power as a mortal would stub their toe on an uneven sidewalk, so there had to be quite a bit of value in picking his brain about magic. Something to keep in mind for next time, he thought. We are friends now, aren't we? Leon sighed and sat there in silence with Clear for a while longer. Given who was closing in on Stormhollow with every passing second, he felt that he could use a bit of silence to brace for their arrival. Anastasios and the Grand Druid arrived in Stormhollow less than a day after Leon's conversation with Clear Day, and they arrived in a most unspectacular fashion. They flew in with haste, and some communication with their embassies in Stormhollow beforehand ensured that they were received with little fanfare. Leon, his family, and the respective ambassadors met the 10th tier mages in one of Leon's smaller, more private courtyards. The ambassadors immediately knelt in the presence of the near gods that guaranteed the safety of their empires, while Leon and his family largely remained standing. Cassandra was the sole exception, as she bounded forward and practically leapt into the Grand Druid's embrace. "Cassie, my girl, my darling granddaughter," the Grand Druid cooed. "How have you been? So long outside of Evergold can't have been too comfortable, can it?" The Grand Druid shot Leon an almost provocative look, but Leon didn't take the bait. "This is my home now, grandmother," Cassandra said more chidingly, not following Leon's lead in not taking the bait. "There are fewer places more wonderful than Stormhollow. But Evergold is one of them," the Grand Druid stated like it was a fact. She released Cassandra, but not before giving her a pat on the head. Cassandra acted almost like an affronted child but said no more. Anastasios, throughout this whole exchange, merely stared at Leon, his mouth agape. The Grand Druid was a little more circumspect, but Leon could tell that she was inspecting him just as closely. "Leon," the Lord Protector whispered in awe. We should talk," the Grand Druid interrupted. She looked around at everyone in the courtyard, her ruby eyes lingering on the Tempest Knights nearby guarding the courtyard. "Alone," Leon nodded, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, guided the two 10th tier mages into a private meeting room. Only once the three of them were alone did their conversation turn from polite, if inconsequential banter to the reason why the two had come so far in such a rush. "You have achieved apotheosis, Leon," the Grand Druid observed. "That I have," Leon confirmed for what felt like the 1000th time. He prepared himself to explain exactly how he'd done so again, but the Grand Druid had more she wanted to say. "Then your time on Eterna is coming to an end," Leon interjected before she could follow that thought up. "It's not like I'm leaving for the Nexus tomorrow. I have arcs to inspect and an expedition to mobilize. I can't leave my kingdom behind without preparations, too. It could be years before I leave for the Nexus. And you two will be there, too, right? That offer is still open." The two aged mages exchanged complex looks, and Anastasios quietly said, "You may be going on your own. Achieving apotheosis, even with the assistance you've given us, has proven too difficult. If we do not achieve apotheosis before you leave, Leon," the Grand Druid added, "then we've both decided that we'll remain here on Eterna." Leon frowned deeply, but after a moment, he nodded. "I understand. Leaving this plane is hardly going to be easy for me, and I won't be leaving family behind. Our empires will continue without us," Anastasios claimed. "We've both made preparations. Her daughter and my grandson will be focusing their efforts on reaching the 10th tier. But I am of the mind that we should focus on ensuring our families can maintain their power rather than focusing on ourselves. Seems a bit selfish otherwise, doesn't it?" "Maybe," Leon conceded. "Having a strong head of your family, however, is a good thing, isn't it? And it's not like I'd force you two to remain with me in the Nexus. You'd be able to return home whenever you pleased." Assuming Ambrose agrees, Leon considered after a moment, though he mentally shrugged a moment later. "Doubt he'd refuse, though." Anastasios sighed. You're too generous, Leon. I would love to achieve what you have, but for the moment, I can't help but think that I have run out of time. Best to focus on the future of my family if I will soon meet my end. If that's what you want, Leon hesitantly said. It is, Anastasios replied, and the Grand Druid nodded in agreement. Several awkward seconds of silence followed until the Grand Druid finally asked, So, dear boy, how did it go? You must tell us the story. Leon grinned lightly, then once more launched into the story of his ascension. Despite what they'd just finished discussing, he could see the hope in their eyes when he mentioned the use of his wireframe device, and then he saw it die when he mentioned that it hadn't worked as he'd hoped. As he spoke, however, he elaborated on his after-the-fact realizations on what he'd done. The more he explained the process, the more detailed he became, and when he finished, both Anastasios and the Grand Druid began asking several pointed and detailed questions which Leon was only too willing to answer. He was in the middle of explaining how his magic had condensed into origin power within his wireframe device before igniting the origin spark itself when Anastasios suddenly stood up, a look of sudden comprehension on his face. Leon, he whispered, might I borrow one of your training chambers? A smile slowly spread across Leon's face. Of course, Lord Protector. Follow me. Chapter 1056. Continued advances. When he achieved apotheosis, Leon had largely been insensate to what was happening outside of his body. He knew that quite a bit had to have happened given how trashed his meditation room had become, but he'd been far more concerned with the process inside of his soul realm to pay much attention to anything else. Now, as the Lord Protector settled into a training chamber by himself, Leon found himself treated to another perspective on the process. For about half an hour after Anastasios was left alone, nothing much happened. All was quiet, so Leon sent for Cassandra so that his wife and her grandmother could spend some more time together while everyone waited. After that first half hour, however, things started happening. It started with a mild quake that the enchantments in Leon's palace were more than up to absorbing. Leon, however, still felt it and knew that the quake had originated in Anastasios' chamber. More quakes followed, and for a little under an hour, they steadily grew more frequent and intense. By the time they were joined by other phenomena, they'd grown powerful enough that Leon had started to worry about his enchantments being overwhelmed. He was in the middle of ordering some powerful earth mages to come to his palace and shore up their quake resistance when small stones and pebbles around the palace began to float. Much like the quakes, the gravity-defying rocks started to rise rather subtly but escalated quickly. Soon, currents of sand were pouring upward, joined by larger stones and boulders throughout the palace and adjacent districts that spun and twirled through the air uncontrollably. The walls in the palace began to creak and groan under the strain as power within the palace was sucked inward, toward Anastasios' chamber. Again, Leon was worried that too much power was going to be pulled away from his enchantments, so he added his own power to the grid, letting his palace feed upon his power. With access to origin power, even in limited quantities, he felt he could make sure that none of these phenomena would threaten his home and capital. By the time the third event started, the city, still in the throes of celebration following Leon's ascension, had started to give his palace a wider berth. At Leon's urging, the Jaguar, the Axe Bringer, and Alcander were all ordered to activate any forces they had to ensure the safety of those in Stormhollow. The Tempest Knights saw to the palace, soldiers from the Central Army erected a cordon around the palace, and the Axe Bringer led the city police force in clearing nearby streets. With all these people running around, they were almost too late to prevent severe damage from the third phenomenon. Stormhollow had been built on relatively flat lands. Anastasios' power, however, seemed to want to change that. The quakes intensified and Leon sensed the ground seeming to push up against the foundations of his palace. Leon called upon his darkness magic and coordinated most of the earth mages in the palace to refocus their efforts from protecting the palace structure to using their power to counteract what was happening below. As a result, the palace remained intact, but several steep hills erupted from the ground in nearby gardens and public parks, and one even pushed up through an administrative building close to the palace. Fortunately, that was where strange events ended. Leon sensed an intense burst of magic power coming from Anastasios' chamber that overwhelmed even the privacy enchantments set up within, and he knew that the Lord Protector had been successful. Following that burst of power, there were no more quakes and all of the floating stone began to fall back to the earth. Quite a bit of material had been pulled up there, so once again, Leon redirected the efforts of his earth mages to protecting the city from the return of its wayward stone. All of the sand was easily controlled, as were most of the smaller stones, but a couple boulders came down quite hard and caused some minor damage, but fortunately, no one was hurt. In total, Anastasios only needed about 4 hours to achieve apotheosis. Once everything calmed down, the chamber door opened, and a different man than the one who entered emerged. He still looked largely the same, but he had the same kind of ethereal quality to his aura that Leon had noticed in Clear Day's aura. The look on his face, too, was different, with wonder carving itself into Anastasios' chiseled features. By the golden oak, the Grand Druid whispered in awe, her ruby eyes locked on Anastasios. Stifling a laugh, Leon said, "Well, I have to say that I'm impressed. I thought, the Grand Druid sputtered before rushing over to the Lord Protector. Her approach appeared to jolt him out of the wonder that Anastasios had become lost in, and the Grand Druid barely managed to get a single word out before Anastasios pulled her into a tight hug, lifting her off her feet and spinning her around several times, laughing. All the while, "He seems happy," Leon quipped. Beside him, Cassandra responded, "Grandmother doesn't." Indeed, Leon noticed that while Anastasios looked overjoyed, the Grand Druid was looking more and more worried by the second. When the Lord Protector set her down, his joyous expression faltered when he saw hers. However, he seemed to understand more of what was causing it than either Leon or Cassandra. Taking her hand, he said, "Let's find somewhere quiet and talk. I won't leave you behind." With only a single apologetic look spared for Leon and Cassandra, the Grand Druid agreed, and she and the Lord Protector shot into the sky, then turned northward. "Think we should go after them?" Leon asked. A sickened look passed over Cassandra's face. "Absolutely not. Whatever they have going on between them is not something I want to interrupt." You make a good point. Let's give them their time." Exasperatedly, Cassandra stated, "I'll talk to their ambassadors. They also have their escorts coming in soon, and they'll have to be coordinated." Leon nodded gratefully. Anastasios and the Grand Druid had come to Stormhollow so quickly that their entourages had been left behind and were only now closing in on the northern coast of Katagita. "Works for me," Leon said. "We'll have to clean up all the damage, too." "Was it this bad when I ascended?" "It was worse," came Cassandra's instant reply. "Less damage, but the storm was far more violent." Leon nodded, then grinned in the direction Anastasios had taken the Grand Druid. It seemed that he wouldn't be leaving those two behind after all, as he couldn't imagine that the Grand Druid was going to just let age take her when Anastasios had just ascended. He couldn't help but feel some small amount of reassurance that he'd have them with him when it came time to leave Eterna. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. The arc before him was unlike most that he'd seen before. In general, arcs were shaped to be aerodynamic, even those that were designed to fly through the void. Some were much thinner, almost resembling Needle's silver spear was one such arc that followed that design, while others were thicker and often bore wider, flatter wing-like sections. Even these arrowhead shapes, however, were still quite slender. But the arc that Leon now stared at was surprisingly thick. Its main features were rounder, its body was thicker from nose to tail, and the wings astride it looked like they could help the arc glide for a long distance if main power was ever lost. The reason for this arc's unusual thickness was easily apparent. Assembled before it were 36 new vehicles, each one only large enough for only a single operator. A dozen additional larger vehicles joined them, each one big enough for a crew of 2 and could carry a complement of up to 8 passengers. These new vehicles were the culmination of the miniaturization effort that some in the Ravens had taken to after Leon had shown off his mauls, made possible by Thunderwood. The arc behind them was designed to carry them, and while it was an ugly thing, it was only a prototype, a proof of concept. Everyone was far more concerned with seeing whether or not their theories and engineering skills worked than they were with making everything pretty. My own carrier, Leon thought with great anticipation. Only 2 weeks had passed since his ascension, and while the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid remained on Katagita, they had all but vanished within the Heart's Forest. Leon hoped that with this test of all the new arcs, then his kingdom would have something new to celebrate in addition to his ascension. Magic flared within all of the arcs before him. Engines engaged, and the small one-man arcs shot into the sky. They were light and speedy, flying with great dexterity. They were lightly armed, too, with only a small lightning lance mounted on their bow. Even the Sunlit Emperor's stealth arcs were better armed, but Leon was assured that later models would have better armaments. The small transport arcs, meanwhile, were slower to take off, but they moved deliberately, their pilots ensuring that they retained control at all times. Eventually, they, too, picked up speed, though they didn't manage to reach the speed that the fighters did. They lacked weapons, but they were much more heavily armored than the fighters, which contributed to their reduced speed. The carrier, meanwhile, took off ponderously, only rising a few feet at a time. Leon could imagine all of the engineers and navigators triple-checking everything they could measure, making sure that what they had built was working within acceptable parameters. Given that they were working with thunder wood, storm crystal, and luminite, Leon could understand their hesitance to push the arc to its limits. About 100 feet off the ground, the carrier stopped rising. Enormous doors opened just in front of where the wings met the arc's body, and several fighters flew through them, followed by several transports. Beside Leon were the Jaguar and many observers from the Central Army, the royal bureaucracy, and the tribes. All cheered when the arcs took off, stomping their feet in delight to the point that Leon thought they might flatten the shallow hill they stood upon. The test so far had been successful. However, there was still one more test they had to run, and while most of the smaller arcs continued to fly over the testing field, the carrier angled up and engaged its main thrusters. It moved even slower than the arc Leon had used to escape Arknavi, but it climbed at a steady rate. It climbed higher and higher into the sky, and Leon, after whispering a few words to the Jaguar and Gaius, took off after it, watching it the whole time. Through the clouds they soared, pushing ever upward. Leon flew on ahead, finding it fairly easy to move faster than the test carrier, channeled his origin power, and then passed through the barrier separating Eterna from the void. Only a few minutes later, the arc followed suit, slowing down as it neared the edge of the plane, before crawling past the barrier. Once it entered the void proper, it leveled out and began flying parallel to the surface of Eterna. Its engines appeared to be functioning perfectly well, and Leon couldn't sense much magic or air being vented out of the arc. He watched it for a few more minutes, every passing second doing more to convince him that what they had made was working. The arc was void-capable. However, just because the arc could fly through the void didn't mean it was useful enough for Leon's purposes. It would have to move fast if they wanted to actually reach the Nexus, let alone any other plane. So, when he sensed darkness, light, and lightning magic in front of the arc, he focused. Decades spent studying the construction of the arcs given to them by the director were about to show their worth. A sphere of darkness materialized in front of the carrier with a blue tinge in its core. Undaunted, the arc flew right into the sphere. At almost the same time, another sphere appeared several miles away, and the carrier emerged only moments after entering the first sphere. It looked much worse for wear, with scratches all along its hull and a more noticeable stream of magic being ejected into the void from missing hull panels, but the concept seemed to have worked. The arc remained hovering in the void for several more minutes before it turned downward and began a controlled descent back to Katagita. Leon followed, though the elation so buoyed his heart that he was almost at risk of being stuck in the clouds. Their earlier tests had been promising, but now it was confirmed, they could build void-capable arcs. Now, they just had to iterate on the design, refine it until it worked flawlessly, and then they would truly have unfettered access to the void. It worked, the Thunderbird asked. It did, Leon said, a joyous and satisfied smile featuring prominently on his face as he leaned back in his chair. Took some work getting the prototype mounted on that carrier, but Nestor's work was invaluable. And Leyland's, too. Promising, the Thunderbird said with an almost greedy grin. And everything else. The giants are integrating well with what we're building, to the point that wisps might be relegated to non-critical roles. Marika's cloud glass has been received well, too. Every operator we have in a machine that uses one swears by it after using it a few times. Hard to beat controlling an arc or a maul or an ulta suit with your mind. I wish I could experience that, the Thunderbird whispered wistfully. Before Leon could respond, her yellow eyes darted back to him. Are you ready? As I ever am, Leon replied. Good, my boy, follow me. Leon did as bid, following the Thunderbird away from his mind palace into a more remote corner of his soul realm. Upon a large mountain they alighted, and the Thunderbird immediately launched into her explanation regarding the creation of wisps. Leon had received many lectures on the subject from Nestor, and the Thunderbird wasn't giving him much new material to work with, but he listened intently. Did you get all that? The Thunderbird demanded after nearly an hour. Leon nodded. He held up his hand and summoned his lightning. Show me, the Thunderbird intently growled, her eyes shifting from Leon's face down to his hand. Leon grinned, showing more confidence than he felt, and then he began to shape the lightning in his hand. In a matter of a second or two, an avian creature made entirely of silver-blue lightning hovered over his hand. He'd used such creatures in battle before, but they weren't even close to wisps. They were autonomous but largely incapable of doing complex work or lasting much longer than the mage that created them had power to supply them with. A wisp, on the other hand, was able to handle complex tasks, such as operating enchantments, and could generate its own power in addition to feeding upon any power provided. A wisp, if properly maintained, was effectively immortal, not requiring further input from its creator. It could even be repurposed if the one doing the repurposing was skilled enough with wisp maintenance tools. As the lightning bird took shape in Leon's hand, he called upon his origin power. A glimmering, pearlescent thread of power wound its way through the bird, and Leon's power wrapped around it, locking it into place within the lightning construct. Throughout this, the Thunderbird watched him unblinkingly. "Keep it slow," she said. "Keep it controlled. You want the origin power to be anchored tightly enough in your magic." Leon fought the urge to say something sarcastic in response. Instead, he took her reminder to heart and did his best to keep the origin power wrapped up in silver-blue lightning. The origin power wound through the lightning bird, and Leon thought he was making good progress, but he'd hardly woven the origin power through a quarter of the lightning before the lightning suddenly seemed to unwind from the origin power. Leon's eyes widened in panic as he tried to clamp down on it, but his action only caused the bird to completely fizzle out, the magic and origin power slipping from his fingers to join the sea of power within his soul realm. He stared at his hand partly in disbelief, partly in frustration. "It's your first try," the Thunderbird soothingly stated. "Give it time, give it practice, keep trying." Leon nodded and did just that, summoning more power. His people needed wisps, and until someone else in his kingdom achieved apotheosis, he was the only one who'd be able to provide. So, he settled in for a long practice session. He was going to practice this until he got it right. Chapter 1057. First of the last days. It took Leon several months to get the hang of making wisps. Nestor was hardly impressed with what he'd made, but he at least conceded that the wisps were workable. So, a considerable amount of Leon's generated origin power went into creating wisps that could fulfill Nestor's requirements. During those few months, the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid, who had sequestered themselves in the Heart's Forest, had clearly been busy. For only a few days after Leon finished getting a hand on wisp creation, he sensed the Grand Druid's ascension. Not that it was particularly difficult, as it was accompanied by a massive pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The wisp that he'd been making at the time fizzled out as his attention was diverted, but he smiled anyway. The two returned to Stormhollow and had a private celebration with Leon, Cassandra, and the rest of their family, over the three of them achieving apotheosis. Then, the two former emperors departed with their entourages, returning to their empires to get their affairs in order in anticipation of joining Leon's journey to the Nexus. Construction on new void-capable arcs continued, as well. With what Leon was hearing from the clans involved with arc construction all over Katagita, he'd have a formidable armada to work with in only a year's time. As a result, he began to take preparations to leave much more seriously. And chief among those preparations was settling on a migration strategy with his most trusted advisors. "Figure out how we're going to do this," Leon stated. "It's no longer a hypothetical. We leave when the first block of void-capable arcs come off their assembly lines." "How many will we have?" Elise asked. The Jaguar answered, 4 carriers, 6 heavy cruisers to support them, a dozen frigates to act as scouts, and 7 destroyers to support our ground forces. And, of course, Silver Spear, Bright Intent, and Bolt in Shadow will be leading the armada. On top of them, we have a new arc that we're calling a City Arc, that will bear everyone willing to join this expedition, all the supplies to support them, and everything we'll need to establish ourselves wherever we end up. Elise nodded in gratitude for the information, but Cassandra's curiosity wasn't sated. "How many soldiers can each arc carry? And additional material?" "We'll have to figure that out," the Jaguar responded. "Right now, we're operating under the doctrine that each carrier will bear 3 dozen fighters and 8 transports. This will necessitate a crew size of around 1,200 minimum each. Heavy cruisers will have crew sizes of 600, frigates will have 50, and destroyers 120. The city arc will be large enough for 10,000, though conditions may be cramped. Our people are strong and united," Iron Striker declared. We can deal with cramped. I'm inclined to agree, Leon said as he looked around at everyone in the meeting. In addition to his wives and highest ministers, he also had Alcander, Alex, and Nestor. However, out of all of them, his eyes lingered the briefest on Valeria. There was one more person who should have been at the meeting, but wasn't, after all. Given what we're embarking on, we can deal with discomfort for as long as necessary. This would be easier if we knew where we were going, Leon, Ipadameni stated. With a nod of his head, Leon acknowledged his statement. He retrieved the crystal that the Grave Warden had given him, which contained the sites scouted by the Grave Warden's apprentice. A wave of his hand activated an enchantment in the table, projecting a map according to Leon's specifications. The terrain depicted looked promising, at least at first. It was a fairly sizable tract of land with complex waterways that would simplify travel and logistics. Along the North River were sparse forests, and in the east were hills. This land is fertile and unsettled, Leon said. Hardly the land you chose, Valeria immediately replied. Leon gave her a cheeky grin, his slight guilt momentarily forgotten. Oh, how do you know that? The land may not be settled, but after we settle it, others may want to attack it. This region offers no great geographical barriers to deny them access to our land. I know that you'd never want to settle on indefensible land, at least, not for our first home. Valeria paused a moment before sending a cheeky grin of her own right back at Leon. And I know that you wouldn't lead with your choice. You know me so well. Leon then addressed the rest of the room. My wife is correct, this isn't land that I would want to settle, as valuable as it might be. My information has told me that while it's devoid of human life, we'd still have to contend with local beasts for dominance, not to mention the rivers are prone to flooding. None of these issues are insurmountable, Iron Striker stated. No, but they'd require work to solve, Ipadameni replied. If possible, we should pick a site that doesn't require such work, or is so beneficial in other ways that that work is worth it. And that's what we're doing now, Leon interjected. I have my choice, but before showing it to everyone, I want to know what all of you think about the other sites that I thought had potential. I like the rivers, Maya silently said. I'd prefer to have lakes, too, places for my people to multiply. We already strain at the territory that we have. Leon smiled at her and laid a hand on her thigh below the table. A comforting squeeze was all the reassurance that she needed. Further debate over this site continued, but in the end, the opinions of all present aligned with Leon's. The site was good, but it was far from perfect. So, on to the next, he moved. The second site was much different from the first, featuring an enormous caldera about half the size of Katagita instead of a largely flat plain. Most of the center of the caldera had been filled by several rivers, with the sea emptying over the caldera's lowest edge, forming a massive river that joined a nearby body of water that extended beyond the edges of the map. The walls of the caldera, both interior and exterior, were not as green and lush as the plain, but offered substantial natural defenses that any potential settlement could take advantage of. And, of course, they had no idea if the volcano that the caldera capped was dormant, or for how long it might be. The relative lack of vegetation over rich volcanic land didn't comfort many as to their long-term prospects if they settled there. Compounding that issue, much like the plain, the caldera had its own inhabitants to deal with, and none were human, the most concerning being a 12th-tier bat-like monster with a wingspan larger than the wings of their new carriers. Consequently, there was little debate about its viability, with only 3 for the moment 11th-tier mages. Taking on that bat was a non-starter. So, Leon moved on to the third location. The map morphed to show a peninsula with steep cliffs on the 3 sea-facing sides. Unfortunately, Leon knew the sea to be too salty to be agriculturally productive, and without any other source of naturally occurring water nearby, they'd have to use magic for farming, which could impact how much magic they could use for their defenses. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. It, too, was judged as good, but far from ideal. With that verdict, Leon smiled in anticipation. Getting to the good one now, husband? Elise asked with a meaningful smirk. You know me so well, wife, Leon replied. With one more wave of his hand, a fourth map appeared. This is the final of the 4 sites that I felt were worth showing off. If I had to pick any of them, this is the one I'd pick. Everyone in the room went silent as they took it in. Some exchanged knowing looks with Leon while others just took in the perfection that Leon was showing them. You would pick something like this, Valeria stated, her tone coming without heat. I know what I like, Leon smilingly replied. Depicted on the projected map was a circular mountain range enclosing a ring-shaped valley. A massive mountain with 9 peaks rose from the center of the valley, and accessing this valley on foot was only possible from tight, easily defended passes in the north and south. The floor of the valley was blanketed in forests, while a wide, calm river entered in the north, split at the foot of the central mountain, and flowed through the ring in both directions to meet up in the south and flow out of the valley. That river didn't go far before meeting a sea that stretched off the map. "No lake," Leon whispered to Maya, "but we can make one." Maya hardly seemed to have heard him, her eyes alight at the sight of the river and its sea. But after a moment of silence, she replied, "We'll need one if that sea is too salty." Defensible, the jaguar praised. A fortress at either pass, another 2 in the west and east, respectively, all connected by walls and additional fortresses, rich, Ipatameni added. Plenty of farmland and space for strategic groves. The mountains are extensive to the northwest, Leon stated. Or so I'm told, anyway. Apparently, there are plenty of fertile valleys to be found, not unlike what the ravens, spiders, and hawks live in now. Plains and hills for thousands of miles to a sea larger than Eterna in the north and a mountain range long enough to encircle Eterna in the east. This sea in the south seems to extend for hundreds of thousands of miles. That's a lot of water, Cassandra whispered while Maya stared at the bay with greater interest. Probably falls under the dominion of the Ocean King, Leon stated, referring to the elemental king of water. This site is on the border of the storm lands and the King's Ocean. The Nexus had 5 major oceans connected by dozens of smaller oceans. The King's Ocean, as the name implied, was the direct domain of the Ocean King. Maybe that's why no one's living here, Iron Striker speculated. A possible hot border. The storm lands are still divided without a storm king to lead them, Leon said. Some within these lands have sworn themselves to powerful mages in other lands, but for the most part, the storm lands remain chaotic. Were I the Ocean King, the jaguar stated, I would have driven off all attempts to settle in this area. If my neighbor were unstable, I would want a depopulated buffer between my land and his. So if we settle here, we might antagonize a 15th tier mage. Ipatameni wondered. Might, Leon said. I wasn't given any particular warning from the crystal, but who knows? All of the others have dangers, too, but this one is only imagined. Perhaps it's real, perhaps it isn't. If it is, at worst, we move. Elise, as if she hadn't been paying attention, asked, do we know what kind of natural resources this place has? I'm told there may be some titanstone in the mountains. Ambrose's apprentice didn't have much time to perform a detailed survey, but he found a little bit that he needed to fix an arc, and he suspected that he'd barely tapped that vein alone, let alone any others. I'm also told that there are some valuable precursor materials for orichalcum and luminite in the plains to the east. Valuable, Nestor murmured. If we're to build anything that can stand up to powers like the Ocean King, then we'll need those materials. If they're so powerful, then why haven't they attracted human habitation? The jaguar asked. Securing such strategic materials ought to be a significant priority for anyone. Such materials are hardly that rare in the Nexus, Nestor stated with a dismissive tone. They're not everywhere, but they're abundant enough that the Basileus and Annex, the strongest mages below the Elemental Kings, rarely have to go to war for them. What about levels below them? Iron Striker asked. If we're threatened by a strategos or a despot, we'll handle them, Nestor said as if it were the easiest thing in the world. And, what do these titles correspond to? Ipatameni asked. After an exaggerated sigh, Nestor explained, the political rungs of the Nexus, ladder. The Nexus, as its name suggests, is the place where all peoples converge, and as such, every kind of society can be found there. But according to Khosrau's law, they are divided into themata, ruled by a strategos, despotates, ruled by despots, empires, ruled by basileus, and finally the domains of the annex. Every annex is, at least in theory, subject to an elemental king, but in practice, many are functionally independent. These are political titles but have become associated with power since they usually go to the strongest mage in each of these administrative divisions. As a result, a strategos will almost certainly be a Theme's 11th tier mage or the strongest of a Theme's 11th tier mages, but they could also be a 12th tier mage in rare circumstances. The title could also be shared by political equals, but this is even rarer. So each of these titles can be thought of as representative of a magical tier. Iron Striker asked, seeking confirmation. Can be, Nestor agreed. Strategos for 11th tier mages, Despot for 12th, Basileus for 13th, Anax for 14th, and those few 15th tier mages who are not elemental kings. But again, keep in mind that while this is Khosrau's law, not everyone follows Khosrau's law. Like the great dragon clans, for instance. Leon pointedly asked. Yes, like them, Nestor confirmed in a subtly exasperated tone. We'll remember that, Iron Striker declared. For the moment, I would support our expedition beginning here. I wonder where in the Nexus it is, Ipatameni said as his eyes turned to Leon. How close are the storm lands to Eterna? I don't have a complete map of the Nexus yet, Leon said with some reluctance, but I'm told that the storm lands are in the hemisphere of the Nexus that faces the Divine Graveyard, so we won't have to cross the entire Nexus to reach the land that should be ruled by a Storm King. I imagine that will make returning to Eterna easy, too, Ipatameni responded, sharing a meaningful look with the Jaguar. Leon shot his oldest tribal supporter a silent question, and the Jaguar, after only a moment's hesitation, explained, reclaiming the territory of the Storm Kings of old is only right and proper, just as it is for the Thunderbird clan to hold that title. I cannot deny that our departure from the land that we have lived on for thousands of years is painful. Many of our ancestors now rest upon these shores, in these mountains, in these forests. For many, it will be difficult to separate themselves from their ancestors that they may have personally known. Leon nodded in understanding. He certainly didn't like the idea of leaving the plain where his father and his paternal family were interred. He sighed and responded, "It won't be permanent." The eyes of everyone in the room snapped to him. He grinned and paused only just long enough to have a dramatic effect. I'm thinking that we maintain a presence on Eterna. This presence here will likely be much larger than our presence in the Nexus for a good long while. Regardless of the actual numbers, Ambrose has indicated that he's fine with the Thunder Kingdom remaining here, even if the Thunder King is based in the Nexus. So long as those we leave to govern in our absence maintain the peace we've fought for, then I can't foresee Ambrose rescinding that offer. How would we return home? The Jaguar asked. Ask the Ravens, Leon said with another cheeky grin. They're the ones who are going to be designing our arcs, aren't they? I mean, even if Ambrose follows through and helps us get to the Nexus the first time, we'll have to use our arcs to get back and forth every time after that. The Jaguar nodded but didn't look particularly satisfied. Leon supposed he wouldn't until they had more reliable data on how well their void-capable arcs functioned. They had hardly thoroughly tested their long-range travel systems, after all. Are we in agreement, then? Leon asked. The site, the timeline, he looked around, and everyone nodded to him, though some were more enthusiastic than others. Grinning in anticipation, he summarized, we leave Eterna in 1 year, then. We will take these mountains and plains for our own. Send word to the Axe Bringer to assemble the Elder Council. The tribes must be informed of this plan, and volunteers will have to be gathered and prepared. That won't be difficult, Iron Striker confidently stated. We've been readying ourselves for half a century. We're ready to join our king in his great expedition. The Jaguar, his misgivings aside, looked just as confident as the former Thunderer. It will be the honor of a lifetime to march with our king returned as he makes his first move into the Nexus. Our first step to reclaiming the lands of our distant ancestors, the Jaguar chuckled. Finding volunteers for this expedition will be easy. I'd hate for it to be otherwise, Leon said. The last thing I want is an expedition full of conscripts. Ha! The Jaguar exclaimed. Conscription will hardly be necessary. We'll get it done, Your Majesty, Iron Striker promised. The Elder Council will be informed. We will be ready in 1 year. Leon nodded gratefully, but as he cast his gaze around the room, his golden eyes lingered on Valeria. Her brilliant sapphire eyes bore holes into him, and though she was smiling with everyone else, he knew the reason for her intensity. He had one more person he'd have to consult about the Nexus. He had to talk to Justin Isonos. It was inevitable, Leon supposed, that this meeting would come. If his kingdom were to prepare to venture into the Nexus, then he'd have to consult with the only man in his kingdom who had personal experience with the place. Justin Isonos. Leon met him in a small, private sitting room joined only by Valeria. Justin was shown into the room only a few minutes later by one of Leon's Tempest Knights, and if he had less control over himself, Leon might have stared in shock at the man's appearance. The Justin Isonos that he remembered over the past nearly 70 years was a man recovering from catastrophic bodily damage that had reverted him from an 8th-tier mage to a 4th-tier mage. So badly mangled was his body that Justin had told Leon that he'd expected to die before reaching the 7th tier again. However, to make Valeria happy, Leon had given the man a few Hesperidic apples to accelerate his healing. Clearly, the healing had worked out well for Justin, for he walked into the room with confidence and a straight back. Wrinkles carved deep trenches across his face, but aside from this sign of age, Justin moved like a man in his prime. What took Leon even more by surprise was that Justin's aura was that of a robust and healthy 8th tier mage. Leon didn't know if he'd recovered all of his power, but if he hadn't, it made little difference. It appeared that Justin had made a full recovery. He'd certainly aged quite a bit, but he had years of strength left, enough, perhaps, to reach apotheosis, if Leon were to allow him access to ambrosia. "My little girl," Justin exclaimed as he pulled Valeria into a tight hug. "Father," Valeria said in a dignified manner, though the way she sank into his embrace made her look like a kid rather than the fully grown 10th tier mage that she was. The sight hit Leon like a needle in the heart. Though she was stronger than her father, Valeria could still seek comfort in him. Leon was denied the same comfort, and Justin shared much of that blame. But he kept quiet, schooling himself not to show anything that he was feeling. Thankfully, Justin and Valeria didn't take long to catch up. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and then Valeria returned to Leon's side. Together, they sat on a chaise lounge while Leon glared at his father-in-law. Justin, meanwhile, took a more diplomatic stance, remaining on his feet while he weathered the intensity of Leon's gaze with grace and poise. "King Leon," he declared, "decades ago I pledged to join your cause. Now that you're preparing to head to the Nexus, I am ready to fulfill that pledge." He bowed at the waist, not quite reaching 90 degrees but still lowering himself more than far enough to show Leon the proper respect. "Relax," Leon growled, his tone not quite conducive to relaxation. "Sit. Let's talk." Valeria didn't verbally scold Leon for his demeanor, but he felt her fingers tighten around his arm, and he knew he'd displeased her. He took a deep breath and reminded himself that he'd already put what Justin had done behind him. Justin had given him no reason in the years since Leon pulled him from Nestor's lab to doubt his commitment to their cause. So, Leon followed his own order and relaxed. In a tone that was a touch friendlier, he observed while Justin sat in the lounge across from him and Valeria, "You look much better than I expected." "Ah, thank you," Justin replied as he fingered his blue tunic. He was dressed quite simply, hardly looking like he was going to meet with a figure that possessed effectively divine power. "I was a bit worried I wasn't dressing well enough to meet with a king. But I wondered how much you might appreciate gold and jewels, and decided to refrain from anything ostentatious." Valeria snickered. Translation: "You couldn't afford anything better." With mock outrage, Justin glared at his daughter. "How dare you? That is certainly not the case. I am very wealthy." "Indeed, yes," Leon chuckled, half in appreciation for their banter and half to interrupt it before he could get more depressed about what Justin had taken from him than he already was. "You pull off the humble look well, Justin. But I was talking about your health, too. How has your healing gone?" A more genuine look crossed Justin's face as he gave Leon a grateful smile, then flexed his aura. "The healers in Stormhollow are exceptionally competent. They are some of the best I have ever known. Those in Heaven's Eye were brilliant as well, but the care I have received here blew away all of my expectations. I have recovered all of my power, to the point that I am stronger now than I was before my foolish attempt to raid Nestor's tomb. And I have you to thank for that, Leon, you, and the quality care of the healers that you have so graciously given me access to." Leon had to bite his tongue to prevent himself from saying that he did so to make Valeria happy, judging that that might not sound as good as he thought it would. So, he simply gave Valeria a warm smile, then said to Justin, "You're very welcome. Shall we get down to business?" "Please," Justin agreed. Over the next quarter hour, Leon summarized his plans. He would lead the expedition to the Nexus in 1 year's time. He'd take with him all of the void-capable arcs that his kingdom possessed and attempt to establish a colony in the Nexus. Those arcs would then facilitate a transfer of materials to and from the Nexus, ensuring that he could still take advantage of the industry on Eterna even while he was elsewhere. During that time, Leon projected his chosen site for where he wanted to establish his colony and explained the general geographic situation there. He ended his explanation with the speculation that the seas to the south were the domain of the Ocean King. "You wouldn't be mistaken in that assumption," Justin whispered as he leaned forward to examine Leon's projection in more detail. "All the oceans of the Nexus technically fall under the Ocean King's jurisdiction, but in practice, many are separated from each other by long straits and rivers. If you're particularly unlucky, then this will be the Ocean King's own home ocean, but if you're a little more fortunate, then this ocean will be ruled by anywhere from 1 or 3 annex. If you know more about the surroundings, I could make a better guess. This is all I was given by the Grave Warden, Leon said apologetically. Justin pursed his lips slightly, then shrugged and stated, I'll do my best to make a risk assessment, then. The Ocean King is one of the most powerful mages in the universe. By Khosrau's law, he rules over the magical element of water. All water mages, if they followed Khosrau's law, owe the Ocean King their allegiance. Despite this, the Ocean King can only exert his influence over those he can reach, whether personally or through proxies. Many water mages fall outside his reach, aligning with various annex, basileis, or even other elemental kings who might reward them for forsaking the Ocean King in their favor. It's all hard to gauge right now as I've been absent from the Nexus for nearly a century. The Ocean King is hardly bullied in this regard, however, as he entices mages of other elements to swear themselves to him, too. Still, he seems to feel that it's in his best interest to not simply rest on his laurels, content in simply being one of the universe's rulers. He believes that the best way to gain power is to use power. So, he frequently enforces buffer zones between his territory and those of other annex or elemental kings. Leon nodded along, though his impatience must have been more visible than he thought because when Justin looked up at him, he straightened up a bit and finished his short political explanation. What I'm trying to say, Leon, is that if we're unlucky, then this region could be one of those buffer zones. Especially if these are the chaotic storm lands, then the Ocean King or whatever annex may rule these waters might take umbrage if you decide to settle here. One of Leon's hands went to his chin as he stared at the map, losing himself in thought. An annex was one of the most powerful titles in the Nexus, so often associated with 14th and 15th tier mages that he figured the vast majority of annex would be at least 14th tier. Even if they weren't, just to reach that rank would require power of a different sort that he didn't have. He was only a freshly ascended 11th tier mage, he couldn't stand against an irate annex, no matter who they were. His best option was to slowly build and consolidate his power, but if more powerful mages took notice of him simply due to where he'd decided to settle, if you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it, he sighed. Even with those concerns, this remains the best option for us. The other locations are too dangerous or don't have the same abundance of resources. Not to say any of those other sites are barren, but we'll take this risk. Perhaps someone will notice us here, perhaps they won't. We'll see when we arrive, and if we've bitten off more than we can chew, then we'll leave. Simple as that. Things are rarely so clean in the Nexus, Justin warned. They'll certainly not be so simple when you go after Lord Cameron. Leon's expression turned even more serious than it already was, a feat that he didn't think he was capable of. Right, Lord Cameron, Mother's captor, Valeria whispered. And the man who orchestrated the fall of my clan, Leon finished. His eyes darted to Justin. According to you, anyway. He's the one who sent me here to track you and your father down, Justin clarified. A suicide mission as far as he was concerned, I'm sure. Or at least, one that would keep him away from my wife. His expression went dark. Leon remembered that Valeria's mother was Cameron's ward, a woman that Cameron treated as his own daughter. Justin had overstepped in starting a relationship with her, and his mission to Eterna was essentially banishment. Without relaxing his expression, Justin addressed Leon, though Cameron was responsible for many of the purges of your clan after the death of Jason Carranos, he sent me here not to continue purging the Thunderbird clan but to strike against the Dragon Federation. He was responsible for the attack on your home that separated you and your father from your mother. Still, he's your enemy no matter how you look at it. He desires the title of Storm King, so even if he weren't prejudiced against you for your blood, you and he would still wind up in conflict. Justin paused a moment and grimaced. This conflict will be inevitable. Those of inherited bloodlines are not treated well in his land, regardless of clan. Leon understood that. He dimly remembered Justin expressing such views before Leon had formally taken him captive during the expedition to Nestor's lab. Do you remember the primary allies he had before I left? Justin asked. Leon nodded. Aeschylus, ranked as a despot, a former vassal of my clan, and the man who took possession of the clan vault after its fall. There's also Antipetra, a fire mage, ranked as a basilissa. Triton, too, a water mage also ranked as a basilis. Good, Justin whispered. Who knows what's happened in the past century, but I would hazard a guess and say that those three remain your biggest challenges to overcome if you wish to challenge Cameron. Despite their relatively low ranks, none are to be underestimated. A despot will invariably be stronger than you even if they're technically required to be a 12th tier mage. Same with the basilace. I'm taking that into consideration, Leon stated. My priority is to establish the colony, then gather information. I'm not going to be hunting down Cameron as soon as I touch ground in the Nexus. Good, because if he realizes that you've arrived, then he'll go out of his way to crush you underfoot. Ha, Valeria sarcastically cried out, I'd like to see him try. Woe to him if he does. My glaive will taste his blood as it has so many of our other enemies. Leon grinned at his wife's enthusiasm, even if it was only playful, but Justin looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Please, dear girl, don't, he muttered. I would die if anything were to happen to you. Please don't. Valeria shot her father a spirited grin and shrugged. I think we all know that if Cameron were to encounter Leon, he'd die in only a moment. Let's not set our expectations that high, Leon cautioned, though his face was in danger of splitting in half by the width of his grin. In a transparent attempt to get them to move on, Justin said, when we reach the Nexus, I can reach out to some old friends. With your permission, I can get the lay of the land fairly quickly once we arrive in the Nexus. An 8th tier mage has such connections? Leon asked. I was one of Cameron's personal agents, Justin replied. I thought you were wiser than to think that power equaled ability, Leon. Due to my position, I interacted with quite a few people who wanted access to Cameron, one of the most influential annex in the Nexus. Much can change in a century, but I'd hazard a guess and say that most of my contacts both in Cameron's court and outside of it remain as they were before I left. If you trust me enough with this, I can gather information when we arrive. Leon frowned for a long moment, his thoughts interrupted when Valeria gripped his arm. He turned to her, his golden eyes meeting her sapphire eyes. She wore a serious expression, but there was a subtle difference from her usual stoicism. There was an unspoken request there, a plea for him to make an indulgence for her sake. Their eye contact lasted almost long enough to turn into a staring contest. Leon didn't want to trust Justin with this task even if he thought it was a good idea. Valeria wanted to trust Justin even if it wasn't a good idea. In the end, Valeria won. Leon sighed and turned back to Justin. Through clenched teeth, he stated, I will take you up on that offer, Justin. Justin smiled. I understand what I ask of you, Leon. You won't be disappointed. Prove it with actions, not words, Leon dismissively responded. There wasn't much of a way for Justin to respond to that, so he simply nodded. Are there any questions you might have for me? He asked. Leon took a moment to mull over what he thought Justin might be able to elucidate, leaving Valeria to jump in with a question she had. The ocean in the south, she whispered, a plain to the east, the Nexus is on the inside surface of a hollow sphere, so why does it have directions like we're on a plane? For the same reason that planes have directions, kiddo, Justin replied a little exasperatedly. I thought we'd covered this in your lessons, but it seems you need a reminder. Valeria smirked and leaned back, looking unchastised. Please, father, remind your queen of what she's forgotten, if you don't mind. Justin groaned but complied. The answer, as I'm sure will also be the answer for most things you may ask about, is Khosrau's law. When the great Lord Khosrau sought to impose order upon the chaotic civilization of the Nexus, one of those ways was to give it direction literally. He forged from adamant made of his own blood 2 great pillars, each more than 10,000 feet long. He planted these pillars at 2 opposing points in the Nexus, decreeing one to be north, and the other to be south. That's a lot of adamant, Leon said. Adamant required blood to make, and he could hardly fathom how much Khosrau would have had to bleed to make what were just a pair of sturdy pillars. Justin shrugged. The pillars are nothing more than navigation markers, so I doubt they had to be particularly powerful, meaning he wouldn't have had to bleed as much as you might think. In fact, I rather think that they weren't given much power partly as a way to discourage potential looting of the metal. That's what I would do, anyway, give the pillars enough power to survive reconstitution, but not enough for others to want to tear them down for materials. Makes sense, Leon replied. And those pillars remain where Khosrau planted them? Yes and no, Justin replied. They've been flung out into the universe before. This actually happens rather frequently given the violence of the reconstitution process. They've always been hunted down and brought back, however, and placed at the new northern and southern poles of a reconstituted Nexus. It's a rather prestigious thing to do despite how it sounds, as the mage who returns the pillars effectively recreates that symbolic giving of order onto a chaotic nexus. Elemental kings are usually the ones who do it, but Onyx and Basilice have killed each other for the privilege in cycles past. Interesting, Leon whispered. How easy is it to see from one end of the nexus to the other? The universe's origin spark is there in the center of the nexus, but other than that, a mage should be able to see the other side of the hollow sphere, right? No, Justin immediately answered. There's a kind of false sky in the nexus. If you're high enough and strong enough, you can see the land start to curve upward in the distance, but there's a sky in the nexus that looks almost identical to the one over Eterna, save for the origin spark remaining there, always hovering in the exact center. Leon grimaced. Does that mean that there's no nighttime in the nexus? I do not know how it works, Justin confessed, but I do know that the sky darkens and the origin spark dims at night. It resembles a night sky with a moon hanging in the exact center instead of a sun. I'd almost say it looks like an eclipse. There is night in the nexus, with the length of a day roughly matching a day's length here on Eterna. That's comforting, Leon whispered. Together with Valeria, he questioned Justin more thoroughly about small matters of the nexus, growing increasingly relieved at just how normal the place sounded. He imagined that the place where the strongest mages gathered, the place with the greatest concentration of magic in the universe, might operate under different rules. And for sure, he was right, the nexus did operate differently than a plane, but on a human scale, he doubted he would notice the difference. Different methods for achieving the same thing, he supposed. Ultimately, he was relieved that it sounded like adapting to the nexus wasn't going to be that difficult. Justin didn't linger when he ran out of questions. Instead, Justin claimed that he'd need to start seriously training again if Leon was going to show such trust in him, and Leon held his tongue on that front. Justin had left him with some matters to ponder, but he didn't take too long to think. A year wasn't that long in the grand scheme of things, and he had quite a lot of preparation to do. And above all else, he wanted to take as much time as he needed to say goodbye to Eterna. It wouldn't be forever, but the plane had been his home for his entire life. Most of the adventures he'd gone on had been on Eterna. On a more serious note, even if Eterna didn't go anywhere, if he returned in 1 or 2,000 years, there would be precious few people, if any, who remained that he knew personally. He may not be saying goodbye to Eterna itself, but for some people and places that he wanted to visit before leaving, such as the Bull Kingdom, things were different. He needed to say goodbye. For most of those people, this would be the last time he'd ever see them. That realization hit him like a sack of bricks, the wave of melancholy, forcing him to sit down for the remainder of the day. When he got back up, he began making his preparations. There was some business he had to handle on Katagita, but after that, he would make one last tour of Eterna, and say his farewells. Chapter 1059. Last tour. The air sang, warbling pleasantly as Silver Spear took flight. It had been almost completely repaired according to Nestor, and more, with a complement of 6 Ulta suits added to its arsenal. This hardly made it a carrier, but the relatively compared to Mary's suit's small 12-foot-tall Ulta suits were strong and capable of a great deal of destruction. Watching in near trance-like bliss, Leon watched the Thunderbird clan arc rise from the hill it had landed upon and turned west, facing the strait separating Katagita from the sword. His kingdom had made great strides in arc development over the past 50 years, integrating not only the new materials he'd secured but also the giants, allowing for far greater power and control to be had over their home-built arcs. Despite this, Thunderman arcs were still primitive in comparison to the arcs wrought by his clan in times long past. The harmony with which Silver Spear moved, the way it sliced through air and magic alike, was a thing of such visceral beauty that Leon could only stare in awe. Silver Spear embodied elegance, not wasting a single spark of power as it effortlessly moved into position. Within the vessel, Leon felt a charge begin to build. He could feel space around the arc distort as more magic was pulled in, providing greater power for what was going to come next. It was going to take minutes to charge, however, so Leon glanced at one of his observation companions. The giants' migration was over, the last of the giants transferring out of Reiko's stone body years ago. 13,000 giants, a full 1,000 more than Leon had to begin with thanks to their efforts to grow their numbers, meant that he was flush with wisp analogs to experiment with. Reiko's itself, meanwhile, finally vacated its gleaming stone body in favor of one forged by Leon himself. There, in the light of the sun, Leon could admire his work. Reiko's new body was made entirely of gleaming gold-colored bronze. Its carapace was hard and angular, lit up with decorative tattoo-like runes that glowed brightly enough to visibly shed light at high noon. By human standards, it looked muscular and authoritative, made more so by Leon taking a page from Nestor's book and giving Reiko's faceplate only light suggestions of facial features. A hint of a nose, a skull-like head shape, and faint runic lines along the brow to give some impression of eye sockets and eyebrows. None of this impacted Reiko's ability to sense the world around it, though, especially with the sensor suite Leon had packed into its frame, now hidden behind the heavily enchanted carapace. Leon had labored long over the golem design. He had to lean on Nestor's expertise more than he'd ever admit, but the design was still ultimately his. Working on that project served as a welcome distraction when frustration with his wireframe, which Mari was still insistent on calling a RAIM device, grew unmanageable. Even Nestor acknowledged his work in his own way, offering only token disparagements when Leon was finished forging, enchanting, and assembling the whole thing. As a result, Reiko's had a new body, built not only for dexterous movement but also for sheer, raw power. Reiko's could grow within, its power completely unimpeded thanks to the advanced engine inspired by the arcs, mauls, and Alta suits that Leon had inspected over the past 50 years. The giants were masters of earth magic by necessity, and their stone bodies had limited them more than Leon had known, while Reiko's had reached the 7th tier one its own before their migration to Katagita. It had been the only giant who'd managed to do so in their old stone bodies. Now, there were no less than 5 stone giants who'd achieved the same feat after being given new golem bodies, and Leon quietly hoped that they would be more capable of tier ascension going forward. Now, Reiko stood at Leon's side, not even the faintest trace of aura emanating from its frame. Leon had ensured that no such magic was lost, hoping to extend the giants' lifespans and make it easier for them to gain power by making them more efficient users of the magic that sustained them. Still, Leon knew even without sensing its aura that Reiko's had achieved the human equivalent of 8th tier power in the years since he'd given the giant the new body. Out of curiosity, Leon began wondering as the charge in Silver Spear continued to build, what's it like to pilot an arc? As Reiko's answered, the few others around Leon, amounting to several of his Tempest Knights, the Jaguar, Nestor, Mari, Frode, and several Raven Elders, went quiet to listen to the answer. In a clear, sonorous, but deep and drawling voice that carried with it a metallic echo, Reiko's described, what is it like to move one's own body? Its voice was now much more moderate, no longer grinding and vibrating like an avalanche, and somehow striking Leon with a sudden, if brief, spike of regret that Lapis wasn't still around. Reiko's continued, after learning through the guidance of pilots using cloud glass, we learn to fly and operate arcs without thought, moving as easily as we might run or swim through the earth. Arcs have more powerful sensor enchantments than your frames, don't they? Leon pointedly said, and more power. Does this affect the feeling at all? It does, Reiko's conceded. Through your grace, we connect to the world more closely than we ever have when operating an arc. Perception, feeling the world around us, is enhanced beyond description. Nestor interjected, if you want to know for yourself, Your Majesty, then we can arrange for you to try to fly Silver Spear using cloud glass if you'd like. Leon easily picked up on the subtle jeer in Nestor's voice, but he was in far too good of a mood to lower himself and meet him on his level. Hells, he'd even used Leon's style since they were out in relative public, even if he'd only done so with audible reluctance. That would be great, Nestor, Leon replied. We're almost ready, Nestor responded, his tone neutral, but Leon picked up on the subtle hint that betrayed the dead man's disappointment that Leon didn't offer up any verbal ripostes. Putting it out of his mind for the moment, Leon turned his attention back to Silver Spear. The arc, repaired with titanstone and luminite, and with a giant replacing the arc's damaged wisp, was stronger than Leon had ever seen it, and was, he hoped, about to prove its strength. At the tip of the spear, so to speak, armored panels slid open to reveal the barrel of a massive lance, glowing almost white-hot as all the magic the arc was absorbing fed it. The shortest of moments after opening, a blinding flash of white erupted from the revealed weapon, carving a deep trench into the water of the veins of vigilance. And then it was over. The weapon fired just as fast as a conventional lance, but the damage it did was another level entirely. The valley carved by the blast of light magic took quite a few seconds to fill in, and Leon could still feel the heat and light from the blast. Most of the water the weapon hit vaporized instantly, causing a vapor explosion within the straits and nearly birthing a new cloud above. It was hardly a city-killing weapon on its own, but the damage Leon could do with more destroyers so heavily armed would be immense. Unfortunately, there was no time to try and reverse engineer this weapon and add it to his fleet. Even if they could, he doubted that he still had enough luminite to try. He had to get to the Nexus to get more if he wanted to increase technical and industrial capability enough to build more of these weapons. Or maybe I could just wait 1,000 years to build that industrial capacity myself, he thought rather sarcastically, feeling almost dirty at the mere suggestion. Immortal he may now be, but that didn't mean that he had unlimited time. Who knew what could happen to his family, or his or Valerius' mothers, if he were to wait that long? Hopefully, he wouldn't need more than 2 destroyers so heavily armed. After the successful firing of the weapon, those watching broke out into dignified cheers or undignified cheers, as was the case with Mari and the Ravens. Nestor was the most dignified of them all, remaining completely still and stoic when even Leon madly grinned in appreciation. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. There will be no further tests, the dead man disclosed. The amount of maintenance required to fire these weapons puts even these fools' fire cannons to shame. He dismissively nodded at the Ravens, likely referring to their giant flame lances that they'd been testing when Leon first arrived in Reagan seeking their support for his claim to the throne. Those weapons, he'd been informed, were so powerful that they melted many of their internal components, requiring extensive maintenance to fire more than once. Still, he appreciated the power that the lances possessed. How much maintenance? Leon quizzed. Do we require rare materials to use it again? We can fire once per day, roughly, Nestor explained. Any more than that and we'll burn luminite. 3, maybe 4 shots, will render the weapon inoperable until we replace its luminite. So long as we keep firings to once per day at the most, we won't have to use any rare materials. Leon glanced at the strait again, the water now having collapsed back into the valley carved by the massive light lance. Any way we can cut down on that maintenance requirement? A full day of maintenance is what is required for the crew to get the weapon ready again, Nestor clarified. A good, well-trained crew might need less time, but not by much. If the arc is taken to an arc yard for more in-depth service, ground crews can get it ready to fire again within half a day. Assuming properly trained and highly skilled arcsmiths are available to do that maintenance, of course. Of course, Leon murmured. Regardless of its limitations, he was glad that the weapon was now functional. It required a giant to take the place of the otherwise standard wisp which Leon was making slow but steady progress on learning to make to be used, but he'd intended for all of his most powerful arcs to be operated by giants in addition to the human crew, anyway. Keep me informed, Leon ordered. I'll be away for a while, but I want updates on all our other arcs. Easily done, Frode responded. With that, the demonstration was over. Unfortunately, Silver Spear, Bright Intent, and Bolt in Shadow remained his only operational Thunderbird arcs. The 5 he'd received from the director, including Storm Herald, Jason Carano's personal arc, required a prohibitive amount of Titanstone, more luminite than he was willing to spare given its scarcity, and orichalcum that he simply didn't have, to be completely repaired. The Ravens had done what they could, but after 50 years, their work was more about studying the arcs rather than trying to repair them. Bolt in Shadow was nearby, Leon's family, old retinue, and a complement of Tempest Knights, some equipped with Ulta suits, and Cassandra's small detachment of personal guards from Evergold aboard. He also had Christina, Asia, and Christina's guards accompanying him. This demonstration was the last bit of business Leon had wanted to see before leaving for the mainland. He now had slightly less than a year remaining on Eterna, and he wanted to make one last tour before he left the plane that had been his home for so long. It had been 50 years since Leon had left Katagita, and the closer he got to Oculara, the more nostalgic he felt. While he could see both it and the Bull Kingdom with his magic senses, being in a place was infinitely more impactful than simply seeing it from a distance. Now, he was back. Bolt in Shadow was too large to land in his old villa, but the director was gracious enough to lend Leon an arcpad. The man himself was present with a large greeting party when Leon and his family disembarked. Leading from the front, the director knelt before Leon, followed only a moment later by Penelope, and then the rest of Heaven's Eye. Leon knew many of these people, but the 3 that caught more than just a passing glance were Talal, Narses, and Ajax, both promoted to Leon and Emila's old positions, respectively. Leon quickly called the director and the rest of Heaven's Eye to their feet. They were out in the open where everyone could see them, While the director had sworn himself personally to Leon and put the resources of Heaven's Eye at Leon's disposal, Heaven's Eye was still nominally neutral and independent. Leon didn't think the empires were going to make a fuss over this since Leon and the director were going to be leaving soon, but he still didn't want to put them in an awkward position by flaunting Heaven's Eye's diminished independence. Leon, the director warmly greeted after getting back to his feet. Welcome back to Oculera. Leon reached out and clasped the old man's hand. The director's grip was strong, and up close, while he still looked just as aged as he ever did, he felt younger. His eyes were brighter, he was smiling without restraint, and he held himself a little more loosely than Leon was used to. Director, Leon replied, seems like reaching the 10th tier has done wonders for you. The director laughed, I won't deny that, but I still feel my age. A little more power won't make my knees ache any less. Then all you have to do is achieve apotheosis, Leon cheekily bantered. You say that so easily. If someone like me can achieve it, then anyone can, Leon replied with only a little more seriousness. At least the director was polite enough to quietly laugh, but Leon made a mental note to have a more serious discussion with the man later about achieving apotheosis. While having subordinates stronger than he was could be dangerous, he trusted the director enough to want to add his power to his growing kingdom in earnest. He was just as insistent with his tribal elders who'd reached the 10th tier, though many were less optimistic about achieving apotheosis than he was, even with the aid of ambrosia. Leon continued his greetings, starting with Penelope. Welcome to Oculera, Leon, she smirked. Thank you for coming out to see me, Leon replied as he gave Penelope a once-over. You're looking familiar. Indeed, she'd cropped her hair boyishly short and worn a formal black Heaven's Eye uniform. The tight pants and form-hugging top showed off her well-toned figure without showing much skin, and sparkling in the sun's light was the eye symbol of the Heaven's Eye Merchant Guild, emblazoned over her heart. More than half a century had passed since they'd met, but she'd seen fit to style herself exactly as she'd done the day they'd met. Leon added, I saw you and for a moment, thought I was back in Ancon waiting to get off the yacht and take my first steps into the Ilian Empire. Good old days, Penelope reminisced. Apologies for being a bitch to you. She nodded first to Leon, then to Elise at his side. It's fine, Penny, Elise replied. Everyone's entitled to being bitchy sometimes. She reached out and took Penelope's hands. We're friends now, aren't we, so what does it matter? She and Penelope shared a quick hug, and Leon continued with the greetings. He gave Talal a warm greeting. He'd changed quite a bit since Leon had met him. Back in Akhmim, Talal had been a fat, greasy, slimy merchant with a penchant for bullying others using his position in Heaven's Eye. Now, he was trim, clean, and a respected member of the guild. By Leon's accounts, he was highly goal-oriented, honest, and loyal. Narses the White was next. Leon had fond memories of parties with the chief of security, and the man greeted him just as boisterously as Leon had expected. However, Leon kept his words brief, for while he and Narses had done much to expunge vampires from Heaven's Eye, it was an old friend and his wife who were more important in this case. Alcander and Sophia quickly came forward, but it was their sons whom Narses was most exuberant about meeting. Look at these strapping lads, he roared, unconcerned about modesty even though Leon's arrival had been welcomed by a massive gathering of guild members. Narses wrapped Cosmo, the elder, and Elias, the junior, in one arm each and lifted them easily, laughing all the while. Nice to meet you, Cosmo called out, trying to maintain some semblance of dignity even as he tried to subtly work his way free. Elias, meanwhile, laughed just as boisterously as Narses and looked ready to start wrestling right there. Uncle, Sophia reprimanded, remember where you are. I'm always aware, Narses replied, I just don't care. Leon chuckled, then left the family to continue their meeting. Cosmo was 50 years old, and Elias was only a few years younger, yet neither had ever met their grand uncle in person before. Leon didn't want to overshadow their meeting. Next came the man whom Leon was quietly most looking forward to meeting. Ajax, Leon Rame, he warmly stated as he held out his hand, which Leon gratefully clasped. It's been a long time. Your grandfather would have been proud to see you here. I hope he would be, Leon smilingly replied. Kairos had kicked Artorias out for marrying Serana, as he recalled, so while he held some small doubts as to whether or not Ajax was right, he at least took the compliment as well as he could. You're looking well. The mountain of a man looked unchanged in the years since his and Leon's first meeting back in Heaven's Eye's tower in Tira. When Leon was still so young he was barely considered an adult, and completely out of his depth in the Bull Kingdom. Even all these years later, Leon was still enormously grateful for the help that Ajax had rendered, as if he hadn't helped Leon create his fake identity, even as thin as it was, Leon didn't think he would have survived this long. Justin probably would have gotten to me before I befriended Valeria, he darkly thought. It was good to see Ajax again, and good to also see that the man had used the few bottles of ambrosia that Leon had spared him well, rising to the 8th tier. He spent more time than with anyone else exchanging words with Ajax, though Elise drove much of their subsequent conversation. Like Leon, she hadn't left Katagita in half a century, so this was her first time seeing her uncle in person in a long time. Once all that was over with, Leon spared little time greeting everyone else. He had few other friends in Oculera, and he was only there to reminisce. He'd stop by again on his way home, so for the time being, he just wanted to head back to his villa that he still owned out in the suburbs and wander around for a few days. The goodbyes, he figured, could wait until his return visit. Chapter 1060. Last tour 2 from Oculera, Bolt and Shadow bore Leon's people westward, taking a more circuitous route than he usually took when undertaking this journey. Normally, with an arc, he could make a fairly straight shot heading northwest, passing over the hilly boundary where the Illumerian wetlands met the screeching desert. This time, however, Leon wanted some time to reminisce. In Thunderbird form, Leon flew alongside the Thunderbird clan heavy cruiser. His avian eyes swept over the swampy landscape, occasionally seeing some large creature or a boat navigating the tight waterways. His memories of the wetlands were hardly fond, consisting of fighting monsters and vampires, but as his expedition passed over Attica, he shared a moment with Anna and Helen. Neither of the women was particularly fond of their time in Attica either, so Leon didn't press them too hard to reminisce. Further north lay the Cortuban Alliance. More vampire troubles had been had there, and Leon was sorely tempted to stop and greet the Pentarchs and ask about what he'd seen below the arena in Andalus. However, a quick scan with his magic senses showed that none of the Pentarchs were in the city, so he didn't bother. Zaffin hardly seemed worried about Aemon or his vampire servants, telling Leon, if they come, then they'll come. Any vampires that waste of good kindling Aemon has left will shit themselves at the sight of us. And it'll be the last thing the lazy ball bags ever do. With such poetic musings ringing in his ears, Leon pressed their expedition onward. Akhmim and the Samar kingdom held some memories for him, too. The city itself was the last major city on the Tyrrhenian River, leading into the Gulf of Discord that separated the Samar kingdom from the Bull kingdom. It was also where Leon had first encountered Talal. This city, Marcus said appreciatively as they flew overhead. Good fighting pits here, an amused snort was Leon's initial answer. Do you want to stop and beat someone down? It'll hardly be a fair fight. Marcus was polite enough to laugh and shake his head, but Alcander was a little more boisterous with the Bull kingdom so close. Abandoning almost all of his dignity as the commander of Leon's Tempest Knights, he declared, I wouldn't mind a good fight. I've been getting way too cooped in this metal can. Then come fly with me, Leon suggested. Or better yet, get some hands-on training with some of the knights. What if I don't want actual solutions? The enormous man quipped, what if I just want an excuse to bitch and moan? By my ancestors, isn't a man entitled to a little complaining every now and then? No, Leon responded with equal sarcasm. Complaints are for those with actual grievances. And since I'm perfect, I know that you must have no grievances, isn't that right? A bout of laughter came from Marcus as Alcander shrugged, grinned, and said, if you say so, Leon. Perfect, that's you. Yeah. Satisfied, Leon's expedition moved on. He briefly wondered whether or not he should stop in Samar, too, but soon thought better of it. The Sultan and his court were hardly threats to Leon or his people, but just flaunting his power over them while showing off Asia sounded fun. Asia and Christina, however, thought it sounded considerably less fun. I would never put my Asia in danger. Christina insisted. Could be fun, though, Asia whispered with an impish grin. But then, her expression turned dark. Might also be fun to send all those in that city into the arms of their ancestors. Leon immediately regretted even voicing his ill-advised musings. Asia's father had been killed when Leon freed them from the Sultan's imprisonment. Asia herself had almost been sold off or disposed of. He could imagine these weren't good memories, even if flaunting their power might provide some amount of entertainment. Letting the matter rest was the best course of action, in his mind. So, on to Arimenium, they continued. Of all the places they'd passed over so far, none of them could rival the emotional effect that seeing the bull's horns up close had on Leon. It had been a little over half a century since he'd seen the place, though it hardly felt like so much time had passed. Now that he was set to leave Eterna, though, it made seeing the twin fortresses and triple-layered wall spanning the pass between them much more impactful. For all he knew, this was the last time he would ever see them. A flood of memories came pouring back to him as Bolt and Shadow came in for a landing just behind the walls. Not much more than a year he'd spent there with Trajan, but he remembered almost every second. Fighting through the city streets during the guild riots, running around the mountains with the diplomatic corps, all the actions taken in defense of the city during the war with the Talfar kingdom, and, of course, Leon's thoughts were drawn to Maya. They weren't far from Saren, and Leon knew that Maya wanted to visit her mother, as she'd done the previous time they'd visited. A part of him wanted to go with her, to see her home, but Saren was a place for nymphs, and she wasn't sure that her mother was going to make an exception, even if she wanted to. Still, even if Cleone would allow it, it was hardly going to happen soon, so Leon focused on the moment as the ark touched down. As with their previous trip north, Christina had called ahead, ensuring that the kingdom knew that they were coming to visit. Again, the Bull King came out in force to welcome them back to the kingdom, dragging out what seemed like every man and woman of means and position to add to the massive crowd. As expected, August was with them, his wife and adult daughter at his side. They didn't seem to have any additional children, and Leon wondered if they would have any more. The Sacred Bull's bloodline was no exception to the usual fertility issues that those with inherited bloodlines had, and King Julius just got lucky having 5 kids. August's wife, the previous Duchess of Vesentio, also wasn't as strong as August was, and though she likely wasn't even 2 centuries old, she had long streaks of silver running through her hair, and her face was lined with wrinkles. August still looked relatively youthful, though it seemed his power had stagnated at the 7th tier. Along with them was the rest of the royal family, including Herculanus, despite his position as a blood priest, as well as the paladins and high ministers. Leon picked out Roland, Minerva, and Aquilius, and though all 3 had visibly aged, they still looked strong. Missing from the crowd, however, were the bronze and penitent paladins, the 2 oldest and most loyal paladins that King Julius had. Leon exited Bolt in Shadow to immense fanfare. He'd expected it, helping him to endure the long reintroductions and pleasantries that were to be expected. He refrained from asking too many serious questions and relished the reunions he was able to witness. Christina went to embrace her mother and father, standing next to each other. Given the looks of shock on their faces, Leon wasn't sure if Christina had mentioned the magical progress she'd made over the past few decades. She now stood on par with August, if not exceeding him, at the 7th tier, pushing against the boundaries of the 8th. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. He and Christina were then formally introduced to Princess Elia, August's daughter. She'd only been 4 years old when they'd last come to the Bull Kingdom, but now she was in her mid-50s. With her 6th tier strength, however, she hardly looked a day over 30. Additionally, Leon's Bull Kingdom-born former retainers had their families there alongside the royal family. Marcus and Alcander were from the ranks of the dissolved nobility, and as far as Leon knew, their families were still prominent and wealthy, so he was hardly surprised to see them. What was more surprising was seeing that even Alex's family had been brought to greet them, for which Leon was immensely grateful. He knew that leaving family behind was a concern for his people, and he'd offered their families places in his kingdom in the Nexus, if they desired. He wondered if any of them would take him up on the offer. Lastly, Lucianus was able to see his family for the first time in 50 years. Thanks to his diligent training under Marcus and the occasional taste of ambrosia, he stood on par with Roland, his father, in terms of magic. From the way Roland was madly grinning, Leon didn't think the paladin was too upset over this state of affairs. With patience bordering on superhuman, Leon endured the long greetings with so many familiar faces. The royal family, Roland and Brimstone from the paladins, Minerva, Aquilius, even Constantine, and a few more of Trajan's knights who had turned up, were the only people he was that interested in seeing. Hundreds of people wanted to clasp his wrist and exchange a few words, though, and he did his best to give a good impression to them all. Finally, after all the greetings were done, King Julius led them into Arimanium itself, and Leon was carried in a grand chariot with his family into the city. Meanwhile, Bolt and Shadow took back to the sky. It would circle the city and wait for him until he decided to return to Katagita. Until then, he would travel wherever else he wanted to go under his own power. One great parade later, he was finally allowed to relax in the diplomatic corps apartments for visiting dignitaries. Anzu left to visit the Griffins in the border mountains while Maya left to visit Pleon in Saren. Leon wasn't going to leave Arimanium without them, so he began getting settled in for a few days in the city that had been such a monumental part of his life. There was much he wanted to do in the city, from just walking through the streets with Elise, Valeria, Cassandra, and even Alex, to visiting his old haunts and seeing if any still existed. Before any of that, however, he met with his fellow king in a more informal setting. Joining them were both Julius and Leon's families. Leon. The Bull King greeted as the paladin outside showed Leon and his family into the courtyard where they would have their private meeting with the king's family, though from the decor and veritable feast on offer, Leon thought it might be more of a private party than a meeting. Julius, Leon replied. They greeted each other more informally now that they were in private, and without the pressure of a massive crowd trying to get some face time in with him, Leon was able to more clearly focus on the Bull King. The man was starting to show his age despite his power. He was 8th tier, so common estimates would have had his living for quite a while yet, but after only 50 years, he looked like he'd aged 200. August and Christina's mother, on the other hand, looked quite elderly. She was magically weak, which greatly limited her lifespan, but she was just as enthusiastic as the rest of the royal family with Christina's return, however transient it might be. Apologies for not visiting more frequently, Leon continued. I wasn't able to keep that promise. My daughter has kept me abreast of all that you've done in the south, Leon, Julius warmly stated. The task you've set for yourself is one of such great enormity that I can hardly fathom it. To prepare for such a venture while also ruling a vast kingdom and keeping the peace between those who hold old grudges, I don't envy you, nor do I blame you for keeping your priorities straight. The king paused before sending a mischievous glare Christina's way. My daughter, on the other hand, I'll be less forgiving toward. I was busy, Christina exclaimed, Julius's statement drawing her out of her conversation with Princess Stefania. I'm an ambassador, could have come home whenever you wished, though, Julius lightly stated in an unserious tone. I would have liked to see you, too, her mother chided. Christina stared in abject accusation. Coming at me from two sides, huh? I see what you're doing. A flanking maneuver is just good tactics, August said with a laugh. Come, sister, tell me of all that's kept you busy in the south. As August pulled Christina into a conversation, Julius whispered to Leon, take care of her, Leon. The king watched his daughter laugh and interact with the rest of his family, with Elise, Asia, and Valeria in particular jumping in to rescue their friend and wife, in Asia's case from the teasing she had to endure. With a deep, tired sigh, he addressed Leon again. Almost all of the men and women I knew growing up are now gone. My parents, my brother, my best friend, everyone I looked up to, all gone. All I have now are the hopes and regrets of an old man. I know what you're doing, Leon, I know it'll take you far from Eterna and the graves of your ancestors. I know that this may be the last time you return to my fair kingdom while I yet rule it. If you ever return, then I will undoubtedly be long feasting with my ancestors. His voice caught in his throat, but Leon didn't interject. Julius took a moment to fight back the tears and continue. I have never been more proud of my family than I am now. I miss my parents and my brother. I even miss Octavius. Leon spared the old king a look of subtle surprise. Don't look at me like that, Leon. You'll know this when you have children of your own. You only ever knew Octavius as he was as a man. I was there when his mother brought him into the world. I was there for his first steps, for his first words. I remember the boy he was long before he became a man. I remember the good kid he used to be and have had to reconcile that with the man who ordered my stalwart brother killed. Yes, I miss my son, Leon. Do not judge me. I wasn't, Leon softly replied. I was just surprised. I think I get it, though. On some level, anyway. Julius cocked an eyebrow, which Leon took as an invitation to explain. Archduke Kairos, my grandfather. He kicked my father out of Argent Palace to try and get my father to leave my mother. It didn't work, and my father and grandfather were never able to repair their relationship before Argent Palace was attacked. Despite how my father was treated, I still want to know what Kairos was like. I and my father were treated terribly by our family, but I still long to have that connection, to have met them and known them personally. Leon paused and glanced at his family and the Bull King's family, laughing and celebrating Leon's visit. "It's not a perfect comparison, I'll grant you that," Leon concluded. "Just how I feel." Julius clapped him on the shoulder in solidarity, saying nothing more. After another moment of silence between them, he stated, "Christina wants to go with you to the Nexus. Maybe she can't go immediately, but she and dear Asia want to join you, Elise, and Valeria up in the stars. This may be the last time I see my daughter, too. That's why I want to hear you say that you'll take care of her." "Of them, I will," Leon immediately promised. "Never let any doubt of that enter your mind. Christina and Asia are friends of mine, too. They'll never come to harm if I have any say in the matter." Julius breathed a long sigh of relief. "That's all I wanted to hear." It was Leon's turn to clap Julius on the shoulder, and once more, they stood in silent solidarity, not sharing what was going through their minds since they both already knew. They simply commiserated together, with words proving superfluous. Eventually, Leon broke their silence. "Of those who are gone, does that include Bronze and Penitent?" Julius visibly sagged. "Yes," he confirmed. "The Penitent Paladin found peace 33 years ago. Bronze followed him barely half a decade later. The world is colder in their absence." "It is," Leon whispered, his heart sinking. Penitent and Bronze had known his family and had always treated him with respect. Hearing of their deaths hurt more than he thought it would. Silence again fell between them, but this time, neither of them broke it. They simply stood there, watching those still with them while their minds filled with memories of those now gone. Chapter 1061. Last Tour 3. For 2 days Leon stayed in Armenium, wandering around the city and visiting the sites that were important to him. The guild district had long since been rebuilt, as had the square where he and Trajan had ambushed Bran, the vampire working with the Talfar kingdom. He also had to field audience requests from the aristocracy, though he refused most as politely as he could. Still, he spent much time with the Bull Kingdom's royal family, and that meant that he wasn't able to refuse all requests to meet. After 2 days, despite intending to stay at least one more day in Armenium, his plans were unexpectedly changed when Maya returned early. He'd sensed her approach and his heart lifted with every passing second that she spent getting closer. The excitement she felt was contagious, but so too was her nervousness. By the time she arrived in the sky over Armenium in the form of a large serpentine water dragon, Leon wasn't sure how excited or anxious he ought to be. With the benefit of hindsight, though, he would have been much more anxious than he wound up being. When Maya arrived, she asked him to meet her in the sky, which he was only too happy to do. He gave the rest of his friends and family a quick explanation, and a moment later, the water dragon had been joined by a thunderbird. Together, they soared for a few minutes, basking in the light of the sun and the adoration and panic of the crowds below. Finally, Maya spoke, explaining why she felt as she did. "Leon, my mother wants to meet you." A chill descended upon Leon, as if he'd plunged headfirst into the deepest snowdrift in the frozen mountains. But he had faced primal gods and devils before, and fought so many other powerful creatures that he metaphorically gritted his teeth, set his river nymph wife in his golden avian gaze, and replied in a steady voice, "I'd love to meet her." Joy radiated through their connection, tinged with a slight undercurrent of dread. He wondered how much of the dread she'd just inspired within him she could feel. Regardless, Maya turned northeast, and after Leon sent a quick mental message to the rest of his people informing them of the change in plans, Leon turned after her. The journey turned into a trip down memory lane of another sort. During the war with Talfar, Leon had ventured beyond the walls of the Bull's Horns and conducted a relatively short campaign of asymmetric warfare against the Talfar soldiery. He'd also been chased off a cliff and into a river where he'd been captured by a river nymph and brought to Maya deep underground. Over this very forest, they flew, and Leon almost thought that they were going to descend the very same cliff he'd been forced over so long ago. However, Maya led them onward still, landing over another vaguely familiar sight, a pond of nearly abyssal depth that acted as an exit point for the submerged cave system in which Maya had lived before joining Leon in the Bull Kingdom. It had been through this pond that Maya had led Leon after they'd forged their pact to mate, a pact that Leon quietly noted had yet to go fulfilled, though he at least took comfort in the fact that Maya was in no danger of turning into a Gorgon anymore. Despite their power and the weight of their auras, Leon and Maya touched down softly, with hardly a blade of grass in the forest bending with their arrival. Not much more than a few drops of water from Maya's water dragon even touched the ground before the magic forming it dissipated into the environment. Once reformed and transformed, Leon and Maya stood together, side by side, at the pond's edge, staring down into the calm green water's black depths. Nervous? Leon redundantly asked. He knew she was, he could feel it. With you? She asked as she plastered a glowing smile across her face. Never. She reached out and took his hand, then slowly strode down into the pond. Her clothes vanished before the water reached their knees. Not much pulling was required for Leon to follow her, and their heads disappeared below the water's surface at the same time. No small amount of nostalgia flooded through Leon's system as they descended deeper into the pond, and then entered the cave system. As when Maya had led him away from her underground lake so long ago, Maya led him now, her lower half merging with water while her upper half remained in human form, her fingers entwined with his as she pulled him along. He hardly needed her aid in traversing these caves anymore, not as he did back in the day, but the caves branched off multiple times, so, at the very least, he still needed her guidance. And, of course, he simply enjoyed the feeling of being with her, of having her hand in his. Their first journey through these caves decades before had seemed interminably long. Leon had still been weak enough to require breathing, and could only hold his breath for about a quarter of an hour. Now, however, he could relax and take in the view. The underwater tunnel walls were covered in various lichen, algae, and mushrooms, many of which brightly glowed in various shades of green, blue, and purple. Pockets of magic passed them by, and Leon idly wondered if these pockets were other river nymphs merged entirely with the water around them. They soon arrived in the underground lake. Maya led them to break the surface almost as soon as they arrived, and only a matter of seconds later, they were walking out of the water on the island she'd lived on for more than a century. The enormous cavern was largely unchanged, with strange trees with glowing leaves covering its interior, while the ceiling far above was dotted with glowing crystals that made its dark surface resemble the night sky. It wasn't enough to fool Leon's senses, but it was enough to keep his natural aversion to being underground at bay. Here? He asked as Maya pulled him further. He'd expected they'd meet her mother in Saren, not on Maya's old island. Here, she confirmed, disabusing him of any other notion. He took a deep breath and continued. He kept his magic senses restrained, wanting to respect the introduction for what it was. As a result, the first glimpses he got of Cleone were a few flashes of pale white skin almost glowing like the surface of the moon. Between the trees, as he and Maya drew closer, he laid eyes upon a woman of nearly unparalleled beauty relaxing in the small pond at the center of Maya's island. Most of her body was obscured below the water, but as with all river nymphs, it was clear that she wasn't wearing any clothing. Similarly, as with all river nymphs, her appearance would have driven sculptors into retirement, for her beauty was impossible for marble to capture. Her long earth-brown hair spilled out into the grass behind her, while her legs from the knees down poked out of the water. She rested her arms in the sand at the pond's edge, and as Leon and Maya approached, her head turned in their direction, letting her familiar lake blue eyes fall upon Leon. Her full lips turned upward in a welcoming, though eminently dignified, grin. She didn't rise at their arrival, but since Maya didn't seem to mind, Leon sure wasn't going to make a big deal out of it. He was far more preoccupied with keeping his eyes above water rather than straying to the attractive body below the pond's gently lapping waves. Maya led them right to the edge of the pond opposite her mother before she released Leon's hand. His fingers momentarily followed hers, seeking their warmth, before he let his hand fall back to his side. Maya entered the pond, then took a seat position upon a large boulder at one end of the pond, letting her indirectly sit in between Leon and Cleone without obscuring either one. For what felt like an eternity, Leon stood there, feeling like a child being inspected by an adult as Cleone's eyes wandered over his still-clothed body. Finally, Cleone broke the silence, in a sense. "Will you not join us, Leon?" Despite wanting to refuse, Leon replied through an awkward smile, "Sure, sure. Nothing wrong with this at all. You can save the sarcasm with me," Cleone replied. "What if I don't want to?" Leon sarcastically asked as he first pulled his boots into his soul realm. He slowly walked into the pond, removing his clothes as he went without revealing too much of himself above the waterline. The entire time, he felt the weight of Cleone's appraising eye, intimidating him in a way that only an in-law could. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. At least I know my daughter has fine taste, Cleone snickered. I would have been worried if you were more average. A spike of embarrassment shot through the connection Leon and Maya shared. Leon wasn't sure where it originated, but he could feel his cheeks redden slightly all the same. A glance at his wife showed Maya sitting still as a statue, her eyes flitting between Leon and Pleon, her only movement. All it took was a smile from him and she visibly relaxed. Now it's just my turn, he thought as he took a deep, calming breath. I've achieved apotheosis, talking to Maya's mother is no big deal. Aloud, he asked Pleon in a more playful tone, what's average, in your view? Weakness, Pleon smoothly replied. Impotence. Contentment. Strange, Leon responded. Simple words, but high standards for a woman of your power. A 7th-tier mage is strong, but compared to you, not so much. Why have such high standards? Don't river nymphs typically eat their mates? With a shark-like grin, Pleon said, my standards used to be flexible. After meeting my mate, they no longer are. My favorite daughter deserves someone equal, if not superior to her father. She paused, her appraising look turning into a hard glare. Naiads and Pleon's mate for life, did you know that? A slow nod confirmed that he did. Why would I allow my girl to have a mate unworthy of her? I think she can make her own decision on that front. Convenient for you when you're the one she chose. It is. I love her, so of course I want her to choose me. Pleon's aura intensified for a moment, and the water of the pond shook in response. Leon felt it constrict around him. The ground around the pond began to tremble in turn, but before anything more could happen, Leon channeled his water magic with a few sparks of origin power to back him up. Pleon was a more skilled water mage than he was, but she was only 9th tier. The universe bent itself to his whim, not to hers. The pond water stilled and the earth was pacified in only a moment. You dare to contest me in my own domain? Pleon growled into his mind, her words carrying with them overtones of deep anger and offense. Undaunted, Leon simply replied, yes. Pride will get you killed, Leon, Pleon suggested. Not by you, Leon shot back. He glanced again at Maya. Besides, some things are worth taking pride in. A tense moment followed, and then Pleon's aura calmed. As her glare softened, Leon did likewise and retracted his power. Good, she stated, filling Leon with no small amount of surprise. My Maya shouldn't be mated to a spineless dove. She punctuated her statement by sitting up from the pond, the earth following behind her to form a perfect backrest. Leon kept diligent control over his eyes despite Pleon nonchalantly revealing her bountiful assets. I might have more intensely questioned you, Leon, she continued, but your power is sufficient, as is your status. Your looks and demeanor were all I required. She paused, a leading look in her eye. Leon didn't take the bait. Impatience got the better of her, so after almost a full minute of Leon deliberately not asking the question she wanted him to, she stated, I deem you sufficient. Leon made a bit of a show of wiping his brow of non-existent sweat. Despite this, the words he spoke came with more sincerity than he'd initially intended. That's a relief. Had me sweating over here. I know, Pleon replied with a provocative grin. She ran a hand through the water they shared, and Leon had to suppress a grimace. I would extend our introduction, Leon, but before we do, there's another matter that I confess to wanting to speak with you about. So long as this matter doesn't come at anyone else's expense, Leon replied. The answer he received was a vanishing smile and an increasing air of severity, so he sat up a little straighter, sensing that this wasn't going to be some fluff question. Your encounter with Krithit, was it? Krithis, he asked. The primal god. That one, yes, my daughter has told me of it. Tell me more. That's a vague request. Why do you want to know? Pleon scowled. She seemed to internally debate with herself for a long moment before deciding to respond. Saren was not built by river nymphs, it was only discovered by us when some fool of a human disturbed deep, dark graves below the surface. An image raced into Leon's mind of a submerged city comprised of thousands of pyramids of varying sizes. The massive pyramid in the center with a blue beam of light connecting it to another pyramid hanging from the ceiling was particularly blood-curdling. Sounds familiar, Leon growled, his thoughts turning to the seemingly endless field of pyramids below the Serpentine Isles, each pyramid marking the grave of a primal god. The man met a bloody end, Pleon continued. My people, however, were conscripted. Our entrance to the city marked us, and we were forced to watch over it, to ensure that no other fools could ever stumble upon it. A good policy, given what those pyramids keep buried. Or imprisoned. Tell me more of them, Pleon demanded. Of those I watch over. Of those I keep from the eyes of man. Leon opened his mouth, but the words refused to form. His brain knew the concepts he wanted to share, the sheer horror that faced the universe if even one of those primal beings escaped, as one had on Arknavi, but his throat and tongue couldn't shape the words properly. Language itself seemed inadequate to the task. So instead, he called upon his darkness magic, reaching out with it to touch Cleone's mind. He'd had no doubt that she was a more skilled user of darkness magic than he was, but he was still shocked at just how strong her mental defenses felt just from his quiet probe. She clearly felt his silent request, but only after a moment's thought and a glance Maya's way did she lower her defenses and allow him to connect with her in that way. When their minds touched, Leon shared with her his experiences dealing with both the primal gods and the primal devils. The terror they wielded, the power they commanded, the disregard they held for life not their own. He recounted using not words but memories how both Planarend and Krithis had invaded his mind without him even immediately knowing, calling forth his insecurities and regrets to debilitate him, to make him more susceptible to their influence. He finished his explanation by iterating the place of the primal beings in the universe, underlining the depth of power they wielded. When he was finished, Cleone looked pale. Where before, her body shone like a moon goddess incarnate, now she was more human. He supposed. Always have I wondered what might lay below those stones, she whispered, her eyes staring northward seemingly at nothing at all, though Leon suspected her attention was fixed upon her city. Never did I imagine the true scope of the duty thrust upon me. Her eyes drifted back to Maya. Of the duty I wished for you. For the first time, Maya spoke. I never wanted it, I never wanted to be you. No one wants such duty, my dear, Cleone responded. It's forced upon us. But your mate has confirmed what I've always known, but have sometimes doubted. This duty is necessary. Who forced this upon you? Leon wondered, though he felt like he already knew the answer. A man of great power, Cleone answered, the image that accompanied her words showing Leon a dark, almost abstract representation of Ambrose. A memory passed down among Cleones. Degraded slightly, but Leon shot back a more up-to-date image of Ambrose, and Cleone's eyes widened in shock. Ah, I see him. I understand. He told our ancestors why this was important, but to be told is one thing, to know is another. She loudly exhaled and leaned back to stare at the bright ceiling for a long few seconds, then sat up again to look Leon in the eye. Aloud, she said, Maya is my favorite daughter. I worried for her for a long time. Now that I see her chosen mate, however, I can set my worries aside. Thank you, Leon. I will remember what you have shared with me for the rest of my days. Leon didn't miss how her magic fluctuated in time with her words. The significance of her speaking aloud was not lost on him, and he was grateful for the trust. The heavy air between them lingered for a time while Leon tried to think of something to say, to share his gratitude, but Cleone beat him to the punch, saying silently again, Now, tell me more about your kingdom, and the adventures that led you to claim it. Leon chuckled, then did just as she asked, regaling her with tales of his life for as long as she wanted to listen. As he spoke, he relaxed more and more, the strange situation of being with both Maya and Cleone there in the pond mattering less and less as their lack of concern sank in with him. Unfortunately, Cleone's time was limited, she couldn't stay away from Saren for long. She stood up from the pond sooner than Leon or Maya wanted, and Leon, keeping his gaze polite even as she and Maya said their goodbyes, watched her leave. Before she disappeared, however, she sent Leon one last look smile, and a telepathically shared feeling of approval. And then she was gone, leaving Leon and Maya alone on the island where they'd first met. Leon breathed an enormous sigh of relief as he stood up from the pond and joined his river nymph wife on the grass. You sound exhausted, Maya observed with a grin on her bronze face. I should be, Leon replied. Meeting the family is always stressful. At least there aren't any more. Except Val's mother. And mine. And my mother's clan. Shit. Maya took his face into her hands. Don't think about them now. My mother approves of you. I knew she would, but I feared she might not. We should celebrate. Leon grinned. And how, my love, do you plan on celebrating? Her smile became sensual as her lake blue eyes scanned the soft grass they stood upon. Neither of them had clothed themselves, and her eyes soon returned to him, to drink in his body. You once tried to force yourself upon me here, Leon pointedly said even as the corners of his lips turned upward. Maya's smile faltered until she looked back at his face and registered his loving smile. I'm glad you didn't press the issue then, he continued. My life's happier with you in it. Maya giggled slightly and he suspected she was tempted to make a joke out of it. He was tempted too, but just like her, largely refrained. Instead, his hands found their way to her body, and he quietly whispered, "Turnabout's fair play, isn't it?" Heat entered Maya's eyes. "Yes, it is." Their meeting with Pleon had ended, but they didn't leave the underground island for hours more. Chapter 1062. Last tour IV. After returning to Arimenium, Leon and his people rested for the remainder of the day. When the morning came, the Bull King formally invited him to return to the capital, which Leon, just as formally, accepted. Not even an hour later, Leon, Julius, and their families were at the head of a grand procession, practically crawling their way back to the capital over land. Normally, Leon might have balked at moving at the plodding pace of a horse, but in this case, he relaxed and simply enjoyed the journey. It was comfortable enough, and the feeling of nostalgia never left him. They kept moving, stopping only to rest at night, for more than 2 weeks. Only when they reached Calabria did they stop for any extended length of time. The city was not only close to Gaius' home, but it was also the city that Justin had governed after moving to the Bull Kingdom. As a result, Valeria had grown up in the city, and just as Leon wanted to use this tour as a way to say goodbye to the plain, Valeria also wanted some time spent in the city. Leon was only too happy to give her all the time she wanted. Over the course of a 2-day stay, Valeria took Leon, Elise, Asia, Christina, Cassandra, Maya, and Anzu on an exhaustive tour of all her favorite places in the city. Leon wasn't surprised that most of those favorite places were fighting rings and race courses, and he found some entertainment in watching a few gladiator fights and chariot races. Valeria was far more eager to show Leon around the Exarch's palace than her favorite haunts in the city, however. She showed him everything, from the apartments she'd lived in to the courtyard where Justin and those who'd followed him from the Nexus had trained her. She'd become somewhat choked up at that point, and Leon could understand. He didn't share her grief, as most of those she grieved for had been involved in the murder of his father or the subsequent violent actions taken against him and his family, but he could at least understand her pain. Soon enough, though, the procession continued northward, reaching the capital after only another week. It was a slow pace for Leon, but by the standards of the Bull Kingdom, they'd made excellent time. As with the arrival at Arimenium, Julius arranged to have Leon's party welcomed with a citywide festival. Leon, however, was in a less than celebratory mood. Though he'd only just arrived and planned on staying for a week at least, he sent his family and friends ahead to get settled back into the villa that he and Elise had owned when they still lived in the city. It was a bit small for the entire party, but between Julius, Heaven's Eye, and the contacts that his former retainers still had in the kingdom, there were no issues with getting roofs over everyone's head. While all that was being worked out, Leon and Julius went on ahead to the capital island. Leon's destination was Trajan's mausoleum. "All I know I learned from my brother," Julius wistfully reminisced as he and Leon stood before Trajan's memorial statue. "All that's worth knowing, anyway. He was a great teacher," Leon whispered. "I just wish that I took his lessons closer to heart. I think he would be proud of the man you've become, Leon," Julius responded. Leon opened his mouth to say something, but no words came. After several long seconds, he at least managed to croak, "Thank you." With a quick expression of earth magic and origin power, Leon put something he'd been practicing to use, and conjured from nothing but his own power a perfect replica of Trajan's memorial statue, though small enough to fit in his hand. However, in the style of the Bull Kingdom, aside from the Great Plateau, Trajan's statue was unpainted white marble. Leon decided on a whim that that wasn't enough, and with another expression of power, the marble copy in his hand shifted color until the copy almost perfectly resembled Trajan. "Is that what he looked like?" Julius asked a little absent-mindedly. Regret seeped into every detail of the old king, weighing him down until he looked like a man with a foot in a mausoleum of his own. "It's been so long since I last saw him, I can hardly remember his face. Or his voice. My own brother." The king's eyes fell to the ground at the base of Trajan's statue for a moment before shooting back up to the prince's face. Then, he turned his head to scan other mausoleums around them, all with statues of their own showing who was interred within. "The graver did his job well," Leon whispered. "He captured Trajan's likeness almost perfectly. At least, how he was in public." A soft snort of amusement was Julius's initial response. A moment later, he added, "My brother always was a stickler for appearing dignified when not in private, wasn't he?" Leon shrugged but offered the Bull King a shallow smile. Julius then sighed. Hold those you love close, Leon. You never know what might happen. I secluded myself for a short while to train. My own mistake stretched that short while to decades, and when I awoke, my world had changed. We never know when we might lose those we care about. So make sure they know you care about them. Hold them close, and never let them go. As the Bull King spoke, his eyes flickered between several other statues around Trajan's other members of the royal family, and likely his and Trajan's parents or relatively close family, if Leon had to guess. As he made his final statement, however, Julius's eyes landed on Leon, impressing upon him the gravity of his words. But Leon didn't need that reminder. I will, he said, his mind filling first with memories of Trajan, and then of his childhood in the northern vales with Artorias. He didn't need to be reminded that his life could be turned upside down in only a moment. Another sigh from Julius was the last noise either of them made until they left the royal mausoleums. The night of their arrival in the city, Julius held a magnificent ball in the palace. Leon and his family were, of course, the focus of attention, and while Leon almost suffocated from the sheer number of people who approached him wanting to share a few complimentary and oftentimes sycophantic words, he was still able to carve off some time to dance with his ladies. Even Maya participated, showing more skill in dancing than Leon had been expecting. Elise taught me, she'd explained. Told me I had to be ready, just in case. Leon chuckled. You're damn good at it. Better than me, I think. Whereas she'd been slightly frowning from making a spectacle of her skills, Leon's words brought out a proud smile that only grew the longer they danced. The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Leon's dance with Maya was the longest, but he made sure to dance with all of his ladies. And then Christina and Asia each asked for a dance. That opened the floodgates, and where before Leon had been inundated by the elite asking to share a few words, he suddenly found himself almost drowned by the sheer number of ladies who wanted to share a dance with him. Unfortunately for most of them, he declined almost everyone else save for Stefania, Julius's older daughter, Elia, August's daughter, and Alex, who managed to tear herself away from Gaius just long enough to share one dance with Leon. When he left the dance floor, though, Leon was somewhat amused to see those of the next generation enjoying their time in their parents' homeland. Alkander's sons and Gaius and Alex's son and daughters took to the attention they were attracting quite well. Even Nadir and Astar were mingling quite well, Anna having done much to ensure that they were well adjusted to human society after seeing how Red treated most human norms. Thankfully, both wyverns remained in human form throughout the entire ball. When the ball finally ended, Leon and his people returned to the villa that he and Elise had once called home, the villa where they had been married. It was a bittersweet moment when Leon walked in, knowing that this might very well be the last time he spent any time at all in the villa. Throughout the night, he wandered through its rooms, remembering the get-togethers that he and mostly Elise held within. He especially remembered the welcoming party celebrating his and Elise's moving in, which ended when a small group of vampires attacked. He was rather amused to see that his first workshop was still there, though it was rather depressingly empty. Just for the memories, Leon conjured several tables and stacks of spell paper, arranging them all in the way that he remembered until the workshop looked just as it had when he'd lived in the villa. He whiled away the night occasionally inscribing some of the spells he'd made for arrows in the workshop, which he was now able to do with spectacular ease given their relative simplicity compared to the enchantments he was now more used to working with. However, for the most part, he simply leaned back in a chair and absorbed the atmosphere, carving it into his memory. He only left the workshop to join his ladies who wanted to explore the bedroom in greater detail. 2 more weeks they stayed in the capital before heading north. Again, Julius, the royal family, and the paladins escorted Leon's party, though the Bull King's entourage shrank considerably for the next leg of the journey. They reached Tira not much more than a week later. While Leon didn't have much emotional connection to the city, he still wanted to stop there for a few days. Julius, in the decades since Leon's departure from his kingdom, had kept the ruins of Argent Palace as a black site. He told Leon that a few people had been caught rummaging around in the palace, but only one seen in the ruins only a matter of months beforehand had escaped capture. All the others, having been caught looting whatever they could get their hands on, were subsequently executed. Leon was mildly curious about the one who escaped, but Julius wasn't able to give him any real details, apologizing profusely to Leon for allowing it to happen. Leon, however, just waved off his concerns. While he was offended at the looting in principle, there wasn't anything in Argent Palace that he wanted since he'd cleaned out his family's archives. He was content with the ruins being a monument to House Rame, a branch family started by Prince Demetrios after the fall of the Thunderbird clan. Still, he spent a couple days wandering the ruins alone and visited the family tomb that had been rather mercifully untouched by the ruin of the rest of the palace. He ventured below the surface, looking upon the faces of his ancestors carved in stone in front of their sarcophagi. He made copies of every one of them, marking down on the base of their statues the epitaphs inscribed upon the adjacent sarcophagi. The process would have taken a significant amount of time, but when he realized the enormity of the tomb, he used his magic senses to explore ahead of him. He was easily able to trace the line of Rame archdukes in a direct line for more than 3,000 years, from Kairos to his father Sikelarios, then to Sikelarios' mother Karina. On the chain went, from Karina to Adrian, Hector, Andromeda, and another Leon, which he was most amused by. Several dozen archdukes he traced that way, finding a break in the direct line at that point where an archduke had been unable to have any kids at all, leading to a cousin succeeding him. From there, it took him another 25 archdukes to reach Artemios, the last Thunder King and first Rame archduke. Leon then counted another 147 Thunder Kings, preceding Artemios, as well as nearly 5 times as many other family members interred in the tomb. Thousands of years of history he explored, hundreds of his ancestors he learned about. When he reached the end of the tomb, however, he had only one thought. Not enough. The tomb only held his ancestors going back about 20,000 years. All before them, including Demetrios himself, were missing. Unfortunately, when Leon returned to the surface and asked the Bull King about any other tombs House Rame may have had, the king wasn't able to answer. They took Leon's question to the city's exarch and highest-ranked blood priest but soon learned that there were no other tombs used by House Rame on record. There were a few castles granted to branch families of House Rame, but a quick scan with Leon's magic senses revealed no obvious tombs on any of those properties. Hells, 2 of the castles had been granted so long ago that they no longer existed, and those that were still around had outlived all of those branch families. Disappointed, Leon forced himself to be content with the statues he'd seen and the histories he'd learned in Argent Palace's tomb. He told himself repeatedly that he wasn't so sentimental that he had to personally witness all of his house members' resting places, but now that he'd seen some of them, he simply wanted to see more. That he couldn't just inflamed his desire. To mollify that need, Leon vowed to more thoroughly research his lineage once he returned to Katagita. The librarian golem of the archives he'd taken from Argent Palace, he was sure, could point him to his family's personal records. After a few days, Leon was satisfied with his experience in the city. Tira, despite being the city of his ancestors, held no more sentimental value to him aside from its status as the resting place of so many of his ancestors. When he decided to leave, he did it with a light heart, and an even lighter party as King Julius and the rest of his entourage were going to stay in the city. Leon's next destination was the Northern Vales, culminating in his final visit to the Forest of Black and White for a while. Then he'd turn around and trace his steps back to Arimenium. His only question at that point was how to get to the Northern Vales, as he had multiple options. The frozen mountains were formidable, and even for stronger mages it could be uncomfortable to cross them. His party was strong enough that they wouldn't be too affected, but he would still prefer the most convenient journey. He was tempted to head below the mountains through Zaffin's old prison, but the demon put the kibosh on that idea. In the end, he decided that the simplest option was the best, and led his family and friends in flying over the mountains. As they passed over the mountains, he savored the sights, sounds, and smells. The chill in the air welcomed him like an old friend, and the sight of his childhood home getting closer brought a rare serenity that he couldn't describe. So captivated was Leon by the journey that it took almost a full day before he and his party touched down on the north side of the frozen mountains. They could have flown the whole way to Vale Town, but Leon decided that he wanted to move overland for this part. The Vale ruled by the Brown Bear tribe was just as he'd remembered, quite heavily forested, but with relatively extensive farms growing wheat and hardy vegetables in the central plains, and many rolling fields of brilliant green silk grass tended to by small tribal communities. And in the center of it all stood Vale Town. It had grown a bit in the time since Leon had last seen it, but the true growth he could see was in more distant settlements. If he had to guess as to why, it was most likely because Vale Town had reached the maximum size that its hinterland could sustain. It simply couldn't grow any more and still have enough food to feed everyone. Thus, other communities grew in its place to fill the growing demand for food and silk grass. Still, despite Vale Town having grown considerably since his childhood, it was the same familiar town he and Artorias would frequent to sell the hides they accumulated in the forest of black and white. Leon confidently led his party toward it. So much in the world had changed, but he couldn't help but feel giddy to see those he knew from his childhood again, Thorfinn both chief and chief among them. Chapter 1063. Last Turv, there was no recourse to the passage of time. The primal gods and devils were subject to it, the strongest divine beasts were slaves to time, and even the strongest humans who'd achieved the pinnacle of power in the universe could no more reverse the course of time than a mortal could. Such were the thoughts that ran through Leon's head as he and his party entered Vale Town. When he'd first laid his eyes upon it, despite its dramatic growth over the past century, it still appeared familiar. The sounds of the people, their specific ways of speaking and cursing, the way they dressed, the buildings they lived in, the scent of the vale, the fields, the forests, and the mountains, all made him feel right at home in a way that nowhere else could, save for the forest of black and white. But as he drew close, he wasn't recognized. People certainly saw him and his party, and word was undoubtedly sent back to the Longhouse, but as Leon entered the city and began making his way to Thorfinn's seat, he was struck at just how few people he could recognize. Of course, he was never particularly close with anyone in Vale Town outside of Thorfinn and his thanes, but there were plenty of people that Leon was passingly familiar with. The first and second tier mages watching the south for merchant caravans coming from the Bull Kingdom were people that he felt like he should have recognized. He almost stopped in the middle of the street when the reason why hit him. So powerful was the realization that had to fight the urge to immediately take flight and get to the Longhouse as soon as he could. It had been more than half a century since he'd last been in Vale Town. The first and second tier mages that he knew as a kid more than likely feasted with their ancestors, and most third tier mages too, if they weren't young when they ascended to the tier. As for the mortals, once he started thinking about it, he doubted more and more that he might know anyone left in Vale Town save for Thorfinn, Freya, Asbjorn, and Harold. Even then, now that Leon's expectations were no longer being clouded by nostalgic yearning, he recalled that all four had been showing the signs of their age when last he was in Vale Town. Given their power, he judged that all four should still be around, but the more he looked around at the people on the street staring at him with suspicious eyes and closed-off demeanors, the more he doubted. 50 years was hardly that long for someone at his power level. He was pushing 90, though, and those years represented more than half his life. That was a long time for him, a span of time that couldn't be ignored. However, he was primarily surrounded by other powerful mages. Chiefs, elders, ministers, all 6th tier and up. While 50 years was hardly a small amount of time, Leon's environment had hardly changed in all that time. His frame of reference for what the ravages of time were had shifted. He hadn't forgotten that mortals and weaker mages had much shorter lives, but he'd simply failed to consider it. Until now. "We need to hurry," he whispered to his party, and the leisurely pace he struck after entering Vale Town was left behind as he began to walk about as quickly as he thought he could without his intentions being assumed hostile. Even that concern, however, vanished, as more and more doubts crept into his mind. He'd projected his magic senses ahead, but the defenses of Thorfinn's Longhouse had been upgraded, with what appeared to be wards of bullish origin decorating the low stone wall surrounding the Longhouse, as well as the Longhouse's walls themselves. In short, he couldn't perceive the inside of the Longhouse. Before Leon even made it a quarter of the way through Vale Town, his fears had grown so much that he simply stopped caring about appearances. He gave his party an order, then wrapped his body in his magic power. With his friends and family right beside and behind him, he took off, startling the crowds around them. Shouting followed in his wake, and shortly after, warning bells. Leon, however, shot straight for the Longhouse, hoping that these 50 years had not been as cruel to the brown bears as he feared. When he landed outside of the Longhouse's main doors, many warriors were already readying themselves for battle. None were stronger than the 3rd tier. Leon, completely unconcerned with their killing intent, weapons, or armor, simply looked around at all of them, staring at their faces in turn. Most had helmets, but of those, the majority were open-faced. Some wore no armor at all, nor even shirts. None of them were familiar. The doors of the Longhouse burst open as Leon was scanning the warriors' faces, and a pair of 4th tier mages came striding out, their auras laced with killing intent and their axes brandished. However, they came to a hesitant stop as Leon's gaze fell upon them. With the eyes of both a warrior and a blacksmith, Leon examined their equipment. Their helmets were of fine make, though hardly up to his standards. Their axes, too, were long and well made, if unenchanted. Their armor was more lamentable, the mail hauberks being clearly unenchanted and thrown on in haste. Still, of all the warriors that surrounded Leon and his party, these two were, rather fittingly, the most well-equipped. Neither of them were familiar to Leon, though they had to be at least on the level of a thane if they were both fourth tier and in Thorfinn's longhouse. The bolder of the two croaked, Who are you? Any satisfaction Leon might have felt at their obvious fear was dwarfed by his desire to find out what happened to the old chief. Where is Thorfinn Ice Eyes? Leon sternly, though rather quietly, demanded. To punctuate his inquiry, he projected his aura, submerging all of the warriors around him and his party in an ocean of his magic. So vast and thick was his aura that it was simplicity itself to freeze all of the warriors in place. Continuing, Leon asked, Is he still the chief in these parts? The two possible thanes were angled well enough that even though Leon's aura had frozen them in place, they were still able to exchange a look of terror. The more talkative of the two sputtered, our chief, as here, came a booming roar from further within the dark longhouse. Powerful footsteps came rumbling from beyond the threshold as someone large came striding outside. The clinking of metal came with every footstep, indicating that he was well armored, and the additional footsteps with his showed that he wasn't alone. 4 aged warriors came walking out of the longhouse led by a powerfully built man in polished mail, a tabard depicting a roaring brown bear on a green field covering his armor. From the face of his helmet came a veritable forest of gray-beard hair, while shadowed above were a pair of cold gray eyes. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Leon stared at the man, no small amount of relief flooding through him. He relaxed his aura, and all the warriors around them relaxed as well. Thorfinn, he said, I feared you had gone to meet your ancestors. The old chief stared back at Leon in disbelief, his posture, so ready for a fight as he'd walked out of the longhouse, relaxed. Little lion, he shouted as the 3 warriors at his side reacted. No, one said, her familiar voice more strained to Leon's ears, but her surprise and joy couldn't be understated. Our little lion is back. Relax, the lot of you. Another of the warriors shouted, his voice also familiar. He sheathed his sword and removed his helmet, revealing the aged, though still familiar face of Harold. This is an old friend. The final thane joined his voice to Harold's. Return to your posts. There will be no violence today. Asbjorn glared at the younger warriors, daring any of them to argue. None were so foolish, and the wall of warriors surrounding Leon's party began to lose cohesion as warriors broke away. But, Thorfinn added, causing them all to halt in place. The old chief's eyes hadn't left Leon, and that didn't change even as he took off his helmet. When he spoke next, his voice boomed. It was weaker than Leon remembered, but more than vigorous and powerful enough to be heard over the din of dozens of warriors shuffling around as they returned to their posts. There will be no fight, but there will be a feast. Our old friend has returned. The warriors roared in joy, their cries slowly spreading throughout the town as runners carried word that everything was fine and the alarm was just a misunderstanding. Thorfinn laughed as he stepped forward, pushing past the 2 younger 4th-tier mages. Leon grinned and stepped forward, clasping Thorfinn's offered arm and drawing the older man in for a quick embrace. Ha ha, Thorfinn beamed. Gone to meet my ancestors? Not yet, kid, not yet. Leon laughed. Thoughts of a fearful mind. It's damn good to see you, Thorfinn. Damn good. You too, little lion. Come on in. And your friends and family. Come on in. My house is your house. Leon, his family, and his friends filed into the longhouse after Thorfinn. Once inside, he was subject to more greetings from Harold, Asbjorn, and Freya, but unlike Thorfinn, it seemed that age was far more debilitating for them. On a brighter note, Thorfinn also introduced him to the 2 new 4th-tier mages, Ullr and Ragnar, the former being his son and heir. Leon offered his congratulations, and before anyone else could speak, longhouse servants began carrying in plates of bread, cheese, and mead. Thorfinn and Leon sat at the head of the table as the thanes in Leon's party began filling their bellies and chatting amongst themselves. I have to admit, Leon said as he swallowed a bite of cheese, I've missed the taste of good Valeman fare. Ha, of course you did, our food is the best in the world. Thorfinn boasted. Leon might have argued that, but he chose not to. The Veilman could hardly compare against the best chefs in Heaven's Eye, but when he bit into their simple foods, he was taken back in time to when he was just a kid in this very hall, enjoying Thorfinn's hospitality while he and Artorias caught up. That time had long since passed, but he couldn't help but revel in the fact that the people he'd known in his childhood weren't all gone. Not yet. When that short snack was over, Thorfinn and Leon made their way to the back of the longhouse where they sat and looked out over Vale Town. Leon's friends and family remained inside, chatting with the thanes and other warriors in the main hall. Naturally, most shared words took the form of boasts, and he quietly wondered if when he and Thorfinn returned, the hall would even still be intact, for a few friendly fights seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. I have to say, Leon began, I feared a much more changed Vale Town than the one I found. After 50 years, I can't blame you, Thorfinn replied with a wide smile. However, that smile lasted but a moment before falling. And you wouldn't be wrong. The old chief sank in on himself, as if he simply didn't have the energy to maintain good posture. I don't think anyone else in the Vale, aside from me, Asbjorn, Freya, and Harold, even remember you and or your father. When we go, none will remember you. When our children go, none will remember us, either. This is the way of the world, and we can only accept it, for it cannot be changed. Complicated feelings rose within Leon that put his cheer in grave danger, but before he could sort them out and give them voice, Thorfinn continued. I am 172, little lion. I do not expect to reach 180. I can guarantee that I won't reach 190. I expect to finally join my ancestors within the next decade, and Freya, Harold, and Asbjorn have separately confided to me that they expect the same. He sighed, fatigue and age evident in his every mannerism. Leon stared at him as Thorfinn struggled to remain even as upright as he was, seeing the real him for the first time since arriving. Beneath his bushy gray beard, his cheeks were sunken and wrinkled. While he was still a large man, much of that bulk was fat instead of muscle. Most distressing, however, was the look in Thorfinn's icy eyes. He was tired. Quietly, Thorfinn said what Leon could see plain as day. I am just as surprised that I am not with my ancestors as you are, little lion. But I am ready to join them. My son is strong and ready to take on my responsibilities. Most of my friends have been born by the Thunderbirds to the Sky Mother already. My generation has come and gone. I'm just late. Don't give me that look, boy. I have lived a life I'm proud of. I am ready to move on. I am ready. Leon's expression fell the more Thorfinn spoke. He guessed he looked quite awful if Thorfinn was commenting on it. I don't. What if that didn't need to be? He asked, locating one of several bottles of ambrosia he had in his soul realm. He was about to conjure it when Thorfinn responded. It does. No southern magic of yours will change that. It would only delay the inevitable. I am weak, little lion, weak and tired. I would not delay my meeting with my ancestors just to remain in the world as a weak old man. Leon followed Thorfinn's example and sank in his seat, quiet dread building up within him. If you go, he whispered, I will be the only one who remembers what this place was. No one else will remember those days. Those people. A surprisingly booming laugh came as Thorfinn's response. We are not alone in that, my boy. The last men of every generation must confront these feelings one day. Of my father's generation, none remain. Of all generations that came before us, none remain. I do not fear death, for in death, I will see them all again. He clapped Leon's shoulder reassuringly, but Leon couldn't sense too much of the strength he remembered in the old man's grasp. Do not mourn for us, Leon. If anything, I mourn for you will continue without us. But remember, kid, nothing lasts forever, and when your time comes, meet it with dignity. And when you join your ancestors, come and find me again. We'll celebrate like the old days. Leon gave the old chief a bitter smile. He didn't believe in the Sky Mother, but he hoped to see his ancestors after he died. What might they say to him? How would they welcome him? Would he come to them in glory, having restored their clan to greatness? Or would he come in disgrace, failing when so much rode on his shoulders? I will hold you to that, old man, Leon quipped. Thorfinn laughed again. Good, good. Now, why don't you tell me of your adventures down in the south? I'm sure that whatever you've been up to has your father smiling from the beyond. It took Leon a moment to get going, but he began telling Thorfinn of all that he'd seen and done in the past 50 years, everything worth telling him about, at least, for he doubted the old chief would care that much about bureaucracy and industrial development. Thorfinn listened intently, but he rarely reacted with anything even approaching awe, not even when Leon told him about the primal gods and devils. Children playing before the Mountain Father, he'd said. Leon ended his story by telling Thorfinn more about his kingdom, and Thorfinn expressed no small amount of amusement at the fact that there was another tribe of brown bears now sworn to Leon. When Leon finished, they sat there in amiable silence, staring out over Vale Town. When Leon was a kid, he would have been able to see distant fields and forests, but with the city's expansion, now those sights were blocked by 2- and 3-story buildings. The silence was broken when a servant came out to tell them that not only was the feast about ready but that several warriors had been injured when they challenged Alkander to a fistfight. Both Thorfinn and Leon laughed, and together, they headed back inside. They shared nothing more than a look to acknowledge the more serious things they'd discussed. They both knew that this visit would be the last time they saw each other, and they came to a silent agreement to make the most of it. Chapter 1064. Last Churv. While he hadn't planned on staying so long, Leon and his party wound up remaining in Vale Town for 2 weeks. They feasted with the Valemen, visited their temples to the Sky Mother, Mountain Father, and the Thunderbirds, and saw with their own eyes the fields of silk grass that made up the majority of exports within the northern Vales. Thorfinn and his thanes accompanied Leon's party, sharing stories of how the Vale had been doing in the past half-century. There were some bad years where crop failures led some farmers to turn to banditry, and one particularly nasty year where they had to repel a raid from a neighboring Vale, but otherwise, the Brown Bear tribe had kept the peace, and the Valemen were prospering because of it. When the time came for Leon's party to depart, as he often did, Thorfinn presented them with gifts. To Leon's ladies, he gave robes of silk grass so fine that they shimmered in the sun, and silver jewelry set with amber and covered in intricate thunderbird carvings. To Leon's friends, he gave bolts of silk grass, fine furs, ceremonial daggers, and silver arm rings. He saved the finest gifts for Leon, however. To Leon, he gave a dozen bolts of the finest silk grass the Valemen could weave. He gave chunks of glittering amber, idols of the Thunderbirds, and several snow lion pelts. Most previous of all, he gave Leon seeds for many of the plants grown in the northern Vales, including greenhand potatoes which Leon was most personally thrilled with, having quietly missed having some of his childhood foods available, several unique trees, and that previous commodity that only the Valemen possessed, silk grass. I will not pretend to know if it can be made to grow in the south, Thorfinn had said as he passed Leon the pouch of silk grass seeds. But this way, you'll always have a piece of home with you. Carry it well. Had Leon been younger, he felt he might have burst into tears in that moment. But he kept his composure even as his eyes began to sting, and graciously accepted the gifts. He had precious few clothes made of silk grass anymore, and to not only have many bolts of the stuff but to possibly have the means to grow more was beyond comforting, allaying much of his anxieties about leaving the plain behind. The morning following the gift-giving, Leon and his party departed from Vale Town. The goodbyes were stretched, but Leon and Thorfinn could only delay it so long. They embraced one last time, and Thorfinn whispered to him, "Your father looks upon you with pride from the Sky Mother's halls. When the Thunderbirds take me there, I will tell him of you, and we will drink in your honor." "Save some feasting for when I get there," Leon replied. "No promises," Thorfinn cheekily responded with a grin and a clap on Leon's shoulder. "If the Mountain Father is merciful, you won't arrive for many years more. Don't be in such a rush, little lion." With that, they parted. Leon endured more goodbyes from Freya, who gave him a tight hug and a kiss on both cheeks, and from Asbjorn and Harold, who each clasped his arm and stated their admiration for Leon as warriors and mages. No more words were said. Leon nodded to them all and then led his people out of Vale Town. It took all his strength not to look back. He'd left the northern Vales before, back in the days following his father's murder, but while this didn't feel worse, it certainly felt more permanent. His first departure came as his childhood was violently ended, but with Thorfinn in Vale Town, there was always the possibility of returning, of coming home. Now, Leon knew that he wouldn't be returning again before Thorfinn and his thanes had entered the halls of the Sky Mother. This would be the last time he ever saw them. If he ever returned to the northern Vales again, it would be a wholly unfamiliar place. No one would recognize him. No one would call him Little Lion ever again. A deep sense of melancholy settled into Leon as he walked away from Vale Town, remaining on foot despite the plethora of travel options he had available to him. He wanted to walk through the Vale one last time, taking in the atmosphere, and dealing with the deep sense of loss that he felt. At various times, he walked hand in hand with Elise, Cassandra, Maya, and Valeria, and even when their fingers weren't entwined, they were never that far away from him. The rest of his party followed at a more respectful distance. Leon remained committed to walking the entire way back to the forest of black and white, despite the amount of time that would take. Fortunately, it was only a full day's walk to the eastern mountains where he pulled out his portable villa and let everyone rest. He, however, remained outside, lying down amongst the trees, staring up at the sky. When the morning came, he struck a faster pace, moving through the eastern pass at a quicker pace. When they emerged from the mountains, the forest of black and white spread out before them like a carpet of dark green, pale blue, and the occasional hint of deep purple. In one corner, Leon could see even in the morning light the golden glow of the Heartwood Grove, and decided in that moment to stop by before leaving the vale. He could also see the deep ravine that Artorias had called the Divine Scar, carved by the iron needle when it bit the earth. He could see further out the rivers filled with river nymphs, Banshee Lake, and the mountain that he'd awakened his blood upon. Even further east he could see the walls of ice blocking off access to Nestor's lab. Most eye-catching of all this, however, were the glowing gold leaves he could see poking up amidst a clearing of purple grass separate from the Heartwood Grove. Leon stayed in the mountains for a few minutes just staring out at his childhood home, breathing the air, almost tasting the heady scent of the mountain flowers. In the distance, he could hear the howling of wind wolves and the calls of black iron bears. Not once could he hear the cry of a banshee or hear the crackling of ice. In fact, he couldn't sense any kind of demonic power in the vale at all. Strange, Zafin whispered. Have the lesser ice demons left? You don't sense them either? Leon asked. I do not, Zafin answered. Leon frowned. Maybe Tusk killed them all. I really stirred up their nests when I was trying to get the iron needle. Zafin grunted in response. After a moment, though, he asked in mild irritation, You're not thinking of visiting that old monster, are you? A grin spread across Leon's face, his golden eyes narrowing mischievously as he looked again to the Divine Scar. No, he said, though I think it would have been funny if I could get him to follow me. Bah, beasts like those don't follow anyone. Too much pride. Pride is a good thing, Matchstick, the Thunderbird suddenly interrupted. The two began to argue, but Leon tuned it out in favor of just taking in his home for what was most likely the last time. Elise drew his attention when she took his arm. Ready for this, love? She asked. Leon smiled back at her. I am. With his friends and family, Leon made his way down from the mountains and into the vale itself. Elise quickly released his arm in favor of excitedly gathering samples of many of the colorful flowers and plants they passed, even taking a few samples from the trees. They had incredibly similar trees back on Katagita, but Elise claimed these were a slightly different species. Leon wasn't going to argue, and if it meant that he could have the actual trees of his home accompany him to the Nexus, then he would indulge his wife in anything. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Cassandra was likewise in awe of the primordial forest, though in a different way than Elise was. She simply appreciated the untouched natural world and sought to leave as little evidence of her passing as she could. Valeria and Maya, having been in the vale before, were a little more blasé, but they were clearly appreciative of the paradoxical colorful beauty of the forest of black and white. It didn't take long for Leon's party to reach the western cliff of the Divine Scar. There, he glanced at the rest of his party and said, This is the place. Is everything ready? Tikos gave us everything we need, boss. Alex called out as she waved her son forward, who carried a seed given to him by Tikos. Set it up, James, Leon commanded. Alex's son bowed and immediately crouched down to bury the seed while his sisters broke out a calm lotus device to contact Tikos with. The rest of his friends and their kids assumed a vaguely defensive formation around Gaius and Alex's children, ready to defend them against anything that might jump at the magic that was about to be performed. We have this, Leon, Marcus assured Leon. No need to stick around on our behalf. Leon gave him a shallow smile. See to it, then. Thus, accompanied only by his ladies and Anzu, Leon started walking north around the Divine Scar, pausing only when he sensed an outpouring of water, light, and earth magic from behind indicating that Tikos' seed was working. He felt the forest seem to buckle slightly and knew that every tree sprite in the vale was going to be attracted to Tikos' power. If they played their cards right, then the population of Tikos' tree sprites would increase once they returned to Katagita. But Leon put that out of his mind for the moment, aided in that endeavor by Tico's magic dulling with distance and time. Like a dog whistle, humans wouldn't detect this magic after its initial activation. As they walked, Maya met his gaze. I'd like to find my aunt, if she's still around. Find her, then, Leon smilingly replied. Will you be long? Maya cast her gaze northeast. No, I'll see you later, then. Maya nodded, then vanished into the trees. Leon didn't mind her heading out to reconnect with family. That was essentially what the whole expedition was about. Hells, he was even curious about how the former Gorgon and her subordinate nymphs had been doing in the years since they'd last seen each other. Setting a quick pace after that, Leon and the other four with him made good time to the clearing where his home once stood. As they approached, however, Leon slowed. Everything all right, Leon? Cassandra asked while Elise took his arm and silently repeated the question with a concerned look. Nervous, Valeria asked. What's there to be nervous about? Anzu exuberantly responded. We could kick anything's ass in the forest right now. Why don't we hunt down some of those ice things that live here, for old time's sake? Don't let us keep you, Leon stated in a neutral tone as he came to a halt, the purple grass clearing just barely visible through the trees ahead. No one would cry for those creatures if they were all wiped out, anyway. Harsh, Cassandra stated, but from what you've told me of them, fair. No one cries for the demons, Zafin sarcastically lamented. Anzu, meanwhile, looked like Leon had just chastened him. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, brother, I just thought, I meant it, Leon interjected. If you want to go hunting ice wraiths, then do so. Have fun, I don't want to be a bother to anyone else. We have a rendezvous point and time for a reason. I'll stick with everyone else, Anzu hesitantly said. Leon sighed and his eyes fell. A quick squeeze of his arm drew his attention, though. It's all right, Elise said reassuringly. You've never given me the impression that Artorias would've wanted you to be so dour and serious when coming to visit. And this doesn't have to be our last visit, Valeria pointed out. Eterna is our home. We can always return if what the Grave Warden says is true. Doesn't have to be, Leon murmured. Feels pretty fucking final to me, he thought, though he refrained from saying those words aloud. He knew they were true. He could always return to Eterna, but he couldn't say when or under what circumstances. For all he knew, he wouldn't return to this place in 10,000 years, and he had no way of knowing how it might change in all that time. This was still going to be the last time he'd visit in a long time, and it felt appropriately grave and momentous. Still, Leon reached over and clapped his little brother on the shoulder. With a smile, Leon said, "Don't worry about it. Let's go pay our respects, then see what trouble we can get up to, yeah." Anzu's guilty expression was quickly covered up by a smile of anticipation. He cried out, "Yeah," and jumped in excitement. After chuckling, Leon turned his attention back to the clearing ahead of them and forced his feet to move him closer. More and more of the clearing became visible as they passed through the trees. It looked almost unchanged, and Leon almost felt awkward returning without a stag or at least a few hares in hand. He could almost hear his father next to him, lecturing him on the ways of magic or some small detail of a book he'd had Leon read. Leon even closed his eyes, momentarily pretending the footsteps of Anzu and his ladies were those of his father, walking home with him. But as much as he might have wished for it to be true, he was painfully aware that it wasn't. They emerged into the purple grass clearing and beheld what had become of his childhood home. Barely a few blackened timbers remained of the palisade, and only a few mounds of dirt marked where his and Artoria's shacks had been. The tunnel entrances that allowed passage beneath the palisade had likewise been covered first by earth, and then by grass. No other sign of the home that Artorias had built for them remained. Towering above all of this and casting it in shadow was a 50-foot-tall heartwood tree, its golden leaving gleaming in the afternoon light. "Beautiful," Elise murmured, entranced. "Too right," Cassandra agreed. "I've never seen such a beautiful tree before," Leon grinned, buoyed by his lady's words. However, he couldn't get too far past what the heartwood tree was, and his grin died quickly. Wordlessly, he extricated his arm from Elise and approached the enormous heartwood tree. Anzu and his ladies remained behind, giving him some space. About 30 feet from the tree, Leon paused, his eyes surveying the tree that marked his father's grave. Artorias had been buried in ancient fashion, just as he'd wanted, and Leon didn't think his grave could possibly be grander. A flood of emotions hit Leon like a tsunami as he stared at the tree, his eyes flickering to the few paltry remains of his home that still stuck out of the grass. The only thing that prevented him from falling to his knees was a strong natural desire to not appear weak in front of his ladies. When he was a kid, his father was everything. He'd thought Artorias to be invincible, the paragon of martial skill and moral virtue. He burned with the knowledge that Artorias had been killed so young, not even 40 years old, and that he would never see his wife again. That part struck Leon hard. Though Serana was no more than an idea in his head, she was more to his father. He remembered how Artorias spoke of her, the love he still bore for her despite 16 years passing between their parting and his death. And now they would never be reunited, thanks to the orders of Lord Cameron. Grief and anger warred within Leon for dominance, and Leon was sorely tempted to favor the latter just so that he didn't have to feel so damn sad, but instead, he simply walked forward and took a seat on a large root sticking out of the ground. He leaned forward, letting his head fall into his hands, and with his eyes covered, allowed a few drops to fall from his eyes. When he'd composed himself, he straightened up. If his father was watching from the beyond, he didn't want to show such a weak side of himself. So, he faced the trunk of the tree and began quietly talking. His voice was shaky at first, but as he spoke, he grew more and more confident. He spoke about all that had happened since the last time he'd visited. His adventures, the efforts he and his ministers had made in building the kingdom, and how much pride he felt in having resurrected the name. He also gave voice to some of his thoughts on returning to the Bull Kingdom and the Northern Vales, though he kept it brief. When he finished, he thought he could imagine his father smiling at him from wherever he now was. However, Leon's face contorted in misery when he realized that his recollection was starting to get a bit hazy. Even for powerful mages, memory didn't necessarily last forever. But he would not forget his father's face. He growled in dissatisfaction and called upon his origin power to fix this most awful of circumstances. He created a model for a new statue that would be built in his soul realm so that he would never forget his father's face. It took quite a few minutes, but Leon didn't move until the model was perfect. Then, after stashing the model statue in his soul realm, he began making another statue, this time of Torfin. When the Valeman chief was finished being rendered in stone, Leon made another, and then another, and then another. He didn't stop until he had Asbjorn, Harold, Freya, King Julius, Prince August, Roland, Minerva, and so many others he never wanted to forget depicted. He refused to forget their faces. When he was finished, he sighed and relaxed, intending to spend a few more minutes basking in the light of his father's tree. The aura that surrounded the tree seemed to envelop him, welcoming him in like a father's embrace. Leon wanted to lose himself in that feeling and tell himself that his father was at least still around in some capacity, but when his eyes darted around, they eventually fell upon the tree's roots, and the dirt and grass that surrounded them. His eyes narrowed in curiosity, then alarm, then a bit of anger. He pushed himself up from the root he was sitting on and crouched down over a particular patch of grass not too far away from the tree. His old hunter skills were rusty, but they quickly came back to him as he stared down at the ground. He saw footprints, or, more accurately, footprints. Recent footprints, Chapter 1065, interrupted tour, who was here? Leon furiously wondered, who trespassed here? One of the Valemen? No, they wouldn't venture into this vale at all. Leon racked his brain trying to figure out from the footprints alone who would have been bold enough to come into the forest of black and white on their own. He could only see one set of tracks, so he knew that whoever this was had been on their own, until he realized that the prints began and ended right there in front of the tree. There were no signs of the tracks coming or going into the forest. Whoever they were could fly, he realized as his blood went cold with alarmed rage. So consumed was he in staring at these tracks that he didn't even notice Valeria kneeling in front of the tree, nor did he notice Elise and Cassandra head over to kneel beside her. Anzu, meanwhile, amused himself by walking around the clearing and staring out into the forest. When he looked up and saw his ladies, he almost forgot about the tracks. He walked over to the three while projecting his magic senses to scour the forest of black and white in detail. That, however, would take some time. The ground isn't the most comfortable place to be, even here, he said as lightly and nonchalantly as he could even as his eyes scanned the tree line for any sign that the mysterious interloper was still around. Comfortable or not, it's needed, Valeria declared as she lowered her head toward Artoria's heartwood tree. It's good to pay respect to our father-in-law, Elise smilingly added. What's a bit of dirt compared to showing our humility? It's also good to pay respect to nature, Cassandra offered, her ruby-red eyes glittering in the light of the heartwood's glowing leaves. As a rapturous look crossed her face, she continued, such a holy place deserves this. Leon almost countered their arguments, but the aura of the tree wrapped around them, and he could almost feel his father's presence, causing his voice to catch in his throat. The wind blew through the heartwood's leaves, causing a few to fall around his ladies. Leon wasn't normally one to read too much into such random events, but he couldn't help but think it was some kind of omen, some sign of Artoria's favor or approval of their actions. Consequently, he shut his mouth and let his ladies do their thing while he concentrated on scanning the forest of black and white. His magic senses swept over the entire vale, and his attention was almost immediately drawn to the auras of all the most powerful creatures in it. He saw Maya chatting with her aunt next to a lake in the east. He saw a 7th-tier bear lazily swatting at the water of a small stream, seeking fish, and he saw a dark shape darting through the trees, indistinct yet familiar, one of the black cat-like mounts that his clan used long ago, let loose during his clan's fall, and still roaming the forest. Further west, he even saw shifting trees and glowing flowers borne by the wind heading toward his former retainers, showing that Tico's attempt to recruit them seemed to be working. He saw many more creatures than those, but no sign of any humans, at least until he detected another pulse of magic senses that didn't come from any of his people. Leon immediately went on high alert and almost filled the sky with storm clouds right then, but he then felt a second pulse, and then a third. Whoever was scanning their surroundings wasn't being particularly subtle about it, but then again, neither was he. The 3 pulses made tracking the origin simplicity in itself, but when Leon turned his eyes to the northwest, his mood was not improved. He saw standing in a clearing close to the center of the Heartwood Grove, a young man wearing all black. The man was pale and thin, with soft, round features. His black clothes were obviously of fine make, though they bore no adornment aside from the obvious quality of the material. Most concerningly, Leon could tell that the man was an 11th-tier mage just as he was. More than that, the man was staring right back at him, his pitch-black eyes locked onto Leon's own. 100 possible identities of who this man was flashed through Leon's mind, from another agent of Lord Cameron to some adventurer from another plane just exploring Eterna, but until it was proven otherwise, Leon decided to play it safe. We might have a situation, he quietly, but seriously, intoned, drawing his lady's attention. Someone else is here, a post-apotheosis mage. What? Elise stammered, clearly taken aback as she shot to her feet. Where? What should we do? Confront whoever this is, obviously, Cassandra responded as she smoothly rose to her feet and followed Leon's gaze. Then sent a derisive glare to the northwest. Whoever he is shouldn't be here. What if he's too strong? Elise argued. This person isn't attacking us, why should we attack him first? No one trespasses upon a Heartwood Grove so easily, Valeria pointed out as she pushed herself back to her feet. The trees wouldn't allow someone so dangerous to take shelter beneath them. There are always ways around that, Cassandra pointed out as her aura began to rise. At the same time, Leon could sense the aura of Artoria's Heartwood tree begin to tighten around her. Though it was his father's tree, Leon knew the temperament of the Heartwoods was peaceful, and they had a tendency to enforce that peace. Return to the others, he ordered before any arguments got out of hand and to interrupt whatever was going through Cassandra's head. I'll see what this man's intentions are. You shouldn't go alone, Valeria protested. I'll go with you, Cassandra declared. No, Leon replied. For the first time since he saw the interloper, he turned his eyes away to focus on his ladies. As you said, Val, the Heartwood trees won't tolerate violence. I'll be fine. Head back to the Divine Scar. I'll meet with you there. We'll wait for you there, Elise firmly stated as she sent a challenging look at the other two. Valeria sighed, then nodded, while Cassandra outright scowled, glared once more at the interloper, and then retracted her aura to Leon's relief. Leon gave them one more nod, then called Anzu over and explained the situation. With that done, he channeled some darkness magic and informed Maya and the others what was going on. As Maya cut her meeting with her aunt short, Leon rose into the air and angled northwest. Elise, Valeria, Cassandra, and Anzu took off behind him, but turned directly west, toward where his friends were attracting the tree sprites. They'll be fine, Leon told himself as he shot off in the direction of the Heartwood Grove, his eyes once more locked onto the interloper. Still, he kept his magic senses projected, on the lookout for any signs of an ambush or trap. The interloper, however, simply stood in the clearing, staring right back at him, his arms crossed over his chest. As Leon drew close to the grove, he landed. Flying in felt disrespectful, and the last thing he wanted to do was to disturb the heartwood trees. The trees were the graves of powerful mages and still exerted a great deal of power over everything in the shade of their canopies. Even as an 11th tier mage, Leon didn't think he could overpower their strange, magical demands for peace. He felt himself calming down unwillingly as the aura of the grove settled about him. The aura seemed more potent somehow than he'd ever sensed before, as if the trees were aware that two post-apotheosis mages were about to meet. They were hardly going to be active participants in the meeting, however, so Leon simply internalized their demand and continued, focusing entirely on the interloper. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. It took enough time to walk through the trees to the interloper's clearing that all but Maya assembled back around the divine scar, and even Maya was drawing close. Leon was gratified to see everyone on high alert and assuming defensive formations on the cliff. He could even see Valeria setting up a few defensive wards around their position. His anxieties thusly calmed, Leon finally drew to within direct visual range of the interloper. Throughout his approach, the interloper remained standing right where he was, seeming as rooted to the ground as the enormous trees around him. He merely watched, motionless, as Leon cautiously approached. Fortunately, Leon's caution appeared unwarranted, for no traps were activated and no ambushes were sprung. The interloper seemed alone and undefended, save for by the powerful aura of the hardwoods, which Leon, even now that he'd achieved apotheosis, didn't think he could defy. Leon halted a few dozen feet away, still well within speaking distance for them, but a wide enough distance that he could still react in time if the interloper tried anything. The silence between them stretched over long seconds. By the time the seconds became minutes, Leon realized the interloper wasn't going to speak first. He'd have to break the ice. Striking an authoritative tone and posture, Leon demanded to know, "Were you the one who trespassed by the lone hardwood to the southeast?" The interloper stared at him for several seconds, then answered in a smooth and youthful voice. "A hardwood cannot be trespassed upon. I visited. Do you believe I violated some taboo? Why did you visit that hardwood?" Leon interrogated. "Is simple curiosity not enough? Must I have a reason for it?" A thin-lipped smile spread across Leon's face. "Fuckers playing with me," he angrily thought. Controlling himself, he asked in a measured, but subtly daring tone, "If you have no reason, then say so." The interloper grinned. "If you must know, I was sent here for a reason. To search for a man and his son." Leon's lips pulled back, revealing his teeth. He subtly assumed a more aggressive posture. Noticing Leon's posture shift, the interloper stated, "I'm not here for violence, that is not my mission. What's more, this is a place of peace. If you agree to abide by that peace, then so shall I." Leon forced himself to relax both body and face, and pointedly asked, "Who are you searching for, precisely, and why?" "Unless you're one of the two I'm looking for, you don't need to know," the interloper responded. A muscle in Leon's face twitched, but he resisted responding long enough for the interloper to continue. "You are one of those I seek, however, so I will tell you." The interloper conjured an orb of glass in his hand. Suspended within was a single drop of blood. Leon was quite aware of such blood magic. Heaven's Eye made use of such magic for identification, and Leon used it to ensure control over complex permanent enchantments, especially defensive wards. He noticed the blood shaking slightly. The glass orb was designed to hold the blood in its exact center, but the orb was obviously designed to locate specific people since the enchantment was weak enough to let the blood drift in Leon's direction. "You have my blood," Leon said out of surprise. The interloper looked at him strangely, then said, "By the midnight scale, no. This is your mother's blood." Silence followed that statement. Leon stared, his mouth falling open. His mind froze. His posture relaxed. Either several seconds passed, or an age and a half, before Leon's mind began to kick back into gear. "Wah, huh," he sputtered. The interloper grinned. "Why don't we start again, Leon? I've been sent to find you by your mother. I'm Serana's cousin. We're kin, you and I." Leon began to rapidly blink, but the interloper raised a hand and snapped his finger. A puff of black fire erupted from his thumb, just enough that Leon could tell he wasn't lying but not enough to run afoul of the hardwood trees surrounding them. The shock left Leon staggering backward and he tripped over a small boulder. When he hit the ground, he simply lay there, staring at the sky. The interloper remained where he was, and after a moment, He added, "My name's Fane, by the way." Fane, Leon thought. The name was familiar to him, and when he realized why, he shot back to his feet, his golden eyes alight with fury. "You're the one who took my mother. You and Riker." A look of profound awkwardness passed over Fane's face. He rubbed the back of his head and averted his gaze. "Yeah," he confirmed. "In my defense, I was injured and didn't know what was going on. Your mother was not happy with me. She expresses her anger quite violently." Leon wasn't sure how to respond to that. A large part of him was overjoyed to hear of her, while an even larger part of him demanded that he make Fane pay for every second that his mother had been gone. If her and Artoria's villa in the Bull Kingdom's capital had never been attacked, then that's where Leon would have grown up, surrounded by friends and family instead of alone with his father in the forest of black and white. Or, perhaps he might have grown up in the Great Black Dragon clan, somewhere in the Nexus. Either way, his separation from his mother was a defining moment in his life, even if he had only been months old at the time. "What is," he murmured, not quite able to put his thoughts in order. "Princess Serana asked me to reach out," Fane stated. "Honestly, I was skeptical. I mean, a child without a bloodline awakening ceremony was unlikely to still be alive after almost a century. Probably died immortal, is what I thought. So, color me surprised to find you here, having achieved apotheosis. Tell me, how did you awaken your bloodline?" Leon rapidly blinked and forced his brain to focus. He wasn't going to remain a sputtering mess. He refocused on Fane. "How did you find this place?" he asked, ignoring Fane's question. "That blood orb should have taken you directly to me, not here." "The blood was a backup," Fane admitted. "It's not the easiest thing to activate for our clan. Not done except under certain circumstances. I found this place more conventionally. Perusing the archives of the kingdom to the south for information, questioning people and erasing their memories when I was through, that sort of thing, you know." "Easy enough. Visiting Argent Palace?" Leon inquired. Fane shrugged. "Probably. I visited a bunch of palaces, honestly. This one is basically ruins now." "Sounds familiar." Leon inhaled over several long seconds as he stared at Fane at his self-proclaimed kin and couldn't decide on what he wanted to say. There was just so much. Listen, Fane said as Leon failed to follow up on his answer, "You've got some secrets. I heard something about a second bloodline. I'd love to know if that's true, but hey, you don't have to tell me. I'd really like it if you told me, but you don't have to." "But is that why you're not dead, or some doddering old mortal?" "This other bloodline," again ignoring Fane's question, Leon asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "My mother sent you. Why? Why now? Why not any time before now?" Leon's anger returned as he pressed, and he took a few menacing steps toward Fane. Fane retreated the same number of steps, a conciliatory smile spreading across his face. Look, as I said, I'm not here for violence. Inter-clan violence is not to be tolerated." Leon smirked, and after confirming that the Thunderbird was listening in, stated, "I'm not a part of your clan. That has been made abundantly clear. Now, answer me, why now?" "The princess did not leave you willingly," Fane diplomatically stated. "After our war with Lord Cameron, our patriarch placed her under house arrest. She only managed to get word out to me a few years ago. I'm now here to follow through on her orders. Listen, kid, do you bear our power?" Hardly thinking it over, Leon snapped his fingers, replicating what Fane had done minutes before and conjuring a tiny burst of black fire. "Incredible," Fane murmured. "You managed to awaken our power somehow. Why did my mother send you?" Leon demanded again, advancing another couple of steps. "That I can't easily say," Fane said as he waved his hand and conjured a slate of black stone. "She wanted me to give this to you, so I assume it's a part of this somehow. We use these to record messages and the like." He tossed the slate at Leon, and Leon extended his magic to catch it. The slate wasn't large, able to fit in his palm comfortably. It was a solid piece, too, hardly in danger of breaking, but Leon handled it reverently. He could hardly believe anything that Fane was saying. He felt like he'd fallen into some kind of dream or illusion, but if he hadn't, then he was holding a message from his mother. He stared at the slate, sensing the enchantment within only by instinct. "You just have to activate it," Fane said a little impatiently, jerking Leon out of his thoughts. Leon spared the man a withering glare, and to Leon's amusement, He fell silent and seemed to shrink back. Definitely her kid, Fane murmured. Even with his power, Leon only just barely heard it, and he had to fight a smile that threatened to break out. Even if he couldn't take Fane entirely at his word, the comparison alone had him over the moon. Refocusing on the slate, Leon examined it more thoroughly. The slate was, in short, an incredible piece of enchanting, an actual work of art despite only appearing to be smooth black stone. The enchantment within, as far as he could tell, was keyed into his blood or, perhaps more accurately, was keyed into Serana's blood, and expanded to include those within one generation of her. Only those who matched could activate the slate. Fortunately, the enchantment was so intuitive that Leon was easily able to see how he needed to activate it. He channeled his power as needed, only needing a few sparks for the surface of the slate to suddenly become as transparent as glass, revealing hundreds of glowing runes below the surface. Leon's power raced throughout the slate, and after a moment, the slate projected a figure above it. For the first time in his life, Leon beheld the face of his mother. No longer would she be a mere idea. He now had a face to connect with the concept. And a moment later, he had a voice. 2. Chapter 1066. Motivation. When Artorias described Leon's mother, there had been some part of Leon that thought that Artorias' love was clouding his memories or perceptions, but now that he could see her with his own eyes, he had to admit that she was just as beautiful as Artorias had claimed. Her hair was long and the darkest, deepest black. Her skin was almost unnaturally pale, though Leon supposed if Fane was right, then she'd spent his entire life, less those few months following his birth, under house arrest. She wore tight clothing made of the same black material as Fane's clothes, though her outfit was heavily embroidered with gold thread, depicting roaring dragons of all shapes and sizes. She was tall and obviously trained hard if her physique was anything to go by. Her features were long and angular, but perfectly symmetrical, and with a certain vicious undertone, befitting a princess of a great dragon clan. In short, she was gorgeous, and Leon could tell that she was strong even without sensing her aura. The projection of his mother warmly smiled at him, and when she spoke, her voice was sonorous, though her tone was sorrowful. Leon supposed he should have noticed with Fane, but it struck him that Serana spoke the Eternan common language perfectly, without much hint of an accent. Eternan common was descended from the common language of the Nexus, he knew, and the Bull Kingdom spoke it as their primary language, but he supposed he expected more drift and unintelligibility than what Fane and now Serana were displaying. Leon, she whispered, the mere utterance enough to have Leon's eyes burning with unshed tears. He blinked rapidly, not wanting to seem weak in front of Fane. My son, Serana continued, and if you're there, Artorias, my husband, my love. I have not forgotten you. I'm waiting for you with my clan. Leon frowned deeply and turned away from Fane. For a moment, it seemed like Serana was going to say something more, but the projection hitched for a moment, as if some of the message was deleted or she'd been interrupted. I don't expect either of you to find me, she said, her tone more sorrowful now than it had been before. But I'm waiting for you. I'll always wait for you. She paused, anguish marring her features. I look forward to the day when I can see you two again, but I don't know if that day will ever come. My father imprisoned me in my own home, hating the family we built. Sounds familiar, doesn't it, Art? She grinned sadly, and Leon again had to blink away the stinging in his eyes. Continuing, Serana said, there isn't a day that goes by when I don't think of you two. Know that no matter what, I love you both. I will do everything I can to get free and find you two again. She paused once more, her expression momentarily turning hopeful before she visibly controlled herself. I can't ask you to wait for me, but at least keep this memory slate on you. It will identify you as a highly ranked member of the clan and allow me to find you when I free myself. Art, Leon, my father will never allow us to be with each other, but I'll find you anyway. Then, if we can, I hope we can be a family once more. Always remember, I love you too dearly. With that, the message ended, and the projection faded. Leon stared at where it had been, his heart feeling like it was being torn asunder, his head burning with questions, emotions, and plans. The emotions within him warred for dominance, but eventually, a determined anger set itself within him. He turned back to Fane, a look of stony resolve on his face. Take me to her, he demanded. Or bring her here. No can do, kiddo, sorry, Fane anxiously replied. He'd heard the message, but it clearly didn't sit well with him knowing that Serana seemed intent on escaping her house arrest. Leon angrily advanced on him. You got here. Bring her here. He intensely growled. This is not an easy thing to accomplish, Fane protested. Twice you've come to this plane. Leon roared. Killing intent didn't burst from him in a great flood, but it still leaked into his aura, placing enough pressure upon Fane that he paled and began to back up as Leon advanced. You can return. You can free my mother. Do not tell me you cannot. I see, Fane began, but his voice hitched when his back pressed up against the nearest heartwood tree. Leon still advanced, though, and got right up into Fane's face. Bring her here. Leon's tone brooked no argument, no patience. However, Fane still disagreed. The older enchanter snapped his fingers, and a shimmering shield of translucent white light with a pulsing ancient rune prominently displayed on its surface sprang into place, pushing Leon back and nearly off balance. In a moment, Leon righted himself and conjured iron pride, but in the next moment he found himself pressed face down in the dirt, incalculable weight pressed down upon him. Fane, however, was not the source of that pressure. Have you forgotten where you are? Fane shouted. Control yourself. Leon fought against the pressure, but it didn't lessen at all. He struggled as hard as he could, but the aura of the heartwood trees was simply too powerful, and on the ground he remained, his nose pressed into the dirt. Leon, the Thunderbird soothingly whispered to him, relax. Relax. Rage burned within him, and for a moment, Leon contemplated harnessing that rage to continue resisting, but reason won out. And he halted his efforts to rise. It only occurred to him as he pulled iron pride back into his soul realm that not even the iron needle had come to his aid. That struck a chord within him that even the Thunderbird hadn't, and in less than a second, all anger left him. His body went limp even as the pressure lifted. He remained on the ground, his mother's voice still ringing in his ears, her promise of being a family sticking in his head. Are you done? Fane hesitantly asked. After taking only one more second to breathe, Leon pushed himself back up. He assumed he looked dreadful from the hardwood grove's admonishment and his own emotional state affecting his expression, but he no longer cared. He answered Fane in a dull, monotone voice, I'll be done when I'm reunited with my mother. Fane clearly did not appreciate that statement. He rubbed the back of his head nervously, gasping and sighing as whatever thoughts he had flitted through his head. Occasionally, he glanced at Leon, but several minutes passed before he spoke again. In those few minutes, Leon cleaned himself up, got his thoughts in order, and once more schooled his expression. You, Fane began, but he cut himself off. His eyes flickered in the direction of Artoria's heartwood tree. Is Serana's husband still around? He asked. Leon gave him a withering glare. No. Grimacing heavily, Fane continued, she's, by Great Blue's ball bag, this isn't good, you don't say, Leon growled without a shred of amusement. I'm going to have to tell her that, Fane nervously muttered, sweat already beading on his brow. I'm going to die. He looked like he wanted to cry, but after a moment, realization crossed his face. Wait, no, I was just supposed to deliver the message, I don't have to return to her. Anger lanced through Leon's mind once again, but it didn't linger. You're not going to tell her that you found me? He coolly asked. The frigidity of Leon's tone froze Fane for a split second. Subverting the enchantments placed upon her residence by the Patriarch is not easy or lightly done, yet you did it once, it seems. And it was an immense risk. One I'm not taking again. There were few things Leon wanted more in that moment than to punch Fane in the face, but once bitten, twice shy, he was not about to test the Heartwoods again. Know this, then, Fane, Leon gravely growled, I mean to enter the Nexus. I mean to build my kingdom up, return my clan to the heights at which it once soared. When I do, if my mother has not come to me by then I will come to her, and no power in the universe will stop me. A bold statement, but one said with such conviction that Fane was rendered visibly weak-kneed. Speculate for me, kinsman, Leon continued, what will I find when I get there? If, Fane stated, perhaps as a threat, but his wavering tone certainly ruined that impression. He cleared his throat and started again as Leon's golden eyes bored holes into him. If you try, then you will face the full might of the great Black Dragon clan, and our brother clans. You will not survive. We'll see, Leon calmly stated. If you would be so kind, maybe you'll answer a few questions of mine. It seemed Leon's question gave Fane a real dilemma as he stood where he was, his eyes darting around, his face contorting at random intervals. But when he refocused on Leon, he said, I can spare a few minutes. Then I must return home. Where is the Great Black Dragon clan in the Nexus? Leon asked. Fane stared at him, naked bewilderment flashing across his face. After what you just said, why would I answer that? Is it not common knowledge? Is your clan so insignificant that I can't ask in the first city I find in the Nexus? If it was, why would you need me to answer? I'm not in the Nexus. You're right here. Fane grimaced, then perked up a bit. I'll answer you if you'll give me answers of my own. That'll depend on the questions. Then, I guess we're in agreement. Leon cocked and lowered his head slightly in silent agreement. Our clan, Fane began before trailing off. A moment of thought later, he began again. My clan is on the continent of Arushe, in a valley shadowed by Morgan's Peak. His gaze sharpened. Now, Leon Rame, what is your clan? Leon gave him a tight-lipped grin. He toyed with the idea of telling him just as much as not telling him. Secrecy would be a great help in the beginning, but I will not hide who I am. They'll find out about me anyway. Only difference will be Fane will know my connection to his clan. Leon hesitated still, but when he settled on what he wanted to say, his grin became more pointed and genuine. When I come from my mother, I will bring the full might of the Thunderbird clan upon all who stand in my way. He raised his hand and conjured a few silver-blue arcs of lightning between his fingers, not enough to trigger the heartwood trees, but enough to prove his words were true. To his credit, Fane's only physical response was a brief widening of his eyes. That clan was supposed to have been destroyed, he whispered. Another casualty in Cameron's crusade. It sounds like we both have business with Cameron, Leon noted. With a sigh, he explained, do not mistake me, Fane, I do not want to bring war to my kin, whether knowingly or unknowingly. I just want my family. I want my mother back. My father is gone. I hold the other half of my blood, no ill will, just the lizard itself, he silently added, a scowl threatening to spill out across his lips. He continued aloud, if we both have reason to hate Cameron, then let us be allies instead of enemies. Wouldn't your patriarch be grateful for allies he can trust? Few are the allies any dragon trusts, Fane stated. Only our own brother clans are trusted without reservation. There are a few other clans that my uncle has been willing to court for allies. The Phoenixes, the Heavenly Wolves, both clans suffered from Cameron's crusade. Not as much as the Thunderbirds, it sounds like. No, that's true, but dragons do not respect blood, we respect strength. Sounds about right, Leon said, thinking again of the Great Black Dragon. Seems like you don't like mixing with others at all. Fane scowled. If you're strong enough, Leon, then it might be considered. I can't say how strong you'd have to be, but strong enough for our patriarch to take notice. Your patriarch is, to my understanding, my grandfather. Fane slowly nodded, his scowl deepening. Well, that's something. Fane gave Leon a long, searching look, and after a moment's deliberation, stated, you should know, Serana, the patriarch swore me to secrecy about you. He believes that if anyone knew that Serana already has a family, then her prospects would diminish. With a look of confusion that quickly morphed into one of irritated understanding, Leon knowingly growled, define, prospects. Serana will succeed the patriarch, Fane explained. She's favored by the Great Black Dragon, as the patriarch is. Our progenitor's power runs thickly within them, greater than anyone else in the clan. The patriarch believes that she ought to be married to an eligible bachelor from another powerful clan to cement an alliance. Leon suspected that was the case, but to hear it so blatantly stated aloud had him staring at Fane in abject shock. You mean, I thought. He took a second to organize his thoughts and bring his tongue back under control. He then repeated, I thought you disdained such matches. That would track with the GR with what I know about your clan. Mixing lineages is not done lightly, Fane stated. It would make having children impossible. Leon gave Fane a pointed look. Unlikely, I suppose. Why would anyone agree to these conditions, then? Both partners would likely have concubines, Fane stated with a shrug. The marriage is to confirm the alliance. Casting his gaze upward, Leon stared at the sky, to where he could just barely make out the nexus amidst the light of the sun. His mother was there, waiting for him, and Artorias. How close is this deal to being made? He asked. Not even left the conceptual stage, Fane dryly, if hesitantly stated. The princess has not been cooperative. Hence the house arrest. Leon hummed appreciatively. Another war with Cameron is expected, Fane continued. And if it's needed, I believe the patriarch will order it, regardless of Serana's opinion. Sounds like that'll just be a way for her to escape confinement, Leon observed. Fane wryly grinned and shrugged. Honestly, you're probably not wrong. I can't see my good cousin marrying any of her suitors. You know she used to make suitors from our clan and our brother clans crawl to come see her. Even then, she'd send them crawling away. Hey, that makes sense, dragons are particularly arrogant, aren't they? Fane shrugged again. We can be. I make it a point to, not be. He sighed and stared pointedly at Leon. I think, look, your, two bloodlines is unprecedented. Maybe the patriarch could see, maybe he'll see reason. Probably not, but he might. You don't, you could be a part of our clan. Leon softly snorted, and then with a mischievous grin, said, I have faced a primal god and a primal devil. Both times I survived, the latter more recently. After both, the great black dragon himself came to me. The first time, he denounced me as a bastard, as someone unworthy of being a part of his clan. After the second, he offered me acknowledgement. I turned him down, and he, in effect, banished me. It was made abundantly clear to me that I will never be a part of your clan. Fane stared at him, aghast. After several seconds of silence, however, that expression turned to one of skepticism. The primal gods and devils are all dead. That's impossible. Believe it or not, it won't change a thing. The primal devil in question it goes by, or was given, the name, Plainerend, will make its presence known at some point, anyway. Probably. It's been 50 years since then, so it's certainly moving on its own time. A wave of dismissal was Fane's immediate response. Fine, you're not a part of our clan. No need for outlandish stories. It was Leon's turn to shrug, and he didn't argue the point. Strength is what matters to us, Fane stated. If you're, set on aiding Serana, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but you won't get far without strength. Thanks for the heads up, but I wasn't laboring under any delusions on that front, I assure you. Fane quietly grunted. Then, his eyes widened a moment in realization, and he conjured a crystal from his soul realm that was flashing red. I must be off. Good meeting you, Leon Rame. For us both, I'll pretend we never met and that I never came here. My message has been delivered, and that's all I was asked to do. Leon was about to say something more, but Fane then conjured a second crystal in the first place, and a moment later, the crystal flashed with arcane power. Fane was surrounded by a sphere of inky black darkness with a hint of blue at its core. The sphere disappeared a moment later, taking Fane with it. And just like that, back to the Nexus, Leon thought in admiration. He spared only a few seconds to process everything that was said, then took off into the air again. His anger was still there, but he'd contained it well enough, he thought. He had a lot to process, but in the meantime, his family and friends were waiting for word that everything was all right. As he flew away, though, he cringed slightly, wondering if he should have told Fane about his wives. In the end, however, he supposed it wouldn't matter that much. At the very least, he knew where his mother was, he knew what she looked like, what she sounded like, he knew that she wanted to be with him and his father, that she was still alive, that she still thought of them enough to send Fane with her message. He now knew that she needed help. She was no longer just an idea in his head, a vague goal, a mountain of perpetually unanswered questions and what-ifs. She was in the Nexus, literally calling for him. He tightened his hold over the black slate as he flew, resolved to answer her as soon as he could. Chapter 1067. The Lion and the Bull's Parting. Processing his encounter with Fane took Leon some time. His mother was now an actual person in his head, and her face and her voice had carved themselves into his mind from the moment he'd heard them. Despite this, he wasn't particularly happy. The revelation that Serana hadn't simply abandoned him and his father lifted his heart considerably, but now he had a better idea of what stood between himself and her, and he knew that his chances of reaching her were low. For now, anyway, the reinforcement of the idea that he wouldn't be accepted as a member of the Great Black Dragon clan didn't help, too. He wasn't sure how he might reach his mother, but violence seemed like it was going to be his only option. If the Great Dragons only respect strength, then I'll show them mine, he vowed. As he flew away from the Heartwood Grove, he sent a quick mental message to his friends and family, letting them know that everything was all right. He stopped by their rendezvous point to get an update on their situations and was pleased to find that his friends were accumulating plenty of tree sprites. Thankfully, they were inhuman enough to fit inside the flower that Ticos had given his party to plant in the forest of black and white. Leon wasn't sure how, his interest in the process having died when Tychos informed him that it wasn't replicable for humans, else he would have devoted no small amount of time to studying it. So, his population of tree sprites was going to grow considerably when he returned to Katagita, born by Tychos' flower. Once he'd soothed his people's anxieties, he and his family returned to his childhood home, or rather, what was left of it, to finish paying their respects to Artoria's heartwood tree. For the most part, Anzu and Leon's ladies left him alone while he remained with the heartwood. He didn't say much, but he played Serana's message several times, both for himself so that he could hear his mother's voice, and for his father. If an afterlife existed, Leon wanted Artorias to hear her, too. Serana hadn't forgotten them, she still loved them. They would never be the family that they all wanted, not after Artoria's death, but when Leon closed his eyes, he did his best to imagine that perfect family life. He could picture Artorias and Serana there with him, perhaps even with a younger sibling or two. He knew that given the inherited bloodlines involved, the chances of siblings were practically non-existent, but it didn't stop his fantasies. He simply couldn't help imagining what life might have been like if Cameron's forces hadn't torn their family apart. The mere thought of Cameron had his blood boiling, but the aura of Artoria's heartwood settled around him, soothing him, banishing his dark thoughts. Leon appreciated it. He would have felt tremendous shame if what could very well be his last time paying respect to his father's grave was tainted by hate and killing intent. The clearing around his childhood home was peaceful, serene, picturesque. There wasn't a single monster or errant spark of fell magic to disturb them. If Leon ever thought of paradise, he would have thought of that clearing of purple grass. But he couldn't stay there forever, much as he might have wanted to. As the sun set and the sky turned blood red, Leon rested his head against the rough bark of the heartwood tree. "I will find her," he whispered. He squeezed his eyes shut, not wanting to shed tears in that moment. "No one will stop me," he vowed. "No power in the universe will stand against me. I will find her." He thought he might be imagining it, but he thought he felt the aura of the heartwood shudder. There were so many other things that he could have said, but when he opened his mouth, the words wouldn't come. He tried to tell Artorias how much he missed him, how much he wished everything bad that had ever happened hadn't. He wanted to assure the tree that he would return periodically even though he knew he couldn't guarantee it. He wanted to boast that he had the support of many powerful and competent people and that he was sure to succeed with such support. But he couldn't say anything. In the end, with his head pressed against the tree, his eyes squeezed tightly shut, he murmured in a trembling voice, "Goodbye." He lingered there for a moment longer, burning the feeling of his father's heartwood tree into his memory. He had no idea when, or if, he might visit again. The aura of the heartwood enveloped him, embracing him. With his eyes shut, Leon could almost imagine his father there, arms wrapped around his shoulders. He could almost hear his father whispering his name, calling him, "Little Lion," again, and wishing him well. When Leon finally opened his eyes, everything was exactly the same as when he'd closed them. He'd almost hoped the tree was glowing more than usual, at least or showing some kind of sign that his father had heard him. No such sign was apparent. In the end, he supposed, while it was his father's heartwood tree, it was still just a tree. Magical, but hardly imbued with any kind of sentience, let alone anything that might be tied back to his father. That was just wishful thinking on his part. When Leon turned away from the tree, his eyes glistened with tears that he did all in his power not to shed. He blinked rapidly, and when his eyes refocused, he found the family he'd built waiting for him not too far away. Anzu, his white hair grown out, a look of supportive determination on his white-as-milk face. Elise, watching him with equal parts love and concern. Maya, a smile gracing her bronze face, quiet confidence oozing from every gesture. Valeria, resolve passing over her features and obscuring the quiet guilt that had been there before. Cassandra, a savage grin playing at her lips while she cracked her knuckles, looking like she was readying herself for the battles ahead. Leon stepped away from the heartwood and began walking back to them. Only once did he look back, to sear the view of his father's heartwood into his memory. With his family there and his friends waiting for them, he found that he was surprisingly happy. But with the memory slate still in his hand, his mother's message still ringing in his ears, he knew that this part of his journey was over. It was time to stop looking back. Now, his focus was on the road ahead. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. After leaving the forest of black and white, Leon's party flew over the frozen mountains directly back to the Bull Kingdom. It was a rough flight for the weaker members of the party, but with Leon leading the way, hardly debilitatingly so. They made it back to Tira by the morning of the following day. The Bull King and his family welcomed them back in style, and Leon and his party feasted well that night. Then started their long trek back to Armenium. King Julius wanted to stop for a while in the capital, but with the memory slate practically burning a hole in Leon's mind, Leon refused his gracious offer of hospitality. So, after a journey lasting almost 3 weeks, they returned to Armenium where Bolt and Shadow still hovered, waiting for them. Leon was amused to see Red circling the Ark in her enormous 10th-tier wyvern form, and he made sure to let everyone know of his return. They would spend one last night in Armenium before beginning their flight south to Oculara in the morning. That night, they feasted and celebrated old times with the Bull King. Leon wasn't shy about admitting that this might be the last time they saw each other, and so he chatted with as many people as he could, both that night and during the journey to the city from Tira. He spoke with and said his goodbyes to the king and his family, including Princes August and Antonius, as well as Princesses Stefania and Elia. He reminisced with Aquilius and Minerva and had a short, rather one-sided spar with Constantine. When night fell, however, such celebrations had to be put behind him in favor of business. Alex's parents would be accompanying them south, but no other family members of his former retinue would do the same. This made some sense as most of his former retainers from the Bull Kingdom had come from noble families, and they were wary of leaving their ancestral homes even if they no longer had political titles. Leon gave his people as much time as they might want to say their goodbyes, especially since this might be the last time their families would ever see each other. He wanted them to follow him to the Nexus without regrets, and he especially wanted their kids to know their motherland. While handling much of this business, he had 2 important meetings with old acquaintances, both for the same general reason. The paladin Roland was both the first and the quicker of the 2. Lucianus, he'd said, wanted to remain with Leon's kingdom. Given how strong and capable Roland's son had become under Marcus, Leon was perfectly happy to accept his continued service, bittersweet though he knew it would be for both father and son. The meeting with King Julius was longer, as both Christina and Asia wanted to join Leon's expedition to the Nexus, too. Leon had long ago accepted their request to join the migration, though he wouldn't be allowing them to join the first expedition, so there was no convincing needed on that front. However, the Bull King did emphasize his hope for his daughter and daughter-in-law to continue to grow, both magically and as people, in Leon's care. Leon gave the old king as definitive of an oath as he felt appropriate, swearing to keep the 2 of them safe for as long as they were under his aegis. It seemed that the king was satisfied with that, and with that bit of business concluded, he invited Leon to have one last conversation, which Leon accepted. No great lectures were made, nor any words of wisdom shared. Julius simply wanted to know what the Thunder Kingdom was like, how its people lived, and what kinds of sports they enjoyed. He was particularly aghast, and a little interested in, the blood sports of the lions, though the races and other sports that were popping up that made use of transformation enchantments were the focus of Leon's part in the chat. When the time came for the meeting to end and Leon to return to his apartment in the Diplomatic Corps building, the Bull King gave him one last gift, a small statue of Leon himself, his family's sword drawn and pointed forward while he rode Anzu. It's a copy of a rather famous piece now standing as a monument in the Southern Territories, the Bull King joked. I almost wish we had taken the Naga River south instead of using the roads. It might have been worth it just to see your face. Leon graciously accepted the statue, though not without being vocally grateful that they hadn't gone that route. Even though he was now the Thunder King, he didn't allow statues of himself to be raised anywhere in his kingdom. All dedications to him and his clan were to be rendered in Thunderbird form. For his part, though, Leon didn't allow the gift to go unreciprocated. He left a bottle of ambrosia with the king, making a big deal out of it to stand in contrast with the second object he left, a thick tome filled with instructions for a certain blood magic array to be erected in the Soul Realm. Using darkness magic, he impressed upon Julius the importance of keeping such knowledge under lock and key, and only when Julius nodded along did Leon finally say his goodbyes. He trusted the king to keep that information safe. It was hardly of much use outside of those rare few who had inherited bloodlines, but it was still strategic level knowledge that shouldn't be given to just anyone. Still, it was an amusing thought, the Bull Kingdom being led by what could be seen as another sacred bull. The Bull King's bloodline already had similar legends telling of members of the bloodline having horns, so it wasn't like something like that was unprecedented. When the morning came and it was time to depart, the goodbyes were long and filled with tears. Many of Leon's friends said their goodbyes to their families, and Leon farewelled the Bull King and his family. "You will always be welcome in my kingdom, Leon," Julius said as he and Leon clasped wrists. "Your ancestors remain here, so do be sure to visit." He gave Leon a cheeky smile. In response, Leon stated, "And you'll always be welcome in my kingdom, should you ever wish to see it, distant though it may be." He paused for a moment, then added, "May your ancestors smile upon you, Julius. And may yours welcome you home, Leon." The two kings released each other's wrists, and Leon and his people wrapped up their goodbyes. They entered the landed bolt in shadow, their party now larger by 36 new, young knights who'd agreed to swear themselves to Princess Christina and follow her to the Nexus, Alex's parents, and more than 100 new tree sprites captured in Tico's flower. It was a bittersweet feeling for Leon when Bolt in Shadow took flight. He watched as all of these people he had fond memories of waved them off. It felt like the land itself where so many members of his house and clan had ruled for 80,000 years was saying its goodbye. For others in the Ark, however, it was far more bitter than sweet. Leon had long made it known to them that this was most likely going to be the last time they saw their family members for the rest of their lives. Given how long they'd been away, some of those family members had already passed on, including Gaius, mother and Marcus's father. But it was another feeling entirely to say their last goodbyes to their families knowing that seeing them again was terribly unlikely. Consequently, as Bolt and Shadow reached cruising altitude and Arimenium slowly disappeared into the haze of distance behind them, the mood aboard the Ark became as somber as a funeral. The comparison was apt, in Leon's opinion, as this was a permanent end to this part of their lives. Once they found their way to the Nexus, going back to the way that things were would be impossible. Hells, it already is, Leon thought as Artorias and Trajan flashed through his mind. He thought, too, of Torfin and his Thanes, and how old they'd become, how ready they were to meet their ancestors. Life moved on. Arimenium was largely the same city that Leon had lived in while he served under Trajan, but without the prince there, it had been irrevocably changed. When those members of their families passed, when no one remained whom they could call friend, when their remaining blood relatives became so distant that language simply didn't exist to describe their relation, then how could the Bull Kingdom even be called home anymore? He'd always found some comfort in knowing that the Bull Kingdom was there, still ruled by King Julius, and with Prince August serving as crown prince. Minerva, old though she'd become, still served as the consul of the center, and Constantine was yet the consul of the east. That comfort vanished behind him with Arimenium. The home they left behind would not remain for long, leaving only the home that they'd create to find comfort in. It was bittersweet now, with an emphasis on bitter, but Leon was confident that as time passed and the possibilities of the future were laid out before them, the sweet would take over. But until that time came, he, and all the other Bull Kingdom natives on Bolt in Shadow, couldn't help but feel heavy as the land of their birth disappeared behind for the last time. Chapter 1068. Arranging successions on the journey north, Bolt in Shadow had struck a more leisurely pace, allowing Leon and his companions to take in the sights and reminisce about their journey together. In stark contrast, the journey south was fast and direct. They cut almost straight southeast, bound for Oculara, and made no stops of any kind. Leon also demanded that they push the engines as hard as Anshu was comfortable with, and the Indradian was only too happy to put the Ark through its paces. While he'd been in command of the Ark for decades, he'd never had much of a chance to see what the Ark could really do when pushed. The pace he set satisfied Leon about as much as it could have. They drew close to Oculara barely less than a week after leaving the Bull Kingdom. Leon, however, remained all but locked in his cabin aboard the Ark throughout the entire flight, with only his wives being allowed to see him. He hardly ever so much as looked out the projected windows, let alone used his magic senses to see the places and environments they were passing by. The tour had given him much to think over, from the existential implications of immortality to the more personal problems given to him by Fane. He even spent more than a little bit of time wondering just what in the hell's Planarend was doing. The primal devil had seemed to just vanish after his release, but Leon would have expected him to have made a bigger splash in the universe. Regardless, as much as he logically knew that Planarend's release wasn't his fault, he couldn't help but feel some responsibility for it. If he had the power to aid the Grave Wardens in tracking down their errant charge, he would have offered it. The scenery of Eterna simply couldn't compare to these thoughts. The enormity of the tasks he had ahead of him weighed so heavily upon his mind that there was little room for anything else. Re-establishing his clan in the Nexus and rebuilding it to its former glory. Contacting, then freeing his mother, likely angering the Great Black Dragon clan in the process. Lord Cameron was in dire need of an intimate introduction to Iron Pride, and Valeria's mother needed to be freed from his grasp. Planerend had to be found and, if not killed, at least returned to the divine graveyard. A single one of these problems could take 100 lifetimes to accomplish, let alone all of them. And that wasn't even touching on the single greatest problem he faced, his own inability to conceive a child. He couldn't help but wonder what the point of all this was if he was the only member of the Thunderbird clan remaining, with none coming after him. If he was the last, then to keep his clan going, he'd have to live forever. And if he was going to live forever anyway, and with no children to protect and pass that power down to, then what was the point of accumulating that power in the first place? In his darker moments during that flight, Leon answered that question with a blunt, not much. He had no need for grand political power. If it got him the revenge he wanted, then he would pursue it, but being king was hardly his favorite thing ever. If he ever had a worthy successor, retiring and living as the Grand Druid or Anastasios did was his end state. He didn't want to be king forever. If he couldn't have kids, however, then he'd have to be an eternal king. He'd already built his kingdom, there was no turning away from it now. His mood grew darker and darker the more these thoughts ran through his head, but whenever his mood grew too foul, he'd pull out the memory slate given to him by Fane and replay his mother's message. The more he played it, the more defeated she sounded, the more desperate and pleading. Such a mood was upon him when Bolt and Shadow arrived in the skies over Oculara. Then, if we can, I hope we can be a family once more, Serana's projection stated, hope and despair visibly warring over her features. A knock at his cabin door demanded his attention, but he hardly turned his head away from the projection. Always remember, I love you too dearly. Those words were like a nail to his heart. The mother he'd never known but always longed for, wanted to be with him, and his father. And that would never be. He'd listened to the message enough not to break down at the words despite being alone, and he was grateful that he didn't, for the door opened a moment later. He wasn't surprised to see Valeria standing there, an almost sheepish look on her face. Only his family had access to his cabin, and he was a few doors into a private area, so the knock was more polite than it truly needed to be. Hey, she said as she slid into the cabin. Leon had kept the lights off to focus more on his thoughts, and she didn't turn them on as she closed the door behind her. We're coming into land. Figured you'd want to be there. Leon sighed. Yeah, he whispered. However, he didn't move to get off the meditation pillow he'd been sitting on for several hours. Silent as a cat, Valeria walked over and sat down next to him. Silver for your thoughts, she asked, wondering what to respond with had Leon silent for long enough that she kept talking. I think I know what's on your mind. I'm pretty sure we all do. Everyone, Leon asked, unsurprised. Everyone, Valeria confirmed. Hard not to notice that something's wormed its way into your head when you lock yourself in a dark room for almost a week. Could be a man just wants his privacy. A man could be full of shit. A quick glance at his wife had Leon almost snorting with laughter at the look of cheeky accusation on Valeria's face. He pulled her closer and simply held her. Thinking about your mother? She asked, nodding meaningfully to the still active projection of Serana emitted by the memory slate that Leon laid on the floor to hold her. Hard not to, he replied. Valeria hummed in agreement, her eyes still turned in Serana's direction, though Leon didn't need to wonder if it was his mother who had captured her attention. We'll find them, she said with determination. No doubt in my mind. Anyone who gets in our way, we'll kill. Leon burst out with the first full belly laugh he'd had that week. Simple as that, is it? He asked. Valeria shrugged, and Leon couldn't tell if she was joking or not. Even if she was, he didn't think it was that bad of an idea. Hardly his first plan, but carving a path of blood and death through everything that separated him from his mother would always be a valid, if potentially suicidal, option. But it wasn't even close to the time to contemplate that option. He had to get to the Nexus first and assess the situation from there. Until then, it was all one big unknown which in and of itself was terribly stressful, but he could deal with it. With a sigh, he released Valeria and pulled the memory slate into his soul realm. I suppose I've brooded long enough, haven't I? He said as he finally pushed himself back to his feet. You deserve to brood every now and then, Valeria responded as she did likewise. Maybe if I were only a man, Leon opined as he stretched and rotated his joints, eliciting a few loud cracks. But I'm not just a man, I'm also a king, a husband, and a friend. He paused in his stretching and gave Valeria a long, searching look. Why'd it take this long for someone to come in here? Elise figured it was better to let you sort yourself out, Valeria explained. She's been worried, but that was her opinion. Maya and Cassie were more in favor of kicking the door in and dragging you back out into the world. Maybe they should've, Leon silently grumbled. Aloud, he asked, could I ask you a favor? Anything, she responded with a glowing smile. It's been what, nearly a week. Don't let me brood this long again. Valeria gave him a mischievous smile. Try something like this again and I'll drag you out by your one-eyed knight. Leon replied with a playful laugh. Why, Val, it almost sounds like you're trying to threaten me with a good time. It wouldn't be so good for you, she smoothly shot back. A subtle shudder ran through the ark's superstructure, which they both could feel. Valeria's expression turned serious and she said, we're landing, we should get moving. Yeah, Leon agreed. When they emerged from Leon's brooding cabin, he almost ran right into Cassandra. Behind her stood Maya, and down a short hallway, Leon could see Elise watching from the small atrium of their family's private cabin. You're out, the blonde Evergolden princess exclaimed. She grinned for but a moment, her demeanor shifting into something more furious the next moment. What in the ashen fields have you been doing in there? Thinking, Leon replied, planning my conquest of the Nexus. That sort of thing, Cassandra huffed. Whatever, let's go, my grandmother's waiting. And the director, Elise called out, and the Lord Protector, and many others. Hearing the mild reproach in her tone, Leon internally cringed but kept his expression neutral and stoic. Let's go meet them, then. Let's get all of this straight, Leon said to open the meeting he was leading with some of the most powerful people on Eterna. He sat at the head of the table, to his right and left were Anastasios and the Grand Druid, respectively. Moving down the table was the director sitting across from Cassandra, Penelope across from Maya, Valeria across from a calm lotus-projected Iron Striker, and finally Elise at the other end of the table. Leon looked at these people and asked, we now have less than a year until we depart for the Nexus. What final preparations do we need to make? He looked first at Anastasios. The Lord Protector was already looking younger than he had before he achieved apotheosis, but on closer inspection, Leon attributed that to vigor and purpose. His power and newfound confidence had him sitting up straighter and moving with more energy. Same with the Grand Druid, she had a youthful spark in her ruby eyes that hadn't been there before. If what Leon knew of post-apotheosis mages was accurate, the two of them would look as young as he did in less than a century. The Lord Protector shared a glance with the Grand Druid. The two of us must secure our empires. More than anything else, we must ensure that our successors have attained the required power to maintain their power. My grandson must reach the 10th tier, as must my daughter, the Grand Druid added. Leon nodded. Both Emperor and Empress, spurred over the past half-century by the Lord Protector and Grand Druid, had reached the 9th tier. From what he understood, they were even approaching the 10th. He tapped his knuckles on the table a few times, debating with himself whether or not to make this call. After a few seconds, he decided that it wasn't that big of a loss in the grand scheme of things, since it ensured the Grand Druid and Anastasios would accompany him to the Nexus and lend him their power. I'll have a bottle or two set aside for each of them when the next batch of ambrosia is finished being brewed, he declared. That is most generous, Anastasios stated. And appreciated, the Grand Druid added. And expensive, Iron Striker pointed out. He gave a meaningful look to Leon, and Leon knew what he was trying to say without directly stating it in front of those he didn't entirely trust. In short, he was worried that the elders would be offended by Leon sending such valuable resources to foreigners. He'd already informed Leon of a few disparate complaints from some tribes over the few apples, then bottles of ambrosia after they finally got a handle on the brewing process, that he'd sent to Anastasios and the Grand Druid over the years. The cost is no matter, Leon said, his tone of finality putting the argument to bed. Iron Striker nodded to confirm he understood. We're going to be expanding our groves anyway once we get our new tree sprites to Exoticos. Moving the entire grove will be difficult, but that won't happen until after we establish a good beachhead in the Nexus. All batches brewed before then will be shared amongst the elders. An interesting policy, Anastasios observed. I would have advised that they be kept and awarded based on performance once you return from the Nexus. Returning from the Nexus isn't guaranteed, Leon explained. Even if the expedition doesn't fail, that doesn't mean I will be returning anytime soon. Besides, if we have a need for reinforcements, we'll need them to be strong. Any situation that the three of us can't handle will demand such strength. Practical, Anastasios hesitantly stated. And risky, the Grand Druid added. But it's your people. If you state that they won't revolt in your absence, then we'll trust in your judgment. The tribes are loyal to their king, Iron Striker declared without a hint of irony. We'll see when the time comes, the Grand Druid replied. Moving on, Leon interjected before they could get stuck on that one issue. Do the two of you have need of anything else? A few reserved seats for retainers wouldn't go amiss, the Grand Druid stated. We won't bring more than a handful each, but, as the Grand Druid trailed off, Cassandra jumped in. Mages of their station should have some servants and companions, Leon. Room can be made, Leon allowed. I can allow a dozen companions for each of you. As the two former monarchs nodded their agreement, Leon's eyes slid to the director. How about you? Do you require servants or a grand household? No, the old man replied with an almost patronizing smile. I only require some support to achieve apotheosis. That support doesn't have to come immediately, I should state right now. I can handle all of my personal business on my own. He paused to quietly chuckle. I won't be the director then, I'll just be another man ready to see the universe. Then you won't stay with us for long? Leon asked. The director frowned a moment. I'll stay until I'm struck by wanderlust. Assuming I even achieve apotheosis, mind you. You'll get there, Penelope firmly declared. I won't be going so far away from home just to lose my father. There you have it, Leon. I will achieve apotheosis, and then I'll stay so long as I feel like it. Penelope huffed and folded her arms across her chest. Furthermore, the director continued, I have been moving pieces into place for my succession. Naturally, since I have pledged Heaven's Eye to you, Leon, I thought I ought to get your opinion before making anything more overt. Who are the candidates? Leon asked. The director gave him a bitter smile. It was going to be Penelope, but she'll be following me. After her was Emily, but she's also following us in the second or third wave of migrations. Same with her brother. That leaves me with few options, only two, actually, Narses or Talal. No one else is as powerful or respected as those two. The next director of Heaven's Eye must be unquestioned. Narses, Leon said without too much thought. Talal has done some good work and his attitude has improved dramatically compared to when we met, but I trust Narses more. Talal is the better manager, the director murmured, but Narses is the better leader. How ready would you say Narses is for something like this? He's ready, the director assured Leon. Though he's been the chief of security for a long time, he's not someone who doesn't understand business. He was an accountant by trade, if you can believe it. He only became a fighter after I made him chief of security. And he threw himself into learning how to lead the branch and winning the respect of those beneath him. He'll do the same with his new position. Good, Leon said. Is there anyone else we might want to poach from Heaven's Eye? Not specifically people that have to accompany us to the Nexus in the first expedition, but just anyone else. There are a few, the director cautiously said. Why do you ask? They're not going anywhere in Heaven's Eye. No, Leon agreed as he glanced at the slightly concerned-looking Grand Druid and Anastasios, but Heaven's Eye's declaration of fealty won't last after you've, let's call it, retired. After that, they can return to their policy of neutrality. We shouldn't be interfering too much with Heaven's Eye's operations once we leave. The director blinked rapidly in surprise while the Lord Protector and Grand Druid looked surprised as well, but also relieved. Why? Penelope asked. Having Heaven's Eye's resources will be good for your kingdom. Why disturb the supply chains? Those supply chains aren't particularly large, Leon reasoned. And it's not like they're going anywhere. At worst, we'll be paying a little bit more for imports and we'll be paid a little less for exports. What few of both we have, anyway. Keeping the peace will be more valuable. He paused and leaned forward to impress upon Penelope his intention and seriousness. I want Eterna to be stable. I'm leaving, your father's leaving, the Grand Druid is leaving, and the Lord Protector is leaving. These are stabilizing influences that the plane might find itself in want of. Thus partially why we want our successors to gain in strength before we leave, Anastasios offered. Leon nodded in acknowledgement. The last thing I want to deal with when I'm trying to focus on the Nexus is some fool war on Eterna breaking out because we're not there to stop it. Peace will be kept, Iron Striker promised. I will ensure it remains so. He wasn't going to accompany Leon and the others in the first expedition, as he'd be needed to keep the tribes in line while Leon was in the Nexus. Unfortunately, Cassandra quipped, peace is something everyone must maintain. It won't just be up to you. I will do what I can, Iron Striker again promised. And I can do much to keep the peace. I trust that it will be enough, Leon reassured him. He looked around the table. Is there any other pressing business that we have to see to before we leave? Concerns. When we leave, I want us focused on the task ahead, not worrying about the plane we've left behind. The only remaining concerns I have will be handled by my grandson, the Lord Protector stated. The ruling of the Empire will be on him. He'll be ready for it, though, as will be my daughter, the Grand Druid pledged. However, Cassie, my dear girl, you have to return to Evergold before we leave. It wouldn't do if you left your mother, sister, and brother without saying goodbye. Cassandra frowned but didn't argue. Fiend, she responded, looking almost like a sulky teenager. Let's get all this done, Leon ordered the group. Leave no business behind. When you come with me to the Nexus, I want us all to be as free of worries and regrets as possible. We leave in less than a year. Be ready, I will not allow any delays. He received nods from all around. Though he left it unstated, he hoped everyone understood from his tone and demeanor that if they were late, then he wasn't waiting for them. He wasn't going to delay reaching the Nexus if they couldn't handle their business. Any possibility of delaying and preparing further for their departure died the moment Leon first heard Serana's message. For his part, he was practically chomping at the bit to leave. He was grateful that everyone was so competent that there was little business left to handle. It seemed that their departure from Eterna, at least, was going to be smooth. Their arrival in the Nexus, however, would remain to be seen. Chapter 1069. New toy. After more than 2 months touring Eterna, Leon returned to the Thunder Kingdom. For the most part, he thought the tour went well, but it had filled him with melancholy and determination in equal measure. However, what he brought back to Stormhollow promised to alleviate some of that melancholy and aid that determination. To the former, one of the first things he did upon his return was to ask Elise to head up efforts to get silk grass to grow outside of the northern vales. If he couldn't return to his childhood, then he would take a piece of his childhood with him. Elise responded with a grin and a promise that she would find a way to make it grow. To the latter, he charged Cosmo and Elias, Alcander and Sophia's sons, with bringing the forest of Black and White's tree sprites to Tychos. The greater part of the power he'd attained in his life came from the materials that Tychos produced. Adding the sprites from the forest of Black and White would nearly double the population of tree sprites subordinated to Tychos. That wouldn't immediately translate into doubled output, but it would greatly increase the production of thunder wood and amber, as well as Hesperidic apples. Moving Tychos and a portion of those sprites to the Nexus would be easier with a larger population, too. He also sent the snow lion pelts off to the royal tailor. Elise had a few ideas for what to use all of it for, and Leon was only too happy to let her handle that, too. After arranging those few things, Leon threw himself into his preparations for leaving Eterna, and he made sure that included training with many of the new weapon systems created by the Ravens. He hoped such familiarity wouldn't be needed in the future, but he was no soothsayer, so he decided that he needed some level of competence that he didn't currently have. A long sigh escaped Leon's lips as he was encased in a metal suit that put the giant's old stone bodies to shame. Mary's mass-produced Ulta suit designs had been smaller than hers, but the suit that she and the Ravens had specifically wrought for Leon was a monster comparable in size to hers, if not a little larger. When they'd floated the idea of building one for him, Leon had insisted on adding a few alterations of his own that demanded a larger frame and power supply than what the rest of his forces used. Mari and the mad inventors in the Ravens' Aushker, in particular, were all for it, and even as the now-built suit sealed itself around Leon, he could still hear their excited voices outside. The suit itself was sleek, bearing a masculine figure and covered in smooth, shiny, silver armor plates. Its exterior might be modified later, but at the moment, it was almost mannequin-like in appearance. In only a moment, the pilot's compartment was sealed, leaving Leon sitting in a comfortable, but still somewhat cramped chair illuminated only by dull red lights and a few glowing runes on the enchantment consoles attached to the seat's armrests. While the chair was comfortable, the feeling of being buried alive in a metal box was intense, and made only more so by the straps that anchored Leon into the chair and prevented most movement. His arms from the elbows down could still move relatively freely, however, and he tapped one of the glowing runes on an armrest console. The walls of the compartment were immediately illuminated, relieving Leon's claustrophobia as they projected the world around him. To his 11th tier senses, the projection was imperfect, but he felt a mortal in his place might have thought it an incredibly detailed and accurate picture of the world around him. "Hey there, Your Majesty," Mari called from outside as she jumped and waved at him in the suit. All around her were several dozen ravens keeping an eye on various technical panels that monitored his Ulta suit, and watching from not too far away was a large group, including Cassandra, Valeria, and Gaius. Neither Leon nor any of his wives could go anywhere without a veritable army of Tempest Knights, secretaries, and others accompanying them. Mari continued, "Just fire up those engines whenever you're ready. Everything out here's looking tip-top." Leon chuckled and reached for another of the runes, pausing only a moment when he felt Zaffin's attention. The moment his finger touched the rune glowing on the dark slate, the suit around him seemed to come alive. Rune-inscribed machinery below, above, and all around him whirred to life, so finely machined and assembled thanks to the skill of the earth mages Leon had working for his kingdom that even to his ears, the Ulta suit was remarkably quiet. Magic flowed in spectacular rivers throughout the suit. Storm crystals in the shoulders and hips of the machine fed power throughout the entire frame, and though the suit didn't move at all, it still felt like it had started to breathe. In one very particular way, such a sentiment wasn't even that wrong. "Something on your mind, demon?" Leon asked as Mari and the ravens stared at what the enchantment consoles were telling them. "I'm curious," Zaffin replied. "This is the first time you're going to use that stuff, isn't it? Personally, I wouldn't touch anything that crazy bitch made with a 10-foot pole held by someone else, but if you trust her that much, then by all means. It's your mind, but do be a good little human and let me know how it feels to have your mind cooked. My people have been using this stuff for years now, it's safe," Leon insisted. "How many of them have additional passengers?" Zaffin countered. That question brought a momentary frown to Leon's face. "Experiments on that front are ongoing," he replied. "Meaning?" "None," Zaffin smarmily replied. "Like I said, tell me what happens. I'm actually dying to know how it feels." "That's some intense curiosity there, demon," Leon responded, but before the demon could continue, Mari jumped again to get Leon's attention. "Ready and steady, sire. Next up is the main event. I hope you have good healers on hand," Zaffin dryly stated. "I wouldn't put it past this woman or those bird brains next to her, either to fuck with this thing in the name of experimentation." For the sake of his comfort and sanity, Leon decided to ignore the demon for the moment. He took another deep breath before leaning back in his seat. The pilot's seat was about as throne-like as the compartment would allow, in other words, eminently comfortable and elaborate, with soft cushions on the bottom and back, and carved thunderbirds all along the armrests. There were no cushions behind Leon's head, however, instead, there was a circular panel of glass, polished to a near-mirror shine. Beneath its surface, visible behind the translucent reflections, were swirls of dark gray reminiscent of storm clouds. The moment that Leon's head touched the cloud glass, all of his perceptions changed. He was still in his body, as aware of himself as he was the moment before. But he was also more, seeing out of mechanical and magical eyes, hearing with artificial ears, and simply knowing more around him, his brain failing to parse that knowledge as anything more than raw information. He could feel his arms, but he could also feel the arms of the Ulta suit. Just as blood flowed through him, so did magic flow through the suit. He could even sense himself within it, his real body almost acting as the heart of the suit, the heart of the larger body that his mind now occupied. However, all of this knowledge and perception came accompanied by the uncomfortable feeling that he wasn't alone in his own head, that something else was in the suit with him. "Can you hear me, Divine One?" A silent voice sent to him through the cloud glass that his mind interpreted as calm, mature, and feminine, asked. "This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report." "City," Leon responded. "I can hear you. I am ready to do my part," the stone giant within the Ulta suit declared. Leon didn't respond in words, but in emotion, using his years of conversing with Zaffin and Maya through their respective connections to send feelings of professional gratitude to his Ulta suit's other operator. Such was Mari and the Raven's greatest innovation, integrating Thunderwood Amber into the Ulta suits so that a human and giant could operate the suit as a pair, taking strain off both as they used the suit to its fullest. The human would be the pilot and would normally operate as the directing will of the suit, while the giant or possibly wisps in place of the giants would act as an onboard engineer. Given the suit's size and integrated enchantments, Leon was glad for the help in operating the thing. While Leon could still see with both his eyes in the suit's sensor suite, with his head against the cloud glass he saw a small humanoid appear hovering over his left armrest no taller than the length of his hand. The figure appeared to be made of light gray smoke, and though it lacked most distinguishing features, its body shape was vaguely feminine. "Can you see me, Divine One?" City asked. By a certain definition of seeing, Leon replied, "Yes, I can." The smoky figure rendered him a deep bow. Hey, Mari called from outside. "You already in there? Wanna put this thing through its paces?" Leon grinned. "Fuck yes," he whispered. He took a deep breath and stood up. His body remained in the chair, but the Ulta suit, curled up on the ground to allow him to access the pilot compartment, pushed itself to its feet with all the fluidity and grace of Leon's human body. "All systems are operational," City reported. "We are operating at 100% efficiency." "Let's hope that continues," Leon replied. "Madness," Zafin whispered. "Reality," Leon shot back. "Hey, demon, want us to make one of these for you? And have some metal monstrosity go rooting around in my mind?" "Fuck no, boy, you can keep all of your wisps and wispy giants to yourself. I'm already perfection manifest, anyway, so why would I need to run around in some metal box?" Leon grinned savagely as he and City ran the Ulta suit through its tests, raising its arms, balancing on one foot, turning around in place and teased, "I think you're jealous. And afraid. There's nothing to be jealous of, boy. No demon would ever feel jealous of any human." "Ah, but you are afraid, then." Easily refuted, dumbass. "Though instead of pointing out the obvious way it can be, I'm more curious as to why you think that." "What, precisely, am I afraid of, in your view?" "Of being locked in a melting metal box. If I melt anything, blame it on the operators. Or on the builders, your choice. If they don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with them. And if they want to give me something, then it's on them to ensure that it's fireproof." A chuckle was all that Zafin received in response as Mari called out, "Let's test the weapons now," and Leon simply stopped paying the demon any mind. "Ready the lances," Leon ordered aloud. He's already piloted the suit over to a firing range, and after his order, raised both of his enormous metal arms. Panels slid open and a pair of small lightning lances extended parallel to his forearm. "All systems are ready," City reported. For just a moment, Leon's grin widened, and he fired the weapons. He didn't press a finger to any rune or glyph, he fired the weapons with nothing more than a mental command transferred from his head to the suit via the cloud glass. With loud, synchronized cracks, the lightning lances on his arms fired. The lances were a little underpowered compared to those put on mauls, let alone the largest lances put on arcs, but they still blasted right through the stone walls used as targets. Leon gleefully fired off a few more shots, his mood lifting as he felt more and more like a child with a new toy. Unfortunately, even with the suit's size, it had limited space for ammunition. This wouldn't be that large of a problem in the long run so long as Leon stored additional lance bolts in his soul realm, but it did mean an end to the tests. "The lances performed to expected parameters," said City. "Good," Leon drawled in anticipation. "Let's try the blades." Next, while Mari and the others were still poring over their telemetry from Leon's lance tests, the lances in question retracted back into his arms, which felt more than a little strange now that his mind was linked with the suit. At the same time, small armor panels slid back around the suit's wrists, and long blades made of blue light extended, much like the armaments on Mary's Ulta suit. Cackling like a madman, Leon moved on to the next test range where several targets had been set up, amounting to a handful of columns made of different materials, mannequins, and maul-shaped dummies. His blades sliced through them all, though some of the columns and fake mauls had been secretly armored beneath the surface, which Leon had only noticed when his wrist blades sliced through less cleanly than the others. The blades would struggle with thick enchanted armor, it seemed, but softer targets would be carved up. Leon gleefully continued testing the suit's capabilities, including testing its flight capabilities, creating a shield of white translucent light that could protect the suit from all, or only certain, angles, and even a shroud of darkness that rendered the suit nearly invisible to the naked eye. There was still a barely noticeable shimmer that Leon made a mental note to correct later. These capabilities drained power faster than moving around, but not so much that Leon felt compelled to supplement the suit's power with some of his own. Based on City's reports, he guessed he could fight for 12 continuous hours if he wanted to before he'd have to start channeling his own power into the suit. When those tests were done, Mari hopped into her own upgraded suit and joined Leon in the air. "Ready for this part, Lele?" she called out. Cassandra, Valeria, and Gaius quickly followed her up, and Cassandra scolded the younger woman, "We're still in public, Marika." Yeah, Your Majesty," she sarcastically threw back. Her suit glanced back at Leon, put its hands on its hips, cocked its head playfully, and asked again, "Ready, Lele?" Leon chuckled and replied, "Yes." He then shot straight up, putting the suit's flight capabilities through a much more rigorous test. Mari followed suit, but even with the power of their suits, the three outside were easily able to keep pace. The Ulta suits were fast, but they weren't faster than powerful mages flying under their own power. Higher and higher they climbed, and eventually even Gaius, Valeria, and Cassandra had to stop and watch as Mari and Leon kept going up past Eterna's thin barrier, keeping the primal god's power from potentially leaking out into the universe. Up there, with nothing but the void around them, Leon and Mari hovered. "Seals are maintaining well," City reported. "No breaches detected." Leon laughed in appreciation. He didn't need a suit like this to head out into the void, but having a suit capable of it pleased him greatly. Mari gave him a questioning thumbs up, and Leon sent one back. Together, they flew around in the void for a few minutes before heading back down, meeting up with the others before leading them back to the ground. It had been an exhilarating test. Leon had operated the suit like it had been his own body. After the initial discomfort with sharing the frame with City, it had been completely natural, needing essentially no instruction or training. The cloud glass made operating the suit intuitive enough that Leon's heart raced at the possibilities. A warrior might take years to train, and a mage even longer, but an Ulta suit pilot might only need a few hours to acclimate to piloting the machine. Granted, he knew that there would need to be additional training, but that training would focus on learning to fight and work with teammates rather than simply how to pilot the suit at all. Almost as soon as Leon reluctantly powered the suit down and stepped out, Valeria appeared next to him. "I want one," she stated, her sapphire eyes glittering. Cassandra appeared at her side a moment later. "Me too." "No," Leon replied, laughing at the momentarily confused looks his ladies gave him. Explaining, he said, "This is a prototype. The ones you'll be getting will be better." He turned and called back into the pilot's compartment, "No offense, City." The giant smoky form appeared in the air in front of the suit, visible even without Leon interfacing with the cloud glass, and spoke aloud, "The amber I live in can be transferred, Divine One. I am no more attached to this frame than you are." Leon was tempted to laugh again, but with so many observers with their eyes on him, he contained himself. Smilingly, he stated, "I look forward to working with you more, City." "It is the honor of my life, Divine One," City replied, her smoky projection bowing once again. When her projection flickered out, Leon turned back to the others. Cassandra and Valeria took positions on either side of him, while Mari climbed out of her suit. The ravens pored over the data they received, and the other observers waited for him to give voice to his thoughts about the new suit. However, he indulged himself in a brief fantasy first. He imagined himself leading a push against fortified positions, covered from above by arcs and below by mauls, supported all around by mages, other suit operators, and fighter arcs. Nebulous, faceless goons loyal to Cameron fell before him in droves. The fantasy shifted a moment later, and his opponents became members of the Great Black Dragon clan instead, all with Fane's face. The thought certainly entertained him, but he doubted things would be that easy upon reaching the Nexus. He had no idea what he might face upon arrival, let alone when in the case of his mother's side of the family, if, as he quietly hoped he could get them to release his mother peacefully despite everything he'd said to Fane, he challenged them. The more weapons he had on his side, the better. The more warriors he had on his side, the better. The more everything he had on his side, the better. Now, he idly thought as he stepped away from his new Ulta suit, if only I could get a handle on these damn wisps. As Leon opened his mouth to address the waiting crowds, the irate demon in his soul realm spoke up. "You just completely ignored me when I asked you to tell me about that suit, didn't you, Leon?" "Keep it under control," Nestor whispered, his artificial head pointed in at the blob of silver-blue lightning that Leon had summoned. "Make it do what you want to do." If Leon had heard him, he would have rolled his eyes. He knew what he was doing at this point and didn't need the reminder. He may not have succeeded to Nestor's exacting standards, but that didn't mean that he needed the introduction, and he especially didn't need the distraction. However, Leon didn't hear the dead man, so complete was his concentration on the task at hand. The little lightning ball that he summoned roiled and churned about half a foot above his upturned hand. His golden eyes were locked upon the ball and the tiny core of origin power that brightly burned within. The lightning ball shone like a light, not even a spark of power escaping with Leon's prodigious power and will holding it in place. Everything was ready, he just needed to make the final step. Of course, it was this final step that was the most important and complex. He had to imbue the lightning ball with a certain level of intelligence, allowing it to perform the tasks that he desired. He focused on the bead of origin power at the core of the lightning ball and sharpened his intent. It was still his power, so it readily responded to him, altering itself based on his desires. Patterns formed upon the bead, but even with his 11th tier senses, Leon couldn't quite tell what those patterns were. It took more than half an hour for Leon to be confident that the ball of power was ready to stand on its own, but once he pushed it into a waiting chunk of thunderwood amber. The warm yellow-orange color of the polished and shaped gemstone shifted to a bright white with a hint of blue at the edges. "Going well so far," Nestor observed. "Bring it here." Leon complied, picking up the amber and placing it in the central glyph of a relatively simple enchantment. For a moment, nothing happened. Leon and Nestor stared at the piece of amber for so long that it almost seemed like the polished chunk of glowing tree resin would spontaneously combust. After a long few seconds of staring, Nestor audibly sighed and said with an almost gleeful tone, "Looks like we're just going to have to keep TR." Lines of runes suddenly illuminated over most of the enchantment, and the amber flickered briefly. "Eat shit, dead man," Leon exclaimed as he literally jumped and threw his hands up in triumph. "Fuck you," he followed up with, making rude gestures to Nestor the whole time. "Bah, calm down, kid, you'll embarrass yourself." Leon pointedly looked around. They were standing in the middle of his mind palace, no one around except Zaffin quietly absorbing a thin line of mist in his pavilion. "Within my own soul realm, there is no such thing as shame," he quipped. "Besides, what embarrassment is there to be had when I finally, made a wisp?" He emphatically gestured at the amber, the power within flickering as if trying to respond. "Yes, finally," Nestor dryly replied, "I've only been waiting on this for longer than you've been alive. Now let's see if this is actually something to celebrate or not." The long-dead member of the Thunderbird clan waved the only living member of said clan away and leaned over the table to more closely examine the wisp that Leon had supposedly made. It was only meant to be a simple thing, meant to monitor enchantments and ensure that power flowed correctly through them. Perhaps the simplest possible wisp that Leon could have made, but it was the best place for him to start with wisp creation. As he did so, a presence behind Leon made herself known. "I see you two are getting along," the Thunderbird observed. She was lounging on the stairs in front of Leon's throne, a sarcastic smile pulling at her lips. "Close enough," Leon stated as he sauntered over, leaving Nestor to his examinations. "How have things been?" he asked as he sat next to her. "I don't mean to be rude, but we haven't spoken much in the past couple months," the Thunderbird nodded contritely. "My fault," she stated. "After your meeting with your maternal kinsman, I intended to speak with you further once you had some time. Before then, however, I flew out into the mists of chaos to have a chat with your other, surlier ancestor." Leon scowled. "I assume he was as rude and dismissive as usual." "No," the Thunderbird replied, eliciting no small amount of shock from Leon. However, the greater shock came when she continued. "He wasn't there at all." "Huh, wasn't there?" She nodded in confirmation. "Finding an ancestor like this shouldn't be too difficult," which brought quite a few questions to mind. "What I want to know first is whether or not you're still able to use the power you've inherited from him as you could before." Almost without thought, Leon snapped his fingers and summoned a brief burst of black fire. A moment later, he sprang up and leapt onto his throne, waking up in the physical world in the same instant. He repeated the quick test, and then channeled the great black dragon's power a little longer. When he returned to his soul realm, he stated, "Everything feels normal. Why would the great black dragon's absence matter?" "It shouldn't," the Thunderbird admitted. "I just wanted to make sure." Nestor, who'd either finished with his examinations or decided this was more important, was standing next to her. "The power is in your blood. Deeper than that, actually, it's in the core of what you are. You shouldn't be able to be separated from inherited power at all, no matter the intention of the ancestor in question, just as you were still able to use that power despite the overgrown lizard's attempt to suppress it." He gave the Thunderbird the briefest of questioning glances, and she nodded in agreement. It was a remote possibility, but I'm glad to see his absence doesn't matter. Where would he be? Leon asked out of curiosity. Is he hiding, or not there? The latter. Given the nature of the mists of chaos, I haven't found it too hard to find him before. She paused to think, then explained, think of it like the sun. Though the sun may have sunk below the edge of the plane, its light is still visible. Something like the great black dragon can hide, but his mere presence can't be hidden. Leon frowned and leaned against a nearby table. So then, where is he? No, before that, how about you tell me what? I mean, I don't actually know that much about the mists of chaos other than how it relates to my soul realm. I use the mist to create the matter in here, but because it's made of the mist, it can't be taken out into the physical world without dissipating. At least, for now. Origin power will help with that, but only once you've come closer to the limits of human power, Nestor chimed in. Leon nodded in acknowledgement. I guess what I'm curious about, ancestor, is how you're able to live out there. The Thunderbird pursed her lips thoughtfully before gesturing at the piece of glowing amber. Think of it like a wisp, she explained. You create one with origin power and imbue it with your thoughts, knowledge, and intentions. The wisp uses what you've bestowed upon it to perform the work that you design it for. More power and clearer intentions make more powerful and useful wisps. Are you saying that you're a wisp right now? Leon asked. The Thunderbird scoffed and shook her head. No, my boy, I'm not a wisp. But the technique I use to live on in this diminished state isn't too dissimilar to creating a wisp. Though you've inherited my power, making it yours, it still originates with me. It's yours in truth, but carries with it an echo of my intent. Combined with the mists of chaos, I can piggyback off of that inherited power, in a way. The mists of chaos can be used to form matter, Leon speculated out loud as he turned his eyes to the far distance. Do you absorb the mist like Zaphon? Is that what sustains you since you don't have a physical body with which to generate and absorb magic power? A reasonable explanation, the Thunderbird conceded. To stay here is draining. That's why I so frequently leave for the mist. If I don't fly through it, then I may die my final death. A deep frown carved itself into Leon's face as guilt for every time he ever felt scorned by her absence hit him. I see, I wasn't aware of that. How could you be? I've never explained it that well before, have I? Leon shrugged. So, the great black dragon's gone, then. How and why? With the proud bastard, who can say why, the Thunderbird dismissively replied. Though, he didn't leave when you threw his acknowledgement back in his face. His departure was recent. Do you exist in all of the soul realms of the clan? Leon hesitantly asked. I mean, I know that you're aware of them, but do you exist in them all simultaneously, or can you only manifest in one soul realm at a time? One at a time, she smoothly replied. But I'm still aware of what's going on in all other soul realms if I want to be. She paused, a dour frown passing over her face. Or I was, back when you weren't the only one of the clan left. Nestor lightly chided. How's that been coming, Leon? None of your business, dead man, Leon shot back. It's my clan too, and I'm deeply concerned for its existence. Especially with you preparing to charge at half-mast into the Nexus. Are you saying I should stay on Eterna? Leon demanded, his anger starting to flare up. Just leave my mother imprisoned by my grandfather. Charging without thought or inadequate preparation will only get you killed, Nestor responded. And do you think I'm ill-prepared? Your preparations have been sufficient for one of your level. Barely. Interrupting them, the Thunderbird said, I've never seen the great black dragon manifest anywhere else before. I could monitor him simply because we share a descendant. Now that he's gone, it must mean that he's manifesting outside of the mists of chaos. She meaningfully stared at Leon. You think he may be passing information to someone in his clan? He asked with increasing trepidation. Manifesting in their soul realm instead of in mine. Or out in the mist at least. He could be gone for any number of reasons, she replied. But we should prepare for your maternal clan having greater information on you than it did even a few months ago. Leon scowled deeply. How bad could this be? As I recall, the great dragon clans are strong enough to exist outside of Khosrau's law. I haven't even established an outpost in the Nexus yet. If I show up and they're ready, by your own estimations, Nestor interjected, you may be establishing your colony on the doorstep of the Ocean King. The land itself may be relatively sparsely populated, but you may be attracting attention already. The attention of one great dragon clan, even if it's the Black Dragons, may be the least of your worries upon arrival. Leon shrugged, but couldn't refute his statement. Going anywhere in the Nexus was perilous, especially since the storm lands were likely ruled in all but name by Cameron. Nowhere could be considered safe, but at least there didn't seem to be anyone around to immediately contest his chosen spot for the outpost. The Ocean King isn't going to care too much about Leon, the Thunderbird argued. The spot will be fine until Leon draws more attention to himself. Besides, the spot doesn't need to be large, it only needs to be defensible and serve as a trade hub, of sorts. You don't think I should establish my kingdom there? Leon asked. No, the Thunderbird immediately replied. Use it to build a city. A large city, sure, but that location should only serve mostly as a logistics hub to acquire rare materials. You've complained multiple times, both of you. Wipe that look off your face, Nestor, that you don't have as much luminite as you'd like, and you have no orichalcum at all. Establish yourself there so that you can gain access to these materials. If that's all you do, then the Ocean King may only see you as a convenient trading partner to gain access to the Stormlands markets if he deigns to notice you at all. More likely, you'll only attract the attention of strategoi and despots. Until you grow in power, the stronger mages will have greater concerns. Even knowing the clan I head? Leon asked. The Thunderbird dismissively waved her hand. She sneered, my clan ruled the Stormlands almost since the day that empty-headed moron laid down his law. The kind of institutional and cultural legacy that leaves is immense. In that light, how many successors do you think have attempted, or will attempt to lay claim to that legacy? In these 80,000 years, I'm sure there have been as many, if not more, clans that have claimed descent from me. They're all likely accurate, too, given how long it's been, but without my power, it hardly matters. Even with your lightning, you'll just be another contender for that legacy, and will be able to build your own power base relatively unmolested. That sounds suspiciously good, Leon said. The Thunderbird shrugged. For the Nexus, perhaps. All right, then, if I shouldn't be focusing on the Nexus, I presume you want me to focus on the plains instead. The Nexus will always demand some of your focus. But yes, your long-term goals shouldn't be in the Nexus, but in the plains. That's where you'll find your greatest support. Leon frowned deeply, but he could see the logic. I'd have better access to resources that way, I'd guess. And having control over a whole plain would make that position more secure than trying to build everything out in the Nexus. It's good you're thinking that way, the Thunderbird praised. The Nexus is a trap. Valuable, indispensable, even, but don't overinvest there when the foundations of the clan must be laid elsewhere. Our honored ancestor is right, Leon, Nestor quietly added. Control over the Nexus will only come after you achieve control over multiple planes. Leon turned that strategy over in his head several times and found that he rather liked it. A foothold in the Nexus that he could use as a springboard for expanding his kingdom into the plains. The only problem he saw was, where should we start? He asked. Without even taking a moment to think, Nestor answered, Tyrants. Or at least the planar cluster it protects. Protected. That makes sense. Justin did say that planar cluster fell into anarchy or something. Minnows and Kypros have been fought over ever since the fall of our clan, but word about Tyrants is sparse. Leon frowned again. I don't like the idea of focusing elsewhere after what Fane and my mother's message told me. Put that out of your mind, the Thunderbird insisted. As hard as it is, you must not challenge the Great Black Dragon clan until you're ready. Do you think you're ready to venture into the Nexus? Leon nodded. That's good, but you're not ready to take on your mother's clan. Focus on gaining strength. The Great Dragons respect nothing else. You can do nothing about your mother until you're stronger. Leon's face contorted in displeasure and his heart raced with repressed anger and indignation. His eyes flickered in the direction of the memory slate that his mother had sent him via Fane, and for a moment, fantasized about storming some indistinct fortress and liberating her from her clan. And then he let the fantasy go. Much as I hate to admit it, he said through clenched teeth, you're right. I always am, the Thunderbird haughtily replied. Just then, a chime sounded from the enchantment that Leon's wisp was supposed to be controlling, lifting Leon's spirits somewhat. He gave Nestor a proud smirk. Yeah, kid, Nestor grumbled as he walked back to the table. You did it. This is, indeed, a properly formed wisp. Your first one. Leon laughed in spite of the Thunderbird's offered strategy. If strength was required, then every advancement he made put him one step closer to freeing his mother, one step closer to defeating Cameron, and one step closer to returning the title of Storm King to his clan. And finally succeeding in creating wisps was quite a large step indeed. Chapter 1071, Rising Readiness Silence. Despite being separated from the void only by relatively thin armor plating, all Leon could hear was silence. Given the stresses of the void, it spoke to his kingdom's fine degree of manufacturing that his new Ulta suit didn't so much as creak once. "How are we doing, city?" Leon asked aloud. His head was pressed against the cloud glass, but he simply found it easier to ask his giant companion questions aloud. The projected figure of gray smoke answered, "All systems are normal, Divine One." Leon nodded in satisfaction. He took a long moment to gaze at the scene in front of him with both the Ulta suit's suite of sensor enchantments and the suit's interior projections. All around him were hundreds of arcs and Ulta suits. 2 carriers, 3 heavy cruisers, 6 frigates, and 3 destroyers circled him at varying distances, along with all 72 fighters and 16 transports from the carriers, and more than 200 Ulta suits. Each of those suits were only about half as large as Leon's, but their numbers were incredible. All in all, this amount of force represented about half of the planned expedition's forces, and with the date of their departure closing in, Leon and the Jaguar had started drilling them relentlessly. They wanted the crews to be as familiar with their new kit and responsibilities as possible. Accordingly, Bolt and Shadow hovered nearby, though it wasn't going to participate in any of these exercises. Leon was originally going to use his clan's ancient heavy cruiser as his platform for monitoring the exercises, but decided that he wanted a closer viewpoint, and decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and practice his skills with his new Ulta suit while he was at it. The arcs and suits of his people flew around, firing their weapons at certain targets, and performing various feats of maneuvering and logistics, including rescuing several pilots and other crew from certain arcs and suits that were killed during the exercises. These weren't the first exercises that his people had held, and it was evident from the confidence they piloted their machines that they were growing more and more used to their new kit. Leon felt no small amount of pride in watching them complete their training objectives. While he observed, he said, "Say, city, while we're here on our own, mind dropping the Divine One stuff?" "How exactly would I drop it, Divine One?" she asked. "I'm not holding anything. That's not what I meant. I'd really prefer it if you just used my name when we're not in public, you know." Reiko's was clear when assigning me this position that I was to offer you nothing but the highest honor, Divine One, City smoothly responded. "Such an order from our chief wasn't needed, I would have done so anyway." For the most part, City spoke in a professionally detached manner, never allowing too much emotion to enter her voice. However, in this statement, Leon heard a distinct hint of pride. Though City didn't have a face capable of it, she sounded like she was smiling. "Well, I like a little more informality when out of the public eye," Leon responded. "You don't have to worry about being respectful when I'm the one asking you to do it." City was silent for several seconds, then hesitantly agreed, "Very well, Leon." Leon grinned. "Thank you." He watched the training exercises for a few more seconds before a thoughtful look crossed his face. "Just now, something you said made me a little curious. Mind if I ask you a few questions?" "You may ask me anything, Div Leon." Leon softly chuckled. "You say that now, but it's fine not to answer if you don't want to. My people have nothing to hide from our creators." A quiet sigh escaped Leon's lips and he decided not to keep harping on that point. "Very well. How long have you been around, City?" 113 years, Leon," she answered without hesitation. "So you joined me during the migration from the border mountains?" "Yes. Thanks for coming so far with me. I'm certainly looking forward to working together. You honor me, Leon. To serve you in this capacity is the greatest joy I can find in life." "Is it?" Leon wondered aloud. "What did you do before this?" "I was given a combat form to pilot," she answered. Leon nodded, his eyes quickly locating a few giants out in the void, their bodies gleaming in the light of the sun. Those built of steel were combat forms and were almost indistinguishable from the Ulta suits. There were several more bronze giants, but they stuck close to the larger arcs as they were tasked with any maintenance on the exterior of the arcs since their bodies were immune to the ravages of the void. "If you had to take control over this suit, could you do it?" Leon asked. "And if you could, are you confident that you could perform well in it?" Again, City's voice was audibly tinged with pride. "I am undefeated in training fights, and ranked highest among my peers when competing for placement in Ulta suits. Before the migrations, I was a hunter, tasked with protecting the crater tribe from any potential threats coming from the mountains. I am confident in my skills to fulfill any task put before me. Congratulations, Leon replied. That certainly boosts my confidence in here with someone of such skill helping me out. He paused a moment to let his magic senses sweep over his forces outside and, satisfied with how they were performing, asked, "What's it like living in the border mountains?" "I confess that I'm rather less familiar with your people than I'd prefer. In the mountains we were born, and it is where we are most comfortable," City answered. "Though we now have new bodies granted to us by our creators, we are at ease knowing that we can return to stone if we must." Leon nodded in understanding. "Hopefully that won't ever be necessary. How do you like your new home? How does it compare to the crater?" "I am happy to serve my creators," City calmly answered. "Not what I asked," Leon replied as he shifted his gaze to the cloudy projection of City above his left armrest. "Is everything there to your satisfaction? Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings." "I am without want, Divine One," City immediately replied. "I deeply apologize if I offended you. It's fine, we're just having a chat. If you don't want to answer something, I won't force you to. But if you have some problem with your new home, then I'd like the opportunity to fix it." City's projection flickered for a moment, and she replied in her usual calm and professional tone, "We have no complaints, Divine One. We have been welcomed into your kingdom with graciousness we have never expected from humans. To not only be welcomed so, but to fulfill our purpose and serve our creators, my people would accept any living conditions offered. We are supremely grateful that we have been given so much. That's great that your people as a whole are happy. But what about you? How do you like the state of things?" Leon leaned a little closer to City's projection, her evasiveness elevating what had been a casual question into one he was much more invested in having answered. City's projection flickered several more times. "I am happy, Divine One. I could not ask for a better place for my people to live. But, even as long as we have lived there, it has yet to become home." Leon sighed again as he leaned back in his seat. "I get that. Nothing can ever compare to where we grew up, can it? I first became aware in the crater," City quietly stated. "I thought that I would die there, and my stone would be passed on to another newborn giant. Much has changed, and all for the better, but sometimes I think of the crater, and I wish I could return. Next time I visit, I'll be sure to stop in the border mountains," Leon said. The unspoken part burned in his throat until he added, "Though, I do not know when that might be. I wish only to serve you in whatever capacity you would demand, Divine One," City hurriedly said. "Please pay no mind to my ramblings, my desires are impractical and of no use to anyone." Leon chuckled. "I'll keep it in mind. It's good to hear that you have desires, though, I have to admit that your people tend to become rigidly formal around me, offering me nothing but your service. It's rare that any of you admit to even having desires. We wish to fulfill our original purpose," City explained. "When presented with the opportunity to do so, we take it. It's fine to want other things, too," Leon offered. "We are all alive, aren't we? And we all want a better life for ourselves and our kith and kin." He knew that giants had much looser family structures than humans did. 4 giants were needed to create a new giant, and knowledge was passed on during the creation process, so giants didn't have a childhood. Newborn giants were still raised communally until they were assigned to various tasks based on their aptitude. Given their descent from working golems, Leon could understand why their society was the way it was. However, for all that utilitarianism and strict hierarchy, he knew that the giants formed close friendships and bonded with those giants they were raised with, and those that they worked with. They were born of automata that dispassionately went about their assigned tasks, but they were more than that now. "In serving our creators, we elevate ourselves," City stated. Leon sighed once more, this time without much enthusiasm. He didn't think it was the time to start speaking with City about this yet, but he had a quiet fear that the giants might lose that spark of life if they devoted themselves too completely to him and his clan. The last thing he wanted for them was to revert to mindless wisps, incapable of anything more than what they were designed for. He hoped that by speaking more with City, he might be able to form a bond with her akin to that she might form with another giant. If they did, then he might be able to open her mind a bit to the joys of life outside of blind devotion to his clan. While it was hardly beneficial to his clan to encourage such autonomy amongst the giants, he considered them alive, and he wanted them to remain so. Besides, he doubted he'd get half as much utility from them as he might if they reverted to mere wisps. For the moment, he let the conversation lapse as he focused again on the training exercise. However, he silently promised himself to take the suit out for practice more often, if only to chat more with City. None will be able to stand against us, Nikolaus boasted as the report for the training mission was given. With the power given to us by our rightful king, the Thunder Kingdom will be invincible. Careful old man, Makar, a 9th tier G spider cautioned with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes spread across his pale face. No one's invincible. Nikolaus glared at the spider, but before he could say anything, Leon lightly rapped his knuckles against the table. He stared at Nikolaus and Makar for a long few seconds, then cast his gaze around the room. Dozens of the most powerful elders from every tribe in his kingdom were present to hear of the training mission, along with several high-ranking officers in his central army, and a number of bureaucrats who were important to his logistics chain. All of them were indispensable to the upcoming expedition, though in the elders' case, they were mostly going to be left behind to keep the peace in the kingdom while Leon was gone. In that respect, hearing of the power of his new arcs served not only as a confidence booster for his people, but also as a subtle warning about what might happen if peace were not kept in his absence. It's good for everyone to be reminded on occasion that we are not invincible, he stated. Especially since we're bound for the Nexus. Who knows what kind of threats we may face up there. We are going to have to be at the top of our game if we want to compete against more established powers. And if the expedition fails, then we have to be ready to fall back to Eterna so that we may try again. Nikolaus bowed his head slightly. Leon appreciated the old jaguar's enthusiasm, but the threats of the Nexus were great, and for all his own power, for all the reasons he had to get to the Nexus as quickly as possible, he wanted this done right. If it wasn't, then even with contingency plans in place, he may not get a second chance. As silence fell upon the room, Leon nodded to Lana, who was conducting the report. The newly ascended 8th tier bison gave voice to the conclusion that Leon and his top brass had come to when they'd gone over the report themselves only a few hours ago. Though we're still waiting on the city arc, 1 carrier, 2 destroyers, and 3 cruisers to be completed, it's our belief that we'll achieve our desired readiness to launch the expedition in 2 months' time. Our crews have trained to proficiency, the giants and our king's wisps have integrated well into our forces, and all of our new arcs are performing above expectations. Whispers broke out amongst the listening elders. They still had 3 months to go until reaching Leon's deadline, so they were a month ahead of schedule. Leon felt many eyes flit to him as the murmuring began to intensify. To head off any questions, Leon suppressed his desire to leave right there and then and announced, "Though that's ahead of schedule, I don't plan on moving the schedule up. Given the stakes involved, I want this done right. We're going to take that extra month to make sure that we have everything in order." He paused to let the elders chat a little bit more. Then, he pushed himself to his feet, and the room fell silent. "I'm not one for grand speeches, you all know that," he said with a self-deprecating smile. There were a few polite laughs, but he didn't give them much time to echo amongst the relatively small crowd. "I would be remiss," he continued, "if I didn't state how proud I am of everyone here, of the people involved in this endeavor, and all of our efforts that have brought us this far. Let what we have achieved in less than a century stand as a testament to what we can do when we are united, when all of us here under the aegis of the Thunder Kingdom move toward a single purpose. The Nexus, which once seemed so far away, is now within reach." This time, Leon took the opportunity to pause and let the elders cheer. Since they were cheering on not just his accomplishments but their own too, the cheering was loud and enthusiastic. Still, everyone quieted down when he raised his hand, wordlessly demanding silence. More than that, he pressed on, "The homes of our ancestors are closer than they've been in 80,000 years. Though our expedition will take us to the Nexus, the city we build there will be but a stepping stone to greater heights. From the Nexus we will stretch across the universe and return to the plains from whence our honored ancestors came from. We return our people first to the Nexus, and then we go home. Our true home, where the bones of our ancestor lie in wait." That was where he decided to end his little speech, but from the way the elders roared and stomped their feet, he felt he'd achieved the desired effect, especially amongst the more battle-hungry or traditional tribes, like the lions and jaguars, respectively. Still, even the normally reserved hearts and the generally less enthusiastic spiders joined in, to the point that even with the heavy wards of his palace, Leon thought the entire city might hear them. It took some time for calm to return to the room, and when it did, Leon returned to his seat. The Elder Council will be called in 3 months, he declared. Then, we will feast. We will celebrate. And then we will launch this expedition. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.